Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 532, The Rose School of Thought Without Martial Ethics. Chapter 532, The Rose School of Thought Without Martial Ethics. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert used 1 to 101 to steal the ability of the puppet curse, and then used 1 to 107 to prohibit possession in this area. This greatly reduced the strength of the puppet, so he simply had Senor Kala, Disciple of Silence, for support. Because it was his first time fighting a demigod head-on, Hobert didn't dare to be distracted. He ignored Senor, who was staggering away, and focused all his energy on the puppet. He felt that the restrictions on the puppet were not enough. To be cautious, after dodging the puppet's wraith shriek, he tampered with the angle of light, turning the oblique sunset into direct sunlight. The cabin was immediately filled with the golden sunlight characteristic of dusk. The puppet waved his hand, and the surrounding tables and chairs, as if alive, rushed towards Hobert and smashed to pieces. Such attacks couldn't cause any harm to Hobert. He simply ignored them and raised his hand, magnify. The golden sunset light suddenly became scorching, as if the midday sun was shining directly into the cabin. At the same time, the surrounding cannons completed their process of turning their muzzles. They aimed at Hobert, and cannonballs and gunpowder jumped out of the wooden boxes by themselves, completing the loading process. Boom. More than a dozen cannons fired at Hobert at close range. Moreover, under the control of the puppet, these cannonballs could avoid Hobert's passively activated disorder and directly hit Hobert. Hobert was, after all, not a demigod of the warrior pathway, so he had to take such attacks seriously. Disorder. The space around him immediately fell into disorder. More than a dozen cannonballs perfectly missed Hobert and exploded in the cabin, blasting the surrounding furniture and utensils to pieces, and blasting large holes in the cabin. The sunlight in the cabin became more and more dazzling, like the unobstructed scorching sun on a summer beach. As a beyonder of the prisoner pathway, as a former wraith, such an environment made him very uncomfortable. Although it couldn't produce negative effects immediately, it would affect his condition. Weaken. At this moment, Hobert calmly launched an offensive. Feeling his own spirituality rapidly weakening, the puppet quickly used the Source of Curses, an ability he was reluctant to use easily. The puppet's skin and hair, and even the clothes on his body, became more and more refined. Under the scorching sun, his skin even reflected a layer of light like a glass film, becoming like a real exquisite puppet. He had an equally exquisite dagger in his hand, and he stabbed it fiercely into his own heart. This ability could establish a deep connection with the enemy. The puppet could hurt the enemy by hurting himself. After a series of enhancements such as werewolf, zombie, and wraith, the puppet had an absolute advantage in exchanging injuries. Bestow. Hobert quickly granted most of the damage he received to a beer barrel. Thump. The beer barrel immediately burst, and Hobert's chest also bled, but it only pierced his skin and bones. Then, the puppet picked up the dagger and stabbed it deeply into his left eye without hesitation. And stirred it in the eye socket. Although the puppet's eyeball was also completely shattered, he could take off other people's eyeballs after the battle and put them on himself. For him, this was just a body part. Hobert couldn't help but cursed "damn it" in his heart. He didn't dare to be negligent either, exploit. The damage caused by the puppet using the Source of Curses had just begun, but the vision in Hobert's left eye immediately became blurred. His eyeball was still pierced, and he temporarily lost the vision in his left eye. At this time, an old man with sparse white hair came to this floor, which had been blasted into chaos by the cannonballs. It was Jax, who Senor had just summoned. The puppet smiled slightly, and stabbed the dagger into his stomach again. Grant. Hobert quickly granted his connection to Jax. This Disciple of Silence was not as fragile as a beer barrel, allowing Hobert time to use connection to strengthen the connection between Jax and the puppet, so that Hobert would no longer be harmed by the Source of Curses. Jax's stomach suddenly became illusory, using the wraith state of Sequence 3 to avoid the puppet's attack. He was about to open his mouth and utter a silent curse, but suddenly saw Hobert smile slightly. Hobert stretched out his hand, distort. This distortion was not attacking the enemy, but distorting the few boxes of cannonballs that rolled out of the wooden box in the ironclad room not far away, causing them to collide. The Tree of Flesh and Blood's armory was on this floor. Just now, the puppet's attack on Hobert using the cannons had blasted a hole in the armory, but because there was a layer of iron protecting it, it did not cause a chain explosion. Hobert made those cannonballs collide, and a violent explosion occurred immediately, and the explosion ignited the entire ammunition depot. Boom. This floor under the deck was completely covered by the fire of the explosion. Ha ha ha. Hobert jumped out of the fire with a laugh. The space in front of him immediately became illusory, and he used travel to leave here. As soon as he entered the spirit world, Hobert felt that the atmosphere was wrong. He looked around, and sure enough, he saw the elderly Jax in his upper left, the old Jax. The other party smiled coldly. For him, entering the spirit world was as easy as entering his own backyard. Jax opened his mouth and uttered a vicious curse towards Hobert. Distort. Hobert quickly distorted the other party's curse, turning the curse towards the depths of the spirit world. But the other party was, after all, a sequence 3, and Hobert was still affected by the curse. Several strange mouths with fangs and spiky tongues grew on his arms. These strange mouths immediately began to tear at 1 to 101 and 1 to 107, as if they wanted to swallow these two sealed artifacts into their stomachs. Bestow. Hobert granted the curse he received to a passing, unlucky spirit world creature, and those strange mouths gradually disappeared. But Jax's curse still attracted many monsters from the spirit world. Hobert quickly left the spirit world. That was Jax's home field, and he had no advantage. Returning to the vicinity of the Tree of Flesh and Blood, again, Hobert continued to fall into the sea, skinny horse. He recited this ancient Hermes incantation, and the skeletal horse appeared in front of Hobert. It immediately spread its wings and caught him close to the sea surface before Hobert fell into the water. Hobert discovered that in Maximilian's originally empty stomach, there was an extra beating heart. Many blood vessels spread out from the heart. These blood vessels intertwined to form the shape of a liver and 2 lungs. And that heart was the spoils that Maximilian had previously obtained from Hobert, the heart of the devil. Hobert didn't know if Maximilian's state had become stronger now, but since the other party actively wanted that heart, it should be very useful to it. He rode Maximilian in a circle around the Tree of Flesh and Blood, in midair. The middle of this huge pirate ship was blasted open. The floor where Hobert fought just now, and the floor below, were completely blasted into ruins. If it were an ordinary pirate ship, or even a steel warship, it would have split from the middle and sunk quickly after being blasted like this. But the Tree of Flesh and Blood did not. It actually had a skeleton-like structure supporting it, and it could still maintain the basic posture of a ship. Hobert also saw Senor crawling out of the ruins. He looked around blankly, as if he didn't recognize his own ship anymore. Magnify. Hobert knew that the puppet must be waiting somewhere to ambush him, so he magnified Maximilian's flying speed. Since he couldn't leave from the spirit world, he would escape from the real world. But before flying far, the old Jax came out of the spirit world with a cold smile, blocking their way. After being blocked twice in a row, Jax was getting closer and closer to Hobert, and his extraordinary attacks were almost following behind Hobert's butt. Hobert realized that this wouldn't work. If Jax blocked in front and the puppet chased from behind, he would fall into complete passivity. He thought to himself, since you won't let me leave, I'm going to call for reinforcements. Hobert immediately said to Maximilian, try to avoid the enemy's attacks. Then he used Order Crystal to build a solid Order Fortress, making it difficult for him and Maximilian to be harmed within 10 seconds. This ability seemed very powerful, but it actually had a huge drawback. Hobert's Beyonder abilities couldn't attack enemies outside the fortress either. When the power of Order only formed a barrier before, Hobert's Beyonder abilities could still bypass the side of the barrier, but now it was impossible, otherwise this would definitely be Hobert's first choice before every battle. After explaining to Maximilian, Hobert quickly completed the process of praying to himself, and entered the Nation of Disorder, throwing the Bull Devil Monarch and the Sea-overturning Great Sage into his own stars. In the real world, Jax had just come out of the spirit world and was preparing to continue to besiege Maximilian. Suddenly, he felt something and looked into the air. A huge black sea serpent suddenly appeared. The black membrane behind its head, and the illusory scales, all indicated its unusualness. As soon as the Great Sage appeared on the sea, the sunset was immediately blocked by thick dark clouds, as if it had entered the night ahead of time. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, as if a surging force was brewing. At the same time, the waves immediately became fierce, and the Tree of Flesh and Blood began to sway from side to side. The previous battle had already caused the other pirate ships to break away from the fleet, and at this moment, the Tree of Flesh and Blood seemed to be hanging alone on the sea. The bull-headed, deer-antlered monster landed steadily on the Tree of Flesh and Blood, seeking traces of the puppet. Seeing the Bull Devil Monarch, the puppet's memories of the previous battle in the southern continent were awakened. He still vividly remembered the Bull Devil Monarch's brutality, and there was also a masked youth circling in the air. So he simply hid in a piece of shattered mirror, preparing to go out when the time was right. Hobert returned to the real world and tasked the Great Sage with attacking Jax, and the Bull Devil Monarch with attacking the puppet on the pirate ship. He then had Maximilian land on the Tree of Flesh and Blood, and head straight for Senor. Originally, Hobert was prepared to take advantage of the explosion to escape, but since Jax had blocked him back, he might as well hunt the Admiral of Blood before leaving. Seeing Hobert coming towards him, Senor disappeared again on the spot. This time, Hobert saw clearly that Senor instantly transformed into a wraith state. The tree of flesh and blood could speed up the transformation, so it looked like he had disappeared on the spot. In addition, the tree of flesh and blood was like a mirror, providing Senor with a way to escape. Theoretically, he could indeed appear anywhere on the tree of flesh and blood. Hobert pondered for a moment, thinking that he could prohibit this place from transforming into a wraith, but he still wanted to try the strength of his own abilities. So, Hobert used his range ability, Depravity, while heading to the lower level of the ship's hold, which was still relatively intact. This level contained some cargo, as well as the tree of flesh and blood's food, and the young men and women used by the crew for venting their desires. Some of these young men and women, who were locked in cages, had been knocked unconscious by the explosion, while others had been hit and bled. Because of the obstruction of the upper deck, this level was still relatively intact. They seemed to know that this was an opportunity and were trying to unlock the cages. If Hobert didn't use other abilities, he could continuously use Depravity to maintain the depraved state around him for a long time. Under the influence of Hobert's Depravity, these young men and women lost the motivation to escape. Many people had smiles on their faces, feeling that the life of a sex slave was quite good. Hobert quickly passed them, and just as he was about to go to the lowest level, the top of the cabin seemed to have a large drop of water. That was Senor in wraith form. He was also affected by Depravity and had no desire to continue hiding, so he hung from the top of the cabin. Disorder. Seeing that this method had indeed found the Admiral of Blood, Hobert immediately launched the next attack. Senor immediately fell into a state of disorder. He felt a little weak after being injured and thought he should have a bottle of rum to replenish his strength. Hobert took advantage of Senor's wraith state to go to the wine cellar, exploit. He utilized the control of the wraith transformation, ended Senor's wraith state, and while the Admiral of Blood, who was missing an arm, was still in a state of disorder, Hobert drew his knife. There was obvious resistance in Senor's eyes, but the disorder of a demigod level could not be escaped simply by having a firm will. Hobert slashed down with his knife, but suddenly missed because of the ship's violent shaking and did not hit Senor. After a slight daze, Hobert recalled that Senor had a miraculous item from the monster pathway. Disorder. This time, Hobert plunged the area around the Admiral of Blood into chaos, preventing that miraculous item from working again. Hobert raised his knife again, and this time he finally chopped off Senor's head, put it in his backpack, and accelerated the extraction of the Beyonder characteristics from his body. By the time he obtained the Admiral of Blood's Beyonder characteristics, Senor's legs were still twitching, showing how smooth Hobert's operation was. Just as Hobert was about to leave, he saw the young men and women in the cages with pleading eyes. Hobert ignored them and was about to use Blink to return to the upper level when he suddenly realized that he would not have ignored the pleas of ordinary people before. After frowning slightly, Hobert cut open the locks of the cages with his black knife, letting them escape on their own. Based on Hobert's experience using travel, this place was not far from Byam. If they went to sea on their own, they could easily find islands or encounter merchant ships on the sea lanes. Using Blink to return to the upper level, Hobert found that it was completely dark. Crack. Continuous huge lightning bolts seemed to explode overhead. The battle between the Great Sage and Jax had entered a fever pitch, while the Bull Devil Monarch was still searching for the puppet. Hobert threw the two usable small boats on the Tree of Flesh and Blood into the water and pried up some planks of wood and threw them into the water to allow the group of men and women to escape. At this time, in the sky, the Great Sage, swimming in the air, directed lightning to besiege Jax. Jax had been maintaining a semi-transparent state, which made it easy to enter the spirit world and also allowed him to float in the air. But now, if Jax wanted to enter the spirit world, the Great Sage would distort that space to intercept Jax. And Jax's curses and possession had no effect on the Great Sage. The curses at the Sequence 3 level were already curses on the enemy's soul. Because the spirit body had mutated, the body followed suit. The Great Sage only had a remnant of spirit supporting its huge body and had no spirit body at all. Possession was even more out of the question. The Great Sage's body was originally a condensation of power and had no flesh and blood. Even if the possession was completed, the Great Sage would not be greatly affected. Jax might even be imprisoned by the Great Sage because of this. The most infuriating thing was that Jax had even used the ability of the Source of Curse, but no matter how much he hurt himself, he only managed to stab a small hole in the Great Sage, which could be quickly restored. Jax had no choice but to reach out, as if he had obtained a small figure made of dried bark from the spirit world, and then stuffed it into his mouth. The whole process made Jax's face full of pain. His state changed rapidly. Jax's originally semi-transparent limbs became slender, and his skin materialized, becoming shriveled, as if it were a newly dug-out mummy. At this time, another lightning bolt struck him, and the air above his head changed, as if a mirror suddenly appeared, actually reflecting the lightning back. Jax opened his wrinkled mouth and let out a silent scream. The huge, great sage, in midair suddenly turned into an ordinary electric eel and fell towards the sea. Jax suddenly floated over, his hands turned into sharp claws, wanting to tear apart the electric eel in front of him, but a gust of wind blew past, and the electric eel quickly dodged. The great sage, which had turned into an electric eel, had only lost some beyonder abilities and was not without the power to fight back. The wind came from above, as if slamming the electric eel onto the sea. The moment it encountered seawater, the electric eel turned back into the great sage. However, the claws of Jax, who followed up, still caught the great sage, making its illusory scales fade a lot. At the same time, the great sage suddenly opened its huge mouth, forming a huge vortex in its mouth, sucking in air and seawater. Jax was also sucked in, resisting the huge suction force. Although their battle was quite far from the tree of flesh and blood, the ship was still affected by them, becoming violently shaking. Seeing that the great sage and Jax were unable to determine a winner for a while, Hobert jumped onto Maximilian's back, deciding not to watch the battle anymore and leave here. Just as he flew out a distance, Hobert's spirituality felt something. In midair, it seemed that an extremely evil force was descending. Hobert quickly took Maximilian into the spirit world. He was very familiar with the feeling of that power descending. Obviously, Jax did not have martial ethics and summoned an angel of the Rose School. He was only hunting a pirate admiral. Hobert did not want to trigger an angel-level battle. The key was that his current angel-level power was used once and lost once, unlike the Bull Devil Monarch and the Great Sage, which he could use without feeling bad. As soon as he entered the spirit world, Hobert felt a violent fluctuation. At this time, a vortex-like force was coming from a distance in the spirit world, and endless evil and malice were spreading around. The surrounding spirit world creatures fled one after another. Hobert knew that it was the power of the Rose School's angel. If he had not been promoted to a demigod, he would have been in danger of losing control just by feeling the malice emanating from it. At the same time, Hobert felt as if a gaze was sweeping towards him. He quickly lowered his body, grabbed Maximilian's ribs, and hung upside down on its abdomen. Fortunately, that gaze seemed to be attracted by other things and did not immediately notice Hobert. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert and Maximilian quickly ran away, leaving that huge source of danger almost in an instant. After walking in the spirit world for a few seconds, Hobert returned to the real world. At this time, he was already far away from the tree of flesh and blood. At least, Hobert saw the sunset again, proving that he had completely left the battlefield. Only then did Hobert quickly return to the Nation of Disorder and withdraw the power of the Bull Devil Monarch and the Great Sage. Because there were no corresponding stars around the tree of flesh and blood to see the scene there. Immediately after, Hobert returned to the real world. After waiting for a while, he used to travel again and appeared with Maximilian on a nameless small island. Hobert put down his backpack to get the spoils. This time, he had gained 4 beyonder characteristics, but as soon as he opened his backpack, Hobert noticed something was wrong. Where is Signor's head? He searched carefully, but the backpack only contained the heads of First Mate Caesar, Combat Captain Olivier, and Bosun Jerna. He couldn't find the Admiral of Blood's head. Hobert dumped everything out of his backpack, but still couldn't find it. He smiled wryly. He had been happy for nothing. He had thought that if he only claimed the bounties from the 2 countries, Signor's head would be worth more than 80,000 pounds. Hobert turned his gaze to the 4 beyonder characteristics. He could use the Admiral of Blood's beyonder characteristic to claim the bounty. Then he realized something was wrong. Such a small beyonder characteristic didn't fall out of the backpack, but such a big head was lost instead. Finally, Hobert looked at the 1/101 he wore on his left hand. Although sealing it made it easier to encounter the negative effects of the Marauder pathway, the negative effect of easily losing valuables was still there, but the probability was lower. Hobert recalled that he had used this sealed artifact 3 times, and this was the first time he had lost something. Then he began to recall where the head was lost. Soon, he thought of a possibility. When he first entered the spirit world, the Rose School angel's gaze seemed to almost notice me, but he suddenly looked elsewhere. At that time, I was hanging on Maximilian's abdomen. Could it be that I lost the head at that time? Hobert thought, in that case, the item I lost this time was like saving my life. The other party's angel should have been attracted by Signor's head, which suddenly appeared in the spirit world, so I had time to escape. Thinking of this, Hobert took out the faceless necklace and divined, there will be a great risk if I go back to find Signor's head. After chanting 7 times silently, the necklace rotated clockwise, and the speed of rotation was very fast. That is to say, the level of danger is very high. Hobert smiled slightly. Okay, then I won't go looking for it. He put away the Admiral of Blood's beyonder characteristic and pushed the other 3 beyonder characteristics and the magical item of the monster pathway to Maximilian. Choose one. Maximilian took the bosun Journa's beyonder characteristic in his mouth and then disappeared in front of Hobert. Hobert put the 3 heads he had just dumped out back into his backpack, put away the beyonder characteristics, and used travel to return to Backlund. On the Tree of Flesh and Blood, which was already unrecognizable, Krista, the angel of the Rose School, leaned on a cane made of bones and threw the Admiral of Blood's head in front of Jax and the puppet. He said in a hoarse voice, "The other party is very wise." Krista thought that the enemy used Signor's head to attract his attention and took the opportunity to escape. At that time, his power had not been completely projected, which gave the enemy an opportunity. Jack said with some shame, "Lord, should we launch a revenge against the Balk family?" Krista glared at the 2 demigods in front of him with malicious eyes. "We'll talk about this later. You have more important things to do now. Have you found the whereabouts of Helmasuin?" Jax quickly said, "Yes, there are some clues." Krista sneered, "That's Orange Light, Hilarion. The great Mother Tree of Desire has something to discuss with him. You better not let him run away from under your noses." Jax quickly lowered his head and said, "Yes." Krista's figure became illusory and said, "When necessary, you can pray to the Mother Tree of Desire for power." Jax and the puppet raised their heads after a long time, feeling that their entire backs were soaked with sweat. Hobert put the head cloth bag into a leather bag to prevent the blood from flowing out, and then put the Admiral of Blood's beyonder characteristic into a small wooden box and took a carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company again. When he saw Lorata again, she asked, "What? Is the amount of the bounty incorrect?" "No, well, I want to talk in the lounge." Hobert looked at the receptionist at the front desk, who should only be a clerical staff member, so he didn't display the heads in the reception hall. Lorata nodded and led Hobert to the lounge. There were no tasks this afternoon, and Borgia and another Nighthawk team member were guarding the card table. Borgia smoked and looked at Hobert. "Does Earl want to play a game too?" The 3 of them were playing cards just now. "I just finished playing cards. Hobert smiled and said, "I have something to talk to Lorata about." After Lorata invited Hobert to sit down, she poured him a cup of black tea. Hobert politely took a sip and put the leather bag in his hand on the coffee table. "I just hunted the Admiral of Blood. Is that so? It seems that Earl is going to be a bounty hunter." Lorata smiled, obviously not believing it. When she opened the leather bag and saw the 3 heads, the smile gradually disappeared. She first suspected that her memory had become so bad. She had clearly sent the Vice Admiral Dusk bounty to Hobert this afternoon. Then she thought, "I'm not a nightmare, how could my memory become worse?" It was just this afternoon that the bounty was sent. She looked at her watch. It was only more than 2 hours ago. Finally, she reacted and called Borgia, "Come and see, who are these people? And how much are they worth?" "No, you can't have such a good memory." Lorata said to Hobert, "Wait a moment." Saying this, she quickly went out. Borgia and his colleagues also realized that what Hobert said was true and quickly came over to check, so they saw the 3 heads. As Lorata said, they didn't know which of these people was the Admiral of Blood's head. Backlund was far away from the Berserk Sea after all, and they didn't have much concept of the sea bounty orders. Soon Lorata came in with several bounty orders and asked Borgia to help turn those heads upright. Lorata looked through the bounty orders. "This is Beast Olivier, the combat captain on the Tree of Flesh and Blood, a bounty of 4,300 pounds. This is Moonlight Caesar, the first mate on the Tree of Flesh and Blood, a bounty of 8,700 pounds. And Journa, the bosun on the Tree of Flesh and Blood, a bounty of 4,200 pounds. She put down the bounty orders. "Oh my god, these are all important members of the Tree of Flesh and Blood, but why isn't there the Admiral of Blood's head?" Hobert took out the wooden box containing the beyonder characteristics. "The battle was very fierce. I couldn't get any part of Signor's body, but I took away his beyonder characteristics." Lorata took the beyonder characteristics, the same, but in this case, there is no way to claim the bounties from other countries. She didn't have any doubts about the origin of the beyonder characteristics, and they had a way to confirm the owner of this beyonder characteristic. She believed that Hobert couldn't lie in this kind of place. If it was a part of the Admiral of Blood's body, it could be cut and then claim the bounty from different countries. But the beyonder characteristics can't be cut. Hobert can crush it into many parts, but in that case, the spiritual imprint belonging to Signor will be gone, and it can only be sold as beyonder characteristics. Hobert sighed and said, "Okay then, please help me claim the bounty and keep it secret as usual." "No problem." Lorata nodded. "The Admiral of Blood's bounty can be obtained in 3 or 4 days, but if you want to get the bounties of other people immediately, you have to pay 5% of the fee similar to the handling fee." Lorata spread her hands. "That's what I heard when I claimed the Vice Admiral Dusk bounty before. It is said that this is a hidden rule of our extremely efficient lone government. The church only needs a 5% kickback to claim it. If ordinary bounty hunters go to claim it, they need an 8% to 10% kickback, otherwise the claimant's information will be leaked, causing many unnecessary troubles and dangers, or they will have to wait a few months before they can receive it. Hobert nodded. I understand and can accept it. The matter of eating kickbacks has existed since ancient times, and may have already formed a huge network of interests. Hobert, an earl without an official position, will certainly not put himself in the trouble of meddling. He just thought, it turns out that hanged man Alger earned me 10% commission before. In the first few times, Alger's channel was needed to receive the bounty, so he earned a little. Hobert felt a little pity that the two subordinates of Vice Admiral Dusk were still handed over to Alger, which was a bit of a loss. The main reason was that Hobert had already habitually gone to Alger to deal with the bounty. Berserk C. Byam. Klein unexpectedly learned that the people of the Rose School were looking for the great scientist Tirani von Helmasuin. Now this scientist seems to be controlled by the people of the Queen Mystic. But the people of the Rose School have found the place where Helmasuin is hiding and reported to the important members of the Rose School via telegram. Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. When Klein first came to the sea, he learned the frequency of sending and receiving telegrams and the codebook of the Rose School through the bar owner who collected intelligence and sold stolen goods for the Admiral of Blood. Therefore, he easily cracked this crucial message and used the Sea God Scepter to broadcast it throughout Byam, informing the military and the Storm Church of the location where Helmasuin was hiding. After doing all this, Klein thought that this matter had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the high probability of disrupting the Rose School's good deeds put him in a good mood, and he went to rest. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly woke up. He had just turned over and sat up when he heard a dong, dong, dong knocking sound at the door. Klein put on the creeping hunger, took out the death knell from under the pillow, and came to the door. The image of the visitor appeared in his mind, a thin old man with grey-white hair, who was putting a coffee-colored candy into his mouth. Tirani von Helmasuin. Damn. Why would he come to me? Klein's first reaction was to tell the other party that he had knocked on the wrong door, but he knew that it would be difficult to fool him by saying that, so he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Helmasuin smiled weakly and said, "My life has come to an end, so I have been thinking about many things recently. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Orange Light Hilarion." Klein was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What do you want?" "I'm here to remind you to be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire." Klein thought to himself, "I will be careful even without your reminder." The other party asked again, "Do you have any enemies here?" "Why do you ask that?" Klein didn't quite understand what the other party meant. Helmasuin coughed and said, "I can go to his door and die quietly, so you can take revenge." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "My enemies are not in Byam." Then, separated by a door, the two exchanged information about the characteristics on Klein's body, that is, the aura of the primordial. In addition, they also exchanged prophecies about the apocalypse. At the end of the conversation, Helmasuin asked, "Do you mind if I die at your door?" Klein smiled helplessly, "I do mind." Helmasuin took a bite of the candy and said, "Then I have to leave immediately, otherwise it will be too late. When you become a demigod and have the ability to explore the depths of the spirit world, we will have a chance to meet again." Klein was silent for a second or two before saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Hilarion." Helmasuin did not reply. Klein only heard the sound of the other party going downstairs. Reviewing the conversation just now, Klein fell into deep thought. At this moment, the radio suddenly monitored another signal. Klein was stunned. Was it some order from the Rose School? Or a response to his previous broadcast? He quickly recorded the received code, then translated it into letters, and finally formed words. The content of the telegram was, "I see you." Klein's "damn" almost blurted out again. This night was destined to be sleepless. Backlund, 62 Empress Borough. After having dinner with Hobert, Lorata, Borgia, Thomas and other acquaintances, Hobert also went to the scene of a Beyonder case with Thomas and the others to watch the excitement, and returned to the Earl's mansion after the case was basically solved. In the afternoon, the safe that Hobert had asked Dofus to buy had been placed in the study. This safe was as big as a wardrobe, and it was very eye-catching in the study. It was already filled with gold pounds, including the 13,700 pounds that Hobert had just obtained through Mr. Fool, and the 72,000 pounds that Dofus had exchanged from the bank with a check. The combined total of so many gold pounds had already filled most of the safe. There will be two more large incomes later. The first is the money Klein paid to buy the magical item with the travel ability, and the second is the bounty for the Admiral of Blood and its main members. This safe may not be enough. Looking at so many gold pounds, Hobert felt quite a sense of accomplishment. "Give me a cigarette." Dofus was slightly stunned, and immediately turned around to get a cigarette and lit it for Hobert. Hobert took a puff of the cigarette and exhaled the smoke onto the gold pounds, making the gold pounds look smoky and even somewhat sacred. He sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling like a big villain. Dofus said, I will have the craftsman modify this place to embed the safe in the wall, so it won't be so abrupt. Hobert put out the cigarette and closed the door of the safe. Okay, do it as soon as possible. At this moment, he suddenly heard a male's prayer from the Nation of Disorder, so Hobert returned to the bedroom, locked the door, and entered the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert found that the star representing Klein was actually expanding. He doesn't usually contact me. Why is this guy suddenly looking for me in the middle of the night? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 533, Chapter 533 Klein asks the Creator for help. Chapter 533 Klein asks the Creator for help. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert, hearing Klein's prayer that he had gotten involved with the Rose School because of a great scientist, felt he should report it to the Creator. Hobert smiled. I knew it, this guy always resorts to cramming at the last minute. He must be in trouble to contact the Creator. Hobert could guess Klein's mental activities pretty accurately. Klein definitely wanted to use the conflict between the Creator and the Rose School, so he could ask the Creator for help when he encountered danger. As for why he didn't directly ask the Creator for help, it would be strange. A favored one of the fool not asking the fool for help, but asking the Creator for help, is very unreasonable. Hobert smiled, exuded his own majesty, and responded in the image of the Creator, understood. He still intended to help with this matter. After all, the mysterious and powerful Creator and a fool were nominally allies. The reason for saying nominally is that these two gods still haven't met in their divine forms. However, the selves of these two gods can meet once a week, and even made a deal a few hours ago. After dealing with this matter, Hobert reached out and summoned the two Beyonder characteristics seized this time. Because Archibald didn't kill the opponent's small fries this time, the spoils of Beyonder characteristics were only these: one Scarlet Scholar and one Dawn Paladin Beyonder characteristic. Hobert habitually analyzed these two Beyonder characteristics. The Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic could be considered for sale to Emlyn, and the Dawn Paladin Beyonder characteristic should be saved for now. As for the Monster Pathways mystical item seized from Senor, Hobert simply glanced at it and threw it onto the stone platform for Grade 2 sealed artifacts. Because the negative effects of the sealed artifact were actually quite high, including, the luck gained in battle would rebound in the same intense way after 10 minutes. This was quite terrifying. If the enemy was like Hobert, who liked to launch continuous assaults, the holder's situation would be quite dangerous. Of course, most importantly, Hobert didn't need such a burden now. After categorizing the spoils, just as Hobert was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, a strange star suddenly appeared in the pool and began to expand. Hobert frowned. Another stranger praying to me. This is already the third one. Should I investigate how the Creator's honored name was leaked? He spread his spirituality to that strange star and saw an elegant woman in formal attire. She was wearing a Lone-style court dress, had beautiful features, and exuded confidence in her every move. Hobert recognized that it was actually Princess Alice. Because he had already met and contacted Ethel in the real world, Hobert had stopped observing these two princesses. Then Hobert thought, why would Alice pray to me? He carefully listened to her prayer, Creator in the shadow of order. Your devout follower begs for your attention, hoping to receive your help to avenge my brother, Edisac. Hobert finally understood that the court maid and court guard who had prayed to him before must have been ordered by Alice, or affected by a sealed artifact in Alice's possession. Alice dared to pray to the Creator after observing that neither of those two people had been affected by corruption or madness. Hobert smiled, reached out, and pinched a wisp of Power of Disorder from the Nation of Disorder, throwing it into Alice's star. George III was the main culprit in the murder of his own son, and he certainly didn't intend to have any involvement with the royal family's pile of troubles. Hobert did this as a punishment, rejecting Alice's request. So Dela Palace, in Princess Alice's palace. Alice, in formal attire, knelt devoutly on the ground, repeatedly praying to the Creator. Today she finally had the opportunity to avoid the king's eyes and pray to the Creator herself. A single prayer might not elicit a response, but according to the previous two experiments, even if there was no response, she wouldn't be in any danger. Just as Alice was lost in thought, her mind was filled with a majestic and dignified figure. That figure seemed to exude a sacred radiance, making one dare not look directly at it. Before Alice could get excited, before she could see that majestic figure clearly, she felt a surging power slam into her, like a heavy hammer smashing into her chest. Then Alice felt as if her whole body had fallen apart, intense pain transmitted from every nerve to her brain, causing her to groan in pain. As Alice fell to the ground, it was as if tiny snakes were about to crawl out from under her skin, stretching her skin into severe distortions. Alice's heart was filled with fear. She was actually starting to lose control. She endured the great pain, trying to enter a meditative state, but it was useless at all. Just as Alice thought she was going to die in fear of losing control, the power that caused her so much pain gradually disappeared, and Alice gradually recovered from the state of losing control. When the pain completely disappeared, it was already 3 minutes later, and Alice realized that her tears, snot, and saliva had all flowed to the ground. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Her original elegance was long gone, and she sat on the chair as if she had survived a disaster. It's strange, why didn't the previous 2 experiments receive a response from the creator, nor were they treated like this? Alice could be sure that the fleeting majestic figure must be the creator. Then she suddenly realized, could the creator think that my previous 2 experiments were testing him? A saying that has been passed down from ancient times, appearing in the scriptures of various churches, flashed in Alice's mind: you must not test God. As for why the creator would know that the 2 previous experiments were related to her, it seemed obvious. How could a god not even notice this? A wry smile climbed onto Alice's face. If only I had known. She shook her head. After all, it was an evil god. She certainly had to experiment a bit before daring to pray to him. Then she thought that since the creator had responded, she could try to offer more sacrifices to him, hoping to gain his forgiveness. In any case, this was a hope, and she naturally wouldn't give up easily. Nation of Disorder, on the Iron Throne. Hobert didn't pay any more attention to Alice. He was very confident in his use of the power of the Nation of Disorder. That little bit of power would only cause Alice to suffer for a while, and as the power was diluted in the real world, she would be fine in a few minutes. He used the method he had bestowed upon himself to bring the Beyonder item with the travel ability out of the Nation of Disorder for trading with Klein. Then he prayed to the fool. The transaction that had been agreed upon for a few days later could now be completed. As long as he had the ability to travel, Klein could run away at any time, which would increase his confidence in facing risks and add a means of dealing with danger. The fool, Klein, seemed to feel the love from the creator and immediately completed the transaction. So in the middle of the night, Hobert put another £12,000 of cash into the safe. Klein also paid the final payment, which was originally scheduled to be paid next week, very happily in one go. Returning to the bedroom, Hobert found himself unable to sleep, partly because so much money had been credited to his account today, and partly because the bedroom was too big. Hobert wondered if the designer was sick. Building the bedroom as big as a yard, as if people could come and watch him sleep at any time, giving him no sense of security at all. He was about to use cogitation to fall asleep, but suddenly thought about how to spend so much money. So he decided to make a plan first. Hobert certainly wouldn't be a miser, letting so much money mold there. Only money that is spent can reflect its value. Byam, in a spacious basement. Barrett, the wraith, who had just been urgently transferred, respectfully asked the altar, which was full of candles and covered by a curtain, Lord Jax, was the ritual successful? It was successful, just waiting for God's response. A cold voice came from behind the lowered curtain. Barrett didn't dare to say anything more and waited for another 10 seconds. The curtain rolled up as if it had a life of its own and tied itself into a knot. On the altar were many heads, internal organs, limbs, and blood, which were piled up in layers to form a small tree of flesh and blood. Thump, thump. Suddenly, the heart in the tree of flesh and blood began to beat, and the other internal organs and flesh also began to wriggle, as if suddenly filled with vitality. Just as Barrett thought these flesh and blood were about to come alive, the tree of flesh and blood suddenly withered and spread out like mud. In the original position of the tree of flesh and blood, a wet, fleshy doll appeared. Its face had no eyes, no nose, no ears, only a hole-like mouth. Jax piously and fanatically chanted, "Mother Tree of Desire," several times. He picked up the doll, injected spirituality into it, and then pushed it forward, the small doll disappearing into the void. Barrett didn't know the purpose of this doll and could only watch quietly, waiting for new orders. Jax would naturally not take the initiative to explain to the other party. This was an arrangement to prevent the person who stole the intelligence from escaping from the spirit world. As long as someone enters the spirit world from Byam, they will be targeted by the puppet, and Jax will be able to know the other party's location and immediately chase after them through the spirit world. In addition, this puppet has other uses. The blessings of the gods can only help us sense the existence of the target within a larger range. Jax took out a pair of glasses from his pocket. "We can use these glasses to accurately find him." Barrett respectfully said, "Lord Jax, what should we do next?" "We'll look for the target after dawn," Jax said. Because of the previous broadcast, both the Storm Church and the military are very vigilant now. If we go looking for him at this time, it will definitely make them aware. Jax added, "If he has powerful assistants, we will monitor him and report to Lord C, and see if we need to summon Lord Krista to help us. If he has no protector and is weak himself, then we will strike directly." Backlund, morning. Viscount Glaint brought the noble children who were willing to interview at Hobert's residence to visit. There were more than 30 noble children willing to come, and more people were still watching. Among these 30-odd people were Carl and Karate. The two people smiled at each other after meeting, as if they had seen through each other, or rather, the purpose of each other's father. Hobert entertained them in a conference room. This conference room was originally a card room and a billiards room, but Hobert felt it was useless, so he directly transformed it into a conference room. In the middle was a huge conference table that could seat 70 or 80 people. After more than 30 people were seated, it still seemed a bit empty. The servant served black tea and coffee, indicating the start of the meeting. "First of all, let me reiterate the purpose of inviting everyone here," Hobert said. The conference room immediately became quiet. "My territory needs a large number of officials I can trust, and the company I am about to establish needs a large number of managers." Hobert smiled and said, "I know that everyone is talented, so I will give you a place to display your talents." Many people had smiles on their faces. They felt that they were just lacking an opportunity, or a platform to display their ambitions. Hobert continued, "However, the necessary assessment for you is still necessary. Everyone, go back and talk to your family members. In the next month, I will take you to the territory to receive certain training and actually participate in the management. Let me first tell you that each of you will manage a village. At the end of a month, I will personally inspect your management situation and then give you new appointments." Everyone was slightly stunned. Some felt that this selection model was very novel, and some felt that letting themselves manage a village was a bit of an overqualified job. At the same time, they were not disgusted with this selection model, feeling that with a little effort, they would stand out. "There are many standards for assessment," Hobert said. "There are the conditions in the farmland, the employment of surplus labor, your affinity for the people, or the recognition of the villagers, and so on. If anyone wants to withdraw halfway, I will pay the withdrawer a reward of £1 per day. In addition, the withdrawer will forget everything you encountered in the selection." Everyone thought the Earl was joking, but Karl and Karate knew that if Hobert was willing, such a thing could really happen. Berserk C. Byam. Klein, who was frightened by the telegram, didn't sleep much in the second half of the night, but he didn't immediately leave using traveling. After praying to the Creator and obtaining the sealed artifact with the traveling ability, he originally wanted to leave immediately using traveling. But when he returned to the real world a few minutes later, he remembered that he hadn't prayed to himself to bring the newly traded magical item out from above the grey fog. Entering the grey fog again, Klein suddenly thought that the Grozel's travels was a very good shield. After completing the sacrifice ritual, he remembered that he had forgotten to bring out the magical item with the traveling ability again. As a seer, Klein realized that his memory couldn't be so bad. This was a reminder from his spirituality. So he waited until dawn and sacrificed his luggage, wallet, and most of his cash to the grey fog. Klein planned to hide in the belly of a sea monster to leave, so this time he easily brought the magical item with the traveling ability out from above the grey fog. After the sun rose, he took a carriage directly to the edge of Byam, left the city, and went up the mountain. When he reached the middle of the mountain, he turned into the forest. From this forest, he could directly reach the cliff on the other side of the mountain. The sea monster was already waiting there. As long as he left the island for a certain distance, Klein planned to use traveling to a more distant location. At this moment, above Klein's head, a leaf suddenly broke free from the branch and floated towards Klein. At first, he didn't care, but the leaf suddenly accelerated and floated to Klein's face, covering his mouth and nose. At the same time, the surrounding branches fell off, shooting towards Klein like sharp arrows. Suddenly, Klein felt that every leaf, every stone, and every blade of grass around him wanted to kill him. Just as the branches were about to shoot Klein, his figure suddenly collapsed and turned into a paper figure. The arrow-like branches pierced the paper figure, turning it into fragments. The surrounding leaves surrounded it, forming a sphere of leaves, wrapping the paper figure tightly. Klein's figure appeared 7 or 8 meters away. Without thinking, he immediately reached for the adventurer's harmonica to summon his messenger. But his clothes bound him, and his arms couldn't move at all. The bones all over his body were about to be broken. Fortunately, one of his hands was not wearing gloves. He snapped his fingers, burning the shoulder and elbow of his clothes, and he was finally able to break free briefly and immediately play the harmonica. Miss Messenger, carrying 4 golden-haired heads, arrived. One of her heads let out a silent scream towards a distant tree, and Jax was immediately blown out of a big tree by the scream from the soul. Before Klein could react, Jax's sparse white-haired figure appeared in his eyes. Almost at the same time, Rainet Tinker's 2 heads suddenly flew over. The surrounding space seemed to suddenly become illusory. The 2 heads opened their mouths and bit Klein's shoulders. But Klein didn't feel any pain. Instead, Jax was bitten by the 2 heads and dragged out of Klein's body. Jax's figure quickly became illusory. He reached out and grabbed a wet, fleshy little puppet without eyes, nose, and ears in the illusory spirit world. He put the puppet in his mouth, and his body immediately swelled, turning into a large puppet with swollen skin and slender limbs. Rainet's 2 heads released Jax because of this, but her other 2 heads flew over. All 4 heads opened their mouths at the same time, emitting a silent curse. Klein didn't bother to watch their battle. He finally had a chance to escape. When he rolled and crawled to the edge of the battlefield, his spirituality sent a dangerous warning. He quickly opened his spiritual vision and finally saw black spiritual threads in a dewdrop. There are still enemies. However, seeing that the other party didn't dare to join the battle here, it should be a sequence 5 wraith. At this time, Klein's first thought was to leave using traveling, but he found that the battle behind was too fierce, and the surrounding spirit world was not safe. So he drew out the dirge and fired at the wraith lurking there, deciding to continue to ride the sea monster according to the original plan and leave the island. Because Klein used his spiritual threads to discover the enemy in advance, and launched an attack before the enemy could react, he took the initiative in the battle. Soon he used the cooperation of the spiritual threads and the creeping hunger to seriously injure the enemy. Just at this moment, dull thunder came continuously from the sky. Only then did Klein notice that the sky was covered with dark clouds at some point. Obviously, Sea King John Cotman had arrived. It seemed that his broadcast yesterday had a good effect. Klein smiled silently, giving high praise to the Sea King's quick response. He was about to shoot the seriously injured wraith again when the light in the sky suddenly dimmed, and an arm stretched out from the illusion. This arm was 10 meters long, with a black surface and strange protrusions. They were either skull heads, or large eyes, or tongues with sharp teeth. As soon as it appeared, it shook the entire forest. All the green leaves withered, all the insects died stiffly, and all the animals tore themselves frantically. The sense of danger in Klein's heart was extremely strong. He quickly closed his eyes, took out Grozel's Travels, and held it over his head. Then Klein used all the preparations he had made. He took out a box with one hand, opened the spiritual wall on it, injected spirituality into the jade stone with the murmurs of the true creator placed in it, and sent the murmurs of the true creator into the air, finally simply throwing it into the air. Then Klein took out the copper whistle he had obtained in Backlund from a member of the numinous episcopate, blew it hard, handed the feather found at the burial place of the member of the spirit teachings to the messenger, and threw the copper whistle into the air. Finally, Klein prayed to the creator, hoping to receive his help. Backlund, 62 Empress Borough. Hobert smiled at everyone as if he had a premonition. I'll give everyone time to consider. Saying this, he stood up and added, there is also one point to make clear in advance. If you decide to participate in the assessment I give, you will have to learn some of my governing philosophies. After speaking, he left the conference room, giving those noble children time to consider. As soon as he came out, he heard the prayers from the Nation of Disorder. Hobert slipped into the next room, locked the door, and immediately came to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, he saw that the star representing Klein was indeed expanding. Spreading his spirituality over, he saw that it was already in chaos, with both saints and angels present. Hobert first saw Sua in the air. This time he finally understood that it might be because Sua's condition was not very good. He seemed to only be able to hide in the spirit world, only extending an arm into the real world. Krista, the Rose School member whom Hobert had seen before, also came, leaning on a cane made of bone. There was also a cloud of turbid mist that seemed to have no substance, with many pale yellow stained white feathers growing in it. Hobert was slightly stunned and glanced at Klein, who was fleeing for his life. Where did you shake this mist from? The two angels of the Creator look more normal than it. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 534, Chapter 534, The Creator's Cat Rescue Operation. Chapter 534, The Creator's Cat Rescue Operation. Besides the three angels, there were also 4 saints. They were Raynette, who carried 2 heads in her hands and had 2 heads growing on her neck, and Jax, whom Hobert had just met yesterday. Hobert could see that Miss Messenger was not in good condition. She did not have the strength of an angel-level being and was only slightly stronger than Jax. There was also an unfamiliar, secret sorcerer lurking on the edge of the battlefield, preparing to pick up the black jade that contained the ravings of the true creator. In midair, there was also a sailor pathway saint hiding in the clouds, staring at the secret sorcerer, ready to strike at any moment. As for Klein, who was praying for help, he was fleeing the battlefield in a very disheveled state, carrying a black notebook on his head. Hobert guessed that the notebook in his hand should be the Grozel's Travels. Even under true vision, Hobert found it difficult to see Klein's specific state. As for the sailor pathway saint in the clouds, he should be the true ruler of the Rorstad archipelago, Sea King John Cotman. Hobert guessed that the secret sorcerer was from the Aurora Order. He remembered that the Aurora Order had an secret sorcerer. Almost the moment he saw the situation on the battlefield clearly, Hobert had already distinguished between friend and foe. At this moment, Sua's hand was reaching towards Klein. Hobert realized that the time to act had come. He picked up the Black Emperor card with one hand and manipulated 1 to 105 with the other, projecting the surging power into the real world. Berserk Sea, on the mountain outside Biome City. The 2 heads in Raynette's hands opened their mouths at the same time, and 2 translucent ice arrows shot towards Jax, as if the space along the way was frozen. Jax, who was already injured and whose body was noticeably smaller, hurriedly dodged, but the spot where he landed after dodging instantly turned black. The plants and animals on that piece of ground immediately died and rotted in an instant. Jax put himself into the wraith state, not daring to land, but he felt his spirituality flowing madly towards the rotten ground. He quickly entered the spirit world and came out from not far away, and only then did the momentum of his spirituality flowing towards the corroded ground stop. In this battle, even though Jax had devoured the puppet bestowed by the Mother Tree of Desire, he was still no match for Rainet. After all, the power that the Mother Tree of Desire could project was extremely limited, and Rainet's sequence level was also there. Just as Rainet was about to launch a new offensive, suddenly her spirituality sensed something, and she and Jax looked towards the midair. They saw the sky being torn apart by solidified black power. At the same time, the secret sorcerer, who was always watching King John, still didn't dare to openly pick up the jade stone that contained the ravings of the true creator. Suddenly, his spirituality also sensed something and looked towards the position in midair that was torn apart by the black power. A solidified figure appeared there. The appearance of this powerful being immediately made King John in the dark clouds feel a huge sense of oppression. He rushed out of the dark clouds and flew back to the ground. Clester and the Mist, who were fighting for some unknown reason, also stopped fighting and looked together at the solidified figure in midair. That figure sat on a throne made of swords, wearing armor emitting a black, sacred light, and a crown that also radiated a sacred light. Unfortunately, one could not see the other party's face clearly, only their eyes flashing with black light. A huge sense of oppression came over them, and the absolute majesty shocked everyone's hearts. The evil and crazy aura of the original Sua, as well as the death aura of the Mist, were instantly suppressed, and the entire mountain was filled with a strong sense of majesty. Several saints had the urge to kneel. They seemed to support this solidified figure from the bottom of their hearts, unwilling to disobey any of his orders. The only Sequence 5 Klein present felt his legs go weak and required great willpower to continue moving forward. If he didn't have Grozel's travels on his head, he would have already knelt on the ground. Even Hobert in midair immediately discovered that after he became a demigod, the image of the Creator had further solidified. With the blessing of the Black Emperor card, he felt as if he were even more like a true god. Even under the gaze of angels, they could only sense that this god's condition seemed not very good, but in their eyes, he at least had the strength of a king of angels. Before this, in the eyes of angels, it was easy to see that the Creator's condition was not quite right. At least Adam had almost immediately noticed this. Therefore, Hobert had almost never let the Creator show his face in front of angels. Before, in the Alhambra Palace, he had only projected the corpse of the ancient death god. However, at present, it only looked like he had such a sequence level. Some of the Creator's abilities were only at the sequence 2 level, and most of the abilities did not even reach that level. What the Nation of Disorder strengthened were abilities such as distortion, disorder, and magnification. Abilities such as charm and arrogance were not greatly strengthened. But none of the angels and saints present could see through Hobert's true strength. They were all stunned in place. Where did this god come from, or when did this god appear? Unless a true god descended, Hobert at this time was a god with the strength of a king of angels in the eyes of angels. In the eyes of those below the angel level, he was a true god. After Hobert took his place, he first waved his hand and distorted Klein's position, causing him to appear on the edge of the cliff. Then, the 1:105 in his hand turned into a giant sword emitting a blue light. At the same time, Hobert injected surging power of order into it. The giant sword immediately turned black and emitted a sacred black light. Hobert, sitting on the iron throne, leaned forward, and the black giant sword slashed towards Sua's arm. Sua, intimidated by the Creator's pressure, did not dare to confront him head-on and retracted his arm into midair. Thus, the battle between angels and saints took place on the ground, and the battle between the Creator and the Abomination began in the air. The last time the Creator met the Abomination, the Creator was completely empty and could only use the rules of the supernatural world to prevent the Abomination's descent. Now it was different. Hobert already had the ability to fight Sua in a real battle, and at the beginning, it looked as if the Creator had the upper hand. Hobert pressed his attack, stabbing Sua with his sword. The skulls growing on Sua's arm opened their mouths at the same time, uttering a silent curse towards the figure on the throne. This curse was so vicious that the real world could not bear it, as if the space was distorted, like a hurricane blowing towards the figure on the iron throne. Hobert held the giant sword in front of him, and a solidified, translucent black barrier appeared in front of him. After the vicious curse hit the barrier, it was completely blocked. Disorder. Hobert immediately counterattacked, making the area around that arm immediately chaotic. This was a dual disorder in reality and concept. Even the oxygen molecules in it became very disordered, and the angel's body would disintegrate in such an environment. Sua's arm trembled violently, and the barbed tongues on it fell off, suddenly becoming larger and wider, wrapping around his arm and blocking the momentum of disorder disintegrating his entire arm. After the state of disorder ended, those tongues quickly rotted and were blown away by the wind before they even fell to the ground. Then Sua's long arm stretched out, revealing a black-gray shoulder that seemed to be covered with rotten flesh. He reached out to the Creator, and Hobert felt that his connection with the spirit world seemed to be broken, which quickly weakened his power, and it seemed as if he had become a superfluous part of this world. The whole world, even the surrounding air, was at odds with him, hoping that he would disappear from this world. Connection. Hobert strengthened his connection with the Nation of Disorder. Even if this world did not recognize the existence of the Creator, the Nation of Disorder could make him a loophole existing in this world, rather than a superfluous part of this world. In fact, having fought to this point, Hobert had lost all his advantages except for his aura. After all, his King of Angels sequence level was forcibly propped up, and he might be exposed if he fought any longer. Fortunately, Sua's shoulder that had just stretched out returned to the spirit world. Not only that, but his arm also quickly retracted. While Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a huge underwater creature with 16 fins on its back swimming along the coast on the other side of the cliff. It turned out that Sua's target had left, and there was no point in him staying here. Hobert stretched out his hand and cast a disorder, covering up the traces of the giant underwater creature, both in reality and in the mystical realm. This way, Sua and the others would not be able to find Klein's trail. At the same time, Hobert discovered that Kleist had already abandoned his opponent and forced Rainet back, and had taken Jax into the spirit world. Hobert was also preparing to leave when he suddenly seemed to think of something: disorder. An angel-level disorder could throw the corresponding spirit world space into a state of disorder. Sure enough, Jax looked bewildered as he returned to the real world from the spirit world. How did I return to the battlefield again after just leaving Lord Kleist's protection? Hobert swung his greatsword at Jax. If I can't beat the big one, can't I beat the small one? Before the sword even arrived, the immense sense of oppression had already arrived. Jax was shocked by this surging pressure, and his movements actually became very slow. Just as the black light emitted from the greatsword was about to sweep over him, a cane made of bones appeared, blocking the blow for Jax. Kleist reappeared in the real world, giving Jax a look to let him go first. At this time, Rainet had already left, and no one was blocking Jax anymore. But at this moment, on the left side of the black-armored figure in the air, a monster with a bull's head and deer antlers appeared, and on the right side, a huge sea serpent appeared. Hobert swung his sword again, smashing it towards Krista, while the Bull Devil Monarch and the Great Sage flanked him from the left and right, rushing towards Jax. Jax was about to enter the spirit world, but the Great Sage distorted the space in front of him. At the same time, the Bull Devil Monarch opened his mouth and spat out a dull word: filth. Jax entered the state of wraith, but his body was still covered with a layer of black mucus. And when the Sea King John had just arrived here, the dark clouds that appeared in the sky saved the Great Sage a lot of effort. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning struck Jax, who was already injured and under the influence of filth, and most importantly, in the wraith state. The lightning's attack bonus against wraiths clearly stunned Jax in place. Immediately afterward, this disciple of silence, whose figure had become much fainter, jumped into a dewdrop dozens of meters away, wanting to escape using the mirror-like jump method. The cooperation between the Bull Devil Monarch and the Great Sage was quite tacit. The Great Sage had just attacked with lightning, and the Bull Devil Monarch stepped forward, distort. Jax's thought of escaping was immediately distorted, turning into a charge towards the two saints. Although he quickly broke free from the distorted state, he returned to the side of the Bull Devil Monarch. Jax immediately let out a sharp scream towards the Bull Devil Monarch, an attack from the spirit body that could indeed blow the Bull Devil Monarch backward, but it would not have too much of an impact on the Bull Devil Monarch, who had no spirit body. Moreover, the Great Sage filled the position in time, opening its bloody mouth wide. The trees around Jax, which had become withered, were uprooted and sucked into its mouth. Jax immediately stabilized his body to prevent being sucked in. At this time, he saw the monster with the bull's head and deer antlers charging towards him, lowering its head to gore him with its antlers. He made himself enter the wraith state again. According to common sense, the Bull Devil Monarch's attack would not be able to hurt him this way. Who knew that when the Bull Devil Monarch was about to gore Jax, a layer of black light suddenly covered its golden antlers. Dong! Jax was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. He felt like his lungs were almost gored out. The Bull Devil Monarch's attack made him unable to maintain his posture, and he was sucked into the stomach of the Great Sage in one gulp. Then, the Bull Devil Monarch jumped onto the huge body of the Great Sage. The Great Sage leaped into the air, and the two of them rode the wind away. Krista, who had been held back by Hobert, gritted his teeth, but still quickly entered the spirit world and left here. The Rose School currently has a total of 5 disciples of silence, and 2 have now been killed by the subordinates of the Creator. Previously, in the battle in the southern continent, 1 was killed by the Black Hound spirit beast. Hobert also quickly withdrew his power. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gaze from the direction of Byam looking over here. But the owner of that gaze seemed to realize that Hobert had noticed him, and immediately terminated the observation process. Hobert didn't think much about it. After returning to the real world and making some preparations, he used the faceless necklace for navigation and entered the spirit world to find the Great Sage and the Bull Devil Monarch. At this time, they were already waiting on an island not far from Byam. Although the Sea King John sensed the unusualness of the Great Sage, the Creator gave him a great shock, and he did not dare to chase after them. Hobert ordered the Great Sage and the Bull Devil Monarch to stand ready. With a wave of his hand, he separated the belly of the Great Sage, and Jax rolled out from inside. Hobert was about to give the other party a disorder when he discovered that Jax had turned into a puppet made of bark, dry and rough all over, and no longer had a human appearance. Because the puppet had no signs of life, Hobert thought that the other party had used a substitute or something to escape, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Jax had lost control when he was about to die painfully and turned into a monster that resembled a puppet. But he soon died in the order cage of the Great Sage, and finally turned into this appearance. At this time, his beyonder characteristics were already condensing on his teeth. Hobert patiently waited for a few minutes, and the Bull Devil Monarch and the Great Sage disappeared one after another due to insufficient power. Hobert vigilantly paid attention to every move around him and set up an altar. Finally, he waited until all of Jax's beyonder characteristics condensed on his teeth, turning into a silver-white puppet. The white eyeballs of the puppet moved, and it was about to look at Hobert. Fortunately, Hobert was quick-witted and fast-handed. Distort. The white eyeballs of the puppet looked elsewhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert quickly sacrificed the puppet to the Nation of Disorder. After returning to the island, Hobert made the space around Jax's corpse chaotic, and took advantage of the disorder to stuff the corpse underground. Hobert also cleaned up the traces of the altar before using travel to leave the bottom of the Berserk Sea. Klein finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no enemies were chasing after him. Recalling the pressure displayed by the Creator, he realized the Creator is much stronger than before, and seems to be infinitely close to a true god. Thinking of this, he revealed a helpless smile. Justice and Hanged Man both think that I and the Creator are allies. They may not have thought that the ally of such a powerful Creator is just a sequence 5. Then, Klein thought again, how should I thank the Creator for the rescue? Although he had his eyes closed the whole time, he clearly felt the Creator helping him resist the attack of the Rose School Angel and sending him to the side of the cliff. After thinking for a while, only the Sea God Scepter and the Death card might interest the Creator, but he was reluctant to part with the former, and the latter might be from the Creator. Should he send it back to the person? The key is that the Death card is very useful when I summon myself. He was also a little reluctant to part with it. Immediately afterward, Klein thought of the Hanged Man's approach at yesterday's gathering. He could consider writing a letter to Hobert and asking him what he needed. At this time, Klein suddenly discovered that there were bloodstains on Grozel's travels. He was slightly stunned. When did he get injured? But after checking, he had no wounds on his body. Suddenly, Klein thought that he had used Grozel's travels to block the attack of that wraith, and that the travels had fallen not far from the wraith during the subsequent battle. The wraith had been hit by the fatal attack of the death knell, and blood had spilled all over the surroundings. Could it be that the wraith's blood had dripped onto the Grozel's travels? The more Klein thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Does that mean that the wraith is now in the Grozel's travels? After divining that his next actions would not be dangerous, he quickly dripped his blood on the surface of the Grozel's travels and entered the story to find that wraith. Outside Byam City, Sea King John looked at the nearly completely withered forest and the mountain that had been cut in half, lost in thought. The mountain that had been cut off was done by that godlike being when they accidentally sliced it off with their giant sword during the final battle with the Rose School Angel. The Minotaur-like, antlered monster that appeared later made Sea King John think of the previous information he had on the Creator. At his level, the information he received about the Creator was more detailed and of a higher level. According to the limited information, the Creator was a weakened evil god, but after seeing the Creator today, Sea King John didn't think so. The Creator was clearly in good condition, with no hint of evil or madness. Could it be that the Creator had used some method to improve their condition recently? John shook his head, unable to confirm his guess. He planned to go to the Chasm of Storms in person to report today's events to the Pope. While heading to the Chasm of Storms, he couldn't help but speculate, was today's battle a continuation of the Creator's battle and conflict with the Rose School? The only Sequence 5 present was likely a subordinate of the Creator. They had obtained information about the Rose School and ultimately lured out the enemy, triggering the war just now. But a new question arose. Was the broadcast that took place throughout Byam done by the Creator? Logically speaking, they had the motive and ability to do so, but the power of the broadcast felt completely different from the Creator's power. At this moment, Sea King John suddenly recalled the huge sea serpent. He had actually detected Calvetua's aura on that sea serpent, but John was certain that Calvetua was already dead. Then it could only be a sealed artifact formed from Calvetua. So John immediately thought, in that case, Calvetua's Beyonder characteristics were picked up by a subordinate of the creator. Last night's broadcast must have been done using Calvetua's Beyonder characteristics. That explains everything. Backlund, number 62 Empress Burrow. Hobert had no idea that a huge, dark pot was flying towards him. He said to the noble children in the meeting room, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, those who are willing to participate in the assessment will gather here, and I will take you to the fief. I'll say it again, unless you withdraw in advance, you'll be gone for a month. Be mentally prepared. After sending away the noble children, Hobert couldn't wait to enter his study. After locking the door, he immediately entered the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert held the pure white puppet that had just been sacrificed. In the real world, the puppet would actively look at Hobert, but in the Nation of Disorder, as the master of the source, the puppet's eyes were looking elsewhere, not daring to look directly at him. The moment he grabbed the puppet, Hobert already knew its abilities and negative effects. First of all, this puppet has certain living characteristics. It will actively make eye contact with other creatures. Any creature that has made eye contact with it will either be entangled in a vicious curse, their body will immediately mutate, or their head will be separated from their body, or they will explode in place, and they will continue to encounter attacks from powerful spirit world creatures. Or they will become believers of the Mother Tree of Desire, piously worshipping her and serving her. Even if ordinary objects are used to block the puppet's line of sight, it's useless, because its line of sight can penetrate the spirit world and reach the target's eyes directly. If it is blocked by objects, you won't know where it is looking. Hobert immediately thought of two ways to seal this characteristic. Either keep placing many insects around the puppet, so that the puppet keeps making eye contact with the insects and killing them. Or find a way to seal its eyes. For Hobert, the second method was relatively simple. He took a piece of order crystal and turned it into the shape of an eye patch, putting it on the puppet's eyes, completing the initial seal of this sealed artifact. As for the abilities of this sealed artifact, it can turn the target into an animal for a certain period of time. During this period, the target will lose their language ability and some Beyonder abilities. It can establish a close connection with the target in the spirit world, and create a phantom dagger, injuring oneself, and the target will be injured, but the holder will not suffer substantial harm. It can temporarily become stronger by devouring the flesh and soul of Sequence 9, Prisoner, Pathway Beyonders, or pre-made puppets full of curses. The stronger the target devoured, the greater the degree and duration of strengthening. Spirit world creatures will become extremely friendly to the holder will be proficient in making puppets with curse abilities, can enter the spirit world and the mirror world, the holder will not be possessed. Hobert nodded slowly. Overall, the abilities of this sealed artifact are not bad. Again, because Jax died not long after losing control, his abilities were not very strange. What Hobert was most satisfied with was that he could use the Sequence 3 level, Source of Curses. At this level, the Source of Curses seemed to exchange injuries for injuries, but it only harmed the enemy and not himself. In addition, the ability to devour the same sequence or create puppets seemed to be a special ability of Jax. Hobert didn't remember that Beyonders of the Prisoner Pathway had similar abilities. The negative effects are, the holder will be cursed the moment they get the sealed artifact. The curse is relatively mild for the first 3 minutes, only causing falls, illnesses, or bad luck. After 3 minutes, the curse will cause the holder to suffer more serious injuries, and after 5 minutes, the curse will put the holder in mortal danger. After using it a certain number of times, the holder will experience hallucinations, hear the puppet speak, and see it communicate with them like a normal person. Eventually, the holder will unconsciously remove the seal on its eyes and make eye contact with it. If the holder uses the ability to devour puppets or devour Beyonders of the Prisoner Pathway, the Mother Tree of Desire will lock onto and affect the holder for a certain period of time. Hobert smiled wryly. In other words, the ability to become stronger through devouring is completely unusable. After all, who can withstand the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire? As for the other negative effects, they seemed not very strong, but they were very tricky, because falling or having bad luck in battle could easily lead to death. As for the second negative effect, Hobert seriously suspected whether Emlyn had been cursed in a similar way, which is why he liked dolls so much. Thinking of this, Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. He summoned a ball of Power of Order and resealed the puppet, eventually gaining 3 minutes of safe use time. After naming this sealed artifact, 1 to 108, Hobert looked at the skull of the black-haired golden-horned evil creature and the stomach pouch with the remnants of the sea serpent spirit. Bull Devil Monarch can still be used 4 times, and Great Sage can still be used 8 times. If he could use them and get 3 or 4 more Grade 1 sealed artifacts, he would make a fortune. Returning to the real world from the Nation of Disorder, Hobert had just taken a few sips of tea when Todd came to report on his work. He had found several factories that were being rented or sold. So Hobert, led by Todd, came to the factory area, observed the area in person, and took a fancy to a factory located on Gear Avenue. Without any workers stationed there, this factory looked very large, and the supporting facilities were relatively complete, although very simple, but there were dormitory buildings and a cafeteria. At this time, there was no concept of an industrial park. In the entire factory area, this was a relatively large factory building. The rent was £5,000 for half a year and £9,000 for a year. The landlord was only willing to rent and not very willing to sell, so he offered a high price of £150,000 to sell it. Hobert was now rich and powerful, but it would hurt him a lot to take out £150,000 at once. So on the carriage back, Hobert decided to rent it. Todd suggested that they could rent it for half a year first, which could save upfront costs. There was also a point he didn't say, that if the benefits were not good, it could reduce losses. Hobert nodded slowly. You're right, £5,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but it will reduce the financial pressure of our initial investment, and there are many benefits. So go rent it for 2 years, discuss it with the other party, and it's best to reduce the rent for 2 years to £15,000. Or even lower. Todd was stunned. Did I not make it clear just now? Or did I hear it wrong? In the blink of an eye, it was evening. After dinner, Hobert asked Dennis to take a walk in the backyard. At this time, many plants had been replanted in the backyard of the Earl's mansion, the pond had also been repaired, and some ornamental fish had been released and some aquatic plants had been planted. Bathed in the light of the gas street lamps, Backlund's unique thin mist added a touch of haziness to the surrounding scenery. Walking along a path in the woods, Hobert said to Dennis, I called you out here to tell you something very important. Dennis followed half a step behind, listening intently. Your father went to Viscount Teuton's place to complete a task for me. He has now completed his task and returned home. Hobert smiled. I'll give you 5 days off to go back and rest. Dennis stood there for a few seconds, his mood a mix of joy and longing for his father, leaving him feeling quite complex. Snapping out of it, he quickly caught up with Hobert. Your lordship, does that mean my father has been loyal to you all along? Yes. Hobert continued walking forward unhurriedly. Don't blame your father, his work required secrecy at the time and he couldn't tell anyone. Dennis nodded. I understand, I won't blame him. Go back and pack your things, we'll return to the territory together tomorrow morning. At 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Hobert, along with Dennis and 35 noble youths, arrived at the Lord's Manor in Geoffrey City via the Traveller's Gate. This wondrous journey amazed the noble youths who had experienced the extraordinary and made those who had never experienced the extraordinary feel as if they were in a dream. They had originally thought it would take several days by ship to reach the Earl's fief, but they never expected to arrive in just an instant. Corwin was already waiting there, with the spells that Hobert had purchased in advance, which could allow them to master Fenepotter in a month. Such spells were very cheap. If ordered in bulk from Vice Admiral Iceberg, they only cost 6 silver salas. In addition, Hobert also purchased a batch of permanent loan-speaking spells, preparing to give them to Conrad, Corwin, and others. In the future, Hobert's focus of development would be in the Kingdom of Loan, so his main subordinates must be able to speak Loan and be proficient in loan writing. The arrival of these 30-odd noble youths greatly alleviated the shortage of low-level cadres in the territory. Currently, throughout the entire Geoffrey territory, anyone who could simply read and write had been conscripted into the town government, even one of the Lord's Manor's chefs and many male servants had been transferred to work in the town government. At the same time, several night schools were established to allow them to work while receiving further training. However, because the territory expanded too quickly, there was still a shortage of manpower. And apart from the previous Geoffrey town, the illiteracy rate was even higher in other places, especially on the West Bank. Under the previous rule of the demons, not a single person besides the children of nobles could read or write. Therefore, Hobert brought these noble youths here, partly to assess them, and partly to alleviate the pressure on manpower. After Corwin arranged for these people, he attended that night's meeting convened by the Lord in the afternoon. The attendees were all knights conferred by the Lord. This meeting mainly discussed some of the current problems, as well as the future development tasks assigned by Hobert. Among them, one of Conrad's reports caught Hobert's attention: a large amount of arable land on both sides of Full Moon Lake was still idle. The reason for this phenomenon was the gradual decrease in the population of the South Colson area in recent decades. For example, in the demon-ruled West Bank, the population had decreased by more than 40% in 50 years. The situation on the East Bank was slightly better, but the population had also decreased by about 10%. Hobert asked, what is the approximate population gap? Currently, it looks like about 30,000 people. Conrad said, if we recover the lost land, the final gap may reach about 40,000. Hobert suddenly had a bold idea: he could recruit manpower from the East Borough of Backlund to fill this gap. His governing philosophy leaned towards creating wealth rather than plundering it. The reason for saying leaned towards was because Hobert's initial accumulation came almost entirely from plundering the enemy. But he knew that such plundering could not last, so investing the spoils to create more wealth was the right path. However, no matter what kind of investment, it required manpower to operate. In this era, population was crucial. As long as there was population, there would be inexhaustible wealth, and one's own strength would have surging, continuous follow-up power. And currently, in this era of overcapacity, population was also in a state of excess for the countries of the North Continent, which created the slums of Backlund. In fact, the view of the countries of the North Continent was not entirely correct. It was the uneven distribution of population that led to this phenomenon, not a true overabundance of population. I plan to supplement this gap from Backlund. The more Hobert thought about it, the more feasible he felt this method was. Prepare for the corresponding reception here. I can only provide simple training to the people supplemented from Backlund over there. Their state should only be that they can speak simple Fenapotter. In addition, they have nothing to their name, so we need to prepare to provide them with food and tools for a period of time. Conrad nodded. That's not a big problem. Then he asked, then should we move the local population together? Hobert pondered for a moment and shook his head. Let them live together. This will at most create some conflicts in life, but if they are directly separated, it is easy to create serious opposition. In the second half of the meeting, they focused on discussing another issue, the future development direction of the territory. The construction tasks around Jeffrey City had been mostly completed. The tourism industry and the opening of waterways were already generating some income for the city, but of course, the main source of income was still the auction house. Now Jeffrey City was basically self-sufficient while ensuring the continuation of the project. However, the construction of the industrial zone, the renovation and relief of the new territory, etc., had already cost a lot of money. Currently, there were two development methods. One was to wait until Jeffrey City had income, about 3 months later, and then develop other territories. The other was to continue investing, developing the new territories while Jeffrey City was developing. Most people supported the former development model because the territory's population was severely insufficient. Even if some population could be supplemented, it would take time, so even if there was investment, there would be a lack of sufficient manpower for construction. Hobert pondered for a moment. The industrial zone cannot be stopped. The development of other regions should also continue as long as manpower allows. Hobert had already prepared before coming to give Philip the 30,000 gold salas from selling the ancient Azure Dragon beast beyond characteristics, as well as 20,000 pounds in cash and gold. This money was all earned at the Tarot Club in the past 2 months, as well as the money from selling the criminal beyond characteristics to Leonard, and the gold paid by the Balk family. In this way, Jeffrey territory would have another 54,000 gold salas in funds, and would be very affluent in terms of money again. Then, in addition to continuing to build the industrial zone, 2 bridges and a new wharf would have to be built, and the roads between the towns would have to be hardened, and so on. In short, there were many things to be busy with. Hobert had already thought about the products to be produced in the industrial zone, which was to produce various daily necessities. First, to alleviate the shortage of industrial products in the South Colson area, where everything needed to be purchased elsewhere. Secondly, because these products had no technical barriers, the machines were basically not difficult to buy, and a few technicians could be hired at high salaries to start work. Moreover, the requirements for labor were not high, and the fanatical believers who were currently building the industrial park could be competent. After Hobert finally set the tone, the meeting ended. After a short rest, Hobert went to the Special Operations Department to see Captain Dunn, who had deep eyes. After Captain Dunn's hair became thicker, Hobert was a little unaccustomed to it. During this period, Captain Dunn had led teams to the West Bank for internships twice, once capturing a unwinged angel who had secretly sneaked into the territory, and once capturing a secret supplicant from the Aurora Order who had come to inquire about information. Captain Dunn's rich experience opened the eyes of other members. A branch must be established on the West Bank, Captain Dunn said as soon as he saw Hobert. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 535, Chapter 535 Audrey, You Still Have Me in Your Heart, Bonus 1. Chapter 535 Audrey, You Still Have Me in Your Heart. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Nishant for becoming a free member. Hobert and Dunn strolled along the streets of the new district, talking as they went. Dunn said seriously, although this is the first time I've encountered a region reclaimed from the hands of evil forces, based on my experience, we must strengthen the deployment of extraordinary powers in such areas to prevent evil organizations from making a comeback. The unwinged angel I caught before is a good example. Even though they seem to have left, they will definitely send people back secretly. After all, they have been entrenched here for so long and should have many secret strongholds. And the Earth Mother Church doesn't have enough manpower. I heard they were also invited to guide local agricultural development, so the Lord's Mansion must deploy enough extraordinary power. Hobert nodded, I understand. I'll talk to Angus later and arrange manpower to the West Bank as soon as possible. Dunn seemed relieved, looking at the residential buildings under construction over there, and suddenly brought up another matter. The salary you give me is too high. Hobert smiled and said, your value is higher than those salaries. Dunn didn't say anything more. I plan to settle down in this city. The moist morning mist, the beautiful evening glow, the beautiful scenery that can be toured by train, and the gradually bustling town. He smiled. This allows me to experience a different life, or rather, it makes me realize that life can be spent this way besides work. It is my honor that my territory can retain talents like you, Hobert said with a smile. Dunn glanced at Hobert. Do I really deserve your respect? First of all, you are indeed worthy of respect, Hobert said. In addition, your previous actions have given me many new perspectives on the morality of the Beyonder world and have had a profound impact on me. It can be said that you are a benchmark for me. Many times I can't help but think, if Captain Dunn were to do this, what would he do? I have been using you to measure my moral values. Especially after becoming a demigod, Hobert increasingly realized that no matter how his external performance was, he needed a benchmark in his heart to anchor some of his persistence and beliefs. There was one more thing Hobert didn't say. You are the captain, a unique symbol. Captain Dunn smiled. This may be the greatest contribution I have made to the Beyonder world. Based on his understanding in the recent period, he had realized that Hobert's ambition was not small, so his ability to influence the other party's moral values would definitely prevent many unfortunate things from happening in the future. Dunn added, if you need me to train Beyonders in other places, please feel free to ask. Watching Dunn return to the dormitory building alone, Hobert prepared to build an official Beyonder training center in Jeffrey City, so that official Beyonders from all over the place could come here for training in the future. Then Hobert found Angus again and talked to him privately in the conference room. I saw your report, Hobert said with a more serious expression. The task I gave you before was completed very well. Angus's handling of the aftermath of the fallen team members made the Tudor family members feel very favorable towards Jeffrey City. The recruitment of new team members went very smoothly. Now the first team has a full 20 Beyonders. This is also the main reason why Dunn asked Hobert to set up a branch on the West Bank, sufficient manpower. Angus smiled slightly after receiving Hobert's praise. The main reason is that the clansmen have been suppressed in the family for too long, and also because the conditions given by the Lord are very generous. I'm here to give you 2 new tasks today, Hobert said. The first task is that I plan to launch an attack on the Aurora Order in the near future. You must be prepared for battle. Also, don't announce this news to the public for the time being. He paused and added, also, my personal request to you is, strive to make enough contributions in this battle to get the opportunity to become a disciplinary knight. If you can become a disciplinary knight in the near future, I will transfer you to Longtail Island and let you be the commander of the official Beyonders there. That island is not only much larger than here, but also has more opportunities. For example, there is a wild god on that island. If you can work with me to eliminate that wild god, you will have the opportunity to become a demigod. Angus's eyes lit up. I will always follow the Lord. The phrase, my personal request to you, warmed his heart, proving that the Lord was cultivating him as a confidant. Hobert nodded slightly. The second task is that you select 5 capable team members to establish a branch in Felix Town to prevent the Blood Sanctify sect from returning. Refer to the official Beyonder team. You need a sequence 7 to lead the team, and the others can be low sequence Beyonders. Well, I will provide them with 1 level 2 sealed artifact, and the captain of the branch team can hold the sealed artifact. That's a good place to earn merit. After all, there are very few opportunities to earn merit in Jeffrey City during peacetime. Angus nodded. I will choose members who study hard in Captain Dunn's class. Hobert smiled slightly. Yes, that's exactly the kind of person I need. Then he added, go and prepare, and by the way, call Captain Helen here. Angus didn't leave immediately, but asked, Lord, I heard that the entire South Colson area is your fief, is that right? Yes. Angus smiled. Many team members plan to bring their families here to live. Come on. Hobert said with a smile, see those newly built residential buildings. I asked Roy to build one for the Special Operations Department. There are discounts for buying buildings with merit. Angus said happily, okay. I think the members will be very happy to hear this news. Not long after, Helen came to the conference room, a charming smile appearing on her beautiful face. I thought the Lord had forgotten about me. Hobert, who now meets Audrey often, has become immune to this level of charm. He smiled and said, I've been a little busy lately, so I rarely come to see you. Hobert paused and added, I plan to launch an attack on the Aurora Order in the near future. You must be prepared for battle. He also exhorted, don't announce this matter to the public for the time being, just keep it to yourself. Helen's eyes seemed to be able to talk, and looked very intelligent. No problem, everyone wants to get more opportunities to make contributions. Hobert's previous division of spoils and handling of the aftermath made the members of the second team very supportive of this lord and willing to continue fighting for him. Hobert took out the prepared wooden box, opened it and showed it to Helen. Helen was a little surprised. Gallbladder of a 2-tailed black snake. Inside the box was a main ingredient of the demoness of affliction that Hobert had in his hand. He closed the box. I said, as long as I find the material you need, I will definitely buy it for you. If you accumulate enough merit in this battle, it will be yours. Helen withdrew her gaze and said with a sweet smile, I hope the battle can start tonight. She had also accumulated a lot of merit in the Theosophy order. If she obtained this main material again, she would have the opportunity to advance. Hobert was very satisfied with this effect. There's one more thing. The entertainment center on the other side of the mountain has been built. In addition to the traditional bars and dance halls and some new games I invented, I hope you can bring some witches and demonesses to digest the potion. In this era, entertainment centers would be outrageous without such services. Helen was slightly stunned. Didn't you say that our potions can be digested in a positive way? For example, only by making our lovers happy. Hobert thought, then your other half must be in Beyonder, otherwise who can handle it? He smiled and said, didn't I also say that? You have to bring pain to the evil people. Those nobles are guys who eat people and don't spit out bones. You break up their families and let them immerse themselves in the joy you bring, and they will never be able to extricate themselves. It is also doing a very righteous thing. Helen was stunned again. It can be explained this way. Then she smiled and said, this is an opportunity. We don't have to secretly bring disaster to men anymore. Be more noble. Hobert smiled and said, for those nobles, sometimes the more they can't get, the more they will miss it. He thought for a while, just treat it as an attempt to start a real love affair and see if you can digest the potion in this way. Helen smiled and said, you don't need to teach me this. There's one more thing. Hobert said seriously, your targets can only be those nobles or wealthy people. You are not allowed to target other people. If any of you have a relationship with someone in the territory, you will immediately lose this job, unless you want to marry that person, otherwise you will also face my punishment. I will tell them. The conversation ended and it was dusk. Hobert walked through the streets of the town, feeling the atmosphere of life around him. Many people stopped their work and greeted Hobert respectfully, and Hobert would respond to them warmly. A middle-aged man carrying a few small pumpkins also smiled and said, good day, Lord. Hello. Hobert looked at the pumpkins in his basket. Why did you pick them so small? The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. A goat kicked the vine, so I had to pick them in advance. Hobert thought of a delicious dish from his childhood. You can't eat so many, give me 2. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. It's my honor. He picked out the 2 largest pumpkins and gave them to Hobert. After the Lord left, everyone came up to chat with him, and some even congratulated him directly. The middle-aged man smiled and responded casually. This event was enough for him to brag about in front of his relatives and friends for several years. The kitchen of the Lord's manor. Donna came in from outside. Hobert. Is it ready yet? I'm starving. Do you want to starve your sister to death? It'll be ready soon. Hobert took the steamed buns out of the steamer while impatiently saying, isn't it good to be starving? It'll elevate your figure to a new level. Donna glared at Hobert and then looked at the strangely shaped food. What is this? A kind of peculiar bread. This is called bauzi. Bauzi. What a strange pronunciation. Just like the dumplings before, did you create it yourself? Hobert said, I guess so. This made him think of Roselle. Now I am as shameless as him. Donna asked again, but why are they shaped so strangely? Hobert had never steamed bauzi before. He could only rely on his limited memory, thinking and steaming at the same time. As a result, the appearance of the bauzi was imaginable. However, he stubbornly said, you don't understand. This is how you have to eat it. Furs, who was adding firewood to the stove and had been helping from the beginning, deeply doubted this. Oh. Donna looked like she had learned something. The bauzi were brought into the dining room. Donna had just picked up a knife and fork when she noticed that Hobert was grabbing them with his hands to eat. Hobert took a bite, and the fresh fragrance of the tender pumpkin burst in his mouth. He was very satisfied with the taste. It's a pity there's no chives. It would be even more perfect with some chives. He had only eaten this at his grandma's house when he was a child, which left a deep impression on his childhood. Later, after going to school and working, he never tasted this flavor again. After eating a few bites, Hobert glanced at Donna. What are you looking at? Eat. Donna said seriously, Hobert, it's impolite to eat like that. Hobert laughed. Are you going to eat or not? If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. I'll eat. Donna quickly grabbed a bauzi with her hand. Fur smiled and said, Donna is reminding you that you are a count now, and you should always pay attention to your image. That's the hypocritical behavior of the nobility. Hobert laughed. They are strict with themselves and the people around them on small matters, but they are greedy and indulgent on big matters. Donna's mouth was full of bauzi, and she said with puffed cheeks, you are gentle to my sister-in-law, but you only know how to be fierce to me. On Thursday morning, Hobert returned to Backlund. According to the plan, he would inspect the manor bestowed by the king today. Hobert and Todd were about to get into the carriage when the butler, Dofus, came to report, "Earl, Miss Audrey is here." Hobert was stunned. What did she want from him? In the somewhat empty hall on the first floor, Audrey, wearing a light green dress with many decorations but not at all cumbersome, was admiring a newly hung oil painting, showing off her youthful beauty. Seeing Hobert coming, she smiled and said, "Hobert, you should add some more artwork, otherwise it will look too empty here if you hold a banquet in a few days." Hobert smiled and said, "I used all my money to rent factory buildings." Audrey smiled elegantly. "Liar, don't think I can't tell." She said, "There is an art exhibition today. We can go and take a look together. If there are any works you like, you can buy them." She was here today to invite Hobert to visit the art exhibition together. "I suddenly remembered something, come with me." Hobert took Audrey to the study. "Look." Audrey followed the direction Hobert pointed and saw an oil painting hanging on the wall, with a young lawyer laughing heartily, a helpless judge, and a middle-aged lawyer with a gloomy face. It was the shadow of the court that Audrey had given to Hobert before. Audrey was a little surprised. This painting wasn't lost. After all, Hobert had committed treason twice in the past 6 months and should have lost some property, especially oil paintings that were not easy to carry. If he was escaping, carrying them would be a burden. Hobert smiled and said, "When I realized something was wrong, I put this painting in a safe place. When I came back, I found it as soon as possible." Actually, it was because the landlord of the terraced house cleaned up Hobert's belongings after the lease contract was about to expire and rented it to others. Later, after hearing that Hobert had become an earl, he sent all of Hobert's belongings back. Hobert was also very happy when he saw this oil painting. It reminded him of his time as a lawyer, upholding justice. For this reason, Hobert gave the landlord £30 in cash to reward his behavior. Because Audrey was looking at the oil painting at this time, immersed in emotion, she did not pay attention to Hobert's micro-expressions, so she did not notice that Hobert was lying. "Thank you, Hobert." Audrey smiled elegantly. Hobert was slightly stunned. "I should thank you for recording my unforgettable time with oil paintings." Audrey said meaningfully, "You don't understand." She had always felt that she might just be a friend like Zio in Hobert's mind. After learning that Hobert cared so much about the things she gave him, she immediately understood. Maybe Hobert himself didn't realize that my position in his mind was higher than other friends. "Okay, we should go to the art exhibition." Audrey smiled sweetly. When walking out of the study, she saw the exaggerated safe. "Such a big safe, and you still say you have no money." Hobert said seriously, "This safe is in the study, and of course it is full of books. The study is a relatively private place, so safes are usually placed here. Few nobles or wealthy people would put a safe in the bedroom, because if they were to encounter a thief, the other party would not only seek money but might also kill them. It's better to put it in the study. At most, you'll lose some money." Audrey smiled, lying again. If someone else was lying, she might have been angry and left immediately. But for some reason, she wasn't angry at all when she saw Hobert lying without hiding it, and she even thought Hobert looked cute when he lied. Hobert had already given up, knowing that his lies could not deceive Audrey, so he told the truth where he could, and where he couldn't, he lied, openly and honestly. When she returned to the first floor, Audrey saw the reactions of Todd and Dofus and suddenly realized, "Hobert, do you have something to go out for today?" "I'm going to take a look at the manor bestowed by the king." Hobert told the truth. "It's not a big deal. After accompanying you to the art exhibition, I'll go to the manor." "How about this, we'll go to the suburbs directly from the art exhibition." Audrey smiled. "I also want to go to the suburbs to breathe some fresh air during this time. You accompany me to the art exhibition, and I'll accompany you to inspect the manor." Hobert smiled and said, "It's my honor to have such a beautiful lady accompany me." He said to Todd, "You take my carriage and follow behind." "Yes." Hobert still got into Earl Hall's carriage and came to the art exhibition in the northern district while chatting with Audrey. Today, the art exhibition was only open to nobles and royalty. There were not many people, and the scene was very quiet. When the nobles met, they only nodded with a smile, which was considered a greeting, even saving the pleasantries. Only when a few nobles stopped in front of the same painting would they discuss a few words in a low voice. Hobert didn't have much research on oil paintings. He would stop and watch the works that were painted realistically or that could clearly feel the emotions the author wanted to express. Audrey looked very carefully and occasionally studied the brushstrokes of oil paintings, as if she was here to learn. The two had only been watching for more than 20 minutes when they heard a noise coming from the direction of the door. Although no one was speaking, it seemed that many people had come in at once. Hobert looked towards the door and indeed saw many people coming in at once. They were surrounding a figure with a noble demeanor and full of confidence in every move. Hobert was stunned. It was Princess Alice. He learned from the people around him, bowed slightly to the princess, and then withdrew his gaze. Audrey saw Hobert's reaction, but she didn't say anything and continued to watch the art exhibition. After watching for a while, Hobert became a little bored. Finally, he stopped in front of a hazy painting, seemingly admiring it, but in fact, he was wondering, what the hell is this grandson painting? More than half an hour later, Hobert and Audrey left the exhibition hall together and came to the carriage. Audrey smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to like hazy works so much." Hobert said with a double meaning, "Maybe it's because this kind of work is chaotic enough." Audrey nodded slightly and asked again, "Do you know Princess Alice?" Princess Alice was not in Backlund during Hobert's conferment ceremony and court ball before, and now the social season has not yet begun, and the two have not had the opportunity to meet. Hobert was about to say, "I don't know," casually, but after seeing Audrey's smiling eyes, he had to smile and say, "I have heard others talk about Princess Alice. Today is indeed the first time I have met her. This reminds me of Princess Ethel of Feynepotter. You also saw her at the wedding. That princess is very politically savvy." Audrey nodded in satisfaction. "I have also heard of Princess Ethel." "How did you get to know her?" "I saved her life once," Hobert said truthfully. "Just like a scene from a fairy tale," Audrey said. "The prince saves the princess, and they live happily ever after." Hey, the atmosphere is a little strange. Why do I feel like you're testing me?" Hobert suddenly realized he needed to respond carefully. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, "I'm not exactly a prince. Ethel is busy vying for the throne, she doesn't have time for romance. Besides, I don't like Ethel's type, she's too assertive." Audrey smiled and said, "I think Princess Ethel has a lot of poise. She's all right, I guess." Hobert smiled. Crisis averted. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 536, Chapter 536, The Jewel Follower Around Hobert, Bonus 2. Chapter 536, The Jewel Follower Around Hobert. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Jack for becoming a free member. Leaving the city of Backlund, Hobert and Audrey realized that today was a sunny day. After arriving in the suburbs, the sky became completely blue, with some white clouds hanging in the air, and the sun quickly drove away the chill from people's bodies. This was what early summer should be like. "I really hope to feel the warmth of the sun in my home in Backlund," Audrey said with emotion. Hobert casually comforted her, "That day will come." He paused and then said, "Well, I heard that the government has established an Atmospheric Governance Committee, right?" "It's the National Atmospheric Pollution Council." Audrey said, "My brother Hobert is a key member of that committee." Hobert joked, "So, that means they are still investigating and haven't planned to start governing yet." Audrey's beautiful face was full of smiles. "I didn't expect you to be so sharp when you satirize politicians." Then she said, "Actually, I also think it's better to call it the Governance Committee." "Maybe the counselors don't want the organization to sound so aggressive," Hobert said with a smile. Audrey hummed in agreement. Hobert's manor was in the western suburbs. The manor was larger than Hobert had imagined. From the entrance to the villa within the manor, the carriage traveled for a full 10 minutes. The manor's butler, Beavis, greeted them with the servants in front of the villa's main entrance. Beavis immediately noticed that the carriage at the front, which was of an earl's standard, bore the Hall Earl's family crest. As a butler of the nobility, recognizing the family crests of various families was a required course for them. Moreover, Earl Hobert did not yet have his own family crest, so the carriage doors usually had no decorations, making the two easily distinguishable. Lost in thought, Beavis quickly went to greet them. After the young and handsome Earl Hobert got out of the carriage, just as he was about to step forward to say hello, he saw the Earl gentlemanly reached out his hand, helping an extremely beautiful young lady out of the carriage. Beavis had never met Audrey, and he began to wonder, is this the Earl's wife? But I clearly heard Mr. Dofus say that the Countess gave the impression of being mature and languid. And this young lady looked less than 20 years old, so youthful and beautiful, seemingly not related to maturity at all. "Earl, welcome to your arrival," Beavis said respectfully, and the other servants behind him immediately bowed. "Thank you for your hard work," Hobert said with a smile. "This is my good friend, Miss Audrey. Please prepare a more sumptuous lunch, preferably with some of the manor's specialties." "Yes. I will have it prepared immediately." Beavis was somewhat surprised. Audrey was very famous in the noble circles of Backlund. Earl Hall's political influence was one reason, and the other reason was, of course, her beauty. Beavis had not been a butler for nobles before, so he had not met Audrey, but he had heard of this young lady's reputation in the noble circles. He didn't expect the Earl to be friends with Miss Audrey. After drinking some tea, eating some snacks, and resting a bit in the living room, Hobert said to Beavis, "Join us in the carriage and introduce the manor." Beavis bowed slightly, it would be an honor. This time, Hobert, Audrey, and Todd got into Hobert's carriage and began to officially tour the manor. First was the villa directly facing the manor's gate. It had 2 floors, not as large as the villa on Empress Borough, but not small either. It was fully equipped with entertainment facilities such as a ballroom and card room, as well as a theater where orchestras, drama troupes, or opera troupes could be invited to perform. The villa was built against a mountain, which was not high. A winding mountain road led directly to the top. At the top of the mountain, there was also a courtyard and several houses. Beavis introduced, if the weather is good, you can see Order Square in the city center from that courtyard. Then he joked, but there are not many days like that in a year. Hobert laughed in a supportive manner and looked at the small river flowing through the manor. Beavis introduced, that is a tributary of the Tassoc River, originating in the Balkis Mountains. The section of the river that passes through the manor is relatively gentle. He pointed to the mountainous area to the east and said, that is the Balkis Mountains. The peaks that appear in our view all belong to the manor's property. The northern part is not far from the railway, so a forest farm has been developed. The southern part has not been touched and is a very good hunting ground. Hobert pointed to a not small building by the river and asked, what is that used for? That is the manor's flax processing plant, oil press, and weaving factory, Beavis said. I learned from the head male servant that the mountains in the manor are very suitable for growing flax. If we only sell flax, it is not worth much at all, so the manor built its own factory to process the flax into thread and then weave the flax thread into cloth. The oil press is used to press oil from flax seeds. Beavis was the manor's butler interviewed and appointed by Hobert. He had only arrived a few days ago, but he was well prepared. He had toured the manor several times and consulted with the head male servant and other old servants to understand the situation, so he answered fluently. Hobert seemed very interested. Let's go in and see how they weave cloth. Beavis said, the amount of mountainous land in the territory is limited, so this factory only operates for half a year. It is not yet time to start operating. Hobert nodded, let's go take a look anyway. The group got out of the carriage at the door, and Beavis opened the door in front, briefly introducing the tools inside. However, he quickly discovered that the beautiful Miss Audrey was very curious about the flax processing process, asking many questions. But the Earl didn't seem to be listening to his introduction, but was carefully observing the factory that combined these 3 large workshops. The group toured the factory, and the inspection continued. Next, they saw the vineyard that stretched as far as the eye could see, as well as the manor's winery and wine cellar. Hobert, who knew a little about wine, discovered that there were many good vintage wines in the wine cellar. If all these wines were sold, they could probably sell for tens of thousands of pounds. Hobert immediately wondered if he should open a winery. But he shook his head. These properties were all gifts from the king and could not be sold openly. Coming out of the wine cellar, they glanced at the poultry and livestock grazing area on the nearby mountain and then began to inspect the large fertile arable land. The main crop in the manor was wheat, and the wheat already had ears. It was green and lush, which was pleasing to the eye. The farmers working in the field straightened up to watch after seeing the carriage. More than 600 farmers in the manor rented the farmland. Their residences formed 2 villages built by the river. When the group got out of the car to further feel the wheat field, the surrounding farmers immediately recognized the newly appointed butler Beavis and came forward to chat, their attitudes extremely flattering. After Beavis introduced Hobert to everyone, their attitudes became even more respectful. Some of the more experienced manor farmers even knelt on one knee, repeatedly praising Hobert with words such as kind and handsome. Hobert looked at this scene and blurted out, no wonder the manor economy is so harmful to the country's agriculture. The economy in the manor is a self-sufficient system with income and expenses. This is completely a small fiefdom, and it is a legal fiefdom under the current system. How can ordinary farmers compete with the manor owners? However, Hobert shook his head. He was here to inspect the manor, so why should he care about the national economy? The northernmost part was the logging yard. Because the entire logging yard was too large, they only glanced at the mountains of wood. Hobert also briefly learned about the logging yard's income and then embarked on the return journey. On the way back, they finally checked the manor's warehouse. There were 2 types of storage, wet and dry. The wet storage was for vegetables such as potatoes and pumpkins that could be stored for a long time. Most of the vegetables were transported to the Earl's mansion almost immediately after being picked. There was more dry storage. The most was grain. There had been no natural disasters in recent years, and the 5 tall warehouses were completely full. You can tell from that small mill that the Earl's mansion did not use much grain. However, the face of the nobility prevented the manor from selling grain, so these grains could only be left here to mold and deteriorate and then be used to feed poultry or be transported away as garbage. Hobert also learned that grain prices had been falling in the past 2 years, and the farmers had a lot of grain in their hands, but they could not sell it. Other dry goods included jerky, raisins, dried mushrooms, dried fruits and vegetables, animal skins, etc., all of which were products of the manor. When they returned to the villa for dinner, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The kitchen had indeed prepared some special dishes according to Hobert's instructions. For example, the side dish was fruit-roasted leg of lamb. The lamb was slaughtered after Hobert and the others arrived. Because it was roasted with many fruits, it smelled fragrant when it was brought to the restaurant. A bite was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The amount of spices used was just right. There was no muttony smell at all, only the aroma of meat and fruit. The main course was black truffle steak. It was said that the black truffles were freshly picked in the morning, and the cattle were also slaughtered in the morning. Hobert and Audrey sat at the head of the table, and Todd and Beavis sat at the foot to accompany them. Everyone was a little hungry. After eating the main course, they began to chat while eating. Audrey took a sip of freshly squeezed juice and said with emotion, as expected of a manor that has been handled by the royal family. It has a large area and abundant products. I also have a private manor, but it is not even a third of the size of this one. Hobert smiled and said, Earl Hall should also have similar-sized or even larger manors, right? I know of 5 manors, Audrey said casually. But 3 of them are in Eastchester County. As for those manors that were bought in the Rorsted Archipelago and South Continent as investments, not only had Audrey never been there, but Earl Hall himself had never been to many of them. Todd, who was sitting at the bottom, was sighing in his heart, this is the nobility. In the city of Backlund, nobles and the rich are basically indistinguishable from their clothes and appearance. I always thought that nobles only worked in key government departments and lived in the Empress Borough. Today I know that the difference between the two lies in accumulation. It is not difficult for my father to buy such a manor, but my father would never spend money to buy 5 such manors. His money must be used for investment and cannot all be used to buy land. At this time, Hobert, who was sitting at the top, glanced at the wine bottle while chatting with Audrey. This bottle of wine is worth more than £30. It's too luxurious. Then Hobert wanted to slap himself. It seems that I can't get rid of my poor habits. If I don't change it, I won't change it. If I change it, I will easily self-destruct and get lost in the life of the nobility. After chatting about the topic of the manor, Hobert said to Todd and Beavis, I want to transform the flax processing factory by the river. Beavis noticed that the Earl used a commanding tone. Will the manor continue to process flax? Didn't we talk about it on the way back? Flax processing will start in the second half of the year. Hobert already had a plan, transform 3 of the granaries and move the workshop there in the future. He said to Todd, as for the grain in the manor, you will transport it to Backlund to be ground into flour. Audrey listened curiously to Hobert's arrangements, wanting to know what Hobert was going to do. Hobert continued to Todd, you are responsible for finding a construction team to construct, and Beavis provides catering and other logistical support. First, a glass furnace must be built in the flax processing workshop. It doesn't have to be too large, but it must be built by professionals. Transform the oil pressing workshop into a high-temperature resistant metal furnace. The specific temperature resistance will be determined after I meet with the materials science professors tomorrow afternoon. As for the largest textile workshop, divide it in half and transform it into 2 laboratories, one for researching glass and one for researching rubber and wires. Wires. Audrey was unfamiliar with this word. Besides Hobert, only Todd knew about wires. He immediately realized that the Earl was starting to implement his plan. Hobert smiled and said, I will take you to visit after the finished products are made. Audrey nodded slightly, even more curious about Hobert's ideas. Hobert continued, at the same time, build some residential buildings at the foot of the mountain for the future researchers and workers to live in. Build a large factory building on the north side of the factory for standby use, and build a larger and more professional laboratory on the south side. Todd was slightly stunned. The amount of work is not small. He originally thought that the Earl would only transform some of the buildings here. Seeing what the Earl meant, he was preparing to use all the open space in the manor. Hobert asked, can't you manage such a project? No problem. Hobert nodded. There is one more thing to do immediately. Have you found a place to train employees? Hobert originally planned to ask about this on the way here, but on the way here, Hobert and Audrey rode in a carriage together, so there was no chance to ask, so they talked about it at the dinner table. I found it, Todd said. Behind the factory we rented, there is a comprehensive building with no practical use. The first and second floors have many large rooms that can be used as classrooms, and the third, fourth, and fifth floors can be used for people to live in. Hobert asked, how many people can be trained at most at one time? Preliminary estimates are that about 1,000 people can be trained at a time. That's a little less, but we can start with a few hundred people first and summarize the experience. Todd was slightly stunned. How many people in a factory with thousands of people need to be trained? First, recruit 800 people from the vagrants in the East Borough. Hobert said, I have 2 requirements. First, they must be willing to learn new things. Second, they can accept working diligently for 3 months without pay, with only food and lodging provided, and then they will receive a salary. Todd immediately thought, the vagrants don't have the physical strength for heavy work. As soon as he said it, he regretted it, because it sounded like he was refuting the Duke's order, so he quickly added, the vagrants will definitely be desperate to apply. Although it sounds ridiculous not to pay for 3 months, it is like the gospel of the gods to the vagrants. 3 months of food and lodging is simply like the kingdom of the gods. Audrey immediately asked, Hobert, are you planning to help those vagrants? If so, I will donate some food to your company. Kind Miss Audrey, you make me feel ashamed. However, Hobert's expression showed no sign of shame. I am recruiting these people to work in my territory. There is a lot of idle land in my territory, enough to feed about 40,000 people, but there are so many vagrants in Backlund who can't get enough to eat. Todd and Beavis were slightly stunned. It seemed that they suddenly remembered that the Earl in front of them had a fief. Compared with the manor, the fief is like the difference between a lake and the sea. Audrey took a bite of the refreshing salad after the main course, and she immediately understood, no, Hobert, your method is more effective than charity. If they can work in your territory all the time, then they will always have food and shelter. Hobert smiled, although you are a very intelligent lady, you don't have a deep enough understanding of this society. Because of human nature, it is difficult to maintain a state where they work hard for a long time with only food and lodging provided. Audrey was a little strange, theoretically speaking, their work can grow more food, and that food can completely feed them. I'm not saying it's economically difficult to maintain. Hobert took a sip of wine and said, if they are only provided with food and lodging and asked to work in the fields, the grain yield will decrease year by year. Audrey's hand holding the fork paused, but soon her 2 charming eyes were filled with joy as she looked at Hobert. I understand. They lack the motivation to work. You are indeed a clever lady. Hobert did not hesitate to praise, I think the word initiative is more appropriate. Todd and Beavis, the 2 managers, nodded in unison, also agreeing with the word initiative. Audrey, at the head of the table, asked, then what are you going to do? Only food and lodging will be provided for the first 3 months. Hobert already had an idea. After 3 months, if they really work hard, they will be allowed to rent a piece of land and a place to live on credit. When they are not busy with farming, arrange for them to do work that can earn them a salary. As long as they are diligent, they will have their own piece of land and their own room in at most 2 years, and in 4 or 5 years, their lives will become prosperous. Hobert smiled and said, my goal for myself is, in my fief, as long as people are diligent, they can live a good life. Of course, I don't reject those who find ways to make money and become rich, but the monopoly of some industries in the Lone Kingdom is not allowed. Audrey was young after all, and didn't quite understand the political implications of Hobert's words. She was still concerned about the resettlement of the vagrants. Why don't you just give them land? If that's the case, the worry-free life they get will be too easy, and they won't cherish it. Hobert smiled and said, I don't have an obligation to make them live a good life. Generally speaking, a good life is earned, not given to them. Audrey felt that this was different from her original values. Before, she thought that as long as she sympathized with the poor, she would support charitable causes as much as possible. But Hobert's approach opened up a new idea for her, providing the poor with an opportunity to live a worry-free life may be the way to completely solve the problem. While Audrey was thinking, Hobert said to Todd, the content of the training is mainly to find a few Faceac language teachers to teach them some commonly used phrases. Todd was slightly stunned. The official language of Longtail Island seems to be Loanese, right? Why do they need to learn Faceac? But he didn't ask, no problem. Before Audrey could ask, Hobert continued, you have to be prepared. The fief will harvest wheat in late May. Before the wheat harvest, the 40,000 new residents must be in place. In addition, if there are women or teenagers among the vagrants who apply, you must reserve a certain number of places for them. They are more difficult to survive than adult men. Some poor street prostitutes can also be included in the scope of application, but the number must be limited. Hobert was afraid that the population structure in the territory would be unhealthy. Next, they talked about the East Borough, and Audrey also forgot about the Faceac language issue. After lunch, Hobert and Audrey rested in different bedrooms. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group embarked on the return journey to Backlund. Audrey continued to discuss with Hobert the issue of solving the poor population in Backlund. After Hobert opened the door for Audrey, it couldn't be closed at all. Hobert, I think you should get a seat as a member of parliament. Audrey said seriously, the uneven distribution of population you just mentioned is the core of the whole problem. I think there should be a lot of idle farmland not only in your fief, but also in the entire loan. Why not send the Backlund vagrants there and let them reuse the farmland resources? In fact, there is a deeper problem hidden in this. Hobert explained, land privatization. Audrey obviously didn't understand what Hobert meant, and looked at him with her 2 watery eyes. I'll explain this to you when I have the opportunity. Hobert smiled, but there is one truth you must understand. A large number of people flock to the city because the farmers are bankrupt and their land has been annexed. They can't survive in the countryside, so they have to try to find opportunities in the city. As far as loan is concerned, there is no vacant land, because all the land has owners. Where can we send them? Why is their land being annexed? Hobert didn't answer the question directly, but smiled and asked, do you think the nobles' manors have existed as manors since ancient times? Audrey immediately understood the truth, the nobles annexed their land. It used to be nobles, but now it is the emerging capital forces. Hobert explained, so if we want the poor in Backlund to no longer worry about food, we must take the land from the nobles and the rich. Audrey was silent, not because she herself was a noble, but because she knew how difficult it was. After thinking for a long time, she said, maybe we can issue a proposal to ask the manor owners to take out the excess grain in their hands to relieve the people who are worried about food. Hobert smiled slightly. Let's talk about something else, this issue is too heavy. No, I want to continue talking about this topic. Audrey was rarely a little willful. Okay then. Hobert said seriously, let me ask you a question. If a country where everyone is very rich has a drought, and there is a 1% shortage of food, what do you think will happen? 1% of the people will go hungry. Wrong. Hobert looked at Audrey, the price of food will rise to the point where even if they sell their children, wives, land, and houses, 1% of the people will not be able to afford it. Audrey fell silent again. Today, she has a new understanding of human society and human nature. She suddenly realized that many of her previous views were so ridiculous. After a long while, she suddenly looked at Hobert, you have a way, don't you? I don't know if my methods will work, but I will look for opportunities to try. As he spoke, Hobert reached out and smoothed Audrey's slightly furrowed brows with his thumb. This is something that reformers need to care about. You don't need to worry about it. Just be an optimistic and positive Audrey. Hobert's sudden intimate gesture made Audrey a little dazed. Her first reaction was to dodge, but in the end she didn't, because she felt that Hobert's hand seemed to have magic power, not only smoothing her furrowed brows, but also making her feel much better. Seeing Audrey smile again, Hobert withdrew his hand and smiled again. Life has always been like this, with too many frustrating and helpless things. If your strength is not enough to resist these frustrations and helplessness, then don't put yourself in trouble for the time being, otherwise you are fighting yourself. What's that saying? Oh yes, remember, you are just a spectator. Audrey looked at Hobert as if she was meeting the handsome young man in front of her for the first time. She felt that Hobert's advice had raised her state of mind by a whole level. Then she asked, Hobert, what career are you planning to pursue in Backlund? Tell me, I will definitely support you with all my strength. I want to bring light to Backlund. Hobert smiled, don't have any reveries, it's just light in the literal sense. Are you going to drive away the Backlund fog? Or are you going to make the gas streetlights brighter? Audrey asked curiously. Even the nobles of this era can't imagine the scene of electric lights shining in the streets and alleys. I want to make the night in Backlund as bright as day. Hobert said, using scientific principles, not beyond powers. Audrey nodded as if she understood, so you met with the professor of materials science. I remember you said it was tomorrow afternoon, right? Yes. Can I go with you? Audrey asked expectantly, I really want to witness how you make Backlund bright. Seeing Audrey's face full of expectation, Hobert couldn't bear to refuse. You still have classes, right? I can ask for leave. Okay then. Hobert smiled, tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, we'll meet at the gate of Backlund University of Science and Technology. Okay. In the evening, in the restaurant of Earl Hall's house. Earl Hall talked with his eldest son, Hobert, about the affairs of the Atmospheric Corruption Investigation Committee for a while. Seeing that his daughter seemed very happy, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that our Audrey got some good works at today's art exhibition. Sort of. Audrey smiled, I figured out a lot of things today. Hobert suddenly said, I heard that you and Hobert appeared at the art exhibition together. That's right. Originally, I hoped he would buy a few works, but he didn't like any of them. Could it be that he has financial problems? Hobert smiled, I heard that his current meal is actually one dish, one soup, and a piece of bread. Countess Caitlin was a little surprised, is there such a thing? Audrey said seriously, Hobert, I don't know where you heard this news, but as far as I know, Hobert has invested more than £20,000 in Backlund recently. Earl Hall smiled gently, maybe he's just being frugal. This is already considered stingy. Catherine said, doesn't he know how much damage such rumors can do to an earl? He doesn't not know, he just doesn't care. Audrey defended, no matter what he eats for each meal, I know that he completely solved the poverty problem of 40,000 vagrants today. This made the other 3 family members stunned. Earl Hall asked curiously, tell me in detail, how did he solve this problem? Audrey briefly described Hobert's plan to arrange 40,000 vagrants to his territory. The reactions of the 3 family members were different. Caitlin smiled slightly, this is a very excellent politician, who solves his own problems and also solves Backlund's problems. Hobert shook his head slightly. This is a clever trick. After that batch of vagrants arrives in his territory, they will definitely become his slaves. The focus of this plan is on the second half. Earl Hall commented, as Audrey said, he really solved the poverty problem of those people. Only lazy people with no ambition will become his slaves. He looked at his eldest son. Not only should Audrey have more contact with Hobert, but if you have the opportunity, you should also have more contact with Hobert. As an experienced politician, Earl Hall certainly saw through Hobert's control of human nature. Such a person has unlimited potential. The so-called nobles are to make some favors when the other party has not yet become dazzling. Hobert nodded, I will. Then, dear Earl Hall. Audrey smiled, I'm going out tomorrow afternoon. Can you help me ask the piano teacher for leave? Catherine frowned slightly, you're going out again. Yes, Audrey said simply, Hobert is preparing to make some investments in emerging materials. I want to see if there is an opportunity tomorrow and invest with him. Of course. Earl Hall smiled. If there's an opportunity and you lack sufficient funds, I can consider investing. Outside Backlund railway station. Hobert and Selina waited a short while before seeing Elizabeth and her group. Selina got out of the carriage first, Elizabeth. Elizabeth also smiled and waved, Selina, when I received your letter, I thought you were sending it from Fanapotter. The Dorothy couple sent their daughter together. They were very polite and courteous, chatting with Hobert, who got out of the carriage later. After everyone got back into the carriage, Dorothy looked at the spacious carriage that still felt roomy even with 5 people inside, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The first time we met, Hobert was just an ordinary lawyer, but now the person sitting in front of me is Earl Hobert. In his opinion, Hobert's rise was so rapid that it was simply unbelievable. For people of this era, it usually takes at least 3 generations for an ordinary person to become a noble. The first generation accumulates wealth in the Berserk Sea or the southern continent through plunder, the second generation uses the accumulated wealth to do business and multiply their family property, and the third generation may be able to obtain a title through donation or become a member of parliament by being very influential in a certain field. But Hobert only took half a year for this process. Arriving at the Earl's residence, the couple were once again amazed by the luxury and grandeur of the mansion. If such a mansion were in the suburbs, it wouldn't be surprising, but this is the Empress Borough, where land is at a premium. After seeing the accommodation and classrooms prepared for Elizabeth, the couple were also very relieved. Dorothy even joked, I'm just afraid Elizabeth won't get used to the luxurious life here. After having lunch with Elizabeth's family, Hobert asked Selina to take them to tour Backlund, while he and Todd took another carriage to the entrance of Backlund Technical University. Audrey had already arrived. Because she was visiting a university professor, she was wearing a monochrome long dress today, with not much decoration on the dress. However, her noble temperament and beautiful face still made the university students look at her. Hobert got out of the car, invited Audrey to board his carriage, and then they came to the school's office building together, and under the leadership of the attendant, came to the office of President Portland Mormon. This was an old man of about 60 years old, tall and with a loud voice. He stepped forward and shook hands with Hobert and said, Earl, welcome. With Hobert's current status, he could actually ask the principal or university professor to meet at the Earl's mansion, but in order to show respect for scientific researchers, Hobert came here in person. President Portland. Hobert shook the other's hand and said, I've heard your public lectures. Portland smiled and said, You are the pride of Backlund University. Of course, he is the pride of the university. Generally, the heirs of earls would hire tutors to come to their homes to teach, and they would not learn this kind of skill-based thing. Therefore, it is difficult for universities to have the opportunity to cultivate an earl. The key is that Hobert's title did not come from inheritance, but was obtained by his own efforts, which is even more precious. It's a pity I don't have time to complete my studies. Hobert showed a somewhat regretful expression. You must have more important things to do. Portland looked at Audrey behind him. Miss Audrey, I'm glad to see you again, you are still so radiant. You are still so elegant. Audrey replied with a smile. The 3 people talked and walked to the reception area. Melissa, who had black hair and had been waiting here for a long time, poured tea for everyone. Hobert smiled and said, Melissa, I heard Selina say that you and Benson have moved to Backlund. How is it? Is Benson's civil servant exam over? Lord Hobert, Melissa smiled, Benson has passed the first round of exams and is now preparing for the interview. Hobert smiled and said, Just call me Hobert. He said, with Benson's ability, the interview is not a problem. Portland asked in surprise, Do you know each other? To avoid misunderstanding, Hobert explained, I know her brother. Portland nodded, Benson is a very good young man. Melissa knew that Hobert was talking about Klein. Thinking of this, she was slightly lost in thought. After the pleasantries, Hobert smiled and said, When I entered the campus, I was reminded of those out-of-town students who always complained about the poor conditions of the dormitories. So I just decided to donate £5,000 to Backlund University to improve the living environment for students. First of all, I would like to thank you for your donation on behalf of the students from other places. Portland smiled and said, only those who have been to college know what inconveniences there are in college life. Hobert doesn't care whether this $5,000 is spent on improving the accommodation environment. This donation is purely a signal to Portland. And Portland received Hobert's signal. He was a little surprised. Although nobles have the habit of donating to universities, they usually only donate £1,000 or £2,000 as a token of appreciation. Few nobles would donate £5,000 at a time. They prefer to spend money to invest in laboratory research projects. So after Portland praised Hobert a few words, he began to talk about the necessary cutting-edge technologies. If the Earl needed any help, he was willing to provide some technical assistance. Then he discovered that Hobert had a very deep understanding of modern science. Audrey on the side was a little surprised. Their conversation sounds very impressive. Does the university's law department also teach these things? Why is Hobert's knowledge so broad? It seems like there is nothing he doesn't know. What she didn't know was that many of the knowledge in universities now, such as mechanics, optics, etc., had to be tested in junior high school before Hobert crossed over. After chatting for a while, Portland grasped the point. This Earl Hobert seemed very interested in electricity. As he spoke, Hobert asked Todd to bring in a hand-crank generator. President, I think you should be familiar with this. Under Hobert's instruction, Todd cranked the generator, and the light bulb on the other end lit up quickly. Of course. Portland smiled and said, the principle of the generator has been mature for more than 20 years. Then have you ever considered using an optimized, huge steam engine mechanical structure to drive the generator? Then we can get surging power. Hobert asked. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 537, Chapter 537, The Light of the Earl, Bonus 3. Chapter 537, The Light of the Earl. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Ken Kaniki for becoming a free member. Hearing Hobert's question, Portland immediately said, many people have had such ideas, but no one has put them into action, because... At this moment, the light bulb on the other side of the generator suddenly flickered and went out. The president of the technical university spread his hands and smiled. It seems this light bulb did not receive the blessing of the god of steam and machinery. This is a joke in the tech world about electricity, because how long a light bulb lasts depends entirely on luck. If you're lucky, it can last for dozens of hours, but if you're unlucky, it breaks in a few minutes. So, professors joke that those short-lived light bulbs did not receive the blessing of the gods. At this time, light bulbs are basically used as test pens, observing whether the bulb lights up to determine the state of the current during experiments. As for the lighting function of light bulbs, it is not yet well known. The only commercial orders for lighting purposes are for military flashlights. Hobert had also bought one, but only used it once when exploring the ruins with Mr. Azek. Later, it broke after being left there for a while. It wasn't that the light bulb couldn't be used, but that the flashlight was broken. Portland continued what he hadn't finished saying, because electricity doesn't have many uses. The telegraph machine should be the biggest use, but it doesn't use much electricity either. I have a great idea that can bring electricity to every household, Hobert asked. Would that require a huge amount of electricity? Portland was slightly stunned. Used for what? Lighting. Portland immediately thought, have you found a way to extend the life of light bulbs? Sort of, but a series of experiments are still needed. How long can it be extended? 800 hours shouldn't be a problem. Portland was slightly surprised. According to our calculations, electricity generates more than 2000 degrees of high temperature when it emits light. Hobert smiled, of course I know. Portland considered for a moment before saying, as a friend, I must remind you that the electricity market is not large. Because light bulbs and batteries are very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford them. Audrey nodded slightly. She had heard of batteries, which could be used in wireless telegraph machines. Batteries were not very expensive for her. But ordinary people would not spend money on this, and even nobles might not be willing to spend the money. Hobert was not surprised that the president did not have the concept of laying wires. That's why I'm going to see a professor in materials science later. He added, I now need a large generator, but I only understand the principle and can't apply it in a short time, so I need someone who can build a large generator. This is the reason why he generously donated those £5,000. The speed of information dissemination in this era is not as fast as in the Common Era. It may take 1 or 2 years to recruit the talent you need. The best way is to use pounds as a guide to let professionals recommend professional talents. Portland certainly knew that this was the reason why the Earl was willing to donate those £5,000. He thought for a while and then said, I have a student who is proficient in electrical and mechanical engineering. He just resigned last year for personal reasons and only started looking for a job again last month. Hobert asked, is it convenient to say why he resigned? He was seriously ill. Hobert once again felt the characteristics of this era. If you don't experience the treatment of extraordinary powers, some diseases require 1 or 2 years of treatment and recuperation. For example, tuberculosis. Although Roselle invented so many things, he did not discover antibiotics. Therefore, many diseases can torture a person for several years. People who can recover have truly overcome the disease. But most patients did not withstand the torment of the disease. In this era, there are many special therapies for treating tuberculosis, such as high-altitude therapy, which involves establishing tuberculosis hospitals on mountains with moderate altitudes, using the cooler climate on the mountains to cool down patients who have fevers all day long. Of course, in the Fanapotter Kingdom, there is basically no such trouble. You only need to pray to the Earth Mother Church frequently, or donate a sum of money to the church, and the symptoms will magically improve. Portland agreed to write a letter to that student this afternoon, asking him to go to the Lord's mansion for an interview. After chatting for a few more words about electricity, Hobert and Audrey got up to say goodbye. Then they came to the teaching building. When Hobert was on the front page headlines the previous 2 times, the newspapers included his portrait, so many students recognized Hobert and greeted the Earl one after another. Hobert also responded to their greetings enthusiastically, without any airs. As for Audrey, the students, while amazed, only dared to secretly look at her out of the corner of their eyes, not daring to look directly at her. In a small conference room in the teaching building, Hobert met Professor Isaac, who had a high academic status in materials science. This professor was not very tall, wore glasses, and looked very stern. Earl Hobert, hello. I heard that you want to invest in my research project. Different from Portland's state of being half politician and half scientist, this professor was a more pure scholar, so he spoke more directly. That's right, I plan to invest £3,000. Hobert didn't even ask what project the other party was researching. Professor Isaac adjusted his glasses and took a serious look at this generous nobleman. When ordinary nobles and wealthy people invested, he needed to explain for a long time. He was ready to explain how his research could make a profit, but before he could speak, the other party directly invested £3,000. He praised, you are an earl who understands the true value of science. Hobert smiled, can we sit down and talk? Please sit down, please sit down. After the assistant brought coffee, Hobert got straight to the point, in addition to investing in your research project, I also transformed a laboratory in my manor and plan to study the uses of tungsten. Ah, that's a lovely element, Isaac said with a look of affection, like talking about his own child. Its melting point is as high as 3,400 degrees, and it is very malleable. Speaking of this, he frowned and said, but the use of tungsten is very limited. I have also considered using it to make alloy materials, but it can only be used in some places that require high temperature resistance, such as steel. Many people have a misunderstanding, always thinking that people in the past were very stupid. Obviously, all the technical requirements for an invention have been met, but that invention has not been launched for a long time. In fact, this is a futurist effect. Often, the stage from scratch to something is the most difficult, because people in the future are already accustomed to the existence of that invention and can no longer feel the difficulty of going from scratch. When Hobert was in the Common Era, he also discussed this issue with friends. It is possible that people only a few hundred years later will find people in the 21st century incomprehensible. Why use thermal power plants and hydropower plants when the controllable nuclear fusion system is right there? I thought of a good use, but I don't know if it will be successful, so I need some experiments. Hobert smiled. Yes, I thought of it. You can use tungsten wire to make the filament of an electric light. He added, I hope to have an expert in materials science to help me complete this experiment, preferably someone who understands electricity. I do have many students who are looking for jobs, Isaac said. I can write letters to 2 or 3 of them and ask them to go to the Earl's mansion for an interview. Relatively speaking, the demand for talents in materials science is relatively small at this time. Many of Isaac's students can only switch to other research fields after graduation. Hobert nodded and said without hesitation, I also hope to study more uses of natural rubber. Do you have any students who are proficient in this research? Hobert unconsciously recalled the military flashlight he bought. After the flashlight broke, he opened it and took a look and understood where it was broken. It was this world that made the flashlight not good. First of all, the shell of the flashlight is wooden. Although it has been waterproofed, the waterproof effect is very limited in the humid environment of Backlund. Secondly, Hobert found that the shell of the battery's electrolyte was actually oilcloth. Some leakage and corrosion had already occurred. The reason why these structures look so strange is entirely because this world has no oil. In the Common Era in which Hobert lived, the shell of flashlights and electrolytes could be made of plastic. The relationship between oil and plastic is like wheat and flour. The reason why the northern continent has completed the initial process of industrialization, but has not yet entered the second industrial revolution, is fundamentally because chemical materials have not kept up with the development of the times. In fact, in the early days of the Second Industrial Revolution, oil did not play a big role as fuel. If there is an internal combustion engine structure, most transportation vehicles can be driven by electricity, and oil is not necessarily needed. The huge role that oil plays is actually in the chemical field. Because the chemical field involves all walks of life, such as polyester, acrylic, nylon, etc., which are widely used in the textile industry, more than 90% of the ingredients come from oil. They don't need to wait for the growth and maturity of flax and cotton, and they can continue to start production. For Hobert, who came from the common era, these are all common sense things. But for a world that has never seen plastic, the first thing inventors can think of for the flashlight shell is a waterproof wooden structure. The container they can think of for holding electrolyte is also a special acid-resistant and corrosion-resistant oilcloth. Hobert had already realized this, so his solution was to use natural rubber to replace petroleum rubber in some plastic uses. More than 100 years ago, Roselle laid the first telegraph line in the North and South continents, which was a metal wire wrapped in natural rubber. Even the top scholars in science and technology in the modern northern continent have not considered laying electric wires all over the streets and alleys, because the cost of materials is too high. It is acceptable as a telegraph line, but as electric wires stretched across the streets and alleys, no one can afford such a preliminary investment. The key is that there is only so much natural rubber production. Even if you can pay this huge cost, it is limited by the production of rubber, and it will take a long time to reach a scale. Hobert didn't know if Roselle had ever thought of using extraordinary powers to increase the production of natural rubber, but considering that the Intis Republic and the Fanapotter Kingdom were in a long-term state of war and could not get help from the Earth Mother Church, I believe that even if he had such an idea, it would be difficult to implement. For a time, Hobert's thoughts drifted far away. I also think that natural rubber should have a wider range of uses, Isaac smiled. Isaac's words brought Hobert back to his senses. You are a scientific worker with a long-term vision. After chatting for a few more words, Isaac promised to write letters to several students who studied rubber, and Hobert and Audrey said goodbye. In the carriage on the way back, Audrey smiled and said, Hobert, the career you are going to undertake has not officially started, and you have already spent so much money. Is the return of this career so rich? Not as rich as you think, Hobert smiled. The reason why I invested so much money is because I have other more important purposes. He had already thought about it. The light bulbs produced by the factory would be called Earl's Light. Hobert also wanted to print a simple drawing with the portrait of Earl Hobert on the packaging paper of each light bulb. The purpose is to make everyone have relevant associations. Let people think of Earl Hobert when they think of light bulbs, just as Hobert thinks of Edison when he thinks of light bulbs. Audrey was slightly stunned, and then smiled. If your funds are short, I can persuade my father to invest in you. Originally, she planned to invest in Hobert herself, but she found today that the investment in Hobert's career seems to be very huge, and the £20,000 to £30,000 she can use may not play a big role. If you use more than £30,000 of funds, you need to be authorized by your father. Hobert smiled. It's not needed yet, but sooner or later other nobles will be invited to invest together, but not now. His current financial situation is still good, and he is unlikely to be short of money in the future. Inviting other nobles to invest is to tie part of the political power of Backlund with a part of the profit, so as to avoid troubles caused by some people because of jealousy. But you have to wait until you first build up the brand effect, then he can always maintain the dominance of the company when there are other shareholders. On the way back, Audrey fell into contemplation again. She could feel that Hobert's current career might bring some changes to the future, but so far, she still doesn't understand what Hobert wants to do. Audrey looked out of the car window. The evening mist covered the streets and alleys again, and she understood another truth. Although I can judge the truth of Hobert's words and deeds, I still can't complete the real mind reading. Everyone's mind island is like a barrier. Without the other party's knowledge, I can't judge the other party's intentions at all. Suddenly, she felt that her potion had digested a lot. Back at the Earl's mansion, Hobert received a letter from Elliot. The Balk family had decided on the steam engine they wanted to buy. The letter included a list. They planned to buy 21 various steam engines in one go. Hobert directly called Todd, who stayed for dinner, and asked him to give a low price. These machines were worth about £18,000 in total. Each steam engine was priced at a base rate that Upton would find hard to match. Hobert added 200 to each and sent the quote to Elliot. With Hobert's current savings, whether he made the 4,200 or not was irrelevant, but the Balk family's method of payment was sure to be in gold. Hobert would still have to convert it, which would incur some fees. If the Tudor family or the Sanguine wanted this batch of steam engines, Hobert would charge them at least 30,000. Hobert also hoped to use the Balk family's wealth to develop a light industry in the southern continent, so he still wanted them to have some cash flow for new investments. Late at night, Hobert looked at the empty bedroom and still couldn't quite get used to it. He thought that since he was planning to go to the Jeffrey territory tomorrow anyway, he might as well go tonight, and he could get intimate with Furs, and perhaps he could fall asleep quickly after being intimate. So Hobert used the Traveler's Gate, which had already been set up in the Earl's mansion in Backlund, to come to the bedroom of the Lord's mansion in Jeffrey City. Furs was sleeping soundly at this time. Hobert burrowed into the quilt and started kissing and caressing her, and she woke up with red cheeks. Just as the two of them were about to get down to business, Hobert's spirituality suddenly sensed danger. He was slightly stunned, wrapped Furs in the quilt, and used the traveler's gate to stuff her into the Backlund side. Furs stood in front of the door on the Earl's mansion side for a full 7 or 8 seconds before suddenly coming back to her senses. She realized there was danger on the Jeffrey territory side. "Madam." Furs was about to reach out to grab the doorknob when the voice of the butler, Dofus, sounded. The bedroom door opened without any wind, and Dofus stood at the door holding a candle. "You'd better not go back yet." Furs immediately understood that her return would also be a burden to Hobert. She said anxiously, Then what should I do? "If the danger there is something the Earl can't handle, he will come over with you," Dofus analyzed calmly. "I will have a maid bring some tea and snacks. Please wait patiently." Furs still wanted to say something, but in the end, she found that she seemed to be able to do nothing but wait. Naked, Hobert looked at the corner. "Who are you?" At this time, the monster in the oil painting hanging on the wall stepped out, but before it could utter a curse, it was completely swallowed by a tide of shadows. There was no light in the room. Hobert felt that the corner over there was like a dark bottomless cave, as if it were darker than darkness, as if it could swallow all the light. A gloomy male voice in the shadow smiled and said, "What a disappointment. I originally wanted to see the Lord and Lady's good show in bed." Then he said, "I didn't expect there to be such a powerful sealed artifact in your bedroom. Although the monster just now was very weak, I can feel that its abilities are more than that." Hobert didn't immediately grab his clothes, but moved to the bedside, picked up the gloves from the bedside table, and smiled as he put them on. "It seems you know Jeffrey territory quite well." "Well, after all, we've been neighbors for a while." Hobert's movements of putting on his gloves were very slow, as if he was afraid of alarming an enemy who wasn't sleeping very soundly. "Are you from the Aurora Order on the other side?" "Yes." "Are you here to retrieve the Aurora Order member we caught?" Hobert pretended to joke easily. "You're late. I ordered him executed a few days ago." "I know, just a secret supplicant. The gloomy voice said, "I'm here for something else." "What is it?" Hobert began to put on the other glove. "Kill Hobert and Furs and completely control the entire South Colson area." The other party said without any emotion, "Originally, my plan was to taste your wife in front of you first, and then slowly kill you. I didn't expect you to already be a Earl of the Fallen. Hobert frowned. "A bunch of lunatics. They should all be exterminated." Before Hobert could continue to stall for time, the other party said again, "Are you wondering why I suddenly came to kill you? There are 2 reasons. The first is that sooner or later you will kill to the other side of the river after you are ready, so we might as well take the initiative and catch you off guard. The second is because we received a message that you have become the true master of this land. As long as you kill you, we can completely rule the South Colson area." Hobert put on both gloves, wishful thinking. "That's not necessarily true." The other party seemed to sneer. "I know that your gloves must be magical items, but don't you want to know why I haven't interrupted your process of putting on your gloves?" As soon as the other party finished speaking, Hobert saw his knife suddenly pulled out of his cane and slashed at him. Hobert dodged the attack from the black knife and vaguely saw a black figure tightly holding the knife. He immediately realized that it was his shadow. And the enemy in the shadows was a Black Knight. A demigod of the secret supplicant pathway. If Hobert hadn't advanced, then tonight would have been really dangerous. Suddenly, figures flickered in the surrounding darkness, and Hobert seemed to be in a dark crowd. At the same time, Hobert could feel an extremely evil force controlling this group of dark figures, and they all cast hostile gazes at him. 2 figures closer to him wrapped around Hobert's legs like tentacles, and more shadows wrapped around Hobert like pythons, trying to strangle Hobert to death, or trying to hold Hobert down so that the shadow could kill Hobert with a knife. Connection. Hobert finally took action, strengthening the connection between himself and his shadow. The shadow holding the knife suddenly stopped there, as if suddenly plunged into confusion, not knowing whether it was Hobert's shadow or, like those shadows, belonged to the darkness. Weaken. Hobert's attack was very cautious, because he still couldn't clearly feel the opponent's position. This was the advancement of shadow transformation. Before the Black Knight's main body took action, it was difficult for opponents of the same level to detect the opponent's position. Although it was in the darkness, those shadows seemed to suddenly fade, and the power of the entanglement around Hobert also weakened. Distort. Hobert suddenly distorted the distance between himself and the bed, and the shadows wrapping around his legs were torn in half, turning into ordinary darkness. Hobert grabbed his clothes with one hand and took out a disorder stone from his pocket. After becoming a demigod, Hobert could allow the disorder stone to function within a range of tens of meters, and he could also choose the target of attack, so he would no longer harm his own people. The enemy seemed to feel the danger of the disorder stone, and another shadow appeared in the corner. This was the Black Knight's shadow. A layer of viscous black substance immediately appeared in the entire room. These liquids seemed to be formed by extreme depravity, and even the tables and chairs that had long lost their lives had patches of black. But these viscous liquids did not appear on Hobert's body. Obviously, the Black Knight was a little impatient and seemed to have forgotten that the Earl of the Fallen also represented depravity. When Hobert took the potion, the black viscous liquid representing depravity had already entered his body. This type of depraved attack could not harm him at all. Disorder. Hobert threw out the Disorder Stone. The Black Knight's shadow flew up and tightly wrapped the Disorder Stone before the Disorder Stone burst out with the power to cause Beyonder characteristics to lose control. Hobert was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of operation. But that shadow suddenly trembled violently. Its body rapidly expanded, and some strange objects grew on its body, including tentacles, goat hooves, and bull heads. Eventually, it turned into a monster with black flames flashing in its eyes. It raised its head and howled silently, destroying all the furnishings in the bedroom at will. This shadow had lost control. At this time, in Jeffrey City, Special Operations Division. Figures flickered in the courtyard, but no one could be seen. In the darkness, it seemed that some force had pushed the door open, and evil forces invaded the room. Suddenly, the lights in the room came on, and there were actually more than a dozen groups of shadows on the ground under the lights. As Angus announced loudly, "It is forbidden to transform into shadows here." Those shadows obviously paused, as if they had encountered some resistance. And Angus's power was rapidly increasing. The shadows simply returned to normal human form and fought with the surrounding Beyonder members. According to Captain Dunn's training, the Special Operations Division had someone on duty every night, and one of the people on duty every day was an astrologer. The astrologer on duty tonight noticed the danger, and after performing a divination to confirm it, woke up the other members. Angus first thought of going to protect the Lord, but Dunn disagreed. "Even if you go to support him, you won't be able to help much, but if Jeffrey City doesn't have any Beyonder power, many people will be killed. If that happens, you will truly fail Hobert's expectations of you." Angus and Helen almost simultaneously thought of Hobert's usual words and deeds and felt that Captain Dunn was right, so they stayed. After this delay, before they had time to prepare seriously, the enemy's attack had already begun, and the enemies were either Sequence 6 or Sequence 7, and their strength was very strong. Fortunately, after establishing a complete sealed item application rules, Lord Hobert left 3 Grade 2 sealed artifacts in the Special Operations Division. Angus and Helen each took one, and the other was given to a Sequence 6. Under their leadership, they quickly stabilized the situation. He even forced a Rose Bishop to tear apart one of his shadow ascetic companions and use the explosion of his companion's flesh and blood to cover himself. At this time, 3 figures walked out of the shadows at the entrance of the courtyard. The leader was wearing a hooded bishop's robe with a cross and an upside-down man pattern embroidered on it. Angus and Helen looked at each other. These 3 people were definitely all Sequence 5. Outside Jeffrey City's military camp, the military camp, which now had a scale of 500 people, ended a day of training, and snores echoed throughout the camp. Only the guards were still patrolling carefully. The shadow under the brazier suddenly lengthened and rushed towards a barracks. Just as the shadow was about to enter the door, a blue lava giant sword fell from the sky and stuck in front of the shadow. Archibald and his adjutants came over unhurriedly. "It seems I can have another secret supplicant pathway adjutant." He smiled. "Okay, come out, your positions have already been exposed." Shadow transformation cannot hide the lines of spirituality. The shepherd leading the team was slightly stunned. According to the information they had gathered, shouldn't there only be some low sequence Beyonders in the military camp? Why did it seem that these staff officers were not weak? While the shepherd was wondering, one of the staff officers showed a dawn-like light around his body, and then a dawn giant sword appeared in his hand and slashed towards the shepherd. The shepherd was about to dodge, but his movements suddenly became stiff. In the Lord's mansion, Hobert's hide-and-seek with the Black Knight continued. The Black Knight's words sounded very crazy before, but when fighting, he seemed very cautious and had been observing Hobert in secret. In fact, if Hobert also had this ability, he would carefully observe his opponent first, and then make a targeted attack plan. Hobert had already seen through the opponent's thoughts, so he did not use his most core abilities, and he did not even release the seals of the 2 sealed items. If he could force the opponent out without using his full strength, then Hobert would win in this game. If Hobert's reality was seen through by the Black Knight in the following response, then the Black Knight would win. It's just that the Black Knight didn't know that his hope of victory was very slim, because the Earl of the Fallen in front of him was also a creator. If he saw this, he would definitely be completely desperate. Hobert dodged the attack of the Black Knight's shadow. The shadow absorbed the power of the surrounding darkness, and its body was getting bigger and bigger. Hobert could even feel the overflowing madness. Its most powerful attack was depravity, but unfortunately it was useless to Hobert. Connection. Hobert saw that the Shadow's state of loss of control was almost there, and timely strengthened the connection between the Shadow and the Black Knight to see if he could transmit its loss of control and madness to the main body. Crash! There was a sound from the roof. It turned out that the other party was not in the room at all. The Black Knight had just cut off the connection with his Shadow, but now the faint madness and sense of loss of control transmitted from the Shadow made him expose his whereabouts if he was not careful. Magnify. Hobert, who had been accumulating for a long time, finally took action. He jumped up and magnified a slap he slapped out, blowing half of the roof off. Then, Hobert distorted gravity and hovered in midair, roughly determining the location of the Black Knight, arrogance. The current arrogance is already a range ability. In the darkness, a group of shadows suddenly surged, forming a figure that seemed to be wearing black armor. His two arms suddenly turned into long blades and slashed towards Hobert. You lost. Hobert smiled, disorder. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 538, Madman's Attack. Chapter 538, Madman's Attack. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the first round of their contest, Hobert forced the Black Knight out of the darkness and quickly seized the opportunity to gain a certain advantage, throwing the Black Knight into a state of disorder. Hobert charged forward, punching his opponent to the ground. Magnify. He magnified the next step he took, stomping the Black Knight's head into the ground. Just as Hobert was about to deliver another blow, the Black Knight under his feet recovered from the disorder, turning into a pool of liquid and quickly flowing away. Distort. Hobert distorted his opponent's idea of escape, making him stay in place. Then Hobert distorted the distance between himself and his opponent, stomped on him, and bent down for a fierce punch. Weaken. After weakening his opponent in all aspects, one punch landed, causing the Black Knight in his blood-flesh liquid state to cough up blood. Bang. Just as Hobert was about to continue his attack, he was suddenly blown away by an explosion of blood from the ground. But this kind of explosion couldn't hurt him anymore, it just stopped his attack. As Hobert landed on the ground, two arms like sharp blades slashed towards him. Hobert felt that these blades could cut his soul, and his spirit seemed to shrink back. Disorder. Hobert plunged the space between himself and the Black Knight into a state of disorder, and the Black Knight's attack immediately deviated in other directions. Just as Hobert was about to launch a new round of attacks, he suddenly noticed the Black Knight trembling, as if enduring great pain. Before Hobert could figure out what was happening, a crazy and twisted power spread from Hobert's feet to his whole body. His body suddenly swelled up, growing black fleshy tumors, which quickly disappeared, but then new tumors grew again. Hobert felt like his brain was being stirred by an iron bar, and the intense pain made tears and snot flow down his face. He knelt on the ground, unable to move. The Black Knight also seemed to be undergoing intense pain, but he could still slowly walk towards Hobert. Obviously his pain was not as intense as Hobert's. Because of the extreme pain, Hobert, with saliva and snot running down his face, realized with his dull brain that if this continued, he would surely die under the opponent's blade. Hobert struggled to concentrate, and finally felt his spirit being pulled upwards. Then everything in his sight turned black, and he arrived in the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert felt his entire brain was numb, but his condition was gradually recovering. Without time to make other arrangements, Hobert threw a surge of power of order into his star, and then immediately returned to the real world. At this time, the Black Knight had already raised his blade. If Hobert had returned half a second later, he would have been decapitated. Hobert's body was covered by a surge of power of order, and his condition also recovered slightly. He rolled aside, dodging the Black Knight's attack. Hobert, now kneeling on the ground again, noticed that the out-of-control shadow that had just smashed the bedroom into ruins had reattached itself to the ground at some point. Now, the out-of-control shadow was tightly embracing his own shadow. He then realized that the out-of-control and madness he had felt just now was because the Black Knight had mixed his shadow with his own, causing Hobert's shadow to be severely affected by the Black Knight's shadow. Those effects were then transmitted from the shadow to Hobert. No wonder the Black Knight was in so much pain, because he had to re-establish some connection with his own shadow in order to control it to complete such an attack. And establishing a certain connection meant he had to be affected by the already out-of-control shadow. After understanding the key to the problem, Hobert stretched out his hand towards the Black Knight. Distort. He distorted the concept of the Black Knight and the shadow, and the two evenly shared the out-of-control state of the shadow. Ugh. The Black Knight's flesh and blood seemed to have lost all restraint, swelling and piling up, turning the Black Knight into a constantly squirming monster. In the Special Operations Department of Jeffrey City, the battle in the courtyard was extremely fierce. Angus, Helen, and a Sequence 6, each holding a Grade 2 sealed artifact, were fighting against the opponent's 3 Sequence 5s. Death. Angus swung his deadly punch. The shepherd in front of him suddenly put on a coat like the light of dawn. These rays of light quickly condensed and eventually became a golden armor. Angus hit the enemy, only knocking him away and crashing into a wall. The enemy was not harmed as a result. The shepherd got up from the collapsed bricks and stones and charged towards Angus. The dawn light around him dissipated, and a blazing white spear appeared in his hand, and his body burned with intense flames from the inside out. Angus raised his hand, and a South Continent-style bracelet on his wrist appeared with a layer of silvery white luster. Opening his mouth, he uttered syllables that no one could understand and were extremely frightening. The shepherd's attack slowed down. He was stiff all over, feeling like his spirit was about to break free from his body, and the two became very uncoordinated. Just as Angus was about to launch a new attack, the shepherd's body suddenly swelled up, goat horns appeared on his head, and he exuded an evil aura. The demonized state improved the shepherd's physical body and spirit, alleviating the undead language's control over the spirit. He raised his hand and issued a devil language spell, slow. Angus was already cursing in his heart, damn it, how can I fight this? Prison. Angus, who was knocked away by the demonized enemy, tried his best to use this ability, so that the shepherd could not immediately chase after him. Angus crashed into a wall, and the wall became loose as a result. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. He struggled twice before standing up again. He saw out of the corner of his eye that his two companions, with the help of sealed artifacts, could only barely hold off the enemy. At this time, the shepherd charged over with the dawn greatsword in hand, moving very quickly. Exile. Angus concentrated and continued to fight the enemy. Because there was a light of dawn around the opponent, other abilities did not work well. Only exile could curb the enemy's offensive. Suddenly, Angus noticed that the enemy's condition was not right. After he was pushed out by exile, the movement of swinging the dawn greatsword slowed down. Almost at the same time, a man covered in flames rushed in from outside and pierced the shepherd's dawn armor with a sword, piercing his chest. Archibald, wearing a military uniform, appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. I heard there was an enemy attack here. In the Lord's mansion, the Black Knight usually accumulated some out-of-control factors, so theoretically, the out-of-control at this time would become irreversible. In such an emergency, the Black Knight's pupils suddenly turned into golden vertical pupils, and the process of squirming in his flesh and blood stopped. The process of out-of-control was interrupted. Hobert, who was also trying to recover, was waiting for this opportunity. He instantly released the seal on the two Grade 1 sealed artifacts, reached out and grabbed the opponent, and stole his hurting ability. The Black Knight immediately showed a surprised expression, but his and the shadow's out-of-control had been temporarily soothed and deeply hidden in the depths of his heart, and would not erupt for a while. Hobert took the opportunity to rush over and kick the enemy away, and the courtyard wall was knocked down. At this time, Hobert had time to pick up the blade not far away. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the Black Knight, where an unfamiliar, black, and strong figure appeared. All living things are forbidden here. Distort. Hobert distorted the other party's prohibition into, all beings who were once alive are forbidden here. The smoke and dust from the courtyard wall dissipated. In the dim moonlight, Hobert saw a majestic and semi-transparent figure. His judgment was correct, it was an evil spirit. After realizing that he could not use the grazing ability for a while, the Black Knight decisively ended the hurting of this evil spirit. This evil spirit was a demigod-level evil spirit that he grazed, with the strength of a imperative mage. Because it was originally an evil spirit, after being released, its soul did not enter the spirit world, but quickly turned the Lord's mansion into its territory. Hobert's distortion made the evil spirit's prohibition detrimental to it. Deprive. It then deprived the content of the previous prohibition. The Black Knight took advantage of Hobert's confrontation with the imperative mage, evil spirit to merge into the shadows again. At this time, his condition was very poor, and he had to quickly find a place to lick his wounds. Bestow. How could Hobert let the opponent leave? Although his out-of-control state had ended, the previous out-of-control still made him very weak. He bestowed his weak state to the Black Knight. The Black Knight's shadow paused slightly, and the balance he had managed to maintain was in danger of collapsing again. The imperative mage, evil spirit sketched an evil smile and stretched out his hand to Hobert, imprison. This stopped Hobert's pursuit. The evil spirit was not covering up the Black Knight's escape, it simply didn't want anyone else's intentions to succeed. Being in a grazed state for a long time had eroded much of the evil spirit's wisdom. Now it was almost fighting purely on instinct. Connection. Hobert strengthened the connection between the Black Knight and the evil spirit, which seemed to remind the evil spirit of something. The hand it stretched out to Hobert stretched out to the Black Knight again. It is forbidden to escape here. The Black Knight's escape attempt seemed to immediately encounter great resistance. Hobert took this opportunity to use a range ability, corruption. The evil spirit immediately fell into a corrupted state, and some of the emotions it suddenly possessed became nowhere to put. The black shadow formed by the Black Knight paused obviously. He usually had too many corrupted emotions and memories. At this time, his own state was completely affected by the corruption and became very unstable. After leaving the imprisoned state, Hobert chased after him while using another range ability, corrosion. The two consecutive abilities were very targeted, making the Black Knight's state worse. Hobert also used distortion to finally catch up with the Black Knight, magnify. Another fierce kick directly kicked the Black Knight, who was struggling to fight the negative state, out of his shadow form and back into human form. Hobert distorted the distance again and stabbed the opponent's chest with a blade. Blood gushed out for a while. Bang. The blood once again blasted Hobert away. But the Black Knight's out of control began again. This time he couldn't hurt the souls of the spectator pathway, and once the out of control process started, it would be difficult to stop. Hobert, who was blasted away, reached out to the Black Knight, distort. He distorted the other party's intention to resist the out of control state, and distorted it into allowing the out of control state to develop. Although the time for the Black Knight's intention to be distorted was very short, it was enough to make him completely out of control and unable to form an effective confrontation. At this time, the evil spirit was attracted by the blood, opened its illusory mouth, and devoured a mouthful of blood. Then it was like a layer of black gauze, covering the Black Knight's body. Hobert held the blade, looked at the Black Knight's painful expression, and watched the evil spirit prepare to occupy this body that was beginning to lose control. He didn't immediately step forward, but looked for opportunities to kill one of them, while also guarding against the Black Knight's escape. The Black Knight finally made a choice. He began to allow his own out of control, and even accelerated the process of out of control. Then his shadow stood up again, completely discharged the shadow's out of control into his body, and then the shadow left the body and strode away. Arrogant. Hobert knew that the other party must have a way to escape. The escaping shadow seemed to be suddenly stimulated by something, stomping its feet and wandering in place. Hobert immediately chased after him, Psychic Pierce. This was the ability of 1 to 107. The demigod-level mental piercing made the shadow seem to be about to explode, and it covered its head hard. Whip of Pain. Hobert launched a new offensive, and tentacles, goat hooves, and other shapes began to appear on the shadow's body. It began to lose control again. Bang. Just as Hobert was staring at the shadow, the Black Knight's body suddenly cracked open, and a monster with only 2 legs, no arms on its shoulders, and a bird-like head fell out of it. This monster was covered in mucus. It was only about the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child. After falling out, it ran away without saying a word. The evil spirit hesitated as it looked at the escaping monster. In the end, it continued to choose to possess the pile of out-of-control flesh and blood. Hobert quickly chased after him. At this time, he realized that the escaping shadow was just a cover. The Black Knight was not only once a shadow ascetic, he was also once a rose bishop. When he realized that his out-of-control was irreversible, he simply stripped away his flesh and blood that had not yet lost control, gave the out-of-control flesh and blood to the evil spirit, and used the shadow to confuse Hobert. After Hobert chased after him, 2 thin wings suddenly grew out of the opponent's back, and he actually flew into the sky. Hobert distorted gravity and followed into the sky. But once in the sky, distorting distance couldn't catch up with the winged monster. So Hobert chanted a spell, Lean Horse. Maximilian immediately appeared, and after receiving Hobert's command, carried Hobert to chase after it. The monster's somewhat bizarre face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Flying was his last resort for escape, but he didn't expect Hobert to still catch up. The Black Knight wasn't like the demigods of the Rose School and the Blood Sanctify sect, who could summon angels to help. If he summoned angels from the True Creator Church, he would likely be besieged by angels from the Orthodox churches. Moreover, it was almost impossible to do so in a hurry. After all, the Forsaken Land of the Gods was a place similar to having a seal. Even the True Creator couldn't directly send power to the North and South continents, let alone angels. Hobert waved the sword in his hand, about to slash at the monster, but who knew Maximilian would rush up and bite the monster's head. With a forceful chew, brains splattered everywhere. Hobert was slightly stunned. This was too brutal. The monster's wings flapped desperately, as if struggling. Hobert leaned forward on the horse's back and pierced the monster's chest. The headless monster hung on the sword. This monster wanted to grow a head again, but his body, which wasn't large to begin with, didn't have enough flesh. After growing for a long time, it only grew some pink flesh, and the thin legs were borrowed by other places. Finally, the fleshy lump on Hobert's sword stopped wriggling, completely losing all signs of life. Hobert smiled, the first sequence 4. Returning to the Lord's Manor, before landing, Hobert saw the Black Knight's out-of-control flesh and evil spirits, forming a creature like a toad, with short limbs, a huge body, and a flat head, covered with a layer of bumpy skin. Seeing Hobert, the monster opened its mouth. Flying is prohibited here. Maximilian quickly descended, and Hobert distorted the distance, so they landed almost steadily. Jumping off the horse, Hobert first shook the meatball-like monster corpse off the sword. The monster's long mouth opened again. The use of weapons is prohibited here. The sword in Hobert's hand immediately became very heavy, but he didn't drop the sword. Instead, he smiled and said, "Do I need to use weapons to deal with you?" If that evil spirit hadn't possessed those flesh, it might have lived a little longer. Unfortunately, it didn't have much sanity. Hobert stretched out his hand. Disorder. The monster's surroundings immediately fell into a state of disorder. It was about to open its mouth to continue prohibiting, but suddenly realized that its power seemed to be drawn away. Tamper. Hobert used 2 abilities in a row, causing the toad in front of him to collapse rapidly. Hobert guessed that the Black Knight's Beyonder characteristics were on that escaped monster. The reason why the remaining flesh was still collapsing was likely because the Beyonder characteristics of the souls grazed by the Black Knight were still in those out-of-control flesh. Although the process of grazing was a way to control other souls and Beyonder characteristics by combining body and spirituality, once that shepherd began to lose control, the grazed Beyonder characteristics would accelerate the process of losing control. So the Black Knight should have simply abandoned them altogether. Hobert's disorder plus tamper was to temporarily extract those Beyonder characteristics from the flesh. As expected, these flesh collapsed. The flesh spread out, leaving only the evil spirit standing there in a daze. Distort. Hobert tried to distort the state of the evil spirit so that it would become a true soul, and the underworld could start to absorb it again. At this time, the evil spirit seemed to have regained its senses, resisting Hobert's distortion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert went to the ruins over there and found the spirit wine glass. At this time, the evil spirit also broke free from the distorted state. Hobert held the wine cup. Underworld gate. The bronze door with heavy mystical patterns appeared, and just opening a small gap seemed to suck in the surrounding temperature. Even Hobert couldn't help but shiver. Arms stretched out, and malicious gazes looked outside. Terrifying roars came, and the evil spirit stood there motionless. The underworld had a natural oppressive feeling towards evil spirits. Hobert stretched out his hand towards the evil spirit. Disorder. The evil spirit immediately fell into a disordered state, walking step by step towards the underworld gate. Just as it was about to enter the underworld gate, it broke free from the disordered state. Banish. Whoosh. The underworld gate was banished outside the Lord's manor, and the influence of the underworld on this place was weakened a lot. Weaken. Hobert weakened the state of the evil spirit, making it look more transparent. Tamper. Distort. Hobert used distort plus tamper to try to distort the connection between the evil spirit and its source of power. In theory, the existence of the evil spirit must have something providing it with power. Hobert only had a concept of this and didn't know what that thing was, so he just tried to distort and tamper. This attempt worked very well. The already very weak evil spirit became ethereal, like a flame about to go out, as if it had been hit in the soft spot. Hobert seized the opportunity and cut the evil spirit in half with a single blow. His black blade also had considerable restraint against evil spirits. The evil spirit didn't move, shrinking into a ball of shadows. The Beyonder characteristics began to separate. Hobert then ended the summoning of the underworld gate. Just as he was about to find a nightgown, he suddenly discovered that the meatball he had thrown on the ground was gone. The Black Knight wasn't dead yet. Connect. Fortunately, the other party's state was now extremely poor, and Hobert easily found the other party's trace. The Black Knight had been rolling away to escape and was about to escape from the Lord's manor, but at this time, he began to lose control for the 3rd time. This was the loss of control hidden in the subconscious by the soul of the spectator pathway. At this time, because he had too little flesh, he couldn't maintain his own state at all, and those losses of control finally broke out. This time, the Black Knight still couldn't graze the souls of the spectator pathway, nor could he peel off his own flesh. The Black Knight was completely unable to suppress the process of losing control. Hobert stabbed the expanding meatball with a blade, and the expansion process stopped immediately. The Black Knight could no longer maintain his life and died. Soon Hobert discovered that the Black Knight's Beyonder characteristics were gathering towards the skin on the outer layer of the meatball. Hobert was slightly stunned. This is going to form a sealed artifact. But he only lost control for a short while. Then Hobert thought again, you can't say that either. In the battle just now, this Black Knight had accumulated too many factors of losing control. Although he used various methods to eliminate a lot of loss of control and madness, in essence, his loss of control was already very serious. Hobert kicked the meatball back to the backyard, which had become a ruin, and went to the ruins of the bedroom to find a nightgown to put on. Looking again at the flesh that had lost control of the Black Knight, there were indeed 3 Beyonder characteristics that were separating out. Those were the characteristics of the Beyonders who had been grazed by the Black Knight. Only after the Black Knight died, or released the soul, could these souls end the painful, grazing process and return to the underworld, becoming normal souls, and the Beyonder characteristics could begin to separate out at this time. Hobert picked up 3 Beyonder characteristics and at the same time discovered that there was still a piece of flesh wriggling in these seemingly lifeless flesh. After a little thought, Hobert understood. Before, in the urgency of the situation, when the Black Knight peeled off his collapsing flesh, these flesh must still contain some of his Beyonder characteristics. This was very similar to digging out a piece of flesh from an Beyonder after his death, when the Beyonder characteristics had not yet separated out. This piece of flesh must contain some Beyonder characteristics. If it was a high-sequence Beyonder, such a piece of flesh was likely to form a sealed artifact. Hobert held the 3 Beyonder characteristics and pushed them towards Lean Horse, choose one. Maximilian turned his head and raised his chin towards the wriggling flesh. Hobert was stunned. You want this mutated flesh? Maximilian immediately nodded. Hobert then picked up the blade and dug out the piece of flesh. Maximilian took the piece of flesh back to the underworld. At this time, the Beyonder characteristics of the evil spirit had been separated out. Hobert held it in his hand. Without going to the Nation of Disorder, he could be sure that this was indeed an Beyonder characteristic of an imperative mage. At this time, Archibald and Angus and others led people to support them. When they saw that the backyard had almost become a ruin, they were a little worried at first, but when they saw the Lord squatting on the ground peeling a meatball-like thing, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lord. Sir. In fact, the peeling process was not difficult, like peeling off a piece of cloth with black starlight from a strangely shaped meatball. Archibald and others then realized that this was actually a sealed artifact. Hobert shook the skin and asked Angus and others, did you also suffer an attack? Yes. Angus said first, fortunately, there was a warning from the astrologer, and we made some preparations. The enemy has 3 shepherds, and a total of more than a dozen sequence 6 and sequence 7s. Thanks to Chief of Staff Archibald's timely arrival, he helped us solve those 3 shepherds. Then Archibald reported, a shepherd led the team to attack the barracks. I seriously injured him, and the other attackers have been solved by me. The spoils will be presented to the Lord's manor later. As he spoke, Archibald's 2 puppets escorted the shepherd over. Hobert nodded, very good, turn him into your puppet. This is your reward. Since Archibald was so particular about the rules, Hobert certainly didn't object to him having another puppet. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Archibald connected the spiritual line of the shepherd who had already fallen into a coma and quickly turned him into a puppet. Hobert said to Angus again, when you faced the enemy surprise attack, you didn't rush to the Lord's manor to support, but stuck to your posts. You did a good job. Everyone will be credited once. Angus was about to say that it was Captain Dunn's suggestion, but the Lord's reward had been announced, and it was a little inappropriate to say this at this time. So Angus decided to report to the Lord when he had the opportunity to meet Hobert alone. Hobert, wearing a nightgown, ordered, now you go back to prepare, send the wounded to the hospital, and set off in 20 minutes to cross the river with me and completely recover the west bank of Full Moon Lake. He ordered Archibald, you and Seal lead the other Beyonders in the defense force to lead the team, closely following behind to completely occupy the west bank. Hobert said to the butler Allen and others, go find out if there are any wounded in the ruins, and come to repair the Lord's manor tomorrow. After everyone left, Hobert first sacrificed this time's loot to the Nation of Disorder, and then pulled up the Traveler's Gate that had fallen on the ground and leaned it against the wall. Opening the Traveler's Gate, and arriving at the Earl's mansion in Backlund, Furs, who was waiting anxiously, immediately rushed over and hugged Hobert. Then she looked Hobert up and down. Seeing that he hadn't suffered any injuries, she felt relieved. The problem has been solved. Hobert smiled and said, that group of lunatics from the Aurora Order actually took the initiative to attack the actual leader of the South Colson area. Furs asked, was Jeffrey City attacked? It was also attacked, but fortunately, Angus responded, no, I think it was the experienced Captain Dunn's response. Hobert smiled and said, they protected the city and the people. Then he said, you rest here for a while, I have to lead the team to kill to the other side of the river, you go back tomorrow morning. Furs immediately said, I want to join the battle too. Hobert thought for a while, the main force of the Aurora Order on the West Bank should have come to attack and died in Jeffrey City. He looked at Furs's eager eyes and nodded, okay, don't leave my side. Hobert nodded to Dofus outside, indicating that the crisis was over. Then the couple closed the door and quickly changed into Fainapotter-style combat uniforms. When they returned to Jeffrey City, Angus and Helen's 2 teams were ready to go. Hobert led more than 30 Beyonders to the outside of the city and joined Archibald and others who were already waiting here. Now in the defense force, in addition to Archibald and Seal, there are already 5 hunters, 3 warriors, and 1 sailor. They were all Beyonders who had made contributions in the process of suppressing bandits and were given potions by Hobert. Hobert led the members of the Special Operations Department to cross the river first. When they arrived on the other side of the river, it was already dawn. There were beyonders from the Aurora Order on the pier. They were waiting here to meet the attackers tonight, but they waited for the enemy to cross the river by force. Seeing that the leader of this group was only a Sequence 6, Hobert allowed Angus and others to rush up and fight them. After quickly resolving the battle, Hobert gave the spirit wine glass to Angus, asking him to conduct spirit channeling and learn about the important strongholds of the Aurora Order. According to Angus's description, it was a church built on the mountainside. Hobert didn't expect that the Aurora Order would actually build a church on the west bank. Just as Hobert had guessed, the entire raid encountered no real resistance. Only on the way to the church, there were many corpses hung on javelins. Upon closer inspection, they had all been skinned. Yet on their faces, devoid of skin, there was a strange smile, sending chills down everyone's spines. Hobert believed that the rule of the Aurora Order's lunatics was no better than that of demons. At this moment, the Beyonders in the church seemed to know that the sneak attack had failed, but they did not intend to escape. Instead, they were devoutly and fanatically praying before the idol, and then rushed madly towards Angus and the others. Hobert looked around. Among the enemies, there was only one Sequence 5, who was being besieged by Angus, Helen, and 2 other Sequence 6 members, each wearing sealed artifacts. So Hobert still did not act. Instead, he looked at the huge inverted cross in the church. Since he had subordinates, and they could handle the situation, Hobert naturally didn't need to take action himself. Furs also seemed to have received Hobert's signal, only taking out the Lamenos travels, without participating in the battle. The battle ended quickly, with more than a dozen enemies killed. Angus once again performed spirit channeling and learned of some other strongholds of the Aurora Order. Because there were too many strongholds and no Beyonders with too much strength at the moment, the Special Operations Division was divided into 4 teams to carry out raids separately. However, there was not much of a surprise attack effect at this time. It was more of an action to kill as many as possible. Hobert and Furs stayed at the church, along with 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 9 members to protect the Lord. Saying it was protection was actually just staying here to run errands when the Lord needed them. While everyone was waiting for Archibald to occupy the area, Hobert saw groups of ordinary people gathering at the foot of the mountain. Even on the hillside, he could feel their eager gazes towards the church. Having had the experience of taking territory from the hands of demons before, Hobert thought for a moment and came up with a solution. He first stretched out his hand towards the church, tamper. Rumble. Hobert tampered the mechanical structure of the tall church's foundation, and the church immediately collapsed. However, the inverted cross in the church pierced through the dome and still stood tall. Under the light of dawn, the cross and the inverted idol on it actually had a sense of holiness, especially the idol's single eye, which seemed to be made of gemstones, reflecting a scarlet light. Do not look directly into his eyes, Hobert reminded the others, evil gods are also gods. Furs immediately averted her gaze from the eye and observed other parts of the idol. This is the image of the true creator. I've only heard the sun describe it before. This is the first time I've seen it in the real world. The believers at the foot of the mountain became even more fanatical, almost running up the mountain. The Beyonders protecting Hobert were a little flustered. There were so many enemies, and they were just ordinary people. How should they deal with them? Could they kill them all? You don't have to worry about anything later. When the believers rushed close, Hobert stood in front of the idol and began to pray. Seeing that the believers were about to rush to Hobert, his 3 subordinates were even prepared to use force to protect the Lord. Just then, a huge sense of oppression appeared in the sky. Furs and the 3 members of the Special Operations Division looked behind them together. A majestic figure flashing with black light appeared in midair. That figure sat on a throne made of swords, wearing armor emitting a black, holy light, and a crown also emitting a holy light. Unfortunately, they could not see the other party's face clearly, only their eyes flashing with black mist. A huge sense of oppression swept over them, and absolute majesty shook everyone's hearts. The Beyonders next to Hobert immediately knelt down. At this moment, they seemed to support this solid figure from the bottom of their hearts, unwilling to disobey any of his orders. The majestic aura spread around, and the fanatical, mad cultists also looked at the midair in disbelief. After becoming a demigod, as long as one holds the Black Emperor card, ordinary people can see the image of the Creator. That black light was so holy, and that huge figure was so majestic. This is the power of God. The inverted idol's eyes turned and also looked at the midair, as if projecting an extremely evil gaze. Sitting on the iron throne, Hobert sneered slightly, stretched out his hand, and a surge of majestic power of disorder descended, entangling the idol. Crack. The idol, made of an unknown material, cracked and quickly collapsed. The idol's scarlet eyes lost all their light. The believers seemed to sense something and began to worship the Creator in midair. At this time, the wave-like oppression in the sky disappeared, replaced by the demigod-level oppression emanating from Hobert. God says, do not believe in evil gods. Today, you have seen the face of God, you should believe in the true God. Pray on time, offer sacrifices regularly. Besides the Creator, you shall have no other gods. You shall not make idols for yourselves. Hobert preached like a bishop, and even Furs and the others listened very carefully. After that, just like last time, Hobert displayed the pattern pointing to the Creator, and this group of believers basically converted. But after Hobert withdrew his majesty, some believers still jumped out to fight Hobert, who had destroyed their idol. As a result, before they could rush to Hobert, they turned into irrational monsters. Hobert realized that the people ruled by the Aurora Order were more severely polluted than those ruled by demons. Many people were already monsters wearing human skin. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 539, Chapter 539, Jeffrey City, where demigods gather. Chapter 539, Jeffrey City, where demigods gather. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. When Archibald and Seal arrived with their teams, Hobert immediately assigned them tasks: go and inspect the towns and villages. Now that the true Creator's power has left, many people should have turned into monsters. Your first task is to clear out these monsters. Your second task is to take these converted people and spread the name of the Creator. Archibald, announce the name of the Creator to the Beyonders in the army and tell them how to pray. If you encounter large-scale resistance from true Creator believers, pray to the Creator immediately. If you encounter out-of-control monsters, eliminate them immediately. If you encounter ordinary people showing obvious signs of losing control, eliminate them immediately. With the Aurora Order losing its rule over this territory, the true Creator's gaze has left this place. The balance within those believers who had accumulated a large amount of madness and distortion was broken, so they will turn into monsters. As for the so-called ordinary people showing obvious signs of losing control, Hobert is temporarily handing over the power of life and death of the new territory's people to the defense force in order to eliminate those unstable elements. Many times, those unstable elements are easily nipped in the bud before they become unstable. But if you report to Hobert at this time, you will miss the best opportunity. Of course, in order to prevent the defense force from becoming a source of chaos, Hobert added, but you must not seize the property of the locals. Once discovered, in addition to returning the property, you will also be discharged from the military. Watching the defense force leave with those converted believers, Hobert suddenly realized, could he use the Nation of Disorder to establish an instant information communication mechanism? Then the workers of the Nation of Disorder will have new business to handle. Hobert left the church location and began to sit in the port. At noon, Conrad, as the third echelon, arrived with his team. In addition to bringing many grassroots officials, he also conscripted construction workers from the construction site and transported a large amount of supplies, temporarily responsible for the logistics of the defense force. The already dilapidated pier became lively. With the experience of the last time, the construction workers set up stoves and cooked meals at the pier, and set up tents in advance, ready to live here for a while. In the afternoon, they will also establish camps in various towns under the protection of the defense force, so that the defense force stationed in various places can have hot meals and tents to live in. After lunch, Angus and other members of the Special Operations Department returned, which marked that the Aurora Order's Beyonders on the surface had been driven away or killed. Hobert said to Angus, you first lead the first team to station here and cooperate with the defense force's cleanup operation. When the situation here stabilizes, you must also leave a Sequence 6 and several team members to guard. He said to Helen, you lead the team back to protect Jeffrey City. In addition, you two captains must compile statistics on battle damage and merits as soon as possible. The martyred members will be dealt with according to previous precedents. We have already done a preliminary statistics. Angus said, handing Hobert a report that had been prepared long ago. Helen also prepared a similar report and handed it over together. Hobert nodded. After they left, he simply looked at the report and found that the two captains' reporting styles were completely different. Angus had the determination to break away from the Tudor family and completely dedicate himself to Hobert, so his report did not consider the interests of the Tudor family at all. From last night until now, the Special Operations Department has eliminated a total of 58 Aurora Order Beyonders, including the 3 shepherds eliminated with Archibald's help. The first team eliminated 36 enemies and seized 9 sealed artifacts. 4 of these sealed artifacts were found on the enemies, and the other 5 were sealed artifacts formed by the enemies. Angus also noted in the report, Beyonders of the Secret Supplicant pathway are prone to lose control before death and turn into sealed artifacts. The first team seized a total of 31 Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5, and the members are willing to exchange these Beyonder characteristics for merits. As for those sealed artifacts, because there are already application regulations for sealed artifacts, the members are also willing to exchange the sealed artifacts for merits. This shows that the members of the first team also completely disregarded the interests of the Tudor family. After the battle, 9 members of the first team will have the opportunity to be promoted. Hobert recalled the Beyonder characteristics in his hand, which were enough for these members to be promoted. The last part of the report was the casualty situation of the first team. Because this battle was a surprise attack, and the situation was very unfavorable for them in the early stage of the battle, the casualties in this battle were greater than the previous attack on the Blood Sanctify sect. A total of 5 members died. Looking at the second team's report again, in theory, they should have killed 22 enemies, but they only handed over 1 sealed artifact and 12 Beyonder characteristics. Obviously, the other Beyonder characteristics and sealed artifacts were handed over to the Theosophy Order. This meant that only 2 of their members were eligible for promotion. The second team also had 3 deaths. Hobert calculated that he would have to compensate about 36,000 gold lire in total this time. But compared to the gains, this compensation is nothing. Hobert asked Furs, who was beside him, to prepare the money and wait for the relatives of the martyrs to collect it. That afternoon, all the spoils were concentrated at Hobert's place. When Angus came to deliver the spoils, Hobert, who had been prepared for a long time, said to him, "Although your current merits are not enough to obtain the Beyonder characteristic of Disciplinary Knight, your performance in this battle was good. I am making an exception to give you the Beyonder characteristic of Disciplinary Knight in advance. You must explain this clearly to the members, because my fief in Longtail Island needs a sequence 5, so I gave you the Beyonder characteristic in advance. The merits you owe will still need to be made up for in the future." Angus tried hard to hide his ecstasy. "Yes. I will explain it clearly." So Hobert gave Angus a total of 10 Beyonder characteristics, including Disciplinary Knight. In addition to the Beyonder characteristics for Angus, there were also 6 Sheriff, 2 Interrogator, and 1 Judge Beyonder characteristics. Those who are eligible for promotion to Constable are basically new members. According to Hobert's exchange rules, it is more difficult to exchange for Interrogator. Those who obtained the Beyonder characteristics of Interrogator and Judge were basically members who had accumulated merits in the previous battle. Hobert said to Angus, "In addition, tell the members of the Tudor family that if anyone's family members want to become Beyonders, they can apply to the Special Operations Department for clerical work or to work in the town government. If they perform outstandingly, the Lord's Mansion will provide the Arbiter potion for free." Generally speaking, members of Beyonder families have received a certain amount of education, at least more educated than the residents of the territory. The issuance of this decree should further alleviate the shortage of grassroots personnel. For Hobert, he can also make use of the Arbiter Beyonder characteristics in his hand. People who join the Special Operations Department are generally Beyonders, which makes the Arbiter Pathway Beyonder characteristics in Hobert's hand useless. Now Hobert has as many as 14 Arbiter Beyonder characteristics. If he sells them, he won't be able to sell them for much money, so it's better to make use of them. Watching Angus leave happily, Hobert smiled slightly. With so many incentive methods this time, it is estimated that more members of the Tudor family will come to join him, and he doesn't need to actively poach them. Even if the patriarch of the Tudor family comes to him, Hobert is not afraid. At this time, Christian should have been promoted to Chaos Hunter, and Bull Devil Monarch, and Great Sage can still be used multiple times, and he himself is a demigod, enough to stop the Tudor family's demigod from questioning him. Besides, the family members themselves are willing to come, so what qualifications does the patriarch have to question him? Suddenly, Hobert felt the digestion of his own potion. He was slightly stunned. As expected of Earl of the Fallen, his potion was digested as soon as he thought about how to harm people. Then he thought, it may also be that he caused the members of the Tudor family to betray, which caused the potion to be digested. After all, betrayal is also an immoral behavior. While Hobert was summarizing the rules of potion digestion, Helen also came to hand over the spoils. The performance of the second team this time can only be said to be neither good nor bad. Hobert took out the wooden box containing the Demoness of Affliction ingredient, so Angus got the opportunity for exceptional promotion, and you can only get 1 main material. After this battle, the strength of the first team will be greatly improved, while the strength improvement of the second team is not very obvious. Helen smiled sweetly. This is already very good. As long as she gets this main material, she can also complete the promotion through the Theosophy Order. However, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had made so many contributions to the Theosophy Order, and it took her several years to get only 1 Sequence 5 main material. And here in Hobert, she only participated in 2 battles and got another main material. I believe that after this battle, the members will complain about the Theosophy Order. Because some team members could have been promoted, but because they had to hand over the spoils to the Theosophy Order, they could not get the opportunity to be promoted. It is precisely because the strength of the second team is limited, so they can only go back to defend Jeffrey City, which makes them even more lacking in opportunities to make contributions. Watching Helen leave with some disappointment, Hobert actually felt the potion further digest. This is a bit wrong. He obviously didn't continue to poach the Theosophy Order's corner, so why would the potion have further digestion? However, Hobert soon learned the reason. Seal rushed to report that the defense force had completely controlled the west bank of Full Moon Lake and presented Archibald's spoils. Hobert immediately realized that this was the digestion of the potion due to the rule. After becoming a baron of corruption, the potion will be correspondingly digested by establishing effective rule in the territory or having certain interactions with the people of the territory. As for the potion name Earl, it may mean that you must have at least an Earl's territory and conduct effective rule for the potion to be effectively digested. Hobert recalled Ethel's words. The entire South Colson area was previously an Earl's territory. Now this territory is all his. After driving away the people of the Aurora Order, a huge change occurred for the people on the original West Bank, which prompted Hobert's potion to digest a large part. This gave Hobert new motivation for establishing effective rule over Longtail Island. After resolving the urgent matters, Hobert sent Furs back to the East Bank and asked her to sit in the East Bank. However, the backyard of the Lord's mansion has become a ruin and is difficult to repair for a while, so Hobert carried the Traveller's Gate to Greenlawn Manor and installed the Traveller's Gate here. At the same time, Furs, under Hobert's care, was promoted to astrologer. Originally planned to be promoted on Monday, but it dragged on until now. Because the acting of Trickmaster was very successful, this promotion did not have too much danger. After completing the promotion, Hobert felt a lot more at ease. After all, astrologer is like an enhanced version of seer, and can foresee the arrival of danger most of the time. After settling Furs, Hobert continued to sit in the West Bank. In the evening, Bishop Simpson, wearing the bishop's robe of the Earth Mother Church, came to Hobert's tent to congratulate him on unifying the South Colson area. After chatting for a while, Hobert talked about his new territory. Is the Earth Mother Church interested in preaching in Longtail Island? Of course, I am interested. Bishop Simpson smiled. I don't think the church will refuse any opportunity to spread the Earth Mother's glory. But there is a condition. Simpson was slightly stunned and made a please speak gesture. I will need a lot of rubber in the near future, and I heard that there are many rubber trees on Longtail Island. Hobert's conditions had been thought out long ago. I hope the Earth Mother Church can help increase the production of rubber trees. Simpson breathed a sigh of relief. This is simple. I can apply to the church to send a biologist or druid with research in this area to lead the team. Hobert asked, can it increase production by 3 times? 3 times? Is the requirement only that low? It was Hobert's turn to be stunned. How many times do you expect it to increase? At least 5 times the original rubber trees, and if we cultivate new varieties, 10 to 20 times is not impossible. Hobert thought, then what do I need oil for? Then, he asked a question that had been in his mind for a long time. According to my observation, the priests and bishops of the Earth Mother Church generally like to help farmers improve the varieties of crops and vegetables, but in the Feynapotter Kingdom, you don't seem to participate too much in agricultural production. If the wheat yield in the Feynapotter Kingdom could also increase tenfold, 1 Feynapotter could feed the world's population. Bishop Simpson smiled wryly. Not every ruler is as considerate of ordinary people as you are. He paused before further explaining, in the eyes of the royal family and rulers such as the Prime Minister, the church should only manage people's beliefs. Priests and bishops are people who serve the gods and should not interfere in the specific rule of the kingdom. Hobert nodded slightly. It seems that the church and the secular regime reached some agreements a long time ago. Even if the church has the strength to rule a kingdom, they will not do so. Because their primary mission is to serve the gods, participating in specific administrative affairs would strip them of their sanctity and impartiality as clergy. That's why the Beyonders of the Earth Mother Church deeply love the land on one hand, but are hesitant to actively participate in agricultural production on the other. However, when Hobert and Grove took the initiative to ask for their help, it was a different matter. They appeared reluctant but were secretly overjoyed. Bishop Simpson added, I didn't quite understand this issue before, but in recent years, with a large number of farmers going bankrupt, I realized that the church's non-participation in agricultural production is wise. If grain becomes cheaper, it will only lead to more farmers going bankrupt, and more people will go hungry. Hobert nodded. Don't worry, I understand the situation. He could, of course, hear that Simpson's words were reminding him not to focus solely on increasing production at the expense of the people's interests. Simpson continued, I have another matter here. This time, it was Hobert's turn to gesture for him to speak. I hope to acquire a batch of characteristics from the Secret Supplicant pathway. Secret Supplicant pathway Beyonders are like rats crossing the street, despised by everyone, but their Beyonder characteristics are very popular with the Orthodox churches. This is because the magical items made from these Beyonder characteristics generally have a wide range of applications. Although there is a high probability of negative effects such as the true creator's maddening whispers, the base number of official Beyonders is large. If this one uses it for 3 minutes and that one uses it for another 3 minutes, the negative effects of the magical item will essentially be offset. Come back tomorrow morning, Hobert said, because the spoils of war have not yet been tallied. Once they are, I will sell you a batch. Well, Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 will be at the base price, and Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 will have some premium added. Bishop Simpson readily nodded, no problem. After seeing Simpson off and having dinner, Hobert finally had time to enter the Nation of Disorder to check the spoils of the battle. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first reached out to summon the sealed artifact formed by the Black Knight. It was a square, scarf-like leather structure that seemed to emit specks of black starlight. Its abilities were, the holder can shepherd the souls of 7 Beyonders, 3 of whom can be demigod-level souls. After completing the shepherding process, they can freely choose 3 of their abilities, can use flesh and blood magic to cause violent explosions in flesh and blood, causing certain mutations in the target's flesh and blood, can transform into a pool of flesh and blood, hiding in extremely small spaces, making it difficult for Beyonders below the level of angels to detect the holder's whereabouts. In Hobert's view, compared to other Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the negative effects of this sealed artifact were not very serious. This sealed artifact easily causes the holder to lose control. Those who already have a tendency to lose control will become very serious, and those who only have mild loss of control will become completely out of control. Every 10 minutes, a burst of whispers will be heard. If carried for less than 10 minutes, it will not be heard, but it must be kept away from the sealed artifact for 1 hour to continue carrying it, otherwise the time will continue to accumulate. Some of these whispers are crazy and distorted, while others are methods to become stronger, but no matter which type of whisper, listening to too much can easily lead to loss of control or begin to devoutly believe in the true creator. Only to Hobert, the negative effects of this sealed artifact were not serious, because he had a way to avoid them. As long as he carried a crystal of order, he could neutralize the first negative effect. And the second negative effect was even easier to avoid. He could use the power of the Nation of Disorder to seal it for 1 hour in just a few minutes, so Hobert could perfectly avoid the second negative effect. In addition, the most powerful aspect of this sealed artifact was actually its shepherding ability. If it could shepherd 3 demigods, this sealed artifact could be raised by a whole level. However, this was not easy to do. Demigods were already archbishops of Orthodox churches, and even if they didn't have any official duties, they worked in the former kingdom of gods as reserve forces. For example, the Evernight Goddess Church was headed by 13 archbishops and 9 deacons, half of whom were demigod level. Don't think that the Evernight Goddess Church only has 11 demigods. Hobert remembered that, servant of concealment, Ariana, who had helped Klein several times later, was the matron of the Evernight cloister, and the cloister wasn't just her alone. As far as Hobert knew, each Orthodox church had a similar organization, unifying some demigods and sequence 5s who were not good at socializing in a department, which could be dispatched immediately wherever power support was needed. In the hidden organizations, demigods were the absolute high level, and it was difficult to hunt them down. So the Black Knight that Hobert killed today only shepherded the wraith of a imperative mage. The other Beyonder characteristics seized from the Black Knight were all at the sequence 5 level, namely the Beyonder characteristics of Desire Apostle and Demoness of Affliction. However, his shepherding ability was stolen by Hobert at the beginning, which caused the Black Knight to lose an important attack ability. This was the wonderful use of sealed artifacts. If it was a marauder demigod, stealing the shepherding ability would actually be useless, because he had no souls to shepherd, and could only cause the opponent to lose his most powerful attack ability. For Hobert, this kind of help was very great, making it easier for him to launch further offensives. Immediately afterwards, Hobert began to review the battle of killing a sequence 4 for the first time. He felt that the Black Knight's tactics should be easily cracked by Klein. After all, he could find the opponent by just checking the spiritual threads. Then Hobert realized that even if he hadn't stolen the Black Knight's shepherding ability, he could still kill the opponent, because the opponent had only shepherded a demigod-level wraith, and apart from the shadow ability that was hard to defend against, the explosions brought about by flesh and blood magic could no longer hurt Hobert. Finally, Hobert thought of the effect achieved by using his 2 abilities in combination, such as Disorder plus Tampering, which could temporarily strip away some forces. And Distortion plus Tampering can distort things that Hobert doesn't know the specific situation of, or even what they are, but things that conform to some extraordinary laws. However, the premise is that Hobert must be very clear about this law. This made Hobert realize again, Black Emperor is really the shadow of order, and can even have combination skills. Or skills that exploit loopholes in the rules of Beyonder abilities. Overall, the harvest from this battle was not small, allowing Hobert to summarize some tactics for facing demigod enemies. After naming the sealed artifact obtained from the Black Knight, 1 to 109, Hobert tried to use Power of Order to change its shape, and finally turned it into a leather bracelet, which was more convenient to carry. After putting 1 to 109 on the stone platform for holding Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Hobert went to check the spoils of war turned over by other team members. Due to Archibald's timely support last night, the Special Operations Department won a considerable victory with few casualties. When the Special Operations Department raided the West Bank at dawn, it was fighting with more people than the enemy, and with Hobert present, the entire West Bank battle only resulted in injuries, but no deaths. And Archibald had already secretly indicated when he saw Hobert that as long as he could add a marionette, he could turn over all the spoils he obtained. Therefore, the spoils obtained in this battle were also quite considerable. First, there were 11 sealed artifacts. Angus turned over 9, Helen turned over 1, and Archibald turned over 1. As Angus said, it was easy for beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway to form sealed artifacts. 10 of them were sealed artifacts of the secret supplicant pathway, and 1 was a sealed artifact formed by a shepherd. Only 1 was a sealed artifact of the criminal pathway. In addition, Hobert discovered a pattern. In this kind of large-scale beyonder battle, the main gains are Grade 2 sealed artifacts, and Grade 3 sealed artifacts are only easy to obtain when an effective beyonder rule is established. After Hobert sealed each sealed artifact, he began to check the beyonder characteristics obtained this time. A total of 53 beyonder characteristics were obtained in this battle, including 3 Sequence 5 Shepherd beyonder characteristics, 10 Sequence 6 Rose Bishop beyonder characteristics, and 18 Sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic beyonder characteristics. There were 15 Sequence 8 Listener beyonder characteristics and 7 Sequence 9 Secret Supplicant beyonder characteristics. These spoils cost Hobert 36,000 gold lire and 12 beyonder characteristics, as well as 1 beyonder material. This made him not only sigh, no wonder everyone wants to be a boss. They really earn a lot. Hobert first divided a batch of beyonder characteristics for tomorrow's transaction with Bishop Simpson. Back in the real world, Hobert rested for a while, and then used traveling to return to the East Bank, because today was the 29th, and there was a large auction going on. Hobert would auction off a judge beyonder characteristic at this auction, as well as the Grade 2 sealed artifact purchased from April. Now the auction house, in addition to Hobert occasionally providing some attractive auction items, or beyonder materials traded from Little Sun, and beyonder weapons traded from Daily, is basically self-sufficient, able to collect some things every day, and also able to sell some things every day. These things are all Furs is responsible for. Hobert resealed the reader sealed artifact and gave it to her to use, so there is basically no need to worry about her being cheated. Now the auction house's monthly income is nearly 30,000 gold lire. If there are very attractive auction items in the large auction, the income will be even greater. This money is basically used for the construction and daily expenses in the territory. It is precisely because of this income that Conrad and the others have the confidence to say that the construction of Jeffrey City will not require Hobert to continue investing. This large auction attracted many forces to participate. Hobert even saw Bernadette wearing a hood in the corner. Apparently she was interested in the sealed artifact after seeing the list of auction items. This time, it was still a beyonder weapon as the opening, and it is said that the rich people of the Fainapotter Kingdom are now very keen to get a beyonder weapon. Because this kind of weapon has a low threshold for use, and ordinary people can generally use it. The next few auction items did not cause any waves either. The second to last auction item was the Judge beyonder characteristic, and the bidding price quickly exceeded 12,000. Although there was no tyrant like Ethel this time, the royal family also sent someone, who was the imperative mage Buck who was going to take over here before. His order was to buy this Judge beyonder characteristic, so this Sequence 6 beyonder characteristic was finally sold for a high price of 16,500 gold lire. While disappointed, everyone then seemed to see hope. Since Hobert's auction house can get a Judge beyonder characteristic, then it can definitely get a second one. You can try to trade privately. The last auction item was that Grade 2 sealed artifact. After Hobert introduced the abilities and negative effects of the sealed artifact, he said, as we all know, Grade 2 sealed artifacts, especially this kind of Grade 2 sealed artifact with relatively easy to avoid negative effects, are rare on the market. The starting price of this auction item is 8,000 gold lire, with each increase of 1,000 gold lire. Let the auction begin. 9,000. 10,000. Buck calmly said, 12,000. This price once again made ordinary nobles beyond reach. Hobert said without showing any joy or anger, okay, 12,000 once. This is a rare opportunity, is there anything higher? Bishop Simpson bid, 13,000. 15,000. Buck showed the majesty of a demigod while bidding. He hoped to use his pressure to force Hobert to end the bidding quickly. Compared to Ethel, Buck was a little petty, but it was very effective. The surrounding nobles sat in their seats honestly, not to mention bidding, they didn't even dare to breathe. Hobert certainly wouldn't indulge such rogue behavior. He also showed the pressure of a demigod, which almost made the nobles in the front row kneel. Hobert still said unhurriedly, 15,000. This one has bid 15,000. Is there anything higher? This kind of opportunity may not be available in recent months. 16,000. Simpson said, and at the same time, he also showed the pressure as a demigod as if he was not convinced. Buck smacked his lips. When did this bastard Hobert advance to Sequence 4? The demigod majesty he showed before made other demigods very dissatisfied. So Jonathan, the vice president of the Theosophy Order, also showed the aura of a demigod, 18,000. Buck opened his mouth, another demigod came. This auction attracted some extraordinary organizations. The feeling that several demigods gave people was different. Buck was extremely majestic, Hobert showed the characteristic of making people obey, Simpson would make people feel the continuous flow of life, and Jonathan would make people feel that the scene in front of them suddenly became very magical. The other people who participated in the auction didn't dare to say a word. Some people wanted to escape, but their legs were shaking, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Some people even wet their pants. They never dreamed that they would encounter several demigods fighting in the atmosphere just by participating in an auction. In the corner, a loud male voice said, 20,000 gold lire. He also exuded the aura of a demigod, a very disciplined yet immensely pressuring presence. Hobert was slightly stunned. That wasn't Bernadette. It was a demigod he didn't even recognize. Buck swallowed, wanting to bid, but suddenly felt he lacked the confidence. Just a grade 2 sealed artifact, why are so many demigods here? Just as he hesitated, a crisp female voice called out, 23,000. A mysterious aura spread throughout the venue, weakening the other demigods' auras to varying degrees. Except for Hobert, the other demigods were surprised. This is a sequence 3. They immediately turned to look, but strangely, no one could find the woman who had bid. This surprised them even more. It was one thing for others not to find her, but they were demigods, why couldn't they find her? 23,000 once. 23,000 twice. Hobert smiled. Any higher offers? 23,000 3 times. Buck completely lost all confidence, wanting to raise his hand several times, but ultimately gave up. Sold. As soon as Hobert finished speaking, the sealed artifact on the auction table disappeared, replaced by a check in the box. Wow. The pressure from the demigods gradually dissipated, and this action caused a burst of exclamation. Even the demigods present didn't see how the sealed artifact disappeared, or how the check got there. Hobert shook his head with a smile, like father, like daughter, so fond of showing off. But this was also good. The mysterious Bernadette, who was, only heard, not seen, definitely gave these nobles and wealthy merchants endless fantasies. Today, they were quite frightened, even losing their composure. If there wasn't something else to attract them, many might not attend the next auction. Lost in thought, Hobert picked up the check and looked at it. Exactly 23,000 gold lire, no more, no less. After finishing the auction procedures, the Beyonder gathering began as usual. Hobert himself had a stock of Beyonder items befitting a platform like this, and with the accumulation of this period, he could satisfy most of the Beyonder's requests. After the gathering ended, the auction officially concluded. The nobles and wealthy merchants began to relax in the already built reception center next door and discuss their experiences. Unlike before, when there was only a solitary auction house, the entertainment venues on the back of the mountain were beginning to take shape. Many nobles and wealthy merchants liked to spend money here because it provided them with a good social platform. Normally, the wealthy merchants had no way to contact these nobles. Now it was different, they were all part of the Beyonder circle. They could have a drink and chat, and after meeting more often, they gradually developed friendships. Especially recently, after several beautiful and charming ladies and young women came here, many wealthy merchants and nobles almost lived in Jeffrey City. Furs was secretly managing these businesses, and Hobert didn't ask about them. Once Furs became a traveler, Hobert didn't even plan to show up for the auction house's large auctions. After everyone left, the couple sorted the checks and recorded the day's income in the huge auction hall. Soon, Furs calculated the total income. We actually made 47,000 gold lire today. She exclaimed, I wish we could earn this much at every auction. Ordinary small auctions could only bring in 3,000 or 4,000 gold lire at most. Large auctions at the end of the month, without very attractive auction items, could only bring in 7,000 or 8,000 gold lire. Half of the auction house's profits came from offline transactions, and as the auction house became more and more famous, with more and more buyers and sellers, the proportion of private transaction income was still increasing. Just do this once every 3 months, Hobert said with a smile. The more high-end something is, the scarcer it should be. Furs nodded. This money is enough to pay for the compensation for the personnel who died in this battle. Hobert put his arm around Furs's shoulder. There will also be an income from Bishop Simpson tomorrow. I don't know exactly how much, but the territory isn't short of money recently. The two discussed the recent major expenses in the territory. It was foreseeable that some aid would have to be given to the newly acquired West Bank territory. Moreover, Hobert discovered that the crops there were not growing very well. After the wheat was harvested, the local people had to immediately plant a season of staple food. Before this season of staple food was harvested, some food aid might have to be given continuously. But not too much aid, just enough to keep people from starving. Leaving the auction house, Hobert looked at the brightly lit buildings around him. In the surrounding darkness, their brilliance seemed somewhat out of place. Hobert suddenly thought that he could transport the wine from the wine cellar in the manor here to sell. Just leave enough for a few banquets. Back at Green Meadow Manor, Furs said, I am already an astrologer. If you are busy in Backlund or the West Bank, feel free to go. The scene of Hobert sending her away from Backlund last night gave her the motivation to advance again. She had been thinking all day, if I hadn't been lazy, I would have advanced to astrologer a few days ago, maybe I could have helped Hobert. The reason she was somewhat avoiding advancement was that the last advancement had left her with some psychological shadows. There's nothing much to be busy with elsewhere, Hobert said with a smile. I need your help with a favor. Furs immediately grasped Hobert's hand. Tell me. It might be a little dangerous. Just tell me. Help me do an experiment, Hobert said. Next blood moon, pray to the Creator. He might be able to help you get rid of the pain caused by the blood moon. Furs immediately nodded. No problem. Today she had already seen the image of the Creator. Like Mr. Fool, he didn't give a sense of madness or distortion, so for her, praying to anyone was the same. Hobert put his arm around Furz's waist and smiled. Are we going to continue what we didn't finish last night? The next morning, Hobert appeared on the streets of Jeffrey City to reassure the people. Because even those at the foot of the mountain could see the Lord's manor destroyed by the enemy's raid, everyone was a little uneasy. Hobert casually took a walk around the territory, and everyone could go back to work with peace of mind. While chatting with the owner of a specialty store, Hobert suddenly sensed something and looked at the street ahead. An old man wearing a hood slowly walked towards him. When he passed Hobert, he glanced at the cane in Hobert's hand and said in a loud voice, "Let me see your knife." Hobert was certain that this was the demigod from the auction house yesterday, whose origins he didn't know. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 540, Chapter 540 Visiting Leonard. Chapter 540 Visiting Leonard. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The old man in front of Hobert was wrinkled, but his beard was clean-shaven. His clothes were neither new nor old, but equally clean. He didn't smile, looking like the kind of very rigorous and serious elderly person. The old man's words first stunned Hobert, then he quickly reacted and asked the specialty shop owner next to him, "I remember there's a small courtyard behind the shop, right?" The specialty shop owner immediately nodded, "Yes, yes." Hobert smiled at the old man, "Sir, let's talk inside, so as not to scare the pedestrians on the road." The old man frowned slightly, but still said, "All right." The specialty shop owner quickly invited the two in, set up tea and snacks on the tables and chairs in the small courtyard, and then respectfully closed the door and stood guard outside. A tourist was about to enter the shop, but the owner immediately shooed him away, "We're closed today, come back tomorrow." The tourist took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. Wasn't it only 9 in the morning? Many shops hadn't even opened yet. In the backyard, Hobert drew out the black knife and handed it to the old man. The old man took the knife and looked it over, tapping it with his finger. "The person who forged this knife should die." Hobert was stunned. "Huh? Such good materials, only to forge a weapon of this level." The old man disdainfully threw the knife on the table, "And you treat it like a treasure." Hobert smiled helplessly, telling the truth, "I only knew one artisan at the time." Then he tentatively asked, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" "I know your father and mother," the old man said, "both your biological and adoptive fathers, and both your biological and adoptive mothers." Hobert immediately thought of the alchemist that his adoptive father knew, the demigod-level artisan. Could it be the old man in front of him? "Welcome to my humble abode," Hobert said with a smile. "Where are you staying now?" "The hotel on the corner." "How can you stay in a hotel?" Hobert immediately said, "I'll have someone arrange a villa for you." The old man smiled, "Your reaction speed is as fast as your father's." The first time I met him, he also looked very sincere. Nonsense, any normal person would be polite to a demigod-level artisan. "I just heard from a friend that the scenery here is quite good, so I came to take a look," the old man added. Hobert immediately said, "I'll send servants to follow you. Go wherever you want, and leave it all to the servants to handle." The old man sighed again, "You and your father are really alike." Hobert scratched his head, "It should be, it should be." The old man then pointed to the black knife on the table, "You should have more of this kind of material, right?" "Yes, I do." "Bring it to me later, and I'll forge a decent weapon for you." "Thank you so much." Hobert grinned, "I also have some beyonder characteristics that I want to turn into mystical items." "Bring them all," the old man said with a smile, "Your shamelessness makes you even more alike." Hobert knew that the old man was saying he was like Rex, but Hobert wasn't angry. Instead, he felt that Rex was also a person who knew how to be flexible. Then he thought of the old man's bidding at the auction last night. "Sir, I know that the mystical item auctioned last night was your work. You won't be angry that I put it up for auction, will you?" "No," the old man smiled, "my bidding yesterday was just to make my work look more valuable, even if that work wasn't very successful." Hobert was relieved. He asked Alan, who was waiting outside, to quickly arrange a villa prepared for nobles for the old men, and send a few clever servants over. Then he hurried back to Backlund using travel, found Christian at the Duke's mansion, and asked, "Father, do you know this person?" As he spoke, Hobert picked up the black tea on the table. Under his tampering and distortion, a three-dimensional face formed on the surface of the tea. Full of wrinkles, beard clean-shaven, looking very rigorous, it was the old man he had just met. Christian was first stunned, then smiled. "That old fellow Winston went to your territory. It should be him." "I knew he would go," Christian said. "I mentioned you many times in my letters to him. He must be very curious about you." Hobert asked, "How can I keep him here for a longer time?" "That old fellow loves fishing and eating fish, but he doesn't like socializing," Christian said. "When I asked him to forge those 3 mystical items for you before, I gave him a manor with a fish pond. But I heard that some time ago, many Beyonders came to his door, hoping he could help forge some Beyonder items, which made it impossible for him to fish in peace, so he left." Hobert nodded. "I know what to do." Returning to Geoffrey territory, Hobert first told Alan not to let any outsiders disturb Winston, and if necessary, he could ask members of the Special Operations Division to drive them away. Then he gave Winston his own prepared fishing boat and went to Fainapotter to hire 2 chefs who were good at making fish to provide Winston with food. After arranging all this, Hobert went to the Nation of Disorder, took out the remaining piece of black iron-like material, as well as 2 faceless, 2 shepherd, and 2 traveler Beyonder characteristics, and accompanied by furs, sent them to Winston. Winston was slightly stunned when he saw that Hobert had brought so many Beyonder characteristics. "You're really not being polite." Hobert smiled and said, "Please make the 2 traveler Beyonder characteristics into Traveler's Gate." Winston waved his hand impatiently. "I know." Hobert instructed the servants a few more times before leaving with furs. On the way back, Hobert explained the details of the old man Winston to Furs. Furs naturally realized the importance of this old man. "Should I come over every day to ask him if he has any requests?" Influenced by Hobert, Furs now clearly understood that in some places, one cannot be lazy. "No need," Hobert said. "If he has any needs, let the servants help convey them." Furs smiled. "This is a treasure your father left you." Hobert smiled. "Yes." For him, Christian and Mona were father and mother, while Rex and April felt less close. Even now, Hobert still referred to Rex as Mr. Rex. Half an hour later, Hobert appeared on the west coast again. He originally came to deal with the affairs of the new territory, but when he arrived, he realized that because of the precedent of occupying the west coast last time, Conrad and Seal could quickly deal with any problems. Hobert was happy to be idle, waiting for Bishop Simpson in his tent. Around 10:30, Simpson arrived as scheduled. After chatting for a few words, Hobert asked, "How many Beyonder characteristics do you need?" Simpson asked in return, "How many are you willing to sell?" "I have prepared 1 Shepherd Beyonder characteristic, 7 Rose Bishop, 15 Shadow Ascetic, 23 Listener, and 26 Secret Supplicant Beyonder characteristics for you." Hobert didn't expect that the Shepherd Beyonder characteristics would all be used in this way. This sequence of Beyonder characteristics is one of the most popular Beyonder characteristics for making mystical items. Even if the mystical item only has half of the true Shepherd ability, and can only graze 3 or 4 souls, it is still a very good mystical item. Hobert did not sell all the Beyonder characteristics to Simpson, because the quantity was too huge, completely inconsistent with the number of enemies killed. "I want them all." Bishop Simpson said seriously, "Let's talk about the specific price." According to the previous agreement, the Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 will all be given to you at the base price, Hobert said, which are 360 gold pounds, 720 gold pounds, and 1,440 gold pounds respectively. Rose Bishop is 3,600 gold pounds, and Shepherd is 10,000 gold pounds. Bishop Simpson nodded. "No problem." The Shepherd was only priced at 10,000 gold pounds, which shows how much face Hobert gave him. Everyone knew how popular the mystical items made from the Shepherd Beyonder characteristic were. After agreeing on the price, Hobert, as usual, listed a list. 26 Secret Supplicant Beyonder characteristics, 360 gold pounds each, total value 9,360 gold pounds. 23 Listener Beyonder characteristics, 720 gold pounds each, total value 16,560 gold pounds. 15 Shadow Ascetic Beyonder characteristics, 1,440 gold pounds each, total value 21,600 gold pounds. 7 Rose Bishop Beyonder characteristics, 3,600 gold pounds each, total value 25,200 gold pounds. 1 Shepherd Beyonder characteristic, value 10,000 gold pounds. Total, 82,720 gold pounds. Simpson wrote a check very readily, and after discussing the issue of preaching on Longtail Island with Hobert, he left with a wooden box of Beyonder characteristics. Hobert also liked such large transactions, especially the beyonder characteristics that he was only willing to sell to the church, being able to sell nearly half of them at once, which saved him a lot of trouble. Hobert planned to have Philip bring back the cash from these 80,000 gold pounds and then offer them to the nation of disorder to be spent in Geoffrey territory when he needed money in the future. Currently, after compensating the families of the fallen, there were still more than 60,000 gold pounds in the Lord's Mansion account, enough to spend for a while. After dealing with the transaction, Hobert immediately asked Dennis, who had ended his vacation, to be responsible for the first round of population introduction. On the Backlund side, 800 impoverished people without a livelihood would be simply trained in 2 days, and then they would pass through the Traveller's Gate to the land that had been prepared for them. On the Geoffrey territory side, Corwin was responsible for contacting this matter. Hobert first contacted Corwin with Dennis, and then came to Backlund to contact Todd. Todd had been staring at the factory. The factory that Hobert had taken a fancy to was finally rented for £14,000 for 2 years. Hobert was very satisfied with Todd's ability to bargain and rewarded him with £100 on the spot. Todd reported, "While the factory doesn't have other employees yet, I plan to use the other dormitory buildings to train 1,500 people in the next batch, and then increase the number as appropriate after training several batches." Hobert nodded. "How are Zio and Freya's jobs going?" Todd sighed. "Their interrogation is really amazing. They easily found more than 100 people with criminal records among so many people. However, most of them stole out of hunger. I had people record this on their resumes and warn them, but I don't plan to pursue it for the time being. There are also a dozen people who have seriously injured or killed others. Most of them were in self-defense. I also recorded it in their resumes, as a final chance for them. Only 6 people killed people proactively for food. I have sent them to the police station." Hobert was very satisfied with Todd's handling. There is basically no order at the bottom of Backlund. It is common for vagrants to fight to the death for food. Except for the criminals who proactively killed people, others should indeed have another chance. In the future, if you encounter similar problems, handle them according to this precedent. Returning to the Earl's mansion on Empress Borough, as soon as he entered the spacious hall, Dofus's report followed. "Tomorrow is the traditional social season of loan. Many invitations have been sent one after another these days. The invitations are from His Majesty the King, Duke Negan." Dofus said a dozen or so great nobles including Christian in a row, and then he said, "If you don't plan to reject any of the invitations, you will have to attend balls every night for the next 12 days. After working hard for a long time and listening to many reports, Hobert showed a wry smile for the first time. "I have a mystical item that can change appearances. How about you go in my place?" Dofus smiled professionally. "Do you mean to reject all the invitations?" "Forget it if you don't want to go." Hobert waved his hand. "I won't reject any invitations for the next social season." To be precise, he doesn't have the qualifications to reject invitations yet. Dofus invited Hobert to the study. "Ms. Lorata brought you 4 checks yesterday." As he spoke, he took out the checks from his inner pocket and handed them to Hobert. Hobert took it and looked at it. The face values of the 4 checks were £42,000, £8,625, £4,085, and £3,990 respectively. This was the bounty for Admiral of Blood, Seigneur and others, totaling £58,700, another considerable income. Hobert handed the check to Dofus again. "Go to the bank to withdraw the money, and, by the way, buy some good coffee and black tea and send them to the Blackthorn Security Company on Church Street." "Yes." Dofus paused and said, "The safe I bought before can no longer hold so much cash, so I bought a new safe." Hobert nodded, sighing in his heart. It will be difficult to have such a large income in the next few months. Finally, Dofus took out an envelope. "This is a letter that Ms. Lorata brought with her." Hobert opened it and saw that there was only an address on the letter. He immediately understood that this was Leonard's current address that Thomas had helped him find out. He said to Dofus, who hadn't gone far, "Prepare 2 bottles of good wine for me. I'm going to visit a friend." "Yes." In the evening, a luxurious Earl-class carriage arrived at 7 Pin Street, Northborough. Hobert, wearing a trench coat, got out of the carriage, looked at the surrounding environment, which was not bad, took the wine from the servant, and stepped forward to knock on the door. "Earl." As the door opened, Leonard's magnetic voice came, "Welcome." Hobert looked at the young man with the demeanor of a poet in front of him. "Old friend, your place is not bad. It shouldn't be as spacious as the Earl's mansion, right? Please come in." Leonard invited Hobert in. Hobert saw that the living room was fairly clean, and smiled while taking off his hat. "I guess you hired a maid to clean and launder regularly." Leonard closed the door. "How did you know?" "Nonsense," Hobert thought. "With your sloppy and undisciplined personality, it would be normal for your home to be like a pigsty." He changed the subject and raised the wine in his hand. "Go get 2 wine glasses. This is the Earl's Mansion's vintage wine. Let's taste what's different." Leonard smiled. "Wait a moment." He shouted to a child across the street at the door, "Little Nia." Help me buy a pack of freshly cut ham and roast pork from the next street. I also want some potato chips and roasted pork skin. While Leonard was talking, he took out a 2 soldi banknote. The rest is yours. On the streets where the Backlund middle class gathered, there were many such 8 or 9-year-old and teenage children wandering the streets, specializing in running errands for people. Soon, the fragrant roast pork was placed on the dining table. The 4 kinds of food Leonard ordered were classic Loanese appetizers. However, true gentlemen rarely eat like this. It is generally the kind of people who have escaped poverty but have not yet reached the middle class who like to use such food with wine. Although Leonard's income had long exceeded that of the middle class, he liked this unrestrained way of eating. The 2 poured wine. Hobert tasted a potato chip, and then sighed in his heart, absolutely no peanuts are more classic. After a bottle of wine was finished, the topics the 2 talked about became more and more extensive. Leonard asked, I heard you are recruiting a group of vagrants. Yes. There was nothing to hide, Hobert said, there is still some vacant farmland in my territory, enough to feed tens of thousands of people. Leonard smiled, Hobert, you haven't changed at all, that's great. How can I change? Hobert tasted a piece of ham, the taste was not bad. Leonard answered irrelevantly, you are an earl now, and you still like to wear trench coats. Hobert said seriously, I am an earl, why can't I wear a trench coat? The 2 looked at each other, then laughed together, and then drank the wine in their glasses together and opened the second bottle of wine. I have recently found some clues. Leonard suddenly said, according to the usual practice, these clues can only be exchanged within the Red Gloves, but you are also a member of the Red Gloves, which does not violate the relevant regulations. Although Leonard's words were incoherent, Hobert knew that he was talking about clues about Captain Dunn's enemy. Hobert thought for a while, he couldn't tell Leonard that the captain had been resurrected for the time being, at least until this guy became a member of the Tarot Club, and then find a suitable opportunity to tell him. Leonard added, we talked about the Lenevis case before, right? Yes. Later, I came into contact with the Carpin case and the Backlund Smog case, and found that a private detective Sherlock Moriarty appeared in these cases. Leonard said seriously. Just a few days ago, I got accurate information that Sherlock is also related to the Lenevis case. This detective must have a major secret. He may know some inside information about the true creator's descent case. Hobert agreed, your logic is very rigorous. That is one of the parties involved, and his investigation is already very in-depth. Does this count as knowing important clues? Unfortunately, according to limited information, he went to the Berserk Sea to take refuge. Leonard said with some disappointment, maybe he will never be found again. As far as I know, he is back now, Hobert thought, returning to Backlund as a rich man. Hobert directed the clues to another direction. According to my investigation, Insangwil appeared in the Backlund Smog case. At that time, Leonard only had very vague information about the demigod battle that took place in the underground ruins. Can it be confirmed that it was him? Then he smiled, you are indeed secretly investigating his whereabouts. Hobert smiled and said nothing. Leonard suddenly guessed, do you think Sherlock might be a believer of the creator? Or simply his blessed? The wine in Hobert's mouth almost sprayed out, why do you think so? The creator has been too active recently. Leonard said, I just got the news that the great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is actually the blessed of the creator. Hobert suppressed the urge to twitch his mouth, who said that? See King John Cotman's guess. I. Hobert took a deep breath, swallowed the damn back, and smiled, I'm not very clear. Based on some recent information, I have some guesses. Leonard said, although the creator's main power is in the southern continent, he also has many subordinates in the Berserk Sea and the northern continent. He seems to be trying to influence the development of some things in this world. Then could Sherlock be one of his subordinates sent to the northern continent? To disrupt some actions of the lone royal family, or to investigate some things. The true creator's descent case may be one of the targets of his investigation. Perhaps the true creator is the creator's opponent. Hobert thought, your ideas are so wild and imaginative, and they seem to make sense, but the result is completely wrong. Then he realized that the creator had recently stolen the limelight from the fool, and many unsolved cases of the true God churches were attributed to the creator. Hobert didn't dare to say anything, so he could only listen quietly to Leonard's imaginative guesses. Some guesses about the creator made Hobert a little frightened. If he replaced Sherlock or Gehrman in the guess with Hobert, he would be very close to the truth. Fortunately, this topic was only discussed for a while, and they talked about other things. At more than 9 o'clock in the evening, Leonard looked at the luxurious carriage disappearing into the mist. An old voice that only he could hear asked, aren't you curious about his experience in Fanapotter? Why didn't you ask? Because he didn't say it. Leonard closed the door. He is already a demigod. Leonard was slightly surprised, no wonder he was titled Earl. He recalled the first time he met Hobert, they were both sequence 8. Then Leonard smiled easily, old man, do you have any friends? A few seconds later, the old voice replied, "My friends are all dead." For a while, I thought my friends were all dead too. Leonard said, "Fortunately, the goddess blesses me and left me a friend." After another second or two, the old voice said, "They are not dead." "Yes." Leonard said, "Captain and Klein will always live in my heart." The old man did not make further explanations. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 541, Chapter 541 Bernadette asks the fool a second question, Bonus 1. Chapter 541 Bernadette asks the fool a second question. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Abdi Nur for becoming a free member. Hobert's carriage hadn't gone far when a coffin emerged from the void. After a letter popped out, it disappeared. Opening the letter, Hobert discovered it was from Klein. He thought to himself, "Only today do I realize I've taken so much blame for you." He opened the letter and saw that Klein was asking him to meet at the Tussock riverbank in the suburbs of Backlund at midnight. Hobert was stunned. What's so important that he needs to meet me in person? He exerted a little force with his hand, tampering with the density of the letter, turning it into tiny paper scraps. As they floated out of the carriage window, they turned into white dust. After resting for a while, at 11:58 p.m., Hobert used travel to arrive at the meeting place he had agreed upon with Klein. It was far from the city, with no villages nearby, only the Tussock River flowing silently in the darkness. Klein had just arrived as well. The two smiled at each other. Hobert thought to himself, is tonight a friends' reunion? To see two old friends on the same night. He asked knowingly, "I heard you're being targeted by the Church of the Lord of Storms." Klein's appearance at this time was black hair and brown eyes, with the temperament of a scholar, just like when he first met Hobert. He asked in return, "Haven't you heard about my experiences?" Hobert laughed, "I only heard that Gehrman Sparrow became a favored one of the Creator, but I only got this information tonight and haven't had time to verify it." He said this on purpose to make it easier for Klein to make relevant associations. And Klein lived up to expectations. "It's about what I guessed." Hobert is only responsible for matters related to the Creator in the northern continent, so he's not very well informed about the Berserk Sea. And the Creator certainly wouldn't proactively tell his favored one about the events in Byam. "The Creator saved me in Byam," Klein said directly. "I asked you out to ask if you need my help with anything recently." Hobert immediately understood that Klein didn't know how to repay the Creator, so he was learning from the Hangman to prepare to thank the Creator's favored one. "There is indeed something I need your help with." Klein made a gesture for him to speak. Hobert suddenly brought up another issue. "What are your thoughts on how to obtain the magician potion formula?" Klein was slightly stunned. There is no feasible plan at the moment. Hobert certainly knew that this guy wasn't telling the truth. He then said, "If you want to sneak into a church of the Evernight Goddess, such as St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund, to obtain the potion formula, remember to call me." Klein looked puzzled. Hobert explained, "During the Backlund smog incident, a saint sent by the Creator lost contact. According to limited clues, we suspect that saint was imprisoned by unsealed artifact of the Evernight Goddess Church. If there's a chance, I need to sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral to look for clues." Klein immediately considered the possibility of acting with Hobert, but he soon felt that doing so was too risky. Just as he was about to refuse and ask Hobert if he had any other requests, Hobert added, "I recently obtained an sealed artifact that can transform into a small mass of flesh, to be hidden on another person in a very secretive way." This made Klein change his mind again. "If I have such ideas, I will contact you immediately." Hobert Eden asked, "What are your plans after this?" Klein didn't hide anything. "I can't stay in the rampaging sea any longer. I plan to return to Backlund under another identity. If you need help, you can come to the Earl's Manor or write to me." "I will," Klein said with a smile. "I just saw Leonard tonight," Hobert said. "Besides the current sequence advancement, he's still the same as ever." Klein sighed. Leonard. It seemed like someone who had appeared in his life a long time ago. Watching Hobert leave, Klein stood quietly by the river for a while before using travel to arrive at the Tingen City Cemetery, in front of Dunn Smith's grave. "Captain, I've come to see you." He looked at the tombstone for a long time without saying a word. He originally thought he would have a lot to say, but when he arrived at the cemetery, he found that he couldn't say anything. After a long while, Klein used divination to find old Neil's grave. "Why didn't I carefully observe your condition at that time? If you hadn't lost control a second time, perhaps." He sighed. "How can there be so many perhaps? In this extraordinary world, we are too fragile." 62 Empress Burrow. Hobert lay in his bedroom, lamenting that Klein seemed to be getting more and more withdrawn. He remembered that before, Klein would tell him some of his plans for the future, but now Klein was unwilling to reveal anything. Turning over, Hobert thought again, Leonard can't be a poet in this life. Although his thoughts are unconstrained, the questions he thinks about are too practical and not poetic at all, but this way of thinking is very suitable for investigating cases. Thinking and thinking, Hobert fell into a deep sleep and woke up early the next morning. While eating breakfast, Hobert chatted with Elizabeth, asking about her exam preparation and planning to get to know some education counselors at the upcoming balls. Or use Portland's relationship to see if he could find a convenient channel to enter Backlund University. Today was Monday, and the students introduced by Portland, the president of Backlund Technical University, and Professor Isaac of the physics department came for an interview. Hobert chatted with them and felt quite satisfied with their professional skills, so he hired all 4 of them. Hobert was very generous with the salary. The student introduced by Portland had rich work experience, and Hobert gave him a salary of £12 per week. The 3 students introduced by Isaac were somewhat lacking in practical experience, but Hobert also offered a salary of £8 per week for each of them, and arranged accommodation and food for them on the manor. This salary and treatment were rare in Backlund, especially for the 3 university graduates in materials science. This was the highest-paying job they had encountered. On the way to the manor in the suburbs by carriage, Hobert assigned tasks to them. Portland student, Fitch, was responsible for designing a small power station. Hobert explained the principle of the power station to Fitch in as much detail as possible. The difference between the mechanical structure of the power station and ordinary steam engines was its turbine, which could better exploit thermal energy. If ordinary steam engines could only exploit about 8% of the heat energy after coal combustion, the power station with a large turbine could exploit up to 40% of the heat energy. Hobert had only seen the concept diagram of the turbine and could only try his best to describe it clearly. Fitch was a little confused at first. After all, the turbine was not a product of this era and was not easy for him to understand. But after understanding the principle, he was confident that he could design a prototype in 2 or 3 weeks, assemble it, and test the effect. As for the 3 students introduced by Isaac, Hobert asked one to study the application of tungsten wire in electric lights, one to study more uses of rubber, and one to study how to convert electrical energy and acoustic energy into each other. The 4 people looked at each other and seemed to say in their hearts at the same time, this money is not easy to earn. The tasks Hobert gave were all in the relatively unpopular field of electricity, and although the learned Earl gave them theories that they were not unfamiliar with, they had not applied them in this way before, so there was nothing to learn from. However, after seeing the manor that was being renovated on a large scale, the 4 people became ambitious again and felt that this was indeed an opportunity to show their talents. After settling them down, Hobert urged them to get to work as soon as possible. What these 4 researchers didn't know was that Hobert had repeatedly used the 1-107's secrecy ability when he talked to them about the key points. So Hobert simply didn't sign a confidentiality agreement, because it wasn't necessary. Without having time to eat lunch, Hobert embarked on the return journey, fearing that he would not be able to return to the Earl's Manor by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After returning to the Earl's Manor, Hobert locked himself in the bedroom under the pretext of rest. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, his vision was covered by grey fog, and he reappeared in the Giant's Hall, sitting on one side of the bronze long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With Justice Audrey's crisp greeting, this tarot gathering officially began. After the greeting session, Hermit Catlia first said, "Mr. Fool, I only collected 1 page of Roselle's diary this time." Next was Fool Klein's reading time. After reading a few lines, he was surprised to find that this page of the diary was actually Roselle's record of obtaining information about the Black Emperor rebirth process from Mr. Dorr. In addition, there was a lot of information about the United Empire during the 4th epoch. The former made Klein understand many of the things that the Emperor had reserved in his previous information about the Black Emperor. The latter allowed him to verify the Emperor's relevant information and guesses about the 4th epoch. In the end, he concluded that this information was basically consistent with what the Emperor said, and the Emperor's guesses were also reasonable, making the relevant information and history more abundant. After reading this diary with a huge amount of information, Klein smiled and said to Catlia, "What is your request?" Catlia immediately asked, "May I ask who is the protagonist of this diary besides Emperor Roselle?" This question immediately made Audrey look at Mr. Fool with curiosity. The other members were also very interested. Anyone who could be written in Roselle the Great's diary must not be an ordinary person. Klein couldn't help but complain in his heart, that is to say, this diary was carefully selected by Bernadette. If it were another one, I would tell you that the other protagonist is a witch, a certain noble lady, a certain noble young lady. He leaned back in his chair leisurely and replied, "Mr. Dorr." For a time, everyone appeared a brief daze. The hanged man Alger frowned. According to the information obtained from Emperor, Mr. Dorr was a figure of the 4th epoch. How could he have contact with Emperor Roselle of the 5th epoch? Audrey was curious, in what way did they meet, what would they communicate? Magician first thought, could it be that the seal on Mr. Dorr became less secure 100 years ago? That's why I can hear those whispers during the full moon. The other members probably had similar guesses to their own. Katlia had already traded for information about the angel family before joining the tarot club, so only she didn't know who Mr. Dor was. After observing the abnormality of the other members, she asked, "Does everyone know who Mr. Dor is?" Audrey and the other members all looked at the Emperor. Emperor Hobert said, "Mr. Dor is an King of Angels of the fourth epoch. The King of Angels here refers to a level of power, not a title." He added, "Except for the 8 kings of angels around the ancient sun god in the third epoch, when describing others as kings of angels, they all refer to the level of strength, not the title." Katlia asked, "Why haven't I heard of Mr. Dor?" Hobert had to further answer, "He was sealed." Katlia followed up and asked, "Then why can he contact Emperor Roselle?" This was also the question in the minds of the other members, including Klein, so everyone unanimously stared at the Emperor. This. Hobert paused slightly. "I'm not too clear about this either, I only know some information." He originally wanted to say, "This information needs to be traded," but after thinking about it, if he knew the secret information very clearly, it would be easy to be suspected, so he said, "I only know some information." Katlia immediately said, "I am willing to initiate a transaction for relevant information, even if I only know a part of it. I am also willing to initiate a transaction." Furs also immediately said, she would not let go of any information about Mr. Dor. Katlia was slightly stunned and looked at Miss Magician. In her impression, Miss Magician rarely took the initiative like this. "Let me think about it," Hobert said, £3,000. He then smiled, "In order to allow everyone to improve faster, let's offer £3,000. After becoming a demigod, Hobert didn't have much need for gold pounds anymore, and he earned money faster. Instead, he hoped to get more demigod helpers, so there was no need to scavenge other members. The crowdfunding for this transaction was completed as quickly as ever. This time, Katlia and Furs each contributed £750, and the other members each contributed £300. Of course, Little Sun used Beyonder ingredients to pay off his debts as usual. Before the transaction began, Katlia looked at Miss Magician again. Everyone didn't show surprise at Miss Magician's enthusiasm this time. Usually, she would at most follow along with the transaction. Could it be that Miss Magician has a special connection with Mr. Dor? And everyone knows this. Then she thought, just as I thought before, although Miss Magician rarely speaks and looks very low-key, she never seems to worry about money. Moreover, she has never bought any magic potion formulas or Beyonder ingredients, but compared to last week, her temperament at this gathering seems to be different, as if she has been promoted. Who provided her with the formula and Beyonder ingredients? Her identity is indeed not simple. Mr. Dor's full name is Bethel Abraham. Hobert said, "In this transaction, we will mainly talk about this King of Angels." Katlia was slightly taken aback, a member of the Abraham family. Although she had never heard of Mr. Dor, she had heard of the Abraham family. Furs answered this question. To be precise, he is the ancestor of the Abraham family. Katlia nodded slightly, guessing the relationship between Miss Magician and the Abraham family. Hobert waited for their question and answer to end before continuing. According to limited clues, this Mr. Dor should have been promoted to an angel in the third epoch. The sequence 3 of this pathway before becoming an angel is called Wanderer. It is said that they can wander in the cosmos and travel between different planets. This stunned Klein. If he had this ability, what would he need a spaceship for? Then he realized, in the mystical world, in addition to the concepts of orange stars and brown stars, there are also concepts of other planets. That's right, I remember seeing some descriptions before I time traveled. Before people could see the surface of Mars clearly, they thought that some humans should also live on other planets. The concept of planets has actually existed for a long time. Audrey sighed in her heart, wandering in the cosmos. It sounds so romantic. Furs was a little excited. I will have such abilities in the future. I must go and see what those stars look like. The male members such as Alger did not have such romantic ideas. Alger just thought, other planets are good hiding places. The apprentice pathway seems to be developing in a direction that is increasingly difficult to catch. The son Derek carefully savored the word planet before he roughly understood the meaning of the planet. How great it would be if City of Silver could migrate to other planets. It's a pity that we can't even go to the north and south continents now. The moon, Emlyn wondered, I wonder if there are moons on other planets. Are there any puppets? Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to imagine, and then reminded everyone, it is said that Mr. Dor liked to travel in the cosmos after becoming a wanderer. Please remember this, because this is very important. The other members were slightly taken aback and didn't understand why Hobert would give such a reminder. Only, the Emperor continued, in the fourth epoch, it is said that Mr. Dor has accommodated the uniqueness of this pathway and all sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, and is known as the King of Angels who is most likely to be promoted to a true god. During the War of the Four Emperors, he was jointly sealed by the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms, who supported the Trunsoist Empire. At this time, Klein suddenly recalled, I remember that Roselle said in a diary before that after going to sea, he encountered Mr. Dor, who was trapped in the storm and lost in the depths of darkness. I didn't notice this before. It may be precisely because Mr. Dor was sealed by the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms that he appeared to be trapped in darkness and storms. Katlia keenly noticed something. Why was Mr. Dor sealed? The other members were slightly taken aback. Why else? Of course, it was because of the War of the Four Emperors. The Beyonders of the Dor pathway found it difficult to deal with just thinking about it. The Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms were eliminating potential threats. The hermit, Katlia, seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. She spread her hands. Didn't everyone notice this? Who else did the gods seal during the War of the Four Emperors? Everyone was stunned. It seemed that they had never heard of anyone else being sealed by the six gods. In this way, Mr. Dor's encounter seemed indeed quite special. And people who have such special encounters must have something special about them. Hobert admired the pirate admiral's insight very much. The hermit's question is indeed the most critical part of this transaction. Although there is no direct evidence to prove it, the existing clues all indicate that Mr. Dor was corrupted while wandering in the cosmos after becoming a wanderer. So, as Mr. Dor becomes stronger and stronger, he is actually becoming a bigger and bigger destabilizing factor. Therefore, when the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms believed that the time was right, they immediately sealed Mr. Dor. This answer was unexpected by everyone. Klein behind the grey fog first thought, then Roselle, who communicated with Mr. Dor many times, is also in danger of being corrupted. Alger smiled slightly. The seemingly ordinary actions of the gods always contain profound meaning. Furs immediately asked, who corrupted Mr. Dor? Hobert did not answer directly, but said, at that time, Mr. Dor was not yet an angel and was not strong enough to resist such corruption. Furs recalled the information she had previously traded from the Emperor, and immediately understood, above the gods. Klein silently recited in his heart, outer gods. Then he manipulated the world and asked, are there many such contaminations in the cosmos? Why hasn't this corruption spread in the North and South continents? The second question had been a question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Hobert simply replied, as far as I know, yes. Klein was slightly taken aback. Generally, when asked during a transaction, the Emperor would try to answer in as much detail as possible. And if he didn't answer in detail, there were generally two reasons: either Hobert didn't know the answer, or the value of the answer was too high and exceeded the scope of this transaction. Looking at Hobert's expression, Klein believed that both were true. Furs couldn't help but frown when he heard this answer, so the cosmos is very dangerous. Audrey had the same question as the world: why are those outer gods all in the cosmos? And haven't affected the real world? Alger realized, according to some clues, the gods seem to have gone to the astral world at the beginning of the fifth epoch. Were they going to guard against this group of outer gods? Then he also had the same question as Klein before, but outer gods should be stronger than gods. How did the seven gods resist their erosion? Katlia was more concerned. Why was Mr. Dor able to contact Emperor Roselle? The other members were slightly taken aback and immediately realized that this was another key piece of information in this transaction, so they stopped their respective guesses and looked at the Emperor together. Part of the following transaction content is my guess, Hobert said. The one who corrupted Mr. Dor occupied the Crimson Moon. So, at the time of the full moon, that existence can to a certain extent offset the seal on Mr. Dor. Or Mr. Dor can use his own corruption to obtain power from the full moon and temporarily get rid of the power of the seal to a certain extent, approaching the real world. The latter is more likely. If it is the former, Mr. Dor is likely to be in a semi-mad state during the full moon. In addition, although he is rational during the full moon, it may be because he has been corrupted, or because the existence occupying the Crimson Moon has tampered with him, making his attempts to communicate with his descendants become maddening whispers, making it almost impossible for anyone to know what he is saying. If one day you can understand what he is saying, either you are strong enough to block those tampering or contaminations, or he is bewitching you. Furs asked, whispers of the full moon. Yes, Hobert nodded. Katlia was slightly taken aback. Why didn't I hear whispers during the full moon? Can only members of the Abraham family hear these whispers? Then she realized a key question: the Crimson Moon is occupied by outer gods. Is it because of his occupation that the blood moon phenomenon occurs? This reminds me of the primordial moon. Emlyn didn't know the details of Miss Magician. For blood clans, the full moon is when our power is at its fullest, but even the most learned Crimson scholars among the blood clans have never announced that there will be whispers during the full moon. Furs asked again, what are the whispers of Mr. Dor saying? The great creator said that he was warning his descendants not to rescue him. Hobert brought out his big name. Everyone was stunned, and then their hearts were immediately filled with questions. Under the cover of the grey fog, Klein was somewhat surprised. I thought before that Mr. Dor was asking for help, but I didn't expect the opposite to be true. Furs was slightly taken aback. why is he telling the descendants of the Abraham family not to save him? Is it because he has been corrupted? Once there is an opportunity, he reminds his descendants not to encounter such corruption as he did. Katlia was more concerned, so Emperor Roselle established contact with Mr. Dor and communicated with him during the full moon. Hobert nodded, that should be the case. The hermit, Katlia quickly asked, then has the emperor also been corrupted? Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, as far as I know, he has been corrupted to a certain extent, a corruption that is difficult to detect. The other members, including Klein, sat up straight, their expressions or body movements showing their surprise. Klein sighed, I clearly had some guesses, but at this moment when I know the exact answer, I still can't help but be a little surprised. Then he worried, I read Roselle's diary, could I also have been corrupted because of this? Audrey was somewhat detached from the state of spectator, oh my god, Emperor Roselle was actually corrupted by outer gods. Then, which of the eccentric words and deeds he did were made under the influence of corruption? Which were made under normal circumstances? Little son leaned back in his chair, suddenly I feel that the outside world is so dangerous. Emlyn smiled, this is really an unexpected thing. Humans are really a fragile race. Like us blood clans, we are rarely corrupted. But thinking of those adults lying in coffins who were not in good condition, Emlyn's idea was somewhat lacking in confidence. Katlia was the first to recover from her surprise, then will the emperor bring this corruption to the people around him? Theoretically, no, Hobert said, because this corruption is very weak and will only be used at specific times. The hermit breathed a sigh of relief, then the queen was not affected. Furs asked, we often hear the whispers of the full moon, especially when the blood moon is clearer, will we also be corrupted? No, Hobert said, as I said before, this is when Mr. Dor is somewhat rational. Of course, he will not give his corruption to his descendants. There may be slight corruption, but Hobert believed that it was only possible to be used by the mother goddess of depravity, after leaving the earth and entering the cosmos. Klein asked from manipulating the world, we know so much information about Emperor Roselle, about Mr. Dor, won't we be corrupted because of this? Hobert understood that what Klein really cared about was whether he would be corrupted because he had read so many of Roselle's diaries. So he replied, here we have Mr. Fool's protection, and this giant hall's protection. As long as we don't bring this information to the real world, we will not be harmed in any way. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, manipulating the world, that's good. Furs asked again, what is the current state of Mr. Dor? Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, in my opinion, the seals of the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms are, to some extent, a kind of protection for him. Until now, he has not been completely corrupted and fallen into complete madness, but the corruption he has suffered is already very serious and will constantly lure some people to the cosmos, eventually causing more people to be corrupted. Furs nodded thoughtfully, he has not been completely corrupted, which means there is still hope of being rescued. Thinking of this, she shook her head, doing so is very dangerous, and may even bring great danger to the entire real world. It's better not to make such assumptions. The cosmos is so terrible, I won't go even if I have such abilities in the future. Audrey sighed, it has been more than 1,000 years, and Mr. Dor's call is still continuing. Thinking about it seriously, such an encounter is really despairing. Klein noticed the first half of the Emperor's words, could this be another secret arrangement of the gods? Perhaps the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms were not sure of killing Mr. Dor, so they joined forces to seal him. Katlia frowned, it's a pity that after performing psychological suggestion later, I may only remember that Mr. Dor's condition is not very good after leaving this grey fog, and I won't be able to pass all the information to the Queen. Little Son and Emlyn felt like they were listening to a story the whole time and didn't have any sense of involvement. The former was because they were in the forsaken land of the gods, and felt that these things were far away from them. The latter was because he was a bit carefree and always felt that this was a matter of the human world and had nothing to do with him, a sanguine. Seeing that everyone no longer had any questions, Hobert said, this transaction ends here. Katlia seemed to have just recovered, I would also like to ask, what specific effects did Emperor Roselle suffer? Because Emperor Roselle jumped to the Black Emperor pathway, I do know some inside information about this. Hobert smiled. But that's another transaction. She was about to initiate a new transaction, but then she thought that this information must involve above the sequence again. Even if the transaction was completed, it would be difficult to bring these messages out. It would be better to wait until the Queen's questions involved the Emperor again in the future, and trade with the Emperor together. As usual, for most of the next minute, everyone was still immersed in the information they had just heard. Although the previous transaction did not yield any shocking news, it changed their impression of Emperor Roselle again, and invisibly subverted some cognitions. After most of a minute, the world looked around and said in a hoarse voice, I want to sell a magical item. I named it biological poison bottle. He briefly described the magical item he obtained when helping Miss Bodyguard fight against the members of the Rose School. Seeing that no one spoke, Klein couldn't help but let the world add, everyone can help me find a buyer, and I will give a certain commission to the member who sells it. Hobert then asked, how much are you planning to sell it for? £5,200. Klein immediately manipulated the world to quote. £5,200. Emlyn repeated the price softly, without any extra thoughts. Catilia paused obviously, as if thinking of something, before saying, it's not necessary for me. Audrey keenly read the other party's emotions. Miss Hermit seemed to be afraid of something. Hermit, Catilia was just considering that Frankly might do some terrible experiments after coming into contact with the biological poison bottle. Because this magical item has an aphrodisiac effect, she didn't want to see the crew's children growing on the deck of the future, or the moo-mooing kind. I want it. Furs suddenly said. She believed that selling this magical item at the auction house could fetch at least £8,000 to £10,000, after all, it was a grade 2 sealed artifact. Then she seemed to think of something, and then said, is it possible to accept payment in the form of gold lire? Klein sighed secretly and manipulated the world to say, sorry, not accepting it for the time being. Then I need some time to raise the pounds. How about we complete the transaction tomorrow? Furs basically had gold lire in her hand, and she still had to find Hobert to exchange for this large pound transaction. As for Hobert on the opposite side, seeing that Furs had a bit of the posture of a lord's wife, he quietly watched her complete the transaction. Even if Furs didn't make a move, Hobert also planned to complete the transaction with Klein. After all, this kind of grade 2 sealed artifact was still very easy to sell. If auctioned, it could at least be used as the finale auction item. It didn't matter if the Emperor and the world completed the transaction and then handed it over to the auction house for processing. Hobert had already given Furs a heads up in advance, telling her that the auction house would also handle the spoils of other dependents of the creator. At that time, the biological poison bottle could be said to be a commodity to be disposed of by a dependent of the creator. Of course, Klein had no objection to Miss Magician's request. He manipulated the world and said, no problem. He thought it would be difficult to complete the transaction just now, but he didn't expect that this transaction, although a bit tortuous, was finally completed. In fact, Klein originally planned to sell this magical item to Justice or Hermit, but these two ladies didn't seem very interested. What he didn't expect was that the final buyer was Miss Magician, who usually spoke very little. After the transaction, Catilia couldn't help but guess with a frown, judging from Miss Magician's accent, it's a bit of Backlund accent. Why would she use gold lire as the settlement currency? Could it be that she grew up in Backlund, but was recently sent to the Fennebatter kingdom by her family? In Catilia's opinion, this Miss Magician was becoming more and more mysterious. Emlyn exclaimed, Miss Magician, who usually looks very low-key, is very rich. Although she said she was going back to raise pounds, if it was settled in gold lire, the transaction might have been completed immediately. After the transaction was completed, the world spoke again. I have a Book of Secrets, which is a book on mysticism by Shaman King Klarman of the Southern Continent, suitable for mid-sequence beyonders with a good foundation. Price, 1,000 gold pounds. The life of a rich man has put a lot of financial pressure on Mr. Fool. Now he spends about £10 as soon as he opens his eyes every day, and this is just the servant's salary, not counting other expenses. Audrey smiled and said, this is exactly what I want. Furs was also very interested, I also hope to get it. This made Klein couldn't help but sigh, the ladies of the Tarot Club are generally richer than the men. The Moon Emlyn also seemed very interested, but had a, I have no money, expression. As for the Hanged Man, who had just had a big expense last week, he probably couldn't buy anything recently. Audrey said to Magician Furs, why don't we crowdfund it? £500 each, you read it for a few days, and I read it for a few days. The world said, you can get the whole Book of Secrets by praying to Mr. Fool, and you can browse it in your mind. Audrey praised, that's great. This suddenly reminded Hobert of a scene. In the elementary school classroom, an elementary school student opened the textbook, held a handful of air and pressed it on his forehead, as if this process could stuff the knowledge in the textbook into his little head. Mr. Fool's ability made the child's wish come true. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 542, Chapter 542 The protagonist of this tarot club. Chapter 542 The protagonist of this tarot club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Klein, manipulating the world, reminded them, I must remind you, never pray to primordial moon, as it will turn you into writhing masses of flesh that mate crazily with different creatures, giving birth to all sorts of children. Of course, you must not pray to other hidden existences either, as that is equally dangerous. Furs was somewhat frightened by this, and Audrey immediately stated firmly, when holding secret rituals, I only pray to Mr. Fool. And the Creator. Furs added in her heart, then smiled wryly. In the Orthodox churches, both of these deities seem to be hidden existences, or simply evil gods. Then, the world initiated the third transaction. I also have a interrogator beyonder characteristic here, for only £1,200. This was the beyonder characteristic obtained during the judgment against Capim. Fearing being targeted by the royal family, he had never sold it. Now, he was clearing out all his inventory. I'll take it. The one buying this beyonder characteristic was still Furs. She knew that Zio had already advanced to interrogator, and she also knew how popular beyonder characteristics of this pathway were in Fanapotter. Buying it today meant she could sell it tomorrow at a high price of 5,000 gold lire, which was roughly £4,000, but only in private transactions. Hobert withdrew his hand halfway. From now on, he wouldn't need to take action to acquire magical items and beyonder characteristics at the tarot gathering. The other members once again looked at Miss Magician with new eyes. At this tarot gathering, she had already spent around £7,000. Audrey sighed, is being a lord's wife so profitable? Isn't she afraid of spending all of Hobert's wealth? Even for her, £7,000 was not a small sum. If she relied on writing books, she didn't know how long it would take to earn that much money. Even the son suspected, has Miss Magician found a new source of income recently? Emlyn finally realized, could it be that I'm the poorest person in the tarot gathering? No, I must quickly win the competition, so I can get many rewards. And I also need to work hard to earn money and become a noble viscount as soon as possible. So he asked the magician, is there any new information on the previous commission? Furs was slightly stunned because a few days ago, Hobert had just unified the entire South Colson area, and all the expenses for various supplies required her approval before Philip would allocate the money. Also, the auction the day before yesterday had made the private transactions through the auction house boom. She had been so busy these past 2 days that she had forgotten about this matter. I'll give you an answer by tonight at the latest. Furs needed to ask Zio if she had obtained any new clues. Then, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. Only then did she belatedly realize that she had been quite active in the transaction part of this gathering. Previously, she had always watched other members being active at the tarot gathering, but now she suddenly had the feeling of becoming the protagonist of this gathering, which made her a little embarrassed. Emlyn nodded and said to the son, I have the elder tree root crystal and auxiliary ingredients you wanted. They cost me a total of £2,000, plus my reward of £200, for a total of £2,200. Derek said, I'll give you the monster list. See if there are any materials you need. Well, but I may have to go back to City of Silver before I can pay you for all the materials. Because I'm still in Afternoon Town, still building the camp, I may not have enough time to hunt monsters. Emlyn was a little embarrassed, is that so? He had spent all his money to buy these materials. If he couldn't recoup his costs quickly, he might even be in danger of going bankrupt. Hobert smiled and said, how about this, let's have a 3-way transaction. The son will pay me 8 sequence 8 main ingredients, and I'll help you pay this amount. Emlyn's eyes lit up, I have no objections. The son also happily said, thank you, Mr. Emperor. To show my gratitude, I will pay you 9 ingredients. Thanks to his efforts, the sequence 8 main ingredients that were originally gathering dust in the City of Silver's warehouse now required twice the previous merit points to exchange for. If this continued, exchanging for sequence 8 level main ingredients would not be as cost-effective as exchanging for some rarely used sequence 7 level main ingredients. Hobert then said to Emlyn, I obtained a Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic last week, which is the Beyonder characteristic corresponding to your Sanguine Viscount. Are you willing to make a deal with me? Too willing. Emlyn was happy at first, but in the next second, he quickly became disappointed. I don't have enough money right now. We can trade in other ways. Hobert smiled and said, you seem to be in Backlund, right? Emlyn nodded, yes. There was nothing to hide about that. How about I give you some tasks to perform in Backlund to offset the debt? Hobert smiled and said, if you digest the potion in advance, I can give you the Beyonder characteristic in advance. Advance first, then continue to repay the debt. Emlyn really wanted to agree, because his experience in making potions for many years had already allowed him to digest most of the potions professor Beyonder characteristic. If all went well, he would be able to completely digest the potion by the second half of the year. After hesitating again and again, he said, the tasks you give me must not involve betraying the tarot gathering or the Sanguine. Everyone nodded in satisfaction at Mr. Moon's awareness of putting loyalty to the tarot gathering first. Don't worry about that. Hobert smiled and said, it's likely to be tasks dealing with the Rose School or the Aurora Order, or even tasks dealing with the followers of Primordial Moon. I won't even make you do anything that betrays the Church of the Earth Mother. Emlyn smiled unnaturally, that's not something I care about too much. Audrey smiled slightly, Mr. Moon's lie is too clumsy. The other members couldn't help but smile, Mr. Moon almost had the word cares written on his face. Hobert then said, for the sake of fairness, how about we still use pounds to measure this transaction? He said, I'm asking for £8,000 for the sequence 5B under characteristic of Scarlet Scholar, and you can pay this amount in the form of several tasks. We can discuss how much each task is worth at that time. Emlyn nodded and said, your offer is very fair. Because it was paid in the form of tasks, as long as the Emperor's asking price was not too excessive, he would not have any objections. Then, let's confirm this transaction under the witness of the fool. Okay. After completing this transaction, Hobert immediately said to Klein at the head of the bronze table, Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation with Miss Justice. Audrey was slightly stunned. What does Hobert want to talk to me about? We're going to meet at the ball tonight. Can't whatever it is wait until tonight? After establishing the environment for a private conversation, Hobert asked Audrey, do you still want a magical item that can change appearance? Yesterday, Hobert gave both of the faceless beyonder characteristics in his hand to Winston. With that old man's craftsmanship, the magical items he creates wouldn't be bad. Magical items that can change appearance are also very rare, at least they are rarely seen on the market. Audrey asked happily, do you have any relevant news? I recently met a very skilled artisan. Hobert said, you should still remember that I acquired a beyonder characteristic from the world that can change people's appearance. Of course I remember. Audrey asked, how much money will this magical item cost after it's made? £5,000. That's too cheap. Audrey exclaimed, then she said, Hobert, you don't have to do this. I'm not short of money right now. Moreover, this magical item can be reimbursed by Earl Hall. Hobert smiled and said, of course I know you're not short of money, but as old friends, some care is still necessary. He paused and then said, also, after I advanced to a demigod, I suddenly found that the pounds that used to bother me were not too difficult to obtain. Or rather, at this stage, pounds are no longer that important to me. Well, you can think of my discount as an investment in the members of the Tarot Gathering. The fool sitting at the head of the table opened his mouth, really? Can you get pounds relatively easily after becoming a demigod? Then I have to advance quickly too. Audrey nodded slowly, all right then. She was already prepared to have Earl Hall reimburse her for £8,000. Of course, the extra £3,000 would continue to be invested in making herself stronger. I considered it before attending the Tarot Gathering. Hobert said, although we will meet often during the subsequent social season, it is still more discreet to trade these magical items through the fool. Audrey said, I think so too. Then, I'll see you tonight. See you tonight. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, sighed in his heart, the social season of the nobles, I heard that the entire month of April is the busiest time for the nobles of Loan. However, my new identity, Dwayne Dantes, will not be too affected, because this identity cannot currently come into contact with such high-end circles at all. After the private conversation ended, they entered the free exchange session. Alger turned his head and asked the son beside him, are you still in Afternoon Town? Yes, but I'm about to return to City of Silver. The new exploration team has already arrived. Derek also proactively mentioned, I've already told the chief that I obtained the Justiciar potion formula while clearing out the monsters in Afternoon Town. Alger gently nodded. What was his attitude? He only said, very good. Alger chuckled. Your chief is very happy to see you grow. In comparison, he's probably more worried about that shepherd elder. He didn't continue that topic, instead throwing another piece of news to all the members. I just heard that adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is wanted by the Storm Church with a bounty of up to £50,000. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally looked towards the world at the end of the long table. The hermit, Catlia, simply glanced at the world. Did this guy go assassinate Sea King John Cotman? Otherwise, how could he suddenly become a wanted criminal of the Pirate Admiral level? Hobert stroked his chin. Is this guy's head worth so much now? The world hoarsely chuckled twice. The Storm Church is really generous. Even I'm tempted. The moon, Emlyn crossed his arms and also exclaimed, the great adventurer of the Berserk Sea. His news has been frequently published in the newspapers in recent months. To be honest, I really want to meet this guy. Hobert, Alger, Catlia, and Klein, who was hiding behind the grey fog, all looked at this sanguine, not knowing what to say for a moment. Audrey, however, had already noticed through the expressions of the other members, could the world be Gehrman Sparrow? Then she smiled, if that's really the case, Mr. Moon, your wish has come true. After a few seconds of eerie silence in the hall, Alger cleared his throat and said again, according to internal information from the Storm Church, this Gehrman Sparrow is very likely a favorite of the Creator. Audrey, Furs, and the others all looked at the Emperor, while Alger kept his eyes fixed on the world. Unfortunately, the world didn't seem to have any reaction. At least Alger didn't get any useful information. He looked at the Emperor with some disappointment. Seeing that the world had no intention of explaining, Hobert smiled and said, I also just got the news that last Monday night, Gehrman Sparrow disrupted a conspiracy of the Rose School, and was therefore targeted by a demigod of the Rose School. Because Gehrman was very clear about the creator's determination to strike at the Rose School, he reported this matter to the creator. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, was very satisfied with the emperor's wording. Gehrman was very clear about the creator's determination to strike at the Rose School, rather than Gehrman was very clear about the conflict between the creator and the Rose School. The former is a kind reminder, while the latter becomes Gehrman's request for help. It's not to say that Gehrman can't ask the creator for help, but that would be very unreasonable. After all, in Alger and Catlia's eyes, Gehrman is a favorite of the fool. Why would he ask another god for help when he encounters danger? Alger listened very carefully because he knew that since the world didn't offer any refutation, then what the emperor said was definitely first-hand information about this matter. Then he thought, Mr. Fool and the creator have a very close relationship. Then Gehrman may not really be a favorite of the creator. It is very likely that this is another cooperation between the two gods, and Gehrman only played a role in it. To be honest, he was quite surprised when he heard from the church that Gehrman was a favorite of the creator. After all, he had judged long ago that Gehrman was the world, and the world was a favorite of Mr. Fool. Because it happened at sea, Catlia also listened particularly carefully. She always felt that news about the creator had appeared too frequently in the Berserk Sea recently. Last week, the creator's favored emperor just hunted down the Twilight Hermit, and this week there seems to be news about the creator again. Furs didn't expect that the creator wouldn't have also attacked the Rose School at sea last week, right? If that's really the case, the creator's efforts to strike at evil cultists are even greater than the Orthodox churches. Well, speaking of which, I actually participated in the action against the Aurora Order. To be honest, it feels pretty good to strike at evil organizations. Although I didn't contribute much to it, it still made me feel comfortable. The other members, after hearing about the creator and the Rose School, also knew that something big must have happened in the Berserk Sea last week, so they all stared at the emperor, listening to him continue. For this reason, the creator ordered the favorite in Biome to use this as a clue to launch a series of attacks against the Rose School. Hobert said this to cover up the hunting of Admiral of Blood. Although the hunting of Admiral of Blood had always been in his plan, he hunted down Twilight Hermit, and then went to hunt down Admiral of Blood, making it seem as if the creator only had one favorite. Hobert continued, I also heard that the creator personally covered Gehrman's departure from Biome. Because I didn't participate in this action, I only know a rough idea. Audrey asked curiously, then is Gehrman a favorite of the creator? She had just guessed that Gehrman might be a favorite of Mr. Fool, but the hanged man said that he was a favorite of the creator. Whose favorite is he? It's all making her confused. Hobert smiled, pretending to glance at the world before saying, how should I put it, he is, but he isn't. I think that he reported the matter about the Rose School to the creator only out of a communication link duty. Everyone carefully savored the phrase, communication link. Alger immediately had a mature guess, Gehrman must be the communication link between the Fool and the creator. Then Gehrman's report to the creator was likely instructed by Mr. Fool. Audrey also had a similar guess, and she also thought, then the attack on the Rose School in the Berserk Sea should be another cooperation between the two gods. This is judgment from justice. Catlia realized, does there seem to be a deep level of cooperation between the creator and the Fool? Gehrman is the communication link between the two gods, so he is not only a favorite of Mr. Fool, but also has many cooperative matters for which he is responsible for reporting to the creator. In addition, the emperor should play a similar role as Gehrman. Emlyn opened his mouth slightly, what does the emperor mean? Is it or isn't it? What is a communication link? Why does this guy talk like those politicians who like to beat around the bush and deserve a beating? In the short silence in the hall, the hanged man Alger said again, I received news that when Gehrman left, a fierce battle broke out between the demigods of both sides. Hobert didn't continue to explain, but looked at the world, the meaning being very clear, you should tell the specific details, I'm not Gehrman's spokesperson. Klein certainly knew that in a gathering with a favorite of the creator, it would be too impolite for the world to say nothing, so he manipulated the world to clear his throat and said, as far as I know, there was even a battle at the angel level. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the world again. Fur sighed in her heart, angels are clearly so far away from me, but why do I feel that angel-level battles are nothing big? Is it because I've heard too much about them? Catlia sat up straight. The two angel-level battles that everyone had discussed before, one occurred in Phaenopotter and the other occurred in the southern continent, both far away from the Berserk Sea. This time is different, it happened in Biome. Emlyn frowned, why would the world know the details of this matter? Who did he hear it from? Does he know Gehrman? Under everyone's gaze, the world continued in a hoarse voice, Gehrman summoned an angel of the death pathway, who fought with the angel of the Rose School. And the creator took action and defeated the leader of the Rose School, the god of Sin Sua. The reason Klein said this was because he really felt the pressure from the creator at the time, which was stronger than Sua. Later, Sua didn't chase after him, and the demigods of the Rose School didn't find him either, so he naturally thought that it was the creator who defeated Sua, which allowed him to leave so calmly. The so-called summoned angel of the death pathway was also the truth, except that the angel didn't voluntarily get summoned to the battlefield. Hobert smiled helplessly in his heart. Actually, it was just a temporary block. If the fight continued, it would be exposed. Audrey immediately thought of the angel of the death pathway who helped her pass the examination of the psychology alchemists. Could it be that angel? Little Sun also thought of the angel who helped him solve Amon, but he was a little confused at this time. It sounds like the Emperor and the world didn't participate in this action, but why does it feel like the two of them participated in the action? Alger smiled slightly. I am 100% sure that this is definitely another joint action between Mr. Fool and the creator. When targeting the Rose School, not only were several demigods dispatched, but Mr. Fool also sent an angel of the death pathway to participate in the battle, while the creator simply directly confronted the leader of the Rose School. Katlia always felt that this battle was very, very close to her, but she found that she couldn't imagine how powerful an angel-level battle would be. The world finally said. Gehrman said that he is very grateful for the creator's rescue, which allowed him to get away from the battlefield in an instant. Hobert nodded slightly, indicating that he would convey this gratitude. He said in his heart, actually, there is no need to convey it, the creator is listening in front of you. Alger was a little excited after hearing the world's words. The gods took action to help the world reach the edge of the battlefield. I wonder what kind of experience that is. Katlia then asked, what was the result of this battle? The world looked at the Emperor, and everyone seemed to have discussed it, and looked at the Emperor along with the world's line of sight. A disciple of silence from the Rose School and Admiral of Blood were eliminated. Hobert said. What? Katlia looked at the Emperor in disbelief. Admiral of Blood. Then she realized that her reaction seemed to be too strong, so she cleared her throat to relieve the embarrassment before saying, what I mean is, how did you find the Admiral of Blood? She didn't sympathize with the Admiral of Blood at all, but felt a lot of pressure. After all, both were admirals, and Senior died too suddenly. You must know, in the past few years, the Admiral of Blood has been galloping on the sea, and has never been heard of being fatally attacked. We didn't take the initiative to find him. Hobert didn't tell the truth on this detail. Senior also participated in this operation. At the demigod-level battlefield, a Sequence 5 is very fragile. Although Katlia was also a Sequence 5, Hobert's words gave her a lot of comfort. If the creator's believer could easily find a pirate admiral, Katlia would definitely think that her future was not very safe either. In fact, Hobert's ability to accurately find Vice Admiral Dusk and Admiral of Blood, one after another, was full of chance. Of course, the source of all this was thanks to Vice Admiral Iceberg's precise calculations, which allowed Hobert to find one of them not long after their naval battle broke out. Now Hobert can only find Vice Admiral Iceberg through messengers, and he is also powerless to find the location of other pirate admirals. Alger then asked, as if he knew it already, another pirate admiral has died. His words reminded the others that this was the second pirate admiral who had died recently, and the news of the Vice Admiral Dusk being hunted down had not yet spread throughout the 5 seas. Of the previous 7 pirate admirals, only 5 remained. For the Forsaken Sea, this was a huge change, and even meant an imbalance of pirate power in some aspects. Katlia then realized, the Fool and the Creator seemed to be influencing the real world step by step. Now they can change the situation in the 5 seas, and they may be able to change the situation in the northern continent in the future. Audrey simply thought, these are 2 extremely vicious pirate admirals. They should have been killed long ago. Furs asked curiously, after a pirate admiral dies, will other great pirates become new pirate admirals? That's hard to say. Hobert replied, as far as I know, there is usually a force behind the pirate admirals, such as the Admiral of Blood representing the Rose School's interests at sea. The Rose School may send another Sequence 5 to the sea to play a similar role to the Admiral of Blood, but it's just that the captain of the Tree of Flesh and Blood will be changed. Other pirates can indeed take the opportunity to compete for the title of Pirate Admiral. For example, after the Vice Admiral Hurricane died, the original Disease Maiden took his place and became the Vice Admiral Ailment. But it is also possible that the Rose School will send someone to quickly incorporate the original Admiral of Blood's fleet, and then fight another Pirate Admiral, or do something that can spread throughout the Forsaken Sea. Then he is likely to become the new Pirate Admiral. Alger nodded slightly, expressing his approval of the Emperor's words. Katlia suddenly laughed mockingly, thinking that she was just a chess piece placed in the Forsaken Sea by a major force, but with a lot of autonomy. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Emperor. Furs felt that she had a new understanding of pirate admirals. Audrey finally smiled and concluded, then this battle has achieved good results, eliminating a saint from the other side and destroying their conspiracy. She began to imagine that if she got the miraculous item that could change her appearance, and encountered this kind of action again, she could participate in it too. Audrey very much wanted to further participate in this extraordinary world, especially to experience the extraordinary battle and accumulate some experience, so as not to be at a loss when she encountered this type of battle. And Hobert was someone she could trust, and she could participate in battles that Hobert also participated in with confidence. But she suddenly thought that she seemed to lack direct offensive weapons and abilities. The ability of psychological Q was more inclined to be auxiliary, and awe and madness could not cause heavy damage to the enemy. While she was thinking wildly, the exchange session continued. First asked the son, "Is the image of the true creator a giant falling on a huge cross?" Little son was slightly stunned. "Yes, Miss Magician, where did you encounter this image?" "Yes." First sat forward, "I'll share my experience from last week, which is related to the Aurora Order and the true creator." Sitting in a row, Katlia leaned over to look at the magician, hoping to get more clues about her from her description. Audrey also sighed. Furs is very active in this tarot gathering. Klein behind the grey fog, the Emperor, had a fight with the Aurora Order last week. Little son straightened up and stared at Miss Magician, wanting to know the situation of the true creator that this lady encountered in the northern continent. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, First took a deep breath and said, "On Saturday night, we were attacked by the Aurora Order." Speaking of this, she blushed slightly, because when they were attacked, she and Hobert were naked. Fortunately, the grey fog concealed the subtle expressions on her face, and she continued, "After a period of fighting, we began to counterattack on Sunday morning, quickly occupied the pier controlled by the Aurora Order, and occupied the church dedicated to the true creator at dawn." "Please wait a moment." Alger interrupted, "You said a church dedicated to the true creator? In the entire northern and southern continents, are there still people who dare to build a church dedicated to the true creator?" Because Furs did not want to reveal the details, she spoke a little vaguely at the beginning, which made Katlia even more confused. "Why have I never heard of any pier being controlled by the Aurora Order? This sounds like the Aurora Order has a fixed base." Audrey thought, "I have heard that there are many evil forces in the southern Colson area. I didn't expect the Aurora Order to be so arrogant that they dared to openly build a church for the evil god. The place where I am is a bit special." First simply introduced, "A small area has been under the rule of the Aurora Order for a long time." Katlia couldn't help but ask, "What about the official Beyonders?" "The official Beyonders actually allow the rule of the Aurora Order. Because of some special reasons, there have been no official Beyonders there for a long time." First further explained that Hobert had talked to her about the corruption of Full Moon Lake, but did not tell her the real reason for the corruption. As soon as this was said, everyone except Audrey, who had already understood, was a little surprised. "There is such a place." Katlia sighed, "The members of the tarot gathering are indeed not simple in their identities." Emlyn was thinking, if our sanguine went there, would we be able to occupy a territory and establish our power there? So he asked, "Miss Magician, is it convenient to reveal where exactly you are talking about? Is it also suitable for other forces to seize territory? I can pay to buy this information." Furs raised her head and smiled, "This information does not need to be bought, because we have unified that area and have established preliminary rule." Audrey leaned back in her chair. Furs seems to be very proud of this. Katlia reached out and stroked her forehead. "I actually have a feeling of being ill-informed. Is this Miss Magician really in the northern continent? From what she said, it seems like she is in the Fainapotter kingdom, but why have I never heard of such a place that can be occupied by extraordinary forces? Could it be that she is in the southern continent, in a colony of the Fainapotter kingdom?" Then she belatedly thought, "Is Miss Magician really from the Abraham family? I heard that this family has declined." Emlyn was a little disappointed. "Okay then." First continued, "In the Church of the True Creator, I saw a statue similar to the description of Mr. Sunday. The eyes of the statue looked very evil, as if they could move with my gaze." "Don't look at the eyes of the statue." Although Derek knew that Miss Magician was fine, he still earnestly reminded, "That will make you very easy to lose control, or turn into a mass of wriggling flesh." The commander of this operation also reminded me of this." Furs originally said, "My husband," but when the words came to her lips, in order to avoid revealing more information, she immediately changed her words. She said, "In the local area, there are many believers of the true creator. They seem to have foreseen something and rushed up to stop us from destroying the church. Fortunately, the creator appeared in time to deter those heretics and destroy the idol of the true creator." Klein and Audrey didn't feel much about it. After all, they both knew that the magician's husband was a favored one of the creator. Audrey just thought, the creator is indeed a deity standing on the side of justice, and is even dealing with the Aurora Order. Klein was thinking, the creator was quite busy last week. Not only did he take action in Biome to defeat the abomination, but he also competed with the true creator in Fainapotter. Because his actions are so frequent, the protagonist of this tarot gathering has become the creator. The other members were very surprised. Emlyn looked incredulous. Are you kidding me? Miss Magician is also a favored one of the Creator. That's not right, there are two favored ones of the Creator in the Tarot Club. Catilia was completely confused. How did it get involved with the Creator again? In this way, Miss Magician is not only mysterious, but also makes it impossible for people to guess any information about her. Alger sighed. The Creator initially only influenced the situation in the southern continent, where the Orthodox Church's power was relatively weak. Recently, he has gradually begun to influence the situation in the Berserk Sea. Although it is impossible to determine the region where Miss Magician is located, it seems to be the northern continent. Does this mean that the Creator also has some arrangements in the northern continent? Derek asked directly. Miss Magician, is the Creator an enemy of the true Creator? Every normal deity should regard the true Creator as an enemy. Furs answered. Audrey noticed the main point Furs wanted to express. The Creator's state is very normal. Little Sun then asked the Emperor beside him, Mr. Emperor, can you tell me the honorific name of the Creator? Hobert hesitated slightly before saying, it's possible, but only you can know it, and you can't tell anyone. Derek nodded. I know, it needs to be kept secret, right? Not entirely. Hobert reminded cryptically, telling you the honorific name of the Creator is out of help from a fellow Tarot Club member, but I believe that the Creator does not intend to develop believers in City of Silver for the time being. Catilia and the others immediately understood what the Emperor meant. Alger even realized the Creator and the Fool should have a certain agreement in terms of developing believers, given their alliance. Klein also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Creator is not interested in City of Silver. Derek also heard the implication of the Emperor's words. He immediately stood up in a slightly flustered manner and bowed to the head of the bronze long table. I'm sorry, Mr. Fool, I don't have any disloyal intentions towards you, it's just. Strictly speaking, he is not a favored one or believer of the Fool, but he has received so much help from the Fool. If he were to spread the honored name of another deity, he would feel like it was a kind of betrayal. Behind the grey fog, the mysterious Fool chuckled. I have a favored one who has also asked the Creator for help. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your generosity and tolerance. Everyone understood the meaning of Mr. Fool's words. Merely asking the Creator for help does not count as betraying him. After Little Sun sat down, Hobert announced the honored name of the Creator, and said to Derek, as far as I know, the Creator does not have any favored ones in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, so I don't know if the Creator's help to you will be delayed. Little Sun said, Mr. Emperor, no matter what the result is, I must thank you for telling me the honorific name. Hobert smiled and indicated that it was nothing. Catilia said to the Magician, I'm sorry, my next question may be a little rude, are you sure the Creator is in good condition? I'm sure. Furs replied almost immediately, I have seen the image of the Creator, and the feeling it gives is completely different from that of the true Creator. Just like Mr. Fool, I can't feel any distortion or madness at all. Catilia sighed in her heart, how wonderful it would be if the hidden sage's condition was also so normal. After that, everyone discussed some of their own experiences, but compared to the experiences of Gehrman and Miss Magician, they themselves felt that their experiences seemed quite boring. After a brief discussion, this tarot gathering ended. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 543, Chapter 543, Invitation from MI. Chapter 543, Invitation from MI. Chuna's Culture. At 62 Empress Borough, Backlund, Hobert opened his eyes from the bed in his bedroom. This time, he didn't have time to daze. He immediately got up and went to the study, where he had obtained £2,700 in cash by setting up a ritual. Little Sun had also accumulated debts of more than a dozen beyonder ingredients, but he would have to wait until he returned to City of Silver to repay them. After putting the cash in the safe, Hobert found a book and pretended to read it. At this moment, in the bedroom, Furs emerged from the traveler's door. Countess Furs, dressed in Phaenopotter attire, learned from a servant that the Earl was in the study and immediately went there. After Dofus's repeated explanations, the servants had long been accustomed to the Countess from the kingdom of Phaenopotter, who usually disliked going out, so they wouldn't be surprised by her sudden appearance. Hobert. Furs said as she entered the study, am I disturbing you? No, Hobert raised the book in his hand. I'm reading the history of the nobility of the kingdom of Loan, so I won't be at a loss for words with those so-called gentlemen at the evening ball. It's just that this stuff is really boring. To be honest, I'm not very interested in what disgraceful things these sanguine ancestors did. He threw the book aside, knowingly asking, is there something wrong? Furs smiled and said, Hobert, you are a nobleman now. I know. Hobert put his arm around Furs's waist. I only say these things to you. Yes. I'm here to tell you good news. Through a friend's channel, I heard about a grade 2 sealed artifact that sounds easy to sell, as well as an interrogator's beyonder characteristic. Unfortunately, the other party only accepts gold pounds in exchange. You know, I don't have much gold pounds there. Hobert opened the safe. Take as much as you need. Among the cash he had just received was 750 pounds that Furs had sacrificed, but Hobert put it in another safe. After becoming an astrologer, Furs' spirituality suddenly became much stronger, and she might feel familiar with those gold pounds. However, this feeling of familiarity should disappear after a while, and Hobert will also prioritize spending this money in Backlund. I'll come back to get it later. I have to go find Zio first. Furs waved her hand and walked out the door. Hobert also went out, instructing the servant to prepare the carriage. Returning to the study again, Hobert glanced at the book on the table and put it back on the shelf. The history of the nobility is really boring. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, urged by the butler, Dofus, Hobert came to the dressing room. The servant who had been waiting here trimmed Hobert's hair, eyebrows, and nose hair, then filed his nails, sprayed perfume, and put on formal attire. By the time everything was done, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Furs had just returned from Zio's place, and Hobert's appearance made her eyes light up. The black formal attire fit perfectly, creating a noble temperament. His handsome face was accompanied by a bright smile, giving Furs a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Hobert opened his arms. How is this outfit? Furs took Hobert's hand. Today I realized that there's a reason why noble clothes are so expensive. After saying that, she tiptoed and kissed Hobert's cheek. What a handsome young man. Usually, when servants were present, Furs rarely took the initiative to make such intimate gestures. At this time, under the influence of hormones, her usual restraint was temporarily thrown to the back of her mind. Hobert kissed Furs's forehead. The ladies and Mrs. of Backlund are in for a treat. Furs smiled. Fortunately, we're in loan. If we were in the Intis Republic, I'd be worried about whether you could come back tonight. Hobert flicked her nose. Then wouldn't you be worried if you didn't come with me? Furs shook her head. I don't have a common language with those ladies. Am I supposed to talk to them about writing techniques or the use of ice picks? Hobert, Ed, that's true. Then he smiled helplessly. Actually, I don't really want to go either, but Dofus doesn't want to pretend to be me to attend the ball. Furs smiled. Earl, that is your new battlefield. All right, Hobert said to Furs as he made his final preparations and walked out. Dofus knows the password. Furs nodded, understanding that Hobert was talking about the safe's password. Hobert's carriage hadn't gone far when it stopped moving. Because not far from his mansion was the Sodarak Palace, and on the first day of the social season, the king would invite all the nobles, including the lords, to the palace to attend a grand ball, thus officially beginning the social season. The nobles who came to attend the ball completely blocked the spacious Empress Borough and the adjacent King's Avenue. This allowed Hobert to experience something similar to rush hour traffic for the first time in this era. After slowly advancing for more than half an hour, and after many barons' carriages gave way, Hobert finally arrived at the palace gate. Getting out of the carriage, Hobert realized that he seemed to be a bit special. The other nobles were all with their wives and children, while he was alone, looking rather lonely. Fortunately, Hobert quickly found Viscount Glaint, who was also alone, and the two of them came to the ball together. There were already many nobles in the ballroom. After exchanging greetings with familiar and unfamiliar faces, Hobert felt that his smiling face was already a bit stiff. You'd better eat something first, Glaint said. I've already seen many young ladies looking this way. They're obviously not looking at me, and perhaps you won't have time to eat after the ball starts. Around the spacious ballroom, buffet-style food had already been prepared. Because balls were very popular in the Kingdom of Loan, even court banquets had combined formal banquets and balls. Hobert took a plate, listening to advice. Do the young ladies take the initiative to invite gentlemen to dance? No, they will ask their fathers to talk to you, Glaint said. During the conversation, he will take the initiative to introduce his daughter and hint that you can invite her to dance. Hobert picked up a portion of lamb chops that looked pretty good. Are you very familiar with these procedures? Glaint nodded. In previous years, those lords all hoped that I would invite their daughters to dance, but this year, with you here, I can relax. Not necessarily, Hobert smiled. After all, I'm already married. Glaint opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. The Christian family didn't arrive until the ball was about to begin. Hobert's parents greeted them and introduced Viscount Glaint to the somewhat shy Tyren. Finally encountering two people of his age made Tyren less nervous. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the ball officially began. As before, after King George III gave a speech, he handed the ball over to Crown Prince Jevington. Only after the prince and princess danced the first dance did the ball officially begin. In the huge ballroom, melodious music floated, giving people the illusion of wanting to move their bodies. Young people began to invite their favorite misses or misses who looked very beautiful to dance. Gorgeous costumes swirled and shuttled, full of beauty. Nobles of Christian and Earl Hall's age gathered together to chat casually. Hobert considered whether to invite Audrey, who had already rejected two gentlemen, to dance a dance, but in the end, he decided to wait. Inviting her now would be equivalent to humiliating those two young men if Audrey agreed. He was about to have a glass of champagne and eat a steak. The court chef's skills were quite good, earning Hobert's palate's high recognition. Just as he picked up the champagne, a dignified woman in a black evening dress, with some gloom in her eyes, walked over. Long time no see. It was Countess Georgina, who had participated in the Fenepotter City operation before. Seeing the Countess extend her hand, Hobert quickly reached out his hand as well. Hello, madam, it has indeed been some time since we last met. He originally thought it would just be a simple handshake, but Georgina held his hand tightly and wouldn't let go. This made Hobert a little puzzled, so he paused in the middle of his speech. But after exchanging a greeting, Georgina still didn't intend to let go. Hobert smiled helplessly. Come and see, the Countess is being a hooligan. A few seconds later, Georgina finally let go of his hand. Won't you invite me to dance? Hobert put down the champagne and smiled. My esteemed madam, please. He realized that Georgina's abnormality must have a purpose, so he went to the dance floor with her, dancing gracefully to the melodious music. Have you heard of MI9? Georgina stared into Hobert's eyes and asked with a smile. Hobert thought to himself, here comes the main topic. He smiled. I've heard of it. I know you are in beyonder of the lawyer pathway, Georgina said. Also, an earl who doesn't have an official position yet. According to convention, such resources cannot be wasted, of course. Hobert nodded. Georgina meant that, according to convention, beyonders among the nobility must be forcibly assigned a job to avoid wasting beyonder power. And Georgina was obviously assigned to arrange Hobert's work. Georgina added, generally, situations like yours are arranged in two directions, one is to go to the army, and the other is to join MI9. Of course, you can also take a position in the government, but there aren't any very good positions. The two danced and talked, but Hobert mostly listened quietly. Georgina said, as the head of MI9, I hoped you would join us, but I didn't expect you to already be an earl. If you join, I'll make you the deputy director right away. But if you join the army, you can only start as a major. Although you'll be promoted quickly, it'll still take 2 to 3 years to reach the rank of rear admiral. Come to MI9, and you'll start as a colonel, and be promoted to rear admiral next year. The positions in the Lone Kingdom are also divided into departments, bureaus, sections, and divisions, with further distinctions between senior staff members and staff members. Hobert immediately understood that the Countess had been testing his strength when she held his hand. She probably has a sealed artifact that can tell the target's sequence level just by shaking hands. Hobert pondered Georgina's words and then asked, is it a must to choose one? Or is it necessary to have some official position? Not necessarily, Georgina said with a smile. It's just that having an official position makes you seem less special. You should know that your good friend, Viscount Glaint, also holds a position in the Ministry of Agriculture. The implication was that not following this convention would make it easy to be ostracized by the nobility. Hobert asked again, if I choose MI9, will I have flexible time? You know, I haven't had time to go to my fief yet. Georgina smiled. I'm not responsible for attendance. Even the person responsible for attendance won't check on you in your office. However, you'll still need to participate in some operations. Besides, I heard you have a magical item with the ability to travel. Hobert nodded. The Countess meant that as long as he clocked in and out on time and occasionally acted as a thug, no one would care if he was seriously working. He asked again, then can I access some files? Georgina stared at Hobert, her eyes seemingly like knives. What files do you want to see? Don't misunderstand, Hobert said with a smile. I only intend to check some files on Longtail Island, as well as some files on secret organizations. A deputy director's level can certainly access files of that level. Georgina's knives slowly disappeared, and she smiled again. Just register before accessing them. Hobert sighed inwardly. That's the downside of intelligence work, they're too sensitive. However, he thought that he didn't plan to be a spy or do any undercover work, so he didn't really care. Then, how about starting work the day after tomorrow? Georgina sounded like she was asking, but she used a commanding tone. No problem. At this moment, a song ended. When Georgina withdrew her hand, she gently pinched Hobert's waist. What a handsome young man, with such a good temperament. If it were 20 years ago, I would have considered ending my single life. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. He hadn't even started working, and he was already being harassed by his boss. As the two walked off the dance floor, Georgina said, I think you should ask Princess Alice for a dance. After speaking, she left without explaining. Hobert sighed. Did that mean Princess Alice wanted to talk to him? He looked towards Princess Alice. She still looked so noble. If Audrey wasn't present, her appearance would be acceptable. Surrounding the princess were the princess consort and the duchesses. If it were an ordinary nobleman, he would need a thick skin to approach, but Hobert was different. Mona was also there. So Hobert walked straight over, said a few words to his mother, and then said to Alice, "Beautiful princess, may I have this dance?" The surrounding ladies were slightly stunned. Before attending the ball, they would remind their sons not to ask Princess Alice or Audrey to dance unless they were absolutely sure. Because it was well known that only those two always refused invitations at noble balls, and only they had the right to refuse. Next, some ladies and young ladies were already preparing to watch the joke, while Mona smiled, ready to help her son out of the awkward situation. Who knew that Alice would extend a hand and place it in Hobert's palm, of course. The Duke and Duchesses were slightly stunned. They didn't expect the joke they were anticipating not to happen. Then they realized that the princess also liked handsome young men. With Hobert's appearance and demeanor, he was very eye-catching in this gathering like a constellation of stars. Coupled with his title, he was already being coveted by most of the young ladies present. After the two entered the dance floor, the ladies praised Mona for how talented Hobert was. Mona smiled and glanced meaningfully at her son and the princess in the dance floor, always feeling that Alice was too arrogant and not worthy of her son. In the dance floor, Hobert looked at Alice, who was slightly raising her chin, and said with a smile, "I should thank the princess for not rejecting my invitation." Alice didn't show any smile, and still asked with a calm expression, "Are you satisfied with the official position Georgina arranged?" Hobert was stunned. Was Georgina's interview just now arranged by Alice? "Of course, I'm satisfied," Hobert said with a smile. "That's MI9. It's usually difficult to join." Then he tentatively said, "Thank you, princess, for your favor, giving me a chance to integrate into the nobility. I thought you would choose to train in the army. After all, your father has extensive connections there," Princess Alice said with a calm expression. "I did play a role in this. Even with your father's connections, you couldn't become an officer all at once." Hobert thought, "I'm not that familiar with you. Why are you helping me so much? Is it because I'm handsome?" He probed again, "Is there anything I can do to help? I heard that you are a favored one of the Creator." Alice asked, staring at Hobert. Hobert was obviously stunned and immediately understood. After the Battle of Fainapotter City, someone in the lone royal family guessed from the state of the ancient death that it might be related to the Creator. He didn't feel any danger because of this, because no matter what the Creator's purpose was before, it did help Lone and achieved its goal. In their eyes, the Creator was an ally that could be won over. So Hobert knew that he was not only not in danger now, but was also very safe. Then he glanced at Princess Alice in front of him. "What's the meaning of this? Do you still want to get in touch with the Creator through me? I don't know whether to say you're persistent or incorrigible." Alice finally smiled slightly. "Our conversation next will not be heard by the people around us. Those demigods might be able to hear it, but they won't be so bored." She smiled and said again, "Although this matter is required to be kept secret, it is not difficult to inquire about some clues from the two earls who participated in the Battle of Fainapotter City." Hobert admitted, "I guess so. I hope to get a response from the Creator," Alice said. "A response that can listen to my prayers." Hobert thought, "This Creator is listening. Just say what you want to say." "Forget it, I know what you want to say, so I won't listen." He said seriously, "If you want to get a response from the Creator, you have to go through some tests." "What tests?" Alice reacted with some urgency for the first time. "I'm sorry, princess, I can't answer this question," Hobert showed a helpless smile. "As far as I know, this test varies from person to person. Most people first get the attention of the Creator. And even if you get attention, whether or not you will be tested, whether or not you will get a response, ultimately depends on the Creator's thoughts." Hobert said this, which was equivalent to throwing the blame on the Creator. "It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't control the Creator's thoughts at all." Saying this will prevent Alice from coming to him again because of this matter in the future. Alice then asked, "How did you get the Creator's attention?" "I would love to answer this question, but it would violate some of my vows." Hobert made himself look very embarrassed. "And my experience may not be relevant to you at all." His answer was impeccable, causing Alice to frown slightly. "If there's anything you need help with, feel free to find me." Hobert said seriously, "I will continue to help you think of a way. It's just that this method is difficult to think of." Alice nodded slightly. After a dance, they walked out of the dance floor in two directions. After dancing 2 dances, Hobert actually felt a little tired. He picked up a glass of champagne and took 2 sips, and then walked towards Audrey to ask the Justice Miss for a dance. Because he had noticed that Audrey's gaze had looked at him several times. Holding Audrey's hand and entering the dance floor made the surrounding nobles somewhat surprised. They had noticed that Hobert had challenged 2 impossibilities tonight. In a corner of the ballroom, Earl Wolf said meaningfully, "If I remember correctly, this is the second time Audrey has accepted Hobert's invitation, right?" "Yes," Earl Hall said with a smile. They were friends in the first place. Although he said that, Earl Hall's gaze unconsciously became deeper. In the dance floor, Hobert said with a smile, "Audrey, can you help me rub my waist? The strength in the hands of the previous 2 dance partners was too great, and my waist is sore." Audrey smiled and said, "It's very impolite of you to say that about the Countess and the Princess." However, she still massaged Hobert's waist with her hand. This action once again attracted the attention of many people. Although these nobles were not spectator members, they would notice if anyone made an extra move, even a redundant glance. They would find it not rigorous enough. Audrey said, "Just now, several daughters of baronets inquired about your financial situation." Hobert was slightly stunned, hoping I'll invest in their family's business. "I don't have that idea yet." "No." Audrey chuckled, "They heard that I'm your friend, and they also heard that you only have 1 dish, 1 soup, and a piece of bread for each meal now. For a nobleman, this can only prove one thing: this nobleman is in serious financial trouble." Hobert smiled, "So they, or rather their fathers, think they can make some investments in me." "That's right." Audrey said seriously, "For them, bearing the expenses of an earl in exchange for the position of countess is a very good deal." What she didn't say was that Hobert was young and handsome. Marrying such an earl was better than marrying those old men or fat, greasy middle-aged men. "I'm curious about one thing. Don't they know I've been married?" Hobert was very strange. He was clearly already a married man, so why were so many people still treating him like a diamond bachelor? Audrey thought for a moment, then decided to remind her good friend, "They think you should get married again in order to integrate into the aristocratic circle." Hobert opened his mouth, "Then what about my original wife?" "Of course, she will continue to be your wife." If this idea came from the Intis Republic, Hobert wouldn't be surprised at all, but it turned out to be the idea of the lone nobles. Moreover, judging from Audrey's appearance, this seemed to already be a consensus among the nobles. Hobert's first thought was to bring Furs to future dances, but then he sighed, because the core of the problem was that many people hoped to use Hobert's earl status to make their family's power stronger. They wouldn't care whether Furs would attend such dances. On the contrary, it would bring danger to Furs. After all, she was hindering some people's path to advancement. Then Hobert smiled wryly, "What am I so surprised about? Isn't this the true face of the aristocracy?" "I understand." Hobert smiled easily and said, "Audrey, thank you for telling me this, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of this." Audrey shook her head slightly. "Hobert, your heart is very strong." As a psychiatrist, she could of course perceive his mental journey from surprise to anger, and then to relief and indifference through Hobert's micro-expressions. "Not bad." Hobert said meaningfully, "I am also a nobleman now." After the dance, the 2 left the dance floor together and stood together to chat for a while. Hobert told Audrey that Countess Georgina had extended an invitation to him, and he would be going to Mi9 to work the day after tomorrow. Talking about this was purely out of respect for friends, otherwise Audrey had just told Hobert a public secret of the nobles that he hadn't noticed, and as a result, Audrey still learned about Hobert's going to Mi9 from other places, which would be too unfriendly to her. After that, Hobert stayed in the corner, chatting with Tyren, and had no intention of continuing to dance. When the ball was about to end, Hobert roughly told Tyren about Georgina's invitation, his decision, and Princess Alice's preferential treatment. Of course, he didn't mention the thing about being a devotee of the Creator. And he urged him, "Tell father and mother on the way back." The ball ended, and Hobert, like other nobles, bid farewell to Prince Jevington and left in a carriage. In his own carriage, Hobert began to wonder if he should use his position in Mi9 to scare those nobles who had ideas. But then he shook his head, "That might put me on the opposite side of the entire aristocratic class, and I don't have that kind of strength yet." In Duke Christian's carriage, Mona frowned and said, "I was wondering why Hobert would invite Princess Alice to dance." Then she asked Tyren, "Why does the princess want to help Hobert arrange an official position?" Tyren replied, "Wanting Hobert to help her with a favor." "What favor?" "Didn't say." Christian smiled and said, "It shouldn't be convenient to say." He paused and said, "Working at Mi9 is not bad, at least the time is relatively free." Mona was a little worried, but Christian waved his hand. "Hobert is an adult, he can handle his own affairs well." Mona sighed, "Okay then." In Earl Hall's carriage, Countess Caitlin said, "The youngest son of Viscount Learson has been in Mi9 for 5 years, and it seems that he is only a senior staff member, right?" The eldest son, Hobert, nodded, "Yes, he is leading a small team in the operations division, with the rank of captain." Caitlin frowned, "The royal family is too generous, how could they give out a deputy director position all of a sudden?" Everyone turned their attention to Audrey. Audrey smiled and said, "Hobert didn't say, I don't know either." Earl Hall said, "This can show the royal family's importance to him." Caitlin was a little strange. How much contribution did their father and son make? Earl Hall glanced at his wife. "I'm not very clear either." He only inquired about some news that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. The royal family seemed to have imposed a certain blockade on the news of that operation. On the second day of the social season, Hobert consulted the information, preparing to take advantage of the social season to take a look at Longtail Island. There was nothing turbulent at Duke Negan's ball that night. On Wednesday morning, Hobert took the two-wheeled carriage sent by MI9 to work. MI9 is a special department. Although it is a division, it has the specifications of a bureau. Therefore, MI9 has a Director General, who is Countess Georgina. In addition, there are 3 directors, who are the heads of the Intelligence Division, the Interrogation Division, and the Operations Division respectively. As a Deputy Director of the Operations Division, Hobert enjoys the treatment of a car assigned by MI9. This two-wheeled carriage is black all over and uses a low chassis design. Although it can't carry many people, it is very fast. On the door is the emblem of MI9, a fierce lion, a strong horse, and a crown above the middle of the two. The lion represents that the department was originally under the army, and the horse symbolizes the ability to strike quickly. As for the crown in the middle, it naturally symbolizes the department's loyalty to the royal family. Arriving at the 2-story office building of MI9 in the North Borough, there are no signs at the gate of the courtyard, and it looks very low-key from the outside. Only after entering the building will you find that the decoration here is very luxurious. Moreover, Hobert's office is underground. When taking the stairs under the guidance of the sentry, Hobert learned that the underground area of this building has 5 floors. At the entrance of the stairs on the 3rd floor underground, stood a beautiful lady with a plump figure but wearing a tight-fitting uniform. "Are you the new director, Hobert?" Hobert glanced at the other party's short skirt and chest. "The uniform of MI9 is really beautiful." "Ha ha ha, are you sure you are praising the uniform?" At this time, a tall man with a large mustache on his mouth walked out of the office. The lady at the entrance of the stairs introduced, "This is the director of our operations division, Conus Kilgore." Hobert was stunned, but immediately recalled, "I have long admired your name. Is this the one who later became Klein's marionette?" Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 544, Night Market Trip with Audrey. Chapter 544, Night Market Trip with Audrey. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Conus Kilgore personally came to greet his new subordinate, Hobert, because he knew some inside information. Firstly, as a top intelligence officer in Lone, he knew how intense the battle in Fainapotter was. According to some clues Conus had obtained, Hobert played a crucial role in that battle. Secondly, Conus noticed that Georgina's attitude towards Hobert was intriguing. Georgina was a powerful figure in the royal family and a top Lone noble. Therefore, noble children sent to Department 9 for training would invariably start as Level 1 clerks. In the Lone administrative departments, clerks are divided into 5 levels, with Level 5 being senior clerks, equivalent to team leader positions. However, Hobert directly became a deputy director upon arrival. This arrangement was not unprecedented, but Conus had never encountered anything similar during his time in Department 9. As for the beautiful uniformed lady, she was a secretary personally arranged by Georgina. Although there was an element of surveillance, it was enough to show that Georgina, and even the entire royal family, valued Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "Director Conus, hello." "Just call me Conus," the other party said amiably, "my office is next to yours. Feel free to come to me if you need anything." "Okay, I'll be relying on you in the future." After a few polite words during their first meeting, they returned to their respective offices. Hobert's office was large, a suite with a secretary's room and a small reception area outside, and a spacious and luxuriously decorated office inside. The large solid wood desk and leather chairs, as well as the exquisite sofas and coffee table in the reception area, all revealed that Department 9 was a lucrative department. Hobert sat in his chair and asked the uniformed lady, "What's your name?" "My name is Charlene, and I'm your personal secretary," she replied with a smile. "I've already picked up your uniform for you. It's in the lounge over there." "A good name," Hobert complimented casually. "Please borrow the files on Longtail Island for me." "What type of files?" "All of them." "Okay, please wait a moment." Hobert looked at the surrounding decor. "My study isn't even decorated this luxuriously." He got up and went to the lounge next door, changing into the uniform Charlene had picked up for him. The Department 9 uniform was similar to a military uniform, but darker in color. The regular uniform used a double-breasted design, giving it a smart and capable feel when worn. They also thoughtfully provided 2 sets of combat uniforms, which were distinctly different from the military's combat uniforms, resembling hooded sweatshirts in Hobert's memory. They should allow for very flexible movement when worn, and the hood design could not only be used to shield from the rain, but also had a mask structure inside to cover the face. Wearing the regular uniform hat, Hobert looked at the colonel rank on his epaulets, surprised that he was a colonel without ever having been a soldier. Then he realized, this is the treatment of a demigod. More than half an hour later, Charlene borrowed more than a dozen folders from the records room, and also brought Hobert's documents. There were 2 documents, one was a director-level document from Department 9, and the other was a colonel-rank document issued by the Army. This suddenly reminded Hobert of the Nighthawk official member certificate and the police station-issued certificate that he had left to gather dust in the Nation of Disorder. After thanking her, Hobert began to bury himself in the information. Charlene thoughtfully brought a cup of black tea, and then quietly returned to the secretary's room. Department 9 had very detailed information on Longtail Island, including the information from the Ministry of Land and Resources that Hobert had seen before. There was also information on when the island was colonized, and when ports and cities were built. Of course, what Hobert was looking for was extraordinary information about Longtail Island. Because of the existence of the mountain god, several decades ago, a royal demigod had landed on the island and conducted a series of investigations. The final result was that mountain god Megalai should be a sequence 3 in poor condition, but her hiding place was very secretive. After investigation and interrogation, they failed to find Megalai's hiding place. Because Megalai's impact was limited, and official Beyonders completely controlled Longtail Island, the investigation ended after a period of time. Later, cases of Beyonders disappearing frequently occurred on Longtail Island, but subsequent investigations did not find any clues, because everything was normal at the scene of the disappearance, as if those Beyonders had suddenly disappeared while walking. It wasn't until the Great Uprising 10 years ago that Longtail Island once again entered the royal family's field of vision. Then Hobert was surprised to find that, in order to suppress that uprising, the royal family and the military had dispatched 3 demigods at the time. Because the native who claimed to be the king had demigod-level power after wearing that wooden crown. Unfortunately, when the native was killed, the crown also self-destructed instantly, with no chance to study the crown. However, the 3 demigods still made a major discovery based on limited clues. 2 of the demigods believed that mountain god Megalai might be an angel of the lawyer pathway. It's just that her state was very strange. Most of the time, she could only show demigod-level power, but that wooden crown, which was endowed with demigod power, was clearly a carrier for an angel to project power. That is to say, the native wearing the crown was completely controlled by the mountain god, and his power came from Megalai, who was somewhere on Longtail Island. But this guess was not finalized in the end, because in the eyes of many people, even an angel of the lawyer pathway did not have the ability to project their power onto another person for a long time. Hobert felt that if distortion plus tampering was used, this operation might be possible. This pathway is shadow of order, anything is possible, it just depends on how you use your abilities. Although in the eyes of one of the demigods, the native's performance did not seem to be affected by an angel, the other 2 demigods who participated in the suppression and investigation insisted on this guess. Because the initiation of that uprising was obviously one of the abilities that the Duke of Entropy was best at. Through the information in his hand, Hobert learned that his charm ability at the sequence 2 level is called incitement. People within a certain range will believe in the Duke of Entropy, and will spontaneously follow the Duke of Entropy. It was because of this guess that the royal family ordered that all crowns appearing on Longtail Island should be destroyed immediately. In theory, if the mountain god was really an angel, she was constantly providing power to the target through the crown. This made Hobert couldn't help but put down the information in his hand and sigh that promotion to angel would be a qualitative change. Continuing to read, what disappointed Hobert was that the 3 demigods of the royal family and the military investigated Longtail Island for more than 2 months, and in addition to eliminating many core forces of the mountain god church, they still did not find Megalai's hiding place. This made them very strange. They even searched underground and in the sky, but still couldn't find it. Hobert thought, there seems to be a place you missed, did you search the spirit world? He flipped through the information, and there were records of using sealed items to enter the spirit world to search, but the spirit world in the Mad Sea was very chaotic. Because Beyonders of the lawyer pathway are not good at operating in the spirit world for a long time, the 3 demigods at the time unanimously believed that the probability of Megalai hiding in the spirit world was not high, so they just searched it simply. Hobert felt that the investigation of the spirit world was a bit hasty. Beyonders of the lawyer pathway, at least to the demigod level, do not have the ability to enter the spirit world, but this is under normal circumstances. The state of this mountain god Megalai is obviously not normal, how can it be considered with common sense? Although Megalai was not found, the comprehensive investigation basically solved all the mysteries on Longtail Island. For example, sometimes people get lost on Longtail Island, and they find that the sun keeps changing direction. In fact, the lost people are trapped in a chaotic space, and the direction of that space is also chaotic, not that the sun is changing. This should be the ability that Megalai inadvertently showed, which can cause a certain area of Longtail Island to fall into a state of chaos in a short period of time. For example, the entrance to the mountain god church headquarters is a large space inside a mountain. The reason why there is no fixed entrance is because Megalai twists the entrance every time there is a large event, so it is not in the original location. As for the village where a child is the village chief, it is said to be the ability of a sequence 3 frenzied mage. Closing the last piece of information, Hobert sighed, I now know more about Longtail Island than most of the residents of Longtail Island. He stretched and looked at the clock on the wall, because he was very targeted when looking at the information, he actually finished reading so much information in one morning. At this time, it was lunchtime, and a special waiter pushed a dining car in, greeted Hobert, and started serving the dishes. Hobert didn't expect that it was just a work meal, but there was an appetizer, a soup, and a main course, and they were all hot. Hobert thought, this is more luxurious than what I eat at home. After eating lunch and resting for a while, Hobert told Charlene outside that he would not see guests this afternoon. Then he locked the office door, used travel to transfer through Byam once, and came to Longtail Island. Hobert first came to the top of Mount Cabone on Longtail Island, which is another high mountain on the island besides Mount Megalai. Today was a clear day, and with Hobert's current eyesight, he could completely see the approximate terrain of the island. The port and city on the eastern plain could also be seen from the top of the mountain. Hobert estimated that it was about the size of Jeffrey City, which he had transformed. There were many rubber forests on the plain, as well as many flat cultivated lands. Some villas, towns, and villages were scattered on it. Villas were generally the residences of manor owners, towns were generally the residences of colonists, and villages were the residences of local natives. Then Hobert took a walk around the city. From the clothing, it could be seen that most of the people living here were lone people. There were also some local native chiefs, most of whom learned to dress like lone people. Except for the darker skin, there was not much difference in clothing. Only a few old people wore local native costumes. Regardless of men's or women's clothing, they were similar to skirts, and some would put on a layer of cloth on the outside. I don't know if this is a cloak or a coat. This kind of clothing has no sleeves and no trouser legs. Hobert just glanced at it and felt that it should be very inconvenient. It's no wonder that most natives would learn lone people's clothing. A very simple reason is, it's convenient to move around. The local people's hats are made of colorful feathers, or woven from local colorful plants, which are quite beautiful. It's just that there is only a rough specification, and there is no uniform style, which looks messy. The lone people living here may be villains or criminals in the lone kingdom of the northern continent, but after coming here, they all held their heads high and chest out, more smug than the police patrolling the East Borough. Locals have to give way when they see lone people, and some low-status natives even have to bow. Hobert sighed, going out on the street is too waist-straining. For the sake of everyone's waist health, I will abolish this rule after I take over here. Then he found a tavern, claimed to be an adventurer who had just come from Byam, and quickly learned more information by buying others a drink. For example, the local garrison and the governor's office only recognize the property of lone people as legal. That is to say, killing, arson, and robbery on Longtail Island will not be punished by law as long as the target is not a lone person. This is the norm in most colonies. For lone people, this is indeed freedom and democracy. Hobert also went to the manor and the town. The lone people here completely used the natives as slaves. In the village, the natives' lives are more comfortable, but they are too poor, and many symptoms of malnutrition are manifested in the villagers. The clothing of these natives is more like that of savages. Because they are in a subtropical region, they only hang a piece of cloth around their waists, and some simply weave grass shirts from dry grass and wrap them around their waists. At the end of this journey, Hobert sat on a boulder by the sea and fell into deep thought. He realized that on Longtail Island, the local natives must also be civilized, and their clothing, housing, and other lifestyles must be regulated to bid farewell to the life of primitive people. Around dusk, Hobert went back to attend the banquet. On the second day of working in Department 9, Hobert simply skipped work in the morning and used travel to take a look at South Colson. At this time, Conrad had already begun to organize manpower on the newly occupied West Bank to do some constructive work. He reported to Hobert, there are more lunatics here than before when they were ruled by the Blood Sanctify sect. And they are really crazy. Even if you hold a gun to force them to work, you can't scare them at all. Conrad had no choice but to stipulate that they could only eat after completing the designated work. Fortunately, their instinct as human beings is still there, and this method still has some effect. Hobert once again lamented that the Aurora Order is harmful, and then he suddenly realized through the information he saw yesterday that if he becomes an angel in the future, he seems to have a way to make these lunatics more obedient and gradually more normal. It's not feasible yet, not even with the Nation of Disorder. It requires another qualitative change in him. In any case, this generation on the West Coast can only live in madness, only their next generation will be able to live normal lives. In other news, the first batch of immigrants from Backlund arrived yesterday, and their jobs have been arranged. Hobert watched the energetic, ragged wanderers in the fields, and then thought of the natives of Longtail Island he had seen yesterday, who only wore a piece of cloth. He stood at the edge of the field, marveling at the complexity of human society. Hobert's most important purpose here was to visit old Mr. Winston. As soon as he entered the villa, a servant greeted him, "Your lordship, Mr. Winston has gone fishing. He asked me to wait here and give you these 3 items." The 3 items were a door, a teacup, and a salad bowl. Hobert looked at the 2 pieces of tableware and smiled helplessly. The old man's creations were still so unique. Taking the 3 items, Hobert went to Greenfield Manor where no one was around. Furs had gone to the auction house and was not at the manor. So Hobert locked the door and sacrificed the 2 tableware items to the Nation of Disorder. As for the door, it was clearly the traveler's door. Then Hobert also entered the Nation of Disorder, learning about the abilities and negative effects of the 2 mystical items. Winston's craftsmanship was as good as ever, the negative effects were minor. The salad bowl was a magical item with some of the abilities of a faceless, and the exquisite teacup had some beyonder abilities of a shepherd. Fortunately, the salad bowl could change shape, otherwise, Audrey would have to carry a bowl around if she wanted to change her appearance for some actions. The teacup's appearance couldn't be changed, but because it had a handle, Hobert thought he could tie it to himself by the handle and wear it as a pendant. Although it would be embarrassing if others found out, it was better than holding a teacup in his hand during a fight. Coming out of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert used travel to return to Backlund and sacrifice the salad bowl to the Fool. Audrey quickly completed the transaction and paid Hobert £5,000 through the Fool. At the evening ball, Audrey happily showed Hobert the bracelet on her wrist, which looked beautiful and inconspicuous. The 2 danced another dance, and while chatting in a corner, Audrey whispered to Hobert, "After the ball, will you take me to the night market?" She had heard that Backlund's night market was very lively, but she had never been there due to her status. Now that Audrey could change her appearance to hide her identity, and she suddenly realized that she knew nothing about the night market, she immediately thought of Hobert. In fact, she wanted a magical item that could change her appearance so that she could use extraordinary powers to experience different lives. Even though she had received the elite education of a lone noble since she was a child, she was still a young girl who had just turned 18 and was full of curiosity about the outside world. In the past, she could only think about it, but after becoming a Beyonder and coming into contact with many Beyonder abilities, she felt that her idea was quite feasible. However, she could only go out at night to experience it. Audrey would never make such a suggestion to friends like Glaint. With her trust in Hobert and the friendship between them, based on shared secrets like the Tarot Club, there was no need to always adhere to the subtle and conservative aristocratic norms. Audrey's suggestion also moved Hobert. Compared to this boring ball, he would rather go to the night market, so the 2 hit it off immediately. "Okay, to be honest, I haven't been to the night market either, but I know the approximate location. What precautions should I take when visiting the night market?" Audrey asked. "Make your appearance and clothing ordinary." Hobert took Audrey straight to the outside of the ballroom to avoid being overheard. He smiled and said, "If you go to the night market with your current appearance and clothes, I think I will be very busy." Hobert then asked, "What level are the Beyonders protecting your parents?" "I'm not very sure," Audrey said with a wry smile, "but I guess they should be able to call Archbishop Anthony for support in a short time." Hobert nodded. He also felt that the Evernight Church couldn't send a demigod to protect Earl Hall's family, and Earl Hall himself couldn't hire a demigod to guard his house. Even if there was a demigod to apply for the job, it is estimated that Earl Hall would not be assured to use. As long as there was no demigod-level protection, Hobert was confident that he could sneak into Earl Hall's villa silently. The 2 discussed for more than 10 minutes before returning to the ballroom. Some people noticed that they had gone out together, but they didn't pay much attention. After all, this wasn't the Intis Republic. In that country, a man and a woman going out together in the middle of a ball was to get a deeper understanding. In Lone, they might just be going out for some fresh air. Back at the ball, the 2 chatted aimlessly, hoping that this boring ball would end soon. At this time, a thin young lady in her 20s, as if she had made a great determination, walked towards the 2 of them. "Earl Hobert, may I have this dance?" Hobert and Audrey were both stunned, because in the subtle and conservative lone aristocratic circle, under normal circumstances, ladies and young ladies would rather not dance at all than take the initiative to ask a man to dance. Then Audrey smiled and said, "This young and beautiful lady is the second daughter of Lord Bradley, Norma Bradley." She interpreted that Norma had something to ask for, so she simply helped introduce her. "Hello, Miss Norma," Hobert said with a smile, "I just drank 2 glasses of champagne. To avoid making a fool of myself, I won't dance." He also saw that Norma wanted to ask for his help, but as he said before, he didn't have spare money to invest now, and he didn't have the idea of patching up holes for other nobles. Norma seemed to have made up her mind again and said, "I'm sorry, Earl, for asking for your help in such a hasty manner. I heard that you work for MI9, is that right?" Hobert was slightly stunned. "Yes, but I haven't taken over any substantive work yet." Norma almost pleaded, "Can you save my brother and father? I'll give you as much money as you want." Hobert resisted his curiosity and didn't ask, "I'm sorry, I haven't taken over this case. I can only help you ask." If these father and son are spies, unless a god descends, it's not that serious, unless the church intervenes or the king pardons them, no one can save them. Norma's expression immediately darkened. Thank you for listening to my request. If you find out anything, please send someone to notify us. Hobert readily agreed and sent Miss Norma away. Audrey asked curiously, Hobert, what is your specific job content now? The specific job content is to slack off. Hobert smiled slightly. Confidential. At more than 10 o'clock in the evening, the ball finally ended. In the carriage on the way home, Audrey's mother, Catherine, asked, Audrey, I saw that you and Hobert left for more than 10 minutes in the middle of the ball. What did you go out to do? Audrey had already observed that her mother had noticed her actions at the time. Hobert said he saw a dog that looked like Susie. I thought Susie had followed, so I immediately went out to check, but it turned out that Hobert was mistaken. She silently recited in her heart, sorry Hobert, and Susie, but this is the best way to solve the problem. Catherine didn't say anything more. Don't do this again in the future. This is a disrespect to the host of the ball. Yes, mother, I remember it. Audrey changed the topic appropriately. Father, has Lord Bradley encountered any trouble recently? Your news is quite well informed. Earl Hall smiled. A few days ago, Bradley's son was found by the local customs to have contraband in a transaction with the Faceac people. According to the usual practice, the Bradley father and son will definitely be investigated. Audrey asked, will they be in danger? Answering her was Hobert on the side. I don't know if they will be in danger. I only know that MI9 will have another donation in its account. Audrey was stunned. Why do you say that? Hobert was about to explain, but Earl Hall said, this is why MI9 has a heroic image and is notorious at the same time. But the Earl didn't explain further, and Audrey certainly didn't ask any more questions. Back at the Earl's luxurious villa, Audrey changed her clothes with the help of the maids, completed her washing, and returned to her bedroom to sleep peacefully. As soon as the maids left Audrey's bedroom, Audrey, dressed in a nightgown, suddenly sat up, startling Susie, who was lying on the carpet. Audrey, did you have a nightmare? Or did you forget something important? That's not the case. Audrey smiled mysteriously. Susie, I'm going out for a while. I'll bring you back a midnight snack later. Where are you going so late? I heard it's very unsafe outside. Audrey had already gone to her cloakroom and looked around but couldn't find a suitable dress. Don't worry, Susie, I have a companion. She quietly came to her personal maid Annie's room, using placate on Annie to keep her asleep, while finding a plain-looking long dress from her wardrobe. After changing into the long dress, Audrey found that her hair was still loose, so she recalled the scene of the maid combing her hair and combed a hairstyle she liked. Susie sat aside. Listen to me, Audrey, I saw in a book that sometimes companions are not very reliable. You should bring another reliable partner. Such as? Like me. Audrey smiled. Susie, I'll go explore the way first, and when I'm familiar with it, I'll take you with me. She looked in the mirror again and found that her hairstyle was too different from the style of the dress. Suddenly, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Susie looked at the direction of the door and immediately put on a defensive posture. Audrey touched its head. Don't be nervous. She cleared her throat and said, Lawyer. Hobert's slightly magnetic voice sounded outside. Spectator. This was the code that the two had prepared in advance. Audrey smiled. Please come in, Mr. Lawyer. The door opened, and it was Hobert, dressed in a windbreaker and without a cane. He smiled and asked softly, Are you ready? Beautiful lady. Susie opened her mouth, but only made a woo-woo sound. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and sighed. Does my hairstyle look strange? Hobert saw Audrey wearing a plain long dress. Her beauty and dignity made the dress look different. However, her hairstyle did look too noble and didn't match the dress very well. He suggested, why don't you just comb a simple ponytail? Okay. Audrey picked up the comb and was stunned for a few seconds, but, I can't. She had never combed her hair herself since she was a child. It was already good enough to comb a common hairstyle. Hobert said, I'll comb it for you. Although Furs didn't like combing ponytails either, Hobert remembered that this hairstyle didn't seem difficult. Audrey untied her long hair and handed the comb to Hobert. Until Hobert held Audrey's silky golden hair in his hand, the two felt at the same time that this action seemed too ambiguous. Hobert cleared his throat. I always thought combing hair was a simple thing. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Audrey watched Hobert clumsily combing her hair, then smoothed it together, and clumsily tied it with a hair tie, and finally tied a very ugly bow. Susie on the side turned her head to the side, her mouth grinning back, her eyes full of smiles. Hobert looked at Audrey's hairstyle in the mirror, somewhat unsure. Probably, this is it. Audrey commented, it's so ugly. Maybe she didn't even notice that when she was with Hobert, she would show her truest side, and those aristocratic rhetoric would be temporarily put aside by her. Hobert sighed, people look beautiful, any hairstyle looks good. Audrey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll comb it again. She untied her hair and tried to comb a ponytail, which looked much better. Next was the process of changing her appearance. The first change was immediately rejected by Hobert, too beautiful. Audrey changed again. Still too beautiful, Hobert suggested, if it doesn't work, you can change into the appearance of an ordinary maid around you. This reminded Audrey, and she immediately changed into an appearance similar to that of her personal maid Annie. Hobert nodded and looked at her chest and waist. The ordinary long dress was completely supported by her perfect figure. Fortunately, the clothing of the Lone Kingdom was relatively conservative, but it just made people feel that the clothes were much rounder. After preparing, Hobert reached out as if inviting Audrey to dance. Audrey took Hobert's palm, and the space in front of the two immediately became illusory. Hobert took Audrey's hand and stepped into the void. Only Susie remained in the room. I hope Audrey doesn't forget to bring me a midnight snack. Meanwhile, Hobert and Audrey quickly emerged from the spirit world, spotting the night market along the Tussock River from afar. A wisp of mist clung to the somewhat dim gas lamps, their light reflected in the river, creating an ethereal scene. The night market bustled with people, appearing quite lively. Smiles crept onto both of their faces. This night market hadn't been around for long, but it had quickly grown to a considerable size. It was located in the Hillston borough, where the middle class was concentrated. They said there was one in the Cherwood borough too, but it wasn't as big. The area around the night market was mostly filled with financial companies, and many office workers who finished overtime were accustomed to grabbing a late-night snack before returning to their rented apartments. Residents from nearby and tourists who had heard about it were the other two large consumer groups. Aside from a few famous tourist cities, only Backlund in the entire Lone had a night market. This required excellent public safety and a very stable environment. But currently, in most cities of Lone, there were still many thieves and robbers active on the streets at night, lacking the basic conditions for opening a night market. Hobert and Audrey chatted as they entered the crowded night market, the aroma of food filling the air, making them both want to eat a little more. Deep-fried and then pan-fried fish, only 6p apiece. Hobert thought it looked good and ordered one. Audrey swallowed her saliva. I want one too. When wandering through a night market, you should eat little and buy often, Hobert said with a smile, dividing the fish in the paper bag in half. That way, you can taste more delicacies. He hadn't been to a night market since coming to this era, but he had visited many before. In his memory, it seemed like every city had one. Hobert asked the vendor for another paper bag and handed half of the fish to Audrey. Audrey took a small bite. It wasn't as delicious as the fish she ate at home, but this way of eating was novel, so she followed Hobert's example, eating as she searched for the next delicacy. They also sampled grilled shrimp, pulled pork, and other snacks, and bought some cakes with cream or fresh fruit, finally ending with a refreshing walnut and vegetable salad to cleanse their palates. As far as eating was concerned, that was it. Hobert sighed. The snacks of this era were still a bit lacking, and due to limited material living conditions, they tended to be greasy. Next, they looked at the dazzling array of ornaments and clothes. Audrey wasn't interested in the clothes here, but she liked the trinkets on the stalls. She looked at one stall after another, tirelessly. Finally, they sat in an open-air bar, enjoying the cool breeze blowing from the Tussock River, and chatted while drinking cheap wine. Audrey looked at the people around her, talking and laughing freely, and said with some envy, if I laughed out loud, my mother and etiquette teacher would be very unhappy, thinking it wasn't ladylike enough. Hobert looked at the young colleagues laughing and talking, and said, they must also envy you, being of noble birth and having been free from worries about food and clothing since childhood. The aristocracy is like a walled city, those inside want to get out, and those outside want to get in. Audrey glanced at Hobert. That sentence is very poetic. Hobert was slightly taken aback. Didn't Roselle say that? He smiled, but there are still more people who want to get in. Then he asked, did you have fun tonight? I don't know what kind of feeling this is, Audrey said. In short, I feel that many repressed emotions have been released. Hobert took a sip of wine. Then congratulations, you have felt the warmth of this world. Yes, there is so much madness and distortion in our world, and so much deceit and betrayal, but it is undeniable that it also has a good side, doesn't it? Audrey nodded slowly. That makes sense. Audrey, Hobert said suddenly. What is it? Audrey sensed from Hobert's expression and tone that he was going to say something very important. If, Hobert said with a smile, if one day I become very cold and lose my humanity, I hope you don't give up on me. Maybe a few more trips to the night market will help me find my former warmth. Audrey didn't quite understand what Hobert meant, but she solemnly promised, how could I give up on you? Hobert smiled, maybe we should come to places like this more often in the future, it will be good for both of us. Then he seemed to be talking to himself, why didn't I think of this before? He suddenly realized that this kind of worldly atmosphere might help to maintain his humanity. Just as Audrey was about to ask a question, a voice suddenly said, Annie. Is that really you? Annie. At first, Hobert and Audrey didn't react, but the young man, holding a wine glass and somewhat drunk, approached and said, "It really is Annie." Good heavens. Didn't you go to be a personal maid for a noble lady? Audrey then remembered that she was using the face of her personal maid, Annie. She had never encountered such a thing and didn't know how to deal with it. You've mistaken someone, Hobert said calmly, while subtly giving Audrey a hand gesture. Audrey blinked, indicating that she understood, and slightly changed her appearance. Impossible. The young man laughed. My family and Annie's family are neighbors, how could I mistake her? As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, because when he looked again, he found that the lady didn't look like Annie anymore. Hobert said, "It's okay, it's normal to mistake someone when you've had too much to drink." Then he asked, "It seems you have a heartwarming story with that Miss Annie." After apologizing, the young man, fueled by alcohol, began to tell his story. Audrey picked up her wine glass, listening intently to the gossip, occasionally taking a sip of wine and sighing along. The young man's story wasn't particularly earth-shattering, just a childhood sweetheart from next door who always felt that he wasn't good enough for Annie, so he came to Backlund to work hard, but things hadn't gone very smoothly. Hobert sympathized with the young man's lament about life, comforted him a few times, and then finished his wine with Audrey before leaving. After walking away, Audrey said, "Before, I always thought that Annie was just Annie, but now I suddenly feel that she also has her own family, and there are people who like her. Hobert, this world is so wonderful, everyone has their own life, and everyone has their own world." Hobert nodded, "That's how fate sparks. Boss, give me an order of pulled pork." Audrey rubbed her stomach, "I really can't eat anymore." "This is for Susie," Hobert said. "Let's buy her something to eat, lest she makes a racket next time I pick you up." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 545, Chapter 545 The Human Side of Amon. Chapter 545 The Human Side of Amon. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Susie, on the carpet, was carefully dealing with the pulled pork in front of her to avoid dirtying the carpet. Finally, Susie stuck out her tongue, licked the meat scraps into her mouth, and commented, "The taste is really good, I mean, very unique." She glanced at Audrey, who was gazing out the window at the thin mist. "Audrey, you seem a little worried. You've been sitting there spacing out since Hobert left." "I suddenly realized that the world doesn't revolve around any one person," she smiled. "Everyone has their own ideas, everyone has a reason to be respected, and everyone has their own destiny." Susie's eyes were somewhat blank. "Does every dog have its own ideas too?" Audrey smiled and said, "Susie, you didn't understand what I meant. What I mean is, being too self-centered might go against the operating rules of this world." Susie stuck out her tongue and then said, "Now I finally realize that I'm just a dog." She found that she didn't understand Audrey's feelings at all. Audrey smiled and stroked the dog's head. "There's also something else that worries me." She took a deep breath. "Today, Hobert suddenly told me not to give up on him. I can feel his deep concern. Has he encountered some difficulties recently?" Susie said, "You can inquire about it from his friends." Audrey gently shook her head. "He doesn't seem to have the desire to confide in anyone about this matter. His friends probably don't know his worries either. Furs might know about it, but for some reason, she didn't want to ask." Fortunately, judging from Hobert's expression, it wasn't anything too urgent. Audrey decided to talk to Hobert about it when she had the chance later. After Hobert had been at work for 2 days, the news that he was working at MI9 spread like wildfire. In everyone's opinion, it was reasonable to have such an arrangement for him. After all, he and his father had been undercover in Fenapotter for so long. Although Hobert didn't feel like he was doing any undercover work, in everyone's eyes, that was his undercover life. When everyone knew that Hobert had a public position and was working in a key department like MI9, the invitations to Hobert increased. There were balls in the evening and invitations to appreciate operas, dramas, and symphonies during the day. However, Hobert refused them all on the grounds that he was busy with work. After having a public position, he had the right to refuse certain invitations. So those invitations were all concentrated on the weekends. There were a few that he really couldn't refuse, such as the invitations from Earl Hall and Earl Wolf, so he had to agree. Friday morning in the restaurant, Elizabeth said, "Mr. Hobert, can I go to the banquet with you tonight?" She smiled and explained, "My parents have urgent matters and have returned to Tingen City, so they asked me to attend the banquet tonight on their behalf." Elizabeth's mother was the daughter of a down-and-out nobleman in Backlund. In her generation, she only had the title of baronet, but she was still a nobleman and was invited to attend balls by many nobles. Hobert had met her mother several times at the balls in the past few days, but because their circles were different, they just exchanged simple pleasantries after meeting. "No problem," Hobert smiled. "We can keep each other company." Dophus, who was standing next to him, said, "Earl, we should also prepare a ball to reciprocate the nobles who invited you." Hobert frowned. "You can take care of the preparations. I need you to set the time." Dophus felt a lot of pressure, but he was also somewhat helpless. "Let's do it in late April," Hobert said. "That way we'll have more time to prepare." "I need a specific date." April 5th would be a good day for Hobert, but there wasn't enough time to prepare, so he said, "Then let's do it on April 22nd. Dophus nodded. "Okay." After breakfast, Hobert took a carriage to MI9. Just as he walked down the stairs to the third basement level, he saw Charlene standing at the stairwell. Chief Konas's secretary just came to extend an invitation, inviting you to Chief Konas's office to taste the newly shipped coffee from the southern continent." Hobert was slightly stunned. "I see, thank you for the reminder." Saying this, he knocked on the door of Konas's office and then pushed it open directly. The structure of the other party's office was the same as the structure of Hobert's office, with the secretary's office outside. Konas's secretary immediately stood up and said, "Chief Hobert, please come in." After thanking him with a smile, Hobert followed the secretary to the office inside. Konas was grinding coffee with a coffee machine. His broad physique seemed to be able to crush the small coffee machine into an iron cake at any time. "It'll be ready soon, sit down." The secretary went out and closed the door. Hobert didn't sit down, but looked at Konas's coffee grinding movements. It can be seen that the chief enjoys this process very much. "Yes." Konas seemed to say with a deep meaning, "I like the process of crushing coffee beans into powder." As he spoke, he began to brew coffee. Before long, each of them had a cup of steaming coffee in their hands. Hobert took a shallow sip. "It tastes really good. So bitter, so bad, why not prepare sugar cubes?" Coffee at this time is the most mellow. Konas made a gesture to sit down. "It allows me to find the best state." The two sat down on the sofa. Hobert didn't know what he wanted from him, so he chatted with him. Konas asked, "How does it feel after working for a few days?" "The food is pretty good." "Ha." Konas laughed and asked, "I heard that your life is very frugal, eating only one soup, one dish, and a piece of bread per meal." "It's enough." Hobert said meaningfully, "You should also know that you don't need to eat much for each meal. In fact, one dish is enough, and the extra food is a waste." Konas smiled and said meaningfully, "That's true." He suddenly jumped to another topic. "Although the Director General instructed me not to arrange any substantive work for you, some clubs still want to invite you to participate." Hobert knew that he was getting to the point. "Do you have time on Sunday morning?" Konas asked. "I'll take you to join the East Balam Retired Officers Club." Hobert was stunned. The name of this club sounded a little familiar. He said, "I'm not an officer who retired from East Balam." The club was initially established by retired officers from East Balam. Konas smiled. "Your father, Duke Christian, made outstanding contributions to the development of this club, attracting more groups. Now the club has many members from places other than East Balam, with retired or active officers participating, and it has a very promising development prospect." Hobert then remembered that Klein had negotiated the arms deal with the southern continent here. Konas continued, "I heard that your father didn't invite you to join this club, but I think I should bring you into this circle." He guessed that Christian must have felt that Hobert had no military experience, so it was not easy to come forward and introduce Hobert to join this first-class club. At this time, as Hobert's superior, of course he couldn't turn a blind eye. "Thank you for your recommendation." Hobert smiled. "Of course I have time on Sunday morning. I'll treat you to lunch at the Lone Kingdom Hotel. Please be sure to honor me with your presence." He had heard of the East Balam Retired Veterans Club and the Mercenary Club before. It was one of the best clubs in the military, and many active generals were members of the club. Moreover, its nature was different from that of the Mercenary Club. The Mercenary Club had semi-official components and also beyonder gatherings, while the East Balam Retired Veterans Club was said to be a place where officers helped each other, exchanged information, and did business. Because of Christian's relationship, Hobert almost naturally carried the label of military force. Since he already had such a label, he might as well use the convenience brought by these labels. After agreeing on this matter, the two chatted for a few more words before Hobert returned to his office. As soon as he entered the secretary's office, Hobert saw a military officer in his 30s with a very ordinary appearance waiting there. Byron. The other party was Byron, the masked man responsible for contacting Zio. Before betraying the loan, Hobert had also sold him beyonder characteristics several times. Byron smiled and said, "I didn't expect that when we meet again, you would already be my superior." Hobert smiled. "Please come in." The two sat down in the reception area. After the secretary served tea, Byron told Hobert that he had just returned from a business trip from another place and heard that there was a new chief. At first, he thought it was the same name, but after inquiring, he realized that it was really Earl Hobert, so he came to visit. Hobert asked, "How has Zio been doing recently?" "Pretty good," Byron replied seriously. "I hope you can give her some high-paying, safe tasks," Hobert said casually. "I understand," Byron said. "Several times I wanted to develop her into a formal member. She is now an interrogator and only needs to go through the motions to become a senior staff member." Hobert sighed. "She may have her own ideas." Neither of them revealed Zio's secret. "I'm currently handling the case of Lord Bradley," Byron said suddenly. Hobert was slightly stunned. Last night, he had just received a request for help from Lord Bradley's daughter, Norma, and today Byron came to talk to him about it. He smiled. "You don't think I have anything to do with this case, do you?" "I didn't mean that." Byron quickly explained, "We may have arrested people too quickly and didn't give Bradley a way to seek self-rescue. I heard that his daughter asked you for help, so I came to report this matter to you." Hobert instantly understood what Byron meant. MI9 not only had the responsibility of collecting intelligence externally, but also had the power to internally monitor whether there were spies. They often found wealthy people and nobles who accidentally made mistakes in this regard. Few of them were real spies, but they needed to donate a large sum of money to regain their freedom. This was an important source of financial income for MI9. Byron's meaning was obvious. He wanted to ask Hobert to mediate in the middle, get the ransom, and release Lord Bradley and his son. After figuring out this question, Hobert prepared to refuse. Although he could get a portion of the ransom by mediating, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. But before he could open his mouth, he suddenly thought, "Conas just came to me this morning, and now Byron is here to give me money. Is this a coincidence?" Immediately, he came to the conclusion, this is definitely not a coincidence. With a thought, Hobert already understood that this was Conas's test for him, or rather, this was Conas's method of distinguishing whether he was one of us. Working in a department like MI9, it's not enough to say that you don't get involved in anything. If you want to integrate into this department, you must bind your interests to this department so that everyone can rest assured. Hobert realized that if he refused now, not only would he be isolated, but there would also be a risk of being targeted. So after considering for a few seconds, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect that as soon as I started working at MI9, such a lucrative case would be sent to my hands." Byron also smiled and said, "It's great that you can agree, otherwise this case would not be able to continue." Hobert took a sip of tea, didn't say anything, chatted for a while, and Byron left. Hobert sat in his office chair and thought about this matter again. After confirming that his guess was correct, he started touching Fish again, using travel to come to the manor in the suburbs. Fitch and the others had already started working, especially Fitch. Perhaps he felt that this job was hard one, so he was extremely efficient. He had already drawn several versions of the turbine drawings and had already started looking for factories to order the corresponding parts. At the same time, he already had a draft of a large generator. The first large generator is estimated to be assembled in a week or two. The reason for such high efficiency is not only because Hobert's some new concepts and ideas solved many creative problems in his design work, but also because the concept of large generators has long existed in the scientific community. Now Fitch is just making breakthrough improvements according to Hobert's requirements. Research on tungsten filaments has already begun. They are now studying what inert gas to use to ensure the stable operation of the tungsten filaments. It is estimated that the first tungsten filament light bulb will be made next week. As for rubber, there has been no breakthrough, but with the current technology, it is no problem to use rubber on wires. Jerna, the researcher in charge of rubber-related research, said when Hobert was about to leave, "Mr. Earl, yesterday my teacher Isaac wrote me a letter introducing a new research result and hoping to invite you to take a look." Hobert was stunned. Why didn't he write to me directly? This teacher didn't say. Jerna smiled. In fact, Isaac said in the letter that he had already looked for several nobles, but none of them were willing to invest in that result, so he wanted to ask his students to help test whether Earl Hobert had the willingness to invest. "I'll send a car to pick you up this afternoon," Hobert said. "Let's visit Professor Isaac together. Anyway, I have nothing to do this afternoon." Originally, he planned to go to Longtail Island again, but this time there was no specific purpose, so it wasn't urgent. He could go to Backlund Technical University to take a look first. So, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion and asked Dofus to send a car to the manor to pick up Jerna. He himself returned to MI9 to enjoy lunch. Today's lunch was mainly seafood. The shrimp and crab vegetable soup was very satisfying to Hobert. On the other hand, the golden-backed fox fish, which was worth £6, was not as delicious as the soup. In the afternoon, Hobert took a carriage to the entrance of Backlund University to meet Jerna. The two of them came to Isaac's office together, and Jerna explained their intentions to Isaac. When Isaac heard that Hobert was interested in investing in the new material he had researched, he became even more enthusiastic and immediately took them to the material room in the laboratory. This experiment started last year, Isaac said. At that time, I wanted to find a material to protect glass or valuables during long-distance transportation, but the final result was not very satisfactory. It was too hard. He took out a piece of light yellow, translucent material from a glass bottle. I got the patent for this new material some time ago, so I started looking for investment. Although this material cannot protect valuables, I accidentally discovered that it can be used to make cellophane to replace more expensive frosted glass, which can be used in bedrooms and bathrooms. Hobert looked at the piece of material. Why does it look like plastic? He asked, can I touch it and try it? Isaac handed it to Hobert. Of course you can. Hobert held it in his hand. It wasn't very hard, but it did feel like plastic. Where did you extract this from? From soybean oil, Isaac said immediately. Hobert opened his mouth. I haven't read much, don't lie to me. Can plastic be extracted from soybean oil? He touched it carefully again, and it really had the texture of that kind of not soft not hard plastic. He couldn't help but wonder, is this a compensation from Beyonder's powers for this world without oil? In fact, what Hobert didn't know was that in the Common Era, soybean oil plastic was not new in the scientific community in order to find biodegradable plastic. It's just that the process is more complicated and the cost is higher than petroleum plastic, so this concept has not been popularized. Overall, Hobert's previous idea of finding alternatives to petroleum was correct, but this kind of search can only be like it is now, basically relying on luck. Seeing Hobert in deep thought, Isaac thought he had some concerns, so he continued to explain, this material has good plasticity and extensibility. Perhaps more uses can be found in practical applications. Hobert came back to his senses and interrupted Isaac. Professor, I do have investment intentions, but I have one condition. Either you resign and go to my place to concentrate on researching more uses for this material, or sell me the patent. Isaac was slightly stunned. He was about to refuse when Hobert said again, I will give you 3 times your current salary, and if you have other research that interests me, I will invest in it. This made the professor fall into deep thought again, but he finally smiled. I still like the atmosphere of the school. Then he said, but I don't want to sell the patent either. Then we can cooperate in the future. Hobert smiled. Frankly speaking, this material may have wider uses, but as a new material, it is still very immature. I have to invest a lot of money to research more of its properties and uses. Of course, this investment may be wasted, and no use can be found. Please forgive me for speaking frankly, the demand for cellophane is not large, and it cannot impress me to invest at all. For me, it is not cost-effective to invest now. It is safer to wait until you find new investment, and then I will spend more money to make a new round of investment if there is really a good use. Isaac smiled bitterly. He knew that what Hobert said was true. Many similar projects saw huge prospects, but when conducting further research, they could not find new investment due to the high cost, and the research projects could only be shelved. And the future of this material is unknown. Currently, Hobert is the only one who has shown investment intentions in this material, which makes Isaac have to consider the interests of those investors in this research project. Hobert added, maybe it can be like this, I will buy the patent, take it back to do new research, and then invite you to be a visiting professor at my research institute to provide some guidance to your students. In this way, even if this material achieves something in the future, people will not forget Isaac's contribution. For researchers at Isaac's level, money is no longer a big attraction to him. He hopes that his name can be widely circulated in the scientific community in the future. So, after a little consideration, Isaac agreed. 3 people have invested in this research one after another. I hope to sell the patent at a 30% premium on this investment. This will make it easier to discuss this transaction with investors. No problem. Hobert asked, how much money is needed? £8,000. Hobert took out his checkbook and immediately wrote the check. My butler will follow up on this matter later. The technical connection will be handed over to Jurna. Isaac took the check. You are a generous Earl. Because of a material with unknown uses, he paid £8,000 so readily. Such generosity is not common among nobles. Hobert said with great interest, can you show me other products that are looking for investment? Maybe I still have the intention to invest. Isaac couldn't ask for more, of course. But Hobert had no intention of investing in other research. To be precise, in Hobert's view, they were not very practical. In the carriage on the way back, Hobert said to Jurna, after returning, recruit a few classmates to form a team and immediately conduct research on plastics in 2 directions. Plastic. Jurna was a little surprised by this new word. Yes, plastic. I named the new material I bought today plastic, Hobert said with a smile and continued, first, study it in the hard direction, for example, you can use its strong plasticity to make pipes or plates. Then study it in the soft direction to make packaging bags, films, and other materials. Hobert's chemistry is not very good. He only remembers that plastics need additives and stabilizers. The most important task now is to find these additives and stabilizers. He reminded again, although this task is not urgent, it is very important. Just like the telephone research task he arranged before, it is the core competitiveness of the future. Jerna, who was on the side, was stunned. Then he realized that the Earl already had many ideas, so he made the investment. If the direction is specified, the future research costs will be greatly reduced, and the time to achieve results will also be greatly shortened. Of course, Hobert still used the sealed artifact, Secrets Keeper, when talking about this matter. T/N, not sure if I named it, it's AS4 of Door Pathway I believe. Back in his office, Hobert was in a great mood. He read the newspaper for a while and it was time to get off work. There was still a dance party to attend in the evening. After Hobert changed into formal attire, he found that Elizabeth had changed into a beautiful long dress, which made her whole temperament more dignified, and her lovely baby fat just right showed her youthful atmosphere. Hobert smiled, the young men at today's dance party will definitely line up to ask you to dance. Elizabeth smiled shyly, but I'm not very proficient in some dance steps. It doesn't matter, I think those young men will understand you. The two talked and got into the carriage. Hobert said, at the previous dance parties, I have communicated with Lord Atwood. Later, when I invite him to participate in the dance party I am organizing, I will talk to him about your university issue. He explained, Lord Atwood is the current Minister of Education. I think as long as you don't do too badly on the exam, it won't be a problem to enter Backlund University. Elizabeth was about to thank him, but Hobert smiled, this is Mr. Ulysses's entrustment, and you are also Serena's good friend. Our time in Tingen City was pleasant, so we are friends. It is reasonable for me to help you. This made Elizabeth embarrassed to say thank you, so she talked about another topic. A few days ago, I talked to Serena about going to university. Her point of view is that it is better to stay by your side early and learn some political and management skills than going to university. This depends on personal aspirations. Hobert smiled, Serena is indeed not the material for going to university. Her communication skills are very strong. After learning some management skills, she will have broad development space. But your situation and Melissa's situation seem to be different, and the expectations your parents have for you are also different. Elizabeth's uncle and father were both of humble origin. Mr. Ulysses was the illegitimate son of a down-and-out nobleman and did not even have the qualifications to inherit the title. According to Christian, his life was very poor when he was young. And Elizabeth's father was the son of a shoemaker. Later, he started his business by following Ulysses. They all have infinite longing for university campuses. Now that their lives are rich, they want their children to receive what they consider to be the best university education. For Elizabeth, this is also a good opportunity to expand her network. After all, the main group of college students now is the children of wealthy businessmen or officials. Elizabeth nodded slowly, looking a little confused. Hobert didn't say anything more. After all, the path of one's life must be found by oneself. This time Elizabeth attended the dance party with Hobert, and many people thought that Elizabeth was the countess that Hobert had never brought to formal occasions before. Many lords saw Elizabeth, who had naturally curly brown hair and was young and beautiful, and immediately felt that their daughter's chances were not great. Because Elizabeth had not yet come of age, she had not attended such gatherings before, and she was somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, there was also a familiar person, Tyren, who was also somewhat at a loss, and the two of them found a sense of confidant. Hobert chatted with Audrey, Glaint, and other friends for a while, and seeing Norma, who was still looking worried in the distance, he beckoned to her. Norma was stunned for a moment, then ran over with joy. Earl Hobert, what are your orders? I inquired about it for you today, Hobert said. Captain Byron is now in charge of your father and brother's case. I have made an appointment with Byron to discuss this matter at my mansion tomorrow morning. You can also come and see if there is any hope of rescuing your father and brother. Norma was somewhat incredible. These past 2 days, she had been asking for help at the dance party every day, but the answers she received were similar. They all said they would help inquire about it, and then it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any news. What she didn't expect was that Earl Hobert actually helped her inquire. How should I thank you? Norma asked excitedly. Hobert smiled, let's talk about this tomorrow. Yes. Norma said, I will definitely go to your mansion early tomorrow. After thanking Hobert a few more times, Norma quickly went to tell her mother the good news. Audrey smiled, Hobert, I didn't expect you to really help. She paused and then said, but it's good to help. This lady's bewildered and helpless look is pitiful. As someone who was exposed to noble education from an early age, she was very clear about the principle of sympathy is sympathy, but don't put yourself in trouble. So after learning that Earl Hobert didn't plan to help Lord Bradley, she didn't continue to pay attention to this matter. Hobert smiled helplessly, this matter came to me. Then he said, if there is a chance, we will talk in detail later. Byam, Tony Manor. Rafter wrote the letter to the Blessed with some excitement. He finally knew the secret of Tony Manor. But what made him even more excited was that the Blessed was actually Hobert. After he got the method of summoning the messenger before, he didn't care about it. Just now, he found that he summoned Hobert Jeffrey's messenger. This is a celebrity from some time ago. He didn't expect that the blessed would become an earl just like that. After sending away the messenger, Rafter began to clean up the altar. At this time, he seemed to pinch his eye socket subconsciously, smoothed the non-existent monocle, and muttered, "This messenger is actually an angel in poor condition." Then he smiled, "Creator's blessed." Interesting. Rafter's expression was natural, as if he hadn't said those words just now. Backlund, 62 Empress Borough. Today's dance party is finally over. Hobert was considering whether to go to Furs and continue dancing when he suddenly felt something in his spirituality and saw the messenger coming out of the void. After getting the letter that popped out of the coffin, Hobert took a look and it was actually Rafter's letter. Since Rafter went to buy him, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Opening the letter and looking at a few lines, from the wording and the few flamboyant letters, it can be seen that Rafter was a little excited when writing this letter. The more Hobert read, the more surprised he was. Rafter is now a tutor at Tony Manor. On his first day on the job, he discovered that this manor was very strange and that he seemed to easily forget his purpose. This reminded him of the butler's warning, after nightfall, one must stay within their own courtyard. After observing for a while, he indeed discovered that as soon as it was night, as soon as he left his courtyard, he would immediately forget his purpose. Rafter suspected that Tony Manor had a powerful sealed artifact, so he launched a secret investigation. Rafter was shocked to discover that many young people of the Tony family were actually sacrificing to an evil god. He didn't know who the young people of the Tony family were sacrificing to, but he attached a symbol pointing to the object of sacrifice in the letter. As the investigation progressed, Rafter discovered that the Tony family, which could stir up storms in Byam, was actually a descendant of another Tudor family. More than 100 years ago, this branch of the Tudor family rose through colonial wars and gained a lot of benefits in the Rorstad archipelago. Rafter believed this matter was important, so he immediately reported it to the favorite of God. At the same time, he found the location of that powerful sealed artifact and investigated it thoroughly. It was a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the theft pathway. He asked the favorite of God if he wanted to take the opportunity to steal it. While reading this letter, Hobert first thought, so the three branches of the Tudor family are complete. One branch is the family that changed its name to the Pound family, with only Rafter as the sole official member, one branch is the family where Angus is located, and one branch is the Tony family of Byam. What surprised Hobert was the symbol that Rafter drew on the letter, the symbol pointing to the object of sacrifice. This abstract symbol consisted of winding vertical and horizontal lines, as well as several dots. This pattern was too familiar to him. That's right, it was the pattern pointing to the uncertain mist. In other words, the young people of the Tony family are sacrificing to the uncertain mist. As for stealing the sealed artifact of the marauder pathway, Hobert had no such thoughts at all. Not to mention that the belief in the uncertain mist made Hobert somewhat apprehensive. The key point was that the strength of such a family was not weak. Although he had now advanced to a demigod, he was not crazy enough to challenge an angel family. Another point was that Hobert seriously suspected that these people were crazy. They were actually using the sealed artifact of the marauder pathway to guard them every night. What if they attracted something not very good? Should he change the Tony family to the Amon family in the future? This guy has a habit of collecting all the beyonder characteristics of the marauder pathway that he encounters. After becoming a demigod, Hobert's seal on his memories of Amon was lifted somewhat, in order to avoid encountering Amon because his reaction was a beat too slow. After reading the letter, Hobert noticed that the messenger had not left. He was slightly stunned and immediately asked, "Is there something wrong with Rafter's condition?" "Yes, he has been parasitized. The coffin stood in front of Hobert. If he had written this letter to you a few days later, he would have been completely beyond saving. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. "I knew it." He directly put 1 to 101 in the nation of disorder when he didn't need it, for fear of bad luck and encountering unclean things. Then Hobert discovered, "You answered my question without actively asking for a donut." "Ha, I was waiting for you to ask that." The messenger immediately said, "How about we make a deal? Let's hunt Amon's avatars together. My request is not much, just 6 worms of time." Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. "Are you serious? If it were Amon's main body, I wouldn't have had such an idea." The messenger said, "But it's just his avatars, they are not difficult to deal with." Hobert scratched his head. He realized that most of his memories about Amon were sealed in the nation of disorder. "I remember Amon's avatars are also very difficult to deal with." "That's just because you don't understand Amon. With me here, this operation will definitely be successful." Hobert was stunned. "You seem to know Amon very well." "Yes." "How well?" "Slept with him." Hobert thought he had heard wrong. He also has needs in that area. Then he realized that this messenger's surname was Tudor. During the Tudor Empire era, she was in the same camp as Amon. Everyone has an unknown side, and Amon is no exception. The messenger had no intention of avoiding this question. To be honest, he performed quite well in that area. T/N, skull. Hobert pinched his forehead. Although he couldn't recall all the information about Amon, he always felt that it was somewhat different from the Amon in his memory. The messenger continued, generally speaking, when Amon arranges his avatars, he will follow the principle of one main and many strong ones. I estimate that in the entire Worsted archipelago, there is only one avatar that is probably close to sequence 2. There will definitely be some other avatars around, but their levels will only be sequence 3 and 4. Do you know why? The messenger answered herself, because his avatars are unwilling to accept orders from other avatars. I have seen several times when his avatars fought after referendums because they were unwilling to support the referendum results. Only when Amon's main body arrives will his avatars settle down. It's the same in other places. There can only be one sequence 2 avatar in the same area. The Worm of Time parasitizing rafter didn't even recognize me, which means it's just an unimportant avatar, at most only at the sequence 2 level. It sounds scary that other avatars swarm up, but his avatars won't take risks unless they receive orders from the main body. As long as an angel appears on the battlefield, those avatars will scatter and tell other avatars and the main body about the attack. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. Isn't that scary enough? What if another sequence 2 level avatar is called in? Even if an angel doesn't come, it's quite troublesome for me to be targeted by other avatars. So you need to prepare a space in a hidden state. The messenger in the coffin seemed to be smiling. As far as I know, the Evernight goddess also likes Worms of Time. Even if Amon's other avatars follow the clues, we are not afraid. We can launch another hunt. Hobert seemed to recall something. I'm just afraid that my thoughts of asking you for help will be stolen at that time. He remembered that Klein seemed to have had such an experience. No. The messenger said, as long as you carry your cane with you, you will have a chance to ask for help. Hobert was stunned. To be precise, it was the order crystal in his hand, right? He could bring some items out of the Nation of Disorder to use. This was indeed different from Klein. He thought for a while before saying, let me think about it, I'll summon you again later. Watching the messenger leave, Hobert waited for a minute or two before entering the Nation of Disorder. The memories about Amon that he sealed here immediately appeared in his mind. Hobert smiled. What surprised me was that Amon actually had a human side, and judging from the messenger's tone, she seemed to be very happy. Maybe his performance was indeed very good. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 546, Chapter 546, Searching for Amon's Avatar. Chapter 546, Searching for Amon's Avatar. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert's first thought was, even someone as strong as Amon needs to use humanity to fight divinity. Amon is inherently unique, and theoretically, the divinity within him must be greater than his humanity. Perhaps that's why he might need some humanity to maintain balance. Hobert even felt that Amon's love for pranks might be his way of trying to show his human side. Merely playing pranks might not be enough. Even if he doesn't have emotions, he should deceive himself to generate certain feelings, thereby stimulating his emotions and enlivening his spirituality. Next, Hobert considered whether to hunt Amon's avatar. Hobert's first thought was that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. He was currently preparing to accept Jonathan and the members of the Theosophy Order to strengthen his power, and he didn't have time to provoke Amon. The key is that this matter is difficult to control. Given Amon's arrangements for his avatars, he will eventually find out who hunted his avatar. Encountering an avatar at Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 would be fine, but the thought of encountering a Sequence 2 avatar coming to capture him is terrifying. Hobert guessed that the Amon avatar at Tony Manor should be a Sequence 2 because he recalled sensing a gaze from Byam when he covered Klein's departure from Byam earlier. Thinking about it now, the owner of that gaze seemed to be at the level of an angel. So Hobert was inclined to rescue Rafter and leave Byam with him. But then Hobert realized a problem. The messenger seemed overly enthusiastic about hunting Amon. In Hobert's memory, the messenger was someone who always stayed out of things. The key was that she didn't ask for donuts this time, which made Hobert a little uneasy. But then Hobert figured out the problem. It might be because the messenger's last name was Tudor. Regardless of her current state or past experiences, she, or rather she, was an important member of the Tudor family. Hobert even suspected that she was a close relative of the Blood Emperor, otherwise, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to become an angel in that era. And precisely because he was a close relative of the Blood Emperor, even if he wanted to seduce Amon, it could be arranged. Then this issue had to be reconsidered because Hobert realized that this was a good opportunity to subdue the Tudor family. If he could play a significant role in this event, even if he couldn't completely subdue the Tony family, he could get a lot of support from this family in the future. So the question now is whether such benefits are worth the risks that will arise. This made Hobert think of the barrier that the Order Crystal can now form. If he were facing Amon's main body, Hobert would simply surrender. He estimated that the barrier formed by the Order Crystal couldn't stop Amon's main body's abilities. But an avatar is different. Hobert believed that using the Disorder Crystal was enough to buy himself a few seconds to save himself or call for help. Although the risk was still not small, it was just like the question Hobert had previously envisioned: there are risks in doing anything. Some opportunities may never come again if missed, such as helping the Tony family get rid of Amon's control. Helping now can save some people, helping later, it is estimated that the family will be completely lost, and there will be nothing to help with. Hobert estimated for a while, and finally made up his mind: I'm not even afraid of the Demonist sect, why would I be afraid of Amon's avatar? Let's do it. After making up his mind, Hobert returned to the real world and summoned the messenger again. It's okay for me to help hunt Amon's avatar, but after this action, you need to fight for me 3 times. The messenger was silent for a few seconds before saying, if I help you deal with angel-level opponents, I need you to provide me with wooden sticks like your staff. Only with such blessings can I temporarily restore my best state. Hobert nodded, no problem, I can give you a order wood for this hunt, but remember to return the used order wood to me. This needs to be recycled. Then he asked, can the barrier formed by the Order Crystal really completely block the power of Amon's avatar? This is very important. Yes. The messenger said firmly, Amon's avatar's divinity is not very strong, so the avatar can't control many authorities. Amon's main body won't give some authorities to his avatar either. Hobert slowly nodded, that is to say, this is a matter of sequence. Because the divinity is weak, the avatar's sequence is low, so there is nothing to do with the power of the Order Crystal. If you encounter Amon's main body, the sequence is sufficient, although the Order Crystal has the power of a Sefirah, Amon will definitely be able to find loopholes. After confirming this again, Hobert asked, how can I notify you of the best time to take action in a short time? We can establish a spiritual contract. The messenger said, that way, you only need to recite a spell to summon me to the real world. If it was when he first met this messenger, Hobert would never establish such a private contract, because it meant that the messenger could also find Hobert's location at any time. But now that he has established basic mutual trust and knows each other well, Hobert is not opposed to such a contract. So he immediately handwritten a contract, first stipulating that the summoning spell was the ancient Hermes word for messenger. Then he stated that even if he knew Hobert's location, the messenger could not tell others or other creatures, nor could he harm Hobert or peep at him, and then they signed their names separately. Still with the spirit world as a witness, when the contract was swallowed by the dark green flames, it meant that the contract began to take effect. Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder again and began to prepare. This time he chose the first level sealed artifacts, 1 to 107 and 1 to 109. The reason was simple, he was afraid that 1 to 101 of the theft pathway would suddenly betray him. Then he spread his spirituality to the star representing Rafter. At the same time, he noticed that when Medici's evil spirit possessed Rafter before, there was a red line on his star, but when Rafter was parasitized, there was nothing unusual about the star. Hobert glanced at the real world through the stars. There was a figure wearing a black classical robe, a matching pointed soft hat, black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face, with limbs like octopus tentacles wrapped around Rafter. Seeing that iconic monocle, Hobert was a little hesitant. Then he realized that this was because his previous impression of Amon was too strong, and he always felt that the monocle was like a nightmare that could not be dispelled. But thinking about it carefully, compared to existences like the messenger, Amon's avatar is not scary. Although the ability is a bit weird, it is not invincible. Amon's avatar seemed to sense something and looked towards the air. After suppressing his psychological shadow, Hobert temporarily withdrew his spirituality and looked at the fruit-like sealed artifact he got from Christian. Bringing this sealed artifact to the real world as well, Hobert prepared the altar and placed a cup of fine sand in front of the altar, and then prayed to the Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos, more eternal than eternity. Your devout believer begs for your attention. I found an Amon avatar that may be at sequence 2 level and is organizing forces to hunt it down. Please grant me the power of concealment. If the hunt is successful, I will offer you 6 worms of time. After the prayer was finished, the surging sense of tranquility that made people sleepy descended around the altar. Hobert seemed to see twinkling starlight above the altar. Then a pure darkness descended on the altar, covering the fruit-shaped sealed artifact placed in the center of the altar. A second or two later, the pure darkness disappeared, and Hobert found that the fruit on the altar had grown about 3 times larger. Fine sand floated out of the cup and turned into letters on the altar, eventually forming a sentence, only 15 minutes of effect. That's enough. After Hobert thanked the Evernight goddess, the magical starlight flickering above the altar disappeared, and the surging power of tranquility also disappeared. He picked up the fruit on the altar and named this sealed artifact that had been strengthened by the Evernight goddess, Fruit of Concealment. After making all the preparations, Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder again, and then said to Rafter in the image and tone of the Creator, "Keep praying. Byam, Tony Manor." After writing the letter to the favored, Rafter rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the favored. To him, a Grade 1 sealed artifact was an extremely precious item. Since he had encountered one, he naturally wanted to find a way to snatch it if circumstances allowed. Even if he wasn't qualified to use it himself after stealing it, he believed the favored would give him plenty of benefits. Just half an hour after the letter was sent, his vision was suddenly filled with a tall and solid figure. When he saw the sacred black light, Rafter immediately realized it was the Creator. Could it be that this sealed artifact had attracted the attention of the Creator? Rafter didn't dare to look directly at the Creator, so he quickly lowered his head. Just as he was about to kneel on one knee, he heard the Creator's command. Although he didn't understand the Creator's intention, Rafter immediately obeyed the command and began to pray incessantly to the Creator. Soon, Rafter, who was bowing his head in prayer, felt as if a surge of powerful energy was descending upon him. Then, he seemed to sense something tugging at his spirit body. Rafter didn't waver and continued to pray earnestly. He firmly believed that under the gaze of the Creator, he would not be in any danger. A few seconds later, Rafter felt his whole body lighten, as if his spirit body had shed some burden. This made him realize, had he been possessed again? Just as he was about to thank the Creator, Rafter began to cough violently, gasping for breath. Finally, he spat out a worm the size of a thumb. It had 12 transparent segments on its body, but it was now dead, lying stiffly in Rafter's palm. Just as Rafter was surprised, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. That's me. Rafter quickly distinguished that the person in the scene, entangled by a phantom figure, was himself. Rafter realized, was I really possessed by an evil spirit again? Immediately afterward, he saw the phantom figure reaching into the air, which made him immediately realize that his prayer seemed to have established a close connection with the Creator, and that the figure was grabbing at the Creator. Just then, Rafter saw the Creator take action. The figure on his body seemed to suddenly become distorted, and then was dragged down from Rafter's body by a huge force. The Creator reached out again, and the figure seemed to be crushed by a huge force. Rafter sighed, "Fortunately, I completely surrendered to the Creator before, otherwise I might have lost myself unknowingly." This made him sigh again. He really made the right bet in Backlund. Just then, his spirituality stirred, and he saw the space in front of him become illusory. The favored, Hobert, emerged from within. "Give me this worm." Rafter immediately reacted, "Yes, yes, yes." Hobert was still wearing a mask and a Feinapotter-style trench coat. He looked like he hadn't changed much from a few months ago, but Rafter's spirituality could confirm that the favored temperament had undergone a considerable change. Rafter waited for the favored to put the worm away before asking respectfully, "Fortunately, I wrote you a letter to report. Was I possessed again just now?" "No, it was parasitized. Hobert briefly explained, then asked, "Are you sure the Tony family is a branch of the Tudor family?" "I'm sure." Rafter said, "When I first came to the manor, I found that I looked very similar to the patriarch of the Tony family. Later, I realized that it was because our appearances were inherited from the Great Blood Emperor." Hobert nodded again, "Take me to see the patriarch of the Tony family." He paused and added, "This manor is very dangerous now. Don't leave my side." "Yes, yes, yes." Rafter quickly moved a few steps closer, then he thought, "But now outside, the outside is shrouded in the power of the sealed artifact. Just follow me closely." Hobert strode out in front. Rafter quickly followed. He was still very nervous until he reached the gate, but the favored in front had already stepped out and stretched out a hand. A huge, distorted force caused the power that wanted to steal their thoughts to ignore the existence of the two people. Because Rafter was a briber, he could clearly feel that the power the favored had just displayed was indeed the power of distortion. He didn't expect that the problem that had plagued him for 2 or 3 months would be easily solved by the favored. Under the light of the gas lamps, the huge manor looked very magnificent, but because there was no one there, the magnificence carried a hint of eeriness. Hobert glanced at the gas lamp. In the firelight, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him, the person who had broken the rules of the manor. He looked away from the gas lamp and walked ahead, asking, "Is the Tony family mainly composed of Beyonders from the lawyer pathway or the arbiter pathway?" "As far as I know, it's the hunter pathway and the lawyer pathway." "Hunter pathway." This made Hobert slightly stunned. "That's right." Hobert immediately thought that Blood Emperor Tudor had served as a Red Priest for a period of time, and many Beyonder characteristics of the hunter pathway must have approached him. It was normal for the Tudor family to accumulate a certain amount of hunter pathway Beyonder characteristics. Rafter added, "However, they also have Beyonders from another pathway. Perhaps because of my lack of knowledge, I can't distinguish what pathway those Beyonders belong to." Hobert used another disorder towards the front to continue to make the perception of that sealed artifact malfunction, describe their abilities in detail. Rafter described, some of them are very insidious and can always make people fall into their traps unconsciously. Hobert nodded, maybe they are conspirers. This also made sense. At that time, Amon had supported Tudor in becoming the Blood Emperor, and the messenger lying in the coffin had also flirted with Amon. The Tudor family did indeed have a high probability of obtaining a portion of the Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway. Moreover, the Solomon Empire, the opponent of the Tudor Empire, also had a great noble from the Marauder pathway, and it was also possible to obtain a portion of the Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway in battle. Rafter continued to describe, some of them can bewitch enemies into becoming their teammates. Hobert was stunned, spectator pathway. They can even make close teammates turn against each other. Hobert slowly nodded, sounds like the ability of the spectator pathway. Could this be some of the Beyonder characteristics obtained from Adam back then? Then the Beyonder pathways of this Tony family are very complicated. Some seem to use a certain desire of the target to make the opponent crazy and obedient to his orders. Hobert was stunned, what pathway does this Beyonder seem like? Criminal? Mystery prior? Spectator? It doesn't seem very fitting. At this time, Hobert suddenly stopped and looked at the wall in front, your reaction is too slow. In the faint moonlight, a figure was outlined on the wall, this sealed artifact was not originally intended to deal with demigods. Hobert guessed that the other party should be a Earl of the Fallen. At the same time, he realized that the other party had just used tampering with the light to hide his tracks. Although this method cannot achieve the effect of invisibility, it can basically hide oneself or produce illusions in places where the visibility is not very good. The figure on the wall said, you can completely visit the Tony Manor during the day. He did not feel Hobert's malice. Originally, I planned to leave after rescuing my people, Hobert said, but someone asked me to come and see if you can still be saved. The person on the wall looked at Hobert for a few seconds without speaking. At this time, Rafter took the opportunity to say, this is Master Tony, the patriarch of the Tony family. Master Tony, who had scarlet hair, a mustache, and black pupils, said, come with me. If Hobert was a Sequence 5, then this Master Tony would not care whether he was entrusted by someone or not, and would have rushed up to capture him. But when a demigod says that he is entrusted by someone, Master Tony has to take it seriously. Hobert and Rafter jumped onto the courtyard wall and followed Master Tony to a large courtyard. This courtyard looked magnificent, but the arrangement of trees and buildings made people feel a little uncomfortable, as if it was arranged to be contrary to common sense. Rafter quickly recognized that this was Master Tony's courtyard, and he had been here when he joined the job. When they arrived at the hall, although it was brightly lit, there were no servants. This Master Tony in his 40s introduced himself, Osmond. Hobert also briefly introduced himself, Geoffrey. Osmond gestured, please sit, and said, so, Mr. Geoffrey, who commissioned you, and where do we need rescuing from? Hobert did not sit down but looked at Osmond, have you heard of Amon? Osmond was visibly surprised. He looked around, and only after confirming that there were no servants nearby did he say, saying it so openly will alert the other party. His reaction didn't mean he knew Amon very well. He had only heard that Amon was a high sequence Beyonder of the Marauder pathway, and he didn't know how powerful Amon was specifically, nor did he know all of Amon's abilities. Osmond was surprised because he heard Hobert say Amon's name. He combined this high sequence Beyonder of the Marauder pathway with his previous guesses and felt that what Hobert said should be very close to the truth. Hobert smiled and said, you've already noticed something, haven't you? Of course. Osmond took 2 steps forward and whispered, many family members and servants have become a little strange. Only a fool wouldn't know they have a problem. This was also why Hobert directly looked for the person in charge of the manor. The difficulty of parasitizing a demigod and parasitizing Beyonders below demigod level were completely different. If a demigod was parasitized by a worm of time, although he would forget the process of being parasitized, the constant warning of his spirituality would definitely make him act strangely. So Hobert judged that this Master Tony either had noticed that the people around him were strange, or he could distinguish whether he was parasitized, or whether he had been replaced by Amon's avatar. In short, as long as he found him, either they would fight, or they would have an extra helper. Rafter, who was behind them, didn't quite understand the content of their conversation. Wasn't the biggest problem of the Tony Manor the worship of evil gods? Why did it sound like there was an even more serious problem? Hobert tightly gripped his cane, carefully observing Osmond. The other party should have noticed. He pointed to the person behind him. The problem of him being parasitized has been solved. This process will definitely make the other party aware of something wrong. Osmond was slightly stunned. You can solve the problem of being parasitized. Hobert deliberately spoke vaguely. It's not me who solved the problem. Osmond re-examined the young man wearing the mask. May I ask, who entrusted you to help us? Hobert smiled and said, I can only tell you the person's surname is Tudor. Rafter behind him was stunned. I didn't make such a request. Could it be another family member? Osmond's trust in Hobert immediately increased a lot. Can the two of us working together solve this problem? Hobert felt that Osmond should be fine, because if he was parasitized or he was Amon's avatar, he wouldn't say such stupid things. I brought strong reinforcements. Hobert said, how many demigods are there in the Tony family? There are currently 2 in the manor, Osmond replied. Of course, this kind of key information had to be told truthfully. Hobert basically ruled out Osmond's suspicion. Please wait a moment. Only after initially ruling out suspicion would he do the final confirmation, in case Amon's avatar suddenly launched an attack when entering the Nation of Disorder. He then sat down, placing himself within the black barrier of the Order Crystal, and then lowered his head as if in prayer. Osmond took a step back, carefully observing every move of this Mr. Geoffrey. Rafter guessed that the favored should be praying to the Creator. Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder and used True Vision to confirm that Osmond was indeed not an Amon avatar, nor had he been parasitized, before returning to the real world and dispelling the protection of the barrier. Please take me to see the other demigod. All right, Osmond said, this way, please. They went out through the side door of the courtyard. Osmond, who was leading the way, asked, if the other party notices our actions, wouldn't we be very passive? To be honest, Hobert said, I really hope the other party will take the initiative to attack. He's an expert at playing hide and seek. If the other party sensed danger and left on their own initiative, that would truly be the fool watching from above, saving them the risky move. Hobert estimated that Amon's avatar should still be watching, so he wouldn't act rashly for the time being. Because it was the Creator who killed the Worm of Time in Rafter's body just now, with the cover of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert estimated that the other party didn't get too much information about him at all. Nor would he call more of his avatars over. It was simple, there might be danger here. Would he call other avatars over to be a burden when he escaped? Or to make the enemy spoils of war richer? Just as he went out the door, Hobert looked at the gas lamp again. This time his feeling was more real. There seemed to be a pair of eyes really looking at him from inside the gas lamp. Whoosh! Suddenly, the flame of the gas lamp became intense. Bang! The glass of the gas lamp shattered, and the flame flowed out of the lamp, forming a human figure. This change made the 3 of them slightly stunned. Then Osmond knelt on one knee. Your Highness Raymond, I didn't expect that the events in the manor would also disturb you. Rafter took a step back in surprise. Hobert immediately realized that this fireman, who was called His Highness Raymond, was likely an angel in poor condition. In a previous chat with Angus, Hobert had heard Angus say that, according to the elders of the Tudor family, there was still an angel who had survived. At first, Hobert thought they were talking about the messenger, until he saw this fireman. He realized that the messenger lived in a coffin, and he didn't know if he had died once before. If he had died once in front of the world, the messenger would not be passed down by word of mouth. In addition, Osmond kneeling and calling him Your Highness indirectly proved Hobert's guess. This, His Highness Raymond, whose appearance and characteristics could not be seen clearly, with a face composed of flames, said to Hobert, I sense Beverly's aura on you. Has she been resurrected? Hobert's exclusive messenger was named Beverly Heather Tudor. Hobert said, according to my observation, no. I witnessed the entire process of her death and was very grieved to bury her. The not very three-dimensional facial features composed of flames made a happy expression. She didn't die, that's just great. I can't explain her state either, Hobert explained. She is now more like a spirit world creature. This may be the way Amon said to help Beverly deceive death. Raymond said, Beverly had said long ago that angels are very fragile in the War of the Four Emperors. So she had been preparing in advance. After her death, the Beyonder characteristics have not been extracted. I should have thought that this must be some of her preparation that worked. Hobert listened quietly, hoping that Raymond would say more about the details of what happened back then. Through Raymond's words just now, Hobert felt that the relationship between Amon and Beverly was not just a matter of bedfellows. At least Amon, who was very bastard in the eyes of others, had also helped Beverly deceive death. It was just that Raymond didn't continue that topic but asked Hobert, have you found Amon's avatar? Hobert was stunned. You know that the manor has been invaded by Amon's avatar. Of course, I know, Raymond said. It's just that my condition is not very good, and I'm not sure I can drive that avatar away. He said, but if Beverly helps, we can try to hunt this avatar. Hobert smiled, you also want to hunt Amon's avatar. Hee, from this point, it can be seen that you and the messenger are a family. He asked, do you know where Amon's avatar is? I don't know. He should have stolen someone's fate and disguised himself as a member of the clan, Raymond said. Unless I meet him face to face, it's difficult for me to distinguish him. Hobert said, then we are responsible for finding him, and you also join the hunt, how about that? But when dividing the spoils, you have to be ranked behind Beverly. No problem. In addition, as the initiator of this hunt, I have actually done your family a great favor. When necessary, I need you to repay this favor. No problem either, but the premise is that it's something I can do. Of course, Hobert smiled. The hunt hadn't even started yet, and he felt he had already made a profit. Hobert asked again, how should I notify you in time of the location of Amon's avatar? Raymond said, as long as it's within the manor, as long as there is a battle, I will know. Whoosh. The flames suddenly exploded, and the firemen in front of them disappeared, leaving only a damaged gas lamp. Osmond took a deep look at Hobert. He felt that this young man must have a great background, as even the notoriously grumpy Prince Raymond seemed very polite to him. Hobert said, let's continue. Soon, Osmond led them to a secluded courtyard. Mr. Valentine lives inside. He doesn't like socializing and rarely goes out. He has been secretly protecting Tony Manor. What he didn't explain was that this Mr. Valentine was the one who stood out in the colonial battles more than 100 years ago and became the first governor of the Rorsted archipelago of the Lone Kingdom. Hobert said to Rafter, if a battle breaks out later, close your eyes immediately and pray. Rafter nodded seriously. Hobert then asked Osmond, what sequence is Mr. Valentine? Sequence 3. Osmond knocked on the door and asked, Mr. Valentine. Please come in. The door opened, revealing a small reception room. A gas lamp illuminated everything in the reception room. A short old man, wearing simple robes, stood on the inner side. He looked very kind and smiled at Hobert. Child, has anyone told you about the special nature of your destiny? Hobert was stunned. He originally thought this was a frenzied mage or a war bishop. Why was he reading his fortune right away? It felt like the intention of a demigod from the monster pathway or the seer pathway. The other party continued, 2 people have manipulated your destiny, one of whom is very vague, but I can basically tell who it is. However, I can't see the other one at all. Hobert, who had been holding his cane tightly, was slightly taken aback. Who is the very vague one? I can't tell you, Valentine said. Telling you in advance wouldn't be good for you. Osmond briefly explained the current predicament facing Tony Manor. Valentine pondered for a moment and said, I suggest that we first investigate under the cover of night to see if we can find more people who have been parasitized. He smiled and said, this might make the other party show himself, so we can go and besiege him. Hobert corrected, it might also be him. Valentine frowned, if it really is him, why is he still hiding? Osmond said, maybe he finds it fun, I mean, watching us fail to find him is fun for him. Originally, he wanted to say, maybe it's because Prince Raymond and this Mr. Jeffrey can bring in strong reinforcements, so he hasn't taken action. But he suddenly realized, was Mr. Valentine trustworthy? So Osmond paused slightly before finding another reason. Valentine asked, do you have any plans for this? Hobert replied, originally, I thought that if I walked around the manor, the other party would show himself. I have a sealed artifact that can protect my safety for 12 seconds. Using these 12 seconds, I will try my best to negotiate with the other party. At the level of the other party, they wouldn't be coming for Tony Manor's assets, nor would they be coming for the Tony family's beyonders. He might be coming for the sealed artifact that protects the manor. At worst, we can give him that sealed artifact, and that will resolve this dispute. Valentine nodded, this plan is good. Then, Hobert took a step back and smiled, hello, Mr. Amon. Osmond and Rafter were both stunned. They unconsciously retreated behind Hobert. Valentine's smile did not diminish at all, how did you guess? Actually, this was originally a multiple-choice question, Hobert said. Since you want to steal fate, why not just steal the fate of a demigod? This way, it will be more convenient for you to move around in the manor. After confirming that Mr. Osmond was not the problem, I basically concluded that it was likely that the other demigod had a problem. But I heard that Mr. Amon is good at deception, and he is also very likely to have stolen the fate of someone in the manor other than the 2 demigods in order to deceive, so I designed the question just now. When you heard it was him, your reaction was too big. Even Mr. Osmond knows that Amon is a high-sequence beyonder, how could you not know? Hobert smiled and said, to avoid misjudgment, I designed the so-called plan to deal with Amon's avatar. There is a huge loophole in this. The enemy has sneaked into the manor so silently for so long. If it was for a sealed artifact, they would have snatched the sealed artifact and left long ago. But you still said, the plan is good, because you don't care about these things at all. Someone who has been secretly protecting Tony Manor for a long time is actually indifferent to the plan to deal with the enemy. This is obviously unreasonable. So, Mr. Amon, did you forget to steal Mr. Valentine's memory? Valentine, or rather Amon, clapped his hands, you are a qualified lawyer. Osmond asked, what did you do to Mr. Valentine? Of course, I completely replaced his fate. Osmond couldn't be sure whether Valentine was dead or in a strange state. Hobert then asked, did you come to Tony Manor for that sealed artifact? If that's really the case, please take it and leave. Valentine showed a kind smile and said in the tone that Valentine liked to use, "Child, your probing is too superficial." At first, I was indeed attracted by the sealed artifact, but soon I thought that I could use Tony, a non-Tudor family member, to test the state of a hidden existence. Hobert was slightly taken aback. "Did you let the young people of the Tony family believe in evil gods?" "Yes, but now the game is over," Amon's avatar said. "I'm not a person who likes to take risks. I can feel the special nature of your body. You can leave. I won't make things difficult for you." "Thank you for your magnanimity," Hobert said, injecting spirituality and the power of the Nation of Disorder into the Crystal of Order. The barrier instantly stood in front of the three people. Clang. Amon's avatar's theft was blocked by the barrier. Hobert thought to himself, "I totally believe you. How could you let us go?" "Messenger." He immediately chanted the ancient Hermes word, and Beverly's coffin broke through the void and appeared in front of them. Seeing that his ability was blocked and a coffin appeared, Amon's avatar cautiously did not continue to attack Hobert, but grabbed towards the coffin and began a tentative attack, only to grab out a half-eaten donut. Hobert had already dragged the blindfolded rafter out of the door under the cover of the barrier. He quickly took out the concealment fruit and threw it into the air. Under the faint moonlight, a dark and shiny flower bloomed, and a phantom shadow appeared in the entire Tony Manor. These phantom shadows appeared in the real world, replacing the real Tony Manor, while the real Tony Manor entered a hidden space. The moment this hidden space formed, a burst of fire burst out from the ground, heading straight for the courtyard where Amon's avatar was located. Hobert was very clear that he had to quickly get away from the battlefield and then participate in the battle through his identity as the creator. He didn't release the Hundred-Eyed Devil Monarch and the Holy Infant King because Amon's abilities had a certain restraint on them, which could easily cause their summoning time to end early. A dozen seconds passed, the barrier disappeared, and Hobert felt that he had run far enough, so he put down Rafter in his hand and looked back at the battlefield that was already very intense. Just as he was about to enter the Nation of Disorder, Hobert felt something and looked at the roof over there. At some point, there were two Amon's avatars standing and sitting there. One of them pinched his monocle and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that Amon's avatars never act alone? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 547, Chapter 547, Hunting Amon's Avatar. Chapter 547, Hunting Amon's Avatar. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As Hobert fled the battlefield, the messenger's coffin stood upright. Crack. The coffin lid separated from the coffin. Amon's avatar reached out, wanting to steal the thoughts of the being inside the coffin. But when he reached out, he stole a leftover donut instead, and he immediately realized that his stealing ability had been distorted. Whoosh. The coffin lid smashed towards Amon's avatar. Amon's avatar seemed to not move at all, but he dodged the attack of the coffin lid. The coffin lid, as if it had a life of its own, spun around and flew back to the coffin, slamming into the ground with a thud. Inside the upright coffin, there was a beautiful lady wearing a classical court dress, who looked to be in her 20s, with a pale face and a faint smile. The smile looked playful, with a hint of rebelliousness and frivolity in her eyes. On her left was a delicate metal crossbow, and on her right was a wooden stick with fresh leaves still attached. Amon's avatar smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, you look like a legendary newly awakened sanguine lady." Ha. Messenger Beverly laughed, "Your level of complimenting others has dropped a lot." Amon's avatar smiled and said, "We do know each other, don't we?" Whoosh. At this moment, a ball of burning flames rushed in from outside, forming a fiery humanoid in the drawing room. "Sis, you're really not dead." Beverly looked at the fire person with a smile. "I knew it, the one who would survive in the end would be you, you little rascal." Amon's avatar pinched the corner of his eye. "What a touching scene, congratulations on your reunion." Beverly said, "Same old rules." "Okay." The fire humanoid shouted, and suddenly turned into a ray of fire, rushing towards Amon's avatar. Although the fire person's movements were very fast, Amon's avatar noticed that the other party had a blazing white spear in his hand as he rushed over. He reached out to steal it, but to his surprise, he still only stole a half-eaten donut. Poof. The blazing white spear pierced into Amon's avatar's body. Whoosh. Amon's avatar was completely covered in raging fire. Beverly and Raymond had honed their tacit understanding in the War of the Four Emperors. Just now, Raymond was the main attacker, and Beverly provided cover. When Amon's avatar was stealing the blazing white spear from Raymond's hand, Beverly performed a distortion, causing Amon's avatar to steal a leftover donut for the third time. Amon's avatar stole the fire on his body, the blazing white spear in his chest, and the wound all at once. He smiled unharmed. Interesting. At this time, Beverly, who was in the coffin, grabbed her coffin lid and suddenly appeared in front of Amon, slapping him with the coffin lid. Amon's avatar reached out and found that he couldn't steal the coffin lid, so he had to dodge immediately. Raymond appeared just in time on the path he was dodging, and gave him another blazing white spear. Thud. The heavy coffin lid slammed on the ground, and a crack was smashed into the ground. The entire wall in front was shattered. Beverly smiled and said, "Can't steal it, can you?" Hee hee, your main body participated in the making of this coffin. Amon's avatar pulled away from the siblings at this time. The blazing white spear and the wound that had been inserted into him disappeared again. He smiled and said, "Your cooperation is very tacit. If you were in good condition, even our main body might have to deal with you seriously. But..." Amon stretched out a hand, his fingers nimble, as if plucking a few invisible threads. "You have both suffered fatal injuries. This lady, the reason why you haven't come out of the coffin all this time is because you were stitched together, right? And this young man, you seem to have been fighting against the tendency of losing control in your body. Your fate is really peculiar. Yes, it was after Tudor became the Blood Emperor that you were born. Haha, so you are an Beyonder characteristic of a Weather Warlock that he expelled from his body. And there are many Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway in your body. Originally, your body could allow the Beyonder characteristics of these two pathways to reach some kind of distorted balance. Let me see, so there is a big hole in your chest, which broke the balance in your body. Hee hee. Amon's avatar smiled and said, "This has given me a lot of loopholes." He looked at Raymond. Raymond, who was composed of fire, covered his chest and knelt on one knee, as if he was enduring great pain. He looked at Beverly again. Beverly, who was standing there, suddenly slid her upper body to one side, but her abdomen and below remained motionless. Amon's avatar smiled and said, "How about I give you the wound and the blazing white spear that I just had on my body?" Beverly held the coffin with both hands, straightened her body, and also smiled. "Why don't you just manipulate our fate? In my opinion, you don't seem to have that ability." Amon's avatar shook his head. "I have to say, your delaying tactics are too low level. Do you really think someone will come to save you?" "No, I just want to see you again." Beverly smiled, "Because next, I'm going to slap your face." Just as she said this, her spirituality sensed something and looked in the direction Hobert had just fled. "Ha, you finally felt it." Amon clapped his hands. "Yes, that's right, that surprised expression. Didn't expect it. There's another avatar at the angel level over there." Beverly was indeed a little surprised. Impossible. Could it be that you are Amon's main body? Then she shook her head. If it was the main body, how could he not recognize me? When you took that letter just now, I knew you might know the main body. Amon's avatar admired the surprised expressions of the siblings. "Since we are acquaintances, then of course we have to break some previous habits." He smiled and said, "Why do you think my main body wants to show some habits?" "It's to prepare to deal with people who understand him." Beverly picked up the metal crossbow at hand. "Quick. Kill this avatar and go rescue them. There is hope for the Tudor family to rise again among them." Raymond was stunned. "How did I not discover that Osmond has such potential?" "What Osmond?" Beverly shot an arrow. "I'm talking about him, the one wearing the mask." Hobert looked at the two leisurely Amon avatars on the roof. "I told you, Amon's avatars are not so easy to hunt." Through spirituality warning, he probably sensed that one of the avatars was at the angel level, and the other was probably at sequence 3. In order to distinguish them, Hobert called them the Angel Amon avatar and the Sequence 3 Amon avatar in his mind. The standing Angel Amon avatar had a worm of time in his hand. "Should I parasitize you? Or should I kill you?" Hobert casually threw Rafter, who had been keeping his eyes closed, aside, and said to Osmond beside him, "These two." He was slightly stunned. What was I going to say? At this time, the Sequence 3 Amon avatar sitting there jumped down from the roof and smiled. "I just stole something, let's try it out to see if it's easy to use." The Sequence 3 Amon avatar opened his hand, and in his hand was a delicate small dagger. Osmond looked surprised. "Fatal dagger." He quickly reached into the clothes around his waist. The leather case sealing the dagger was indeed empty. Hobert quickly asked, "What is the ability of this sealed artifact? What level is it?" Whoosh. The Sequence 3 Amon used the fatal dagger in his hand to ignite raging flames around him. Tall walls of fire continuously formed crows composed of flames, rushing towards Hobert and Osmond. While dodging the flying crows, Osmond explained, "It has." He suddenly realized that he had forgotten what abilities the sealed artifact he had been carrying with him had. Hobert was also strange. "I should have planned a way to save myself long ago. What should I do?" "That's right, I should enter that place. What did I want to do just now?" The Angel Amon avatar, who had been stealing Hobert's and Osmond's thoughts on the roof, suddenly said, "Huh." He smiled and looked at Hobert. "Your fate is very special. I actually saw a blurred figure of Trunsoist from it, and someone has manipulated your fate, but it's a pity I can't see who it is." Then he smiled. "You seem to have something very precious. but that thing seems to be only able to be stolen by my main body. Let me see, that thing is. That place. On another battlefield, Amon's avatar did not frequently steal Beverly's or Raymond's thoughts, because their levels were similar. At most, Amon's avatar could only steal thoughts for 1 or 2 seconds, and it was easily distorted by Beverly. But this side was different. An avatar at the angel level could steal large chunks of thoughts from Hobert, who was only a demigod. Interesting. The angel-level avatar smiled slightly, and then, through stealing thoughts, he knew that Hobert was going to use the barrier ability again, so he reached out and stole Hobert's cane. But his hand was empty, and he didn't steal anything. At the same time, the barrier formed by the Order Crystal appeared again, and Hobert finally breathed a sigh of relief inside. Amon is indeed very terrifying. My biggest secret was easily known by him. Fortunately I was prepared and always called, Nation of Disorder, that place in my mind. Then a fierce look appeared in his eyes. This avatar must not be allowed to leave this secret space alive. Not even dead. He can only leave in the form of a worm of time. Thinking of this, Hobert looked at Austin beside him again. Fortunately, this guy was muddle-headed and had been having his thoughts stolen, relying entirely on instinct to dodge the fire crows, so he shouldn't have heard clearly what the Angel Amon avatar was saying. Hobert glanced at Rafter, who was holding his head and curled up on the ground, praying earnestly. He didn't know if he had heard Amon's words. Now was not the time to worry about this. Hobert immediately recited the incantation in his mind. He had the feeling of being pulled on his spirit body, but this time he felt a slight resistance when he entered the Nation of Disorder. During this period, the Angel Amon avatar tried to find loopholes and seek opportunities to manipulate Hobert's fate, but without exception, they all failed. His ability could not break through that barrier. Fortunately, he realized that this barrier had a time limit. After failing to steal the duration of the barrier, he had to wait patiently. At this time, on the battlefield next to him, the Sequence 3 Amon avatar had used the dagger in his hand to poke a hole in Austin's chest from a distance. Not a wound, but a hole that could be seen through his chest, through which the walls and trees behind him could be clearly seen. The Sequence 3 avatar said with a smile, "This thing is very easy to use, the opponent can't hide even if he wants to, but unfortunately this kind of fatal attack can't be used continuously." Austin knew that he was not an opponent, so he turned around and ran, but as soon as he took a step, he forgot what he wanted to do. At this time, Hobert had arrived at the Nation of Disorder, sitting on the Iron Throne, and sure enough, he saw the star representing Rafter in the pool expanding. Spreading his spirituality over, he found that the true vision seemed to have a layer of black gauze, and the real world he saw was a bit unclear. Hobert recalled that when he entered the Nation of Disorder, just now, he also felt a slight resistance, probably because they were currently in a secret space. Then Hobert realized that this layer of black gauze was an obstacle, and it was impossible to project too much power into the secret space. But fortunately, the Nation of Disorder was of great help in finding loopholes. Hobert distorted the concept of the real world and the secret world. With a wave of his hand, it was as if he had lifted a layer of black gauze curtains, and his vision immediately became clear. At the same time, this allowed him to avoid that layer of obstacles and project all his power into the secret world. Hobert took the umbilical cord of the evil god's offspring in his hand, injected energy into it and threw it into the secret world, and also threw Bull Devil Monarch and Great Sage into the secret world. When he went to get the moving black eyeball, Hobert hesitated for a moment, and finally put it down, took the Black Emperor card in one hand, the 1 to 105 in the other, put on 1 to 108, and entered the real world himself. There are now 2 Tony Manor, one in the real world and one in the secret world. In the urgent situation just now, Hobert didn't have time to distinguish them, and many people in Tony Manor entered the secret world with him. The Beyonders among them have already felt the battle that broke out in the backyard where Mr. Valentine was located. For extraordinary families that have been inherited for thousands of years, there are ready-made plans to follow when encountering such a surprise attack. Currently, low-sequence Beyonders are organizing ordinary people to evacuate, but there is no need to organize the backyard. No one has run out yet. Mid-sequence Beyonders gathered together and went to the battlefield to support under the leadership of Sequence 5. However, after a few Sequence 5s met, they decided to stay away from the battlefield for the time being. They could feel that the level of battle there was too high, and they couldn't help even if they went. While they were discussing how to avoid the battlefield in the backyard, a Sequence 7 suddenly drew a short sword and stabbed the Sequence 6 in front of him, who had no defense at all. The surrounding people were slightly stunned, but they immediately stepped forward to control the Sequence 7, and some people went to check the Sequence 6's injuries. The Sequence 7 who started the attack shouted loudly. He smiled strangely just now, and made a gesture of pushing his glasses, but he was obviously not wearing glasses. The 2 people who captured him, the one on the left, rubbed his eye socket. Maybe he's just shooing away the bugs in front of him. The one on the right adjusted his monocle and smiled. I'm wearing glasses, it's okay to adjust them, right? The Sequence 7 seemed to realize something. Help. but he was already surrounded by several family members. Those Sequence 5s realized something was wrong and stepped forward, saying, "Let him go. Let him go now." When the family members dispersed, the Sequence 7 was already dead. These Sequence 5s were a bit slow to react. While they were exchanging glances, discussing how to handle the situation, another similar attack occurred over there. This time, most people understood that there seemed to be spies mixed in the crowd. Everyone became suspicious, and even the Sequence 5s unconsciously distanced themselves. At this moment, a Sequence 5 shouted, "Everyone, keep your distance and monitor each other. The spy must have transformed into someone we are familiar with. Appearances can change, but the tone and movements can't be imitated so closely. If we look carefully, we should be able to distinguish the spies." At the Sequence 5 level, they are qualified to know about the manifestations of abilities like parasitism, but they rarely encounter parasitism. The reason is simple: if an Beyonder team only has members below the level of a demigod, they will not survive if they encounter parasitism during their mission. And if the parasitism is not targeting them, then Beyonders below the demigod level will not be able to detect that the other person has been parasitized. So, their first thought was that someone had changed their appearance and infiltrated the Tony Manor. At this moment, another Sequence 5 shouted loudly, "Before we identify the spies, no one should move rashly. If anyone actively attacks others, they must be a spy. Everyone, work together to kill them." If someone had just changed their appearance and sneaked in, this rule would be very effective. But they were facing Amon's avatars. As soon as the two Sequence 5s maintaining order finished speaking, a mid-sequence Beyonder took the initiative to attack someone else, and the surrounding people immediately surrounded and killed them. Then, more people began to attack their companions. This made the Sequence 5s feel strange. How could it seem like most people were spies? Or rather, it seemed like the Tony family members were the spies. Although the Sequence 5s realized something was wrong, their orders were no longer effective. At this moment, a Sequence 5 named Zert suddenly shouted, "Members who believe in the uncertain mist, gather around me." Two Sequence SIXs immediately approached. Zert raised his hand and said, "Greatness." The two Sequence SIXs knelt down in front of him with a thump. They felt that Zert's figure in front of them was exceptionally great, and their bodies could not help but want to worship him. But their consciousness was clear, and they wanted to get up, but their legs had no strength at all and they couldn't get up no matter what. Zert smiled, "You are not believers of the uncertain mist at all." At this time, several true believers of the uncertain mist approached him, and several people formed a simple square formation. They did not actively attack others, but if they encountered attacks from other family members, they would never tolerate it and would immediately take action. At this time, on the roofs around the battlefield of chaos, more than a dozen Amon avatars were watching the battle. Yes, what this group of intermediate sequence Beyonders didn't know was that their battle was being watched by a group of Amons. Of course, some people saw Amon's avatar, but the moment they saw it, their memories of seeing Amon's avatar were stolen, or their vision and hearing were deceived. Those were all demigod-level avatars. It was the Amon avatar who replaced Valentine's fate, and the 13 avatars summoned from the surrounding area. After they arrived here, they discovered that the enemy only had 2 demigods, so there was no need to besiege them. So, they came in groups to have some fun. Amon avatar number 6 sighed, "I thought that with the barrier basically intact, it would be difficult for the uncertain mist to complete the bestowal. The monocles on the eye sockets of these avatars can block corruption from the outer deities, so they can freely discuss the uncertain mist." Amon avatar number 3 wiped the silver monocle in his hand and said, "When the other outer gods bestow their gifts, they may indeed encounter some obstacles, but the uncertain mist can always exploit some loopholes in the rules. It's like the son of chaos that bypassed the barrier and sneaked in." Amon avatar number 10 laughed, "Poor son of chaos." Amon avatar number 7 looked at the melee, pinched his chin, and said seriously, "The ability bestowed by the uncertain mist is really strange. It's a bit like the ability of the justiciar pathway, but there are obvious differences." Amon avatar number 9 followed, "Look, their ability can actually bewitch the worm of time in a very short period of time. Hee, this is like a combination of distortion and charm." Amon avatar number 1 said, "I suddenly had a good idea. By parasitizing the recipient, can we peek at the uncertain mist in reverse?" Amon avatar number 5 smiled, "That's indeed a good idea, but I think it would take our main body to do it to be absolutely sure." While they were actively discussing, they suddenly looked together in the direction of the 2 escaped demigods of the Tony family. They felt that the hidden space over there seemed to have suddenly opened a hole. In Valentine's courtyard, the arrow that Beverly shot directly pierced a hole in Amon's avatar's chest, as if an invisible arrow had taken away that part of the flesh. Amon's avatar didn't care about the wound on his body at all. He waved his hand at Beverly, and the dark coffin fell down. Beverly in the coffin was completely split in half from the middle and became 2 sections. At this moment, the entire courtyard was suddenly filled with thick fog that was impossible to see through. Under the cover of the fog, Raymond punched over and directly knocked Amon's avatar away. Before Amon's avatar landed, Raymond had already arrived at the landing point in advance, raised his knee and bumped it, turning Amon's avatar into an inverted V shape. Then came another punch with flames, but this time, his fist was caught by Amon's avatar. Amon's avatar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You hurt me." If Raymond continued to attack, he could completely hammer Amon's avatar to death, but unfortunately, his condition was not good. Amon's avatar grabbed at Raymond's chest, and a ball of beating flames appeared in his hand, like a heart wrapped in flames. Raymond seemed to have been instantly drained of all his strength and fell directly to the ground. Amon's avatar continued to attack, but suddenly felt something and looked outside. A huge sphere suddenly appeared there. Half of the sphere was pink flesh, and half was a transparent membrane like a soap bubble. Inside the membrane was filled with light yellow liquid, and a completely dark baby was curled up in the center of the light yellow liquid. It looked like a pregnant uterus, and there was an umbilical cord connecting the baby and the flesh. Immediately afterwards, a tall, stalwart figure flashing with black light appeared behind the meatball. This figure sat on a throne made of swords, wearing a black holy light armor, and wearing a crown that also emitted holy light. He couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but could only see the other person's eyes flashing with black mist. A huge sense of oppression hit him. Although the distance was very far, it still made Amon's avatar feel full of majesty and even shocked his heart. "That's not right." Amon's avatar said, "This is the King of Angels of the Black Emperor pathway." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Beverly threw the wooden stick on her right hand. "Order." The wooden stick completed the process of expansion and growth in half a second. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was already covering the sky and covering the entire Tony Manor. The thin moonlight was blocked, but it was not dark under the tree, as if everyone's body and every building were flashing with faint black light. Beverly sat up from the coffin, then raised her leg and stepped out of the coffin. She hammered her left leg. "I really miss the feeling of being able to walk on my own." The flames on the fireman who fell to the ground also disappeared instantly, revealing his true face, which was a young man with dark red hair, who looked only 17 or 18 years old. He was born as an angel, and his body stopped growing after adulthood. Raymond reached out and touched his face with some surprise, then laughed heartily twice. "Ha ha." Amon's avatar looked at the towering tree. "This is a very high-level magical item. It can instantly create a space that allows you to temporarily return to your best condition." "Let me see, this is tampering and distorting the rules, right?" Beverly didn't answer, but put the metal crossbow on her waist, picked up the coffin lid with both hands and slapped it towards Amon's avatar. "Frenzy." Amon's avatar was about to dodge, but suddenly fell into a brief state of confusion and madness. "Pa." Beverly slammed Amon's avatar into the ground like nailing a nail. It's a pity that such a handsome face is about to be smashed. Amon's avatar appeared in the courtyard. His head was obviously flatter. I didn't expect that the coffin lid would really be a weapon. At this time, Raymond, who cooperated tacitly with Beverly, launched a sneak attack, holding an ice dagger and stabbing it into the lower back of Amon's avatar. Amon's avatar held the two blazing white spears he had just stolen and stabbed at Raymond, but Raymond, who was so fast that he had afterimages, dodged it. Then he smiled. "The situation seems to have reversed, and I seem to be in great danger now." On another battlefield, the angel Amon avatar was a little surprised. He felt like he was being stared at by the baby in the womb. Although he couldn't see the baby's eyes, he felt the other party's vicious eyes. The angel Amon avatar seemed to understand. This is the recently very active creator. It wasn't until the solid figure wearing black armor appeared behind him that he understood. That is the creator, so this guy who looks like a womb is an angel who is loyal to the creator. The baby in the womb suddenly opened its mouth. Loyalty. The angel Amon avatar immediately felt that he had infinite loyalty to the Holy Infant King, and was about to kneel down immediately. So, he immediately grabbed himself and stole this idea. The kneeling action stopped, and the idea of loyalty disappeared. He smiled slightly. Interesting. At this time, Hobert, who had the aura of an king of angels, asked the bull devil monarch, and the great sage to besiege the sequence 3 Amon avatar, while he looked at the battlefield of the Holy Infant King, and the angel Amon avatar, ready to sneak attack at any time. "Wow!" The Holy Infant King cried, shaking the entire Tony Manor. Many ordinary people and low sequence beyonders in the distance fainted directly when they heard this sound. On the intermediate sequence battlefield that was being watched, many beyonders experienced dizziness and mild loss of control. The Amon avatars who had been watching the fun before had disappeared. Austin, who was not far away, stopped in place. His condition was not very good. The sequence 3 Amon avatar on the opposite side immediately stole the influence he received and gave these negative effects to Austin. At this time, Austin's thoughts were no longer being stolen continuously, and he began to fight back, distorting the concept between himself and the sequence 3 Amon avatar. The hole in his chest immediately turned into an ordinary wound, and most of the negative effects he received returned to the Sequence 3 Amon avatar. The Sequence 3 Amon avatar was about to fight back, but the Bull Devil Monarch's offensive arrived. Now the situation has turned, and it has become a 3-on-1. On the angel-level battlefield over there, as the main target of the Holy Infant King, the body of the Angel Amon avatar rapidly expanded and almost exploded in place. A phantom that was even larger than the Holy Infant King immediately appeared behind him. This phantom was like the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 grids in total. Each grid was either gray-white or cyan-black, interspersed with each other, with clear boundaries, and had different symbols. He moved his time forward by a few seconds to restore his state. Exploit. Distort. Hobert made a series of extremely solemn sounds. A pure black pointer appeared on the illusory clock behind the Angel Amon avatar. This pointer rotated rapidly, and the Angel Amon avatar felt his time was passing rapidly. Hobert almost laughed shamelessly. Originally, he was just trying to see if he could affect the illusory giant clock. What he didn't expect was that he actually briefly utilized the control of the clock and made the Angel Amon avatar's time pass rapidly. If it were the main body, Hobert's move would have at least a certain effect at the level of a true god, but the avatar in front of him was only about Sequence 2 level, which allowed Hobert to suppress the opponent with his position. This is the utilization of Beyonder rules. Even if Hobert's level as in King of Angels is very watery, his position is sufficient most of the time. Moreover, under the Tree of Order, Hobert felt that the creator's ability was also enhanced to a certain extent. The most obvious manifestation was that he could exploit more rules of the Beyonder world. The Angel Amon avatar immediately ended the summoning of the modeled clock. He looked several years older than before. He didn't attack the creator, but instead grabbed towards the Holy Infant King, trying to steal the other's time. If it were an angel from another pathway, it would be difficult to see through the Holy Infant King's true nature, but the Angel Amon's avatar, who was equally good at, or rather, exceptionally good at finding loopholes, had already realized that the Holy Infant King's existence had a time limit. Distort. The Holy Infant King distorted the Angel Amon avatar's theft. Behind him, Hobert spoke again, bestow. He bestowed the Angel Amon avatar's theft to the Sequence 3 Amon avatar over there. The Sequence 3 Amon avatar, who was already in desperate straits not far away, felt that a lot of his time had suddenly been stolen, and in an instant, white hair appeared on his head, turning him into a 50 or 60-year-old man. Before Hobert could rejoice in his operation, he saw a row of Amon avatars not far away, uniformly grabbing at the Holy Infant King non-stop. Hobert smiled helplessly. Damn, did I stir up an Amon nest? Although these Amons were all at the demigod level, they couldn't stand the large number of thefts. After a dozen or so attempts, there would always be 1 or 2 successes. Although each time only a few seconds could be stolen, the Holy Infant King could only be maintained for a few minutes in total. How could he withstand them stealing like this? So Hobert put down 1 to 105 in his hand first. He took out 1 to 108 from the Disciple of Silence and removed the eye patch from this white puppet-shaped sealed artifact. This was a sealed artifact with a certain degree of activity. Any creature that made eye contact with it would be cursed. The Amon identities were stealing enthusiastically when suddenly a lifelike snow-white puppet appeared between them and the Holy Infant King. Immediately afterward, their spiritual warning made them quickly look away, but in the end, there were still 3 avatars who didn't have time to move their eyes and made eye contact with the puppet's eyes. One avatar was immediately decapitated, but he supported his head, smeared his neck with his hand, and he actually deceived his neck, making his neck think it was still intact. One avatar exploded in place, because all of this happened so suddenly that he couldn't save himself. Only 2 worms of time, struggling a few times before dying, were left on the ground. On the shoulder of another avatar, a dark hand with long nails immediately rested. That hand came from the spirit world, and the position above his arm could not be seen, as if this hand was the entirety of the creature. The third Amon avatar immediately stole the position of a palm tree in the yard, allowing the palm tree to appear on the roof, while he stood in the original position of the palm tree. Then he deceived the owner of the hand, allowing the owner of the hand to leave, satisfied with grabbing the palm tree. But the shoulder that had just been touched by the hand immediately turned black, as if poisoned. Just as this avatar was about to steal away the negative effects on his shoulder, a black giant sword fell from the sky and cut him in half. Without any room for resistance, this avatar disappeared like a bubble, leaving only 3 worms of time on the ground. That giant sword was 1 to 105, blessed by Hobert, a sealed artifact from a blatherer. Although this sealed artifact was not very effective against the Angel Amon avatar, it was 1 sword per target against this kind of avatar with only Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 level. 1 to 105 itself did not have such strong power, it all depended on Hobert using the blessing of the position. Now Hobert held 1 to 108 in one hand, using the ability of this sealed artifact to turn one of the Amon avatars into a rabbit wearing a monocle, and stabbed forward with 1 to 105 in the other hand, solving another avatar. And these avatars' attacks on the creator were without exception distorted or granted by Hobert to other avatars, or simply blocked by Hobert with the power of the Nation of Disorder. The remaining few avatars knew that they were no match at all, so they simply fled immediately. They no longer had the idea of fighting. Now the more important task was to leave here and tell the other avatars and the main body what happened here. Before they could run far, they were blocked by a huge figure with illusory scales. Under the siege of the Great Sage and other 3 saints, they had already solved the Sequence 3 Amon avatar and ambushed here under Hobert's instructions. Osmond, who had regained the fatal dagger, also followed, attacking from both sides. In just over a minute, these avatars all turned into worms of time and were sucked into the stomach by the Great Sage. Hobert looked again at the battle between the Angel Amon avatar and the Holy Infant King. At this time in the battle, the Angel Amon avatar's shadow suddenly attacked him, and the Angel Amon avatar stole the Holy Infant King's shadow, sending his own shadow to it. So the Angel Amon identity shadow began to attack the Holy Infant King. The Holy Infant King raised his small hand, and the shadow was swallowed by a piece of darkness. When the darkness faded, the shadow seemed to have lost all vitality and turned into an ordinary shadow. The Holy Infant King clenched his small hand, and the shadow was immediately grabbed into a ball, as if enduring great pain. Before the Angel Amon avatar had time to steal his shadow back, he suddenly seemed to be gripped by some great force, revealing a painful expression. Hobert assisted at the right time, magnify. This angel-level avatar was immediately squeezed out of shape. Taking advantage of the fact that he was temporarily controlled by the Holy Infant King, Hobert went up and stabbed with his sword. Although the Angel Amon avatar could not raise his hand, he still stole most of the power that Hobert had injected into 1 to 105. This black giant sword shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally became a dagger, unable to stab him. At the same time, he once again lost the opportunity to steal back his shadow. Distort. Hobert temporarily distorted the Angel Amon avatar's idea of resisting with all his strength into the power to give up most of the resistance. The Holy Infant King seized the opportunity, depravity. Many black, viscous liquids suddenly flowed out of the mouth, eyes, ears, and nose of the Angel Amon avatar. His body was eroded by the depravity and was no longer very obedient to his command. However, while spitting out black mucus, he smiled and said, "I know your secret." At this time, the Holy Infant King opened his mouth and let out a sharp, maddening language of foulness. The Angel Amon avatar's head immediately exploded, and eventually his entire body turned into worms of time scattered all over the ground. Hobert smiled and said, "You know too much, so you have to die." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 548, Chapter 548, Recipients of the Uncertain Mist's Boons. Chapter 548, Recipients of the Uncertain Mist's Boons. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After the Angel Amon's clone was jointly defeated by Hobert and the Great Sage equaling heaven, the worms of time that he had previously parasitized in insects, animals, and even microorganisms all ended their parasitic state one after another, stiffly appearing in the corners. Great Sage opened its mouth and sucked all the worms of time over, and then it came to Hobert's front. Hobert glanced at Osmond and Rafter, who was still lying on the ground. The dagger in his hand turned into a blue greatsword with a sulphurous aura once again. Then, Hobert injected power of order into the greatsword, causing it to emit a black light. At this moment, his thought was to silence them, to kill these two people who had met with the Angel Amon's clone. But suddenly, Hobert seemed to wake up and thought, the idea that Amon's clone stole from me didn't actually reveal too much information. They only knew that Trunsoist had influenced my fate. As for that place that Amon mentioned later, how would they know which place it was? Hobert put away 1 to 105, just knowing this is not enough to kill them to silence them. Besides, given their state at the time, they might not have been able to hear the Angel Amon's words clearly. The only thing to pay attention to is to do a good job of cleaning up the aftermath, because since the Creator appeared, Hobert has been standing there without moving, but this is easy to cover up. After reason once again defeated the bloodlust, Hobert returned to the Nation of Disorder and retrieved the power of the Great Sage equaling heaven, who was preparing to find Beverly and Raymond to fight. This guy also knew who was strong and who was weak. After sensing the King of Angels' position of the Creator, he decided to find trouble with the two angels who were not in good condition. After retrieving the power of the Bull Devil Monarch and the Great Sage in front of Hobert's main body disappeared, and the worms of time that had been sucked into its belly were all piled up in front of Hobert. Having no time to stay in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert immediately returned to the real world, pretendingly saying, "Praise the Creator." Just now, he had been posing in a praying posture, looking like he and Rafter had been praying all along, establishing enough connection with the Creator so that the Creator could continuously transmit energy over. This point can stand scrutiny. It's like the Son of God Sua. Each time its power needs an accurate coordinate. Sacrifice and constant prayer are almost standard for the arrival of evil gods. Although the state of the Creator must be better than that of the Son of God, and it doesn't need to pray constantly to descend power, but if Hobert doesn't say it, who would know? Hobert opened his eyes and saw Osmond in the center of the courtyard over there, kneeling on the ground, shivering. When the Creator had the intention to kill, Osmond's spirituality keenly felt it, but the suppression of the same pathway made him feel his own powerlessness, leaving only kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy and tremble. Hobert said to Rafter, who also felt the threat, the great Creator has already left. You can stop praying and open your eyes. Only then did Rafter raise his head and look around. Most of the previous battle was a contest at the level of beyonder abilities, and the surrounding buildings were not damaged much. He patted the dust on his body. Thank you for the protection of the favored just now. Of course, Rafter felt the great pressure from the surroundings just now, but Hobert had been maintaining the black barrier around him while entering the Nation of Disorder, so Rafter, who was closer to the core of the battlefield at Hobert's feet, did not receive any damage. Of course, he also knew why Hobert would let him close his eyes, because opening his eyes would easily see the complete or incomplete state of mythical creatures, and he would lose control because of it. Hobert put away the worms of time on the ground, and then said to Osmond, it seems that the battle that took place in Valentine's courtyard has also ended. Now the other people in the Tony Manor or the worms of time in their bodies should all be dead. Go and retrieve them. Yes, yes, yes. Osmond felt that it was a matter of course for him to obey Hobert's orders. In the courtyard where Valentine had lived before, because Beverly and Raymond were both good at close combat, the surroundings had basically turned into ruins. Beverly glanced at the few worms of time on the ground. In the middle of them was also an beyonder characteristic of the war bishop, which should be the deceased Valentine. Putting away this beyonder characteristic, he said to Raymond, did you feel the ultimate majesty just now, and see the figure wearing black armor? I saw it, and I felt it. Raymond said, I remember Solomon had a similar feeling, and there was similar black armor. He asked, is the Black Emperor pathway going to have a new true god? Beverly did not answer this question, but asked, do you still remember Antigonus? I remember. He looks very young, but gives people a very vicissitudinous feeling. I witnessed Antigonus become a king of angels. Beverly reached out and stroked the thick tree of order. After you grew up, his condition was not very good, and I was not very familiar with him. Before his condition became not very good, I often went to him for divination, and vaguely learned that our father, the great Blood Emperor, would fall, and the Tudor family would leave the sight of the world for a long time. Until the appearance of the new Black Emperor, the Tudor family took this opportunity to become great again. Raymond immediately asked, the young man with the mask you mentioned just now, is he the subordinate of the King of Angels just now? Perhaps not just a subordinate, I can feel that his relationship with the Creator is very close. Beverly looked at her brother and said, this will be the key for us to contact the Creator. We must maintain a good relationship between Tony Manor and him. Raymond nodded, I will. In addition, he may also be our hope for restoring our state. Beverly said, not this kind of temporary recovery, but a complete recovery. When Antigonus divined for me, he also drew a circle-like pattern and told me that if I encountered danger, finding this circle-like thing would save me. Although reality deviates from this divination, that circle-like thing must be the key. I once asked Antigonus, is that a donut? Raymond twitched the corner of his mouth. He knew that his sister liked to eat donuts the most, but according to common sense, it shouldn't be a donut, right? If it is a donut, what kind of donut is it? It is unlikely that even the donut made by the Earth Mother herself would have such an effect, right? However, the suppression from the bloodline made him dare not say anything, and could only listen quietly from the side. Fortunately, Beverly was not so influenced by donuts that she lost her mind. Antigonus replied that he couldn't see clearly. For the past few hundred years, I have been looking for this circle. My spirituality tells me that through Hobert, I should also be able to obtain that key thing. Raymond nodded, I understand. I will guide Tony Manor to lean towards Hobert as much as possible. Beverly, Ed, before that, we must continue to lie low. For the Orthodox churches, 4 remnants like the Tudor family, having a demigod-level leader, they will only turn a blind eye, and even establishing a certain force outside the northern continent is nothing. But if they were to learn that there are still angels in poor condition, they would definitely launch a new round of encirclement and suppression. As for now, in a hidden state, the Evernight goddess probably already knows the existence of their siblings. Beverly is not worried about this point. First of all, the Creator is more likely to attract the attention of the Evernight goddess. Secondly, Beverly has discovered that as long as they do not pose a threat to the church, the current 7 gods seem to not care much about these things. Beverly took advantage of her good condition to give her brother a few more instructions, but the two people's spirituality felt something, and they both looked at the courtyard that had already turned into ruins. Are you two descendants of Tudor? At this time, Hobert walked quickly and put all the seized worms of time on the ground. Beverly nodded, that's right. Hobert glanced at the messenger, thinking, no wonder Amon is willing to have an in-death exchange with her. The messenger looks like a delinquent girl, which might be right up Amon's alley. While his mind wandered, he asked, has the Blood Emperor Tudor found any clues about the uncertain mist? To my knowledge, they have found some, Raymond replied to Hobert. The uncertain mist has bestowed its power upon Solomon and Trunsoist. We speculate that some of Trunsoist's actions may have been influenced by the uncertain mist. Beverly didn't interrupt, as this information wasn't clear when she died. So, with our help, Tamara obtained the clues about the uncertain mist left behind by Solomon, Raymond said, sharing the information without reservation. According to our observations, the uncertain mist is trying to influence Beyonders of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways. Also, it's looking for a lamp, supposedly to destroy it completely. Hobert simply nodded slowly. His spirituality told him that he knew what the lamp represented, but he had left the relevant memories in the Nation of Disorder. Then, he felt discomfort in his spirit body, believing that the detailed information about the uncertain mist was contaminating him, so he changed the subject. Does Tamara know that you are using her for experiments? Actually, Hobert, now under the protection of the Crystal of Order, could briefly discuss the outer deities, as long as he quickly sealed those memories to avoid significant risks. Hobert didn't expect that Tamara, who had defected to the Tudor Empire, hadn't been treated well at all but was instead being used as a pawn. She knows, and she is willing to gain power through the uncertain mist, and use it to take revenge, Raymond further explained. Originally, the Tamara family had a Hand of Order, but the Six Gods, in order to support Trunsoist, seized the characteristic of the Hand of Order. Tamara hates the Six Gods and Trunsoist. Hobert nodded slightly, not expecting such a hidden history, but on second thought, it made sense. Both the Augustus family and the Castilla family were loyal to Trunsoist. As sequence 2 of the same pathway, there was no reason for the Tamara family not to be loyal to Trunsoist. However, the fact that the Tamara family supported the Tudor Empire was problematic in itself. Hobert recalled the interrogation of the undead in 1-107. Perhaps his spirit body was incomplete and lacked the relevant memories, only remembering that Tamara betrayed Trunsoist because of the clues about the uncertain mist. Or perhaps the Six Gods or Trunsoist used some ability to make Tamara keep secrets. After all, this wasn't a glorious matter. Not completely destroying the Tamara family was already the mercy of the Six Gods and the Night Emperor. Of course, it was most likely not mercy. Perhaps the Hand of Order of the Tamara family, seeing that his death was inevitable, simply offered his characteristic in exchange for the temporary safety of the Tamara family. When the time was right, Tamara immediately fled this dangerous camp. For a moment, Hobert made many guesses. At this time, Osmond came over with the worms of time he had collected, respectfully placing them in front of the group. Hobert smiled and said, "Thank you for your answer." Putting the worms of time together, they had captured 68 of them this time, far exceeding their expectations. However, the danger of this hunt also far exceeded their previous expectations. At least they had never expected that 2 angel-level Amon avatars would appear. Fortunately, the Creator intervened, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As a blessed of the Creator, who contributed the most this time, may I distribute the spoils. Neither of the 2 angels present had any objections, and the 2 demigods had even less to say. First, I will take out 8 to give to the existence that provided the hidden space. Although Hobert had only promised the Evernight goddess 6 worms of time, since the harvest far exceeded expectations, it was better to be generous and give 2 more. Hobert then said to Beverly, also, I will give each of you 8, and give Osmond 2 for his performance in the battle. The rest will belong to the Creator and our angels and saints who participated in this battle. What do you think? Beverly certainly had no problem. After all, this time, the Creator and the angels loyal to him had single-handedly taken down an angel-level clone of Amon, as well as most of the demigod-level avatars. After distributing the spoils, Hobert instructed Osmond, these worms of time are materials for high-level talismans, and their Beyonder characteristics can also be obtained by crushing them or similar methods. But before that, they must be properly kept to prevent their Beyonder characteristics from returning to the main body. Osmond was slightly stunned and nodded seriously. Raymond suddenly said to Osmond, come with me. The 2 went behind the Tree of Order, as if they had some confidential matter to discuss. After a while, Osmond returned with Raymond, looking solemn. Beverly smiled and said, then this hunt concludes with our victory. Well, I should release the Tree of Order, state. She could feel that the Tree of Order could last for a few more minutes. Since Hobert didn't ask for it, she would honestly take it into the coffin. Beverly returned to the coffin first. After releasing the Tree of Order, state, the coffin lid closed, and the messenger girl returned to her original appearance. Raymond's body also burst into flames again, turning back into the original fireman. Hobert stretched out his hand towards the air. The huge flower in the air closed and turned into the shape of a fruit, falling into Hobert's palm. This strengthened sealed artifact could still be used for a few more minutes. Under everyone's gaze, the Tony Manor in the hidden space gradually overlapped with the manor in the real world. Finally, the two Tony Manors merged into one. Raymond nodded slightly to Hobert and then burrowed back into the underground of Tony Manor. The messenger also disappeared into the void. Hobert and the others saw the crescent moon in the sky again and heard the sound of the waves in the distance, and suddenly felt that the encounter just now was like a dream. Osmond was the first to react and said to Hobert, "Mr. Jeffrey, Tony Manor owes you a favor. Feel free to ask for anything." Raymond had called him behind the Tree of Order just now to tell him the importance of this masked young man. Hobert didn't immediately answer Osmond's question but asked Rafter behind him, "What do you want?" Hobert had only realized just now that although this Rafter looked like a gambler, he basically sent him a fortune every time he contacted him. Tonight's operation was indeed a huge risk for Hobert, but he also gained the favor of the Tony family and 42 worms of time. He didn't really have to share the spoils with Bold Devil Monarch and the others. All 42 worms of time were his. It could be said that he had achieved worm of time freedom in one go. So, blessed-like Rafter still needed to be carefully cultivated. Seeing that Rafter was a little hesitant, Hobert added, "If you don't want to continue staying in Tony Manor, I can arrange for you to go to the southern continent or the Faceac Kingdom. There are many blessed of the Creator there." Seeing this, Osmond quickly said, "I can arrange for this Mr. Rafter to work in the external communication department of Tony Manor, using bribes to the Governor General's office and Backlund to digest the potion. After he advances, he can also be arranged to manage a piece of land in the manor to continue to digest the potion." Rafter was slightly stunned. The conditions offered by the other party were exactly what he needed. So, he said to Hobert, "Thank you for the favor of the favored one. I have been in Tony Manor for nearly 3 months and have developed a good impression of this place. I will continue to stay here." Hobert nodded, "I respect your choice." This was also what he most wanted to see, letting Rafter act as the liaison between the Creator's Blessed and Tony Manor. Then Hobert simply said to Osmond in a half-commanding tone, "You can't use that sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway casually anymore, otherwise it might attract Amon's avatar." Although it was unknown how long Tony Manor had been using that sealed artifact without any problems, these things, when used for too long, would sooner or later attract Amon's avatar. This was almost inevitable, just a matter of time. Hobert was also a little strange, why the angels of Tony Manor hadn't reminded them of this. What he didn't know was that Raymond's condition was actually very poor, and most of the time he couldn't communicate normally. He only felt Beverly's aura tonight, and his condition was briefly better. Although Osmond had encountered Amon's avatars before, it was the first time he had encountered an angel-level Amon avatar. This was like a paradox. If he had encountered Amon's angel-level avatar before this, he might not be alive now. So Osmond and others didn't have the concept of guarding against Amon's avatar, which ultimately led to this disaster. Osmond quickly said, "We will definitely not use it randomly again in the future, if you need that sealed artifact." Hobert waved his hand, "I don't mean that. 1 to 101 was enough. Too many sequence 1 sealed artifacts of this pathway would easily be targeted by Amon." Hobert smiled politely and said, "Well then, the matter has been resolved, I'll take my leave." "Please wait." Osmond said, "Mr. Jeffrey, under the inducement of Amon's avatar, many young people in our family have begun to believe in evil gods, and have already received the grace of the evil gods through sacrifices. What should we do?" Before, Amon's avatar, under the guise of Valentine's destiny, talked to Osmond about this matter, saying that the doomsday was coming, and the Tony family needed to find a god to rely on. Even if it was an evil god, it could give Tony Manor a support in the doomsday. Osmond believed it to be true, and also provided many conveniences for the sacrifices of the young people in the family. Now he knew he had been fooled, but what about those young people in the family? Those were all elites of Tony Manor. Hobert sighed. Amon's avatar's deceptions were all very clever lies. The doomsday was indeed coming soon, and it was indeed necessary to get the protection of the gods at that time. But that was to let the gods protect them, to avoid being invaded by outer gods, not to throw themselves into the embrace of outer gods. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Are you willing to let them convert to the Creator?" In that case, the relationship between the Creator and Tony Manor would be even closer. Osmond immediately said, "Of course, we couldn't ask for more. However, before that, I need to first examine their condition." Hobert said, "Whether they can be accepted in the end depends on the will of the Creator." Then he asked Osmond, "What grace did the evil god give them?" "The blessing gave them some beyonder abilities." "Beyonder abilities?" Hobert asked again, "Briefly obtaining some abilities?" "No." Osmond looked a little puzzled. "It's obtaining many self-contained beyonder abilities without taking potions." Hobert pondered for a moment before asking, specifically, what method was used to obtain the abilities. By sacrificing spiritual materials to the evil god, after establishing a stable connection with the evil god, one can pray to the evil god for power, Osmond said. However, not all prayers can be successful. We have done some experiments. It seems to be purely a probability problem, and has nothing to do with sequence level or pathway. Before, the Tony family really thought this was a way to gain power, so they did a lot of experiments. This reminded Hobert of the crown on Longtail Island 10 years ago. If the mountain god was really an angel, it seemed that he gave the native power through the process of grace. There was also the sequence 6 wind blessed of the sailor pathway. If one could obtain the grace of the Lord of Storms, they would be able to master more beyond their abilities. Wasn't the concealment fruit in Hobert's hand a kind of blessing? But the problem was that these powers were temporary, or phased, not beyond their abilities that could be used for a long time. Hobert asked again, what is the probability of losing control after the ritual is completed? There has been no sign of losing control so far. Hobert opened his mouth in surprise, obtaining power from the outer gods without losing control. This was a bit unbelievable. There is also a very important piece of information. Osmond said, we have done experiments with the hunter, lawyer, and arbiter pathways, and all can obtain the same grace from the evil god, and there is no sign of any conflict with the beyonder characteristics in their bodies. Hobert frowned. This was even stranger. Osmond continued, the only consequence may be that the recipient's temperaments have changed somewhat, but not in the direction of madness, and it has not caused too much impact. Hobert slowly nodded, bring them to see me. Osmond immediately made arrangements. He personally accompanied Hobert to the front yard, to the courtyard that had not been damaged by the battle, and ordered his subordinates to organize the followers of the uncertain mist. It had to be said that this sudden attack by Amon's avatars caused many beyonders below demigod level in Tony Manor to be killed by their own people, lost control due to the influence of the angel level battle, or turned into lunatics. The followers of the uncertain mist suffered almost no losses. Of course, this was inseparable from the fact that Amon's avatars regarded them as research objects. About 20 young people came to a spacious living room. Among the young people, Zert, the leader, and another sequence 5, saw a person wearing a black crystal mask sitting on the inner side of the living room. The material of the mask, those black crystals looked very attractive, as if they contained infinite power. On the side of the masked man was the tutor Rafter, who stood there like the masked man's servant. Hobert carefully looked at the 20 or so young people in front of him. They looked energetic, without any signs of madness or loss of control. I am a friend of Mr. Osmond. Hobert introduced himself. I came to help deal with the enemies who attacked tonight. I heard that you performed very well tonight. For this reason, I have been invited to assess your condition, which is considered one of the rewards for you. Everyone did not doubt Hobert's words. They also felt the angel-level battle before. Tony Manor could not have dealt with the battle tonight independently. Judging from Mr. Osmond's respect for this masked man, it was not difficult to guess that he should have played a huge role in the battle tonight. First, show me your abilities. Hobert said, I will assess whether the state of your abilities is stable. Zert asked, how should we show them? Use your abilities on me. Hobert said, with all your strength. Start with you first. Yes. Zert took a deep breath, stretched out his hand towards Hobert, and used instigation. Greatness. Charm, one after another. The ability of instigation made Hobert feel that Rafter was very hateful, and he wanted to kick him to death, but Hobert easily distorted his thoughts. The ability of greatness made Hobert feel that his body uncontrollably wanted to submit to the other party. His consciousness was clear, but his body was out of control. However, the body's reaction was also easily distorted by Hobert. The third ability, charm, made Hobert feel that he was willing to obey any instructions from Zert next, and it was resolved by him using the ability of exploitation to end this state in advance. In the end, Hobert summarized in his heart, it was probably at the sequence 5 level, a bit like the abilities of the lawyer and arbiter pathways, but there were obvious differences, giving people a feeling of being adjacent to these two pathways. Hobert asked, how are your other abilities? Do you feel they are still stable? As stable as my beyonder abilities. Zert introduced without any precautions, when entering the politician state, my intelligence will be greatly enhanced, while the intelligence of people around me will be correspondingly weakened. When I enter the bureaucrat state, I can make the target's logic more complex, and they like to come up with ideas that have nothing to do with important matters. In this state, the probability of my traps succeeding will be greater. Even if I haven't set up traps in advance, I can still slow down the reactions of the surrounding enemies. Hobert nodded pretentiously, it can be seen that you are using your abilities very well. Then he asked as if inadvertently, politician and bureaucrat. These are the names given by the great, uncertain mist, to different levels. Zert explained, politician is equivalent to the sequence 9 ability, but the politician state will also have corresponding improvements after obtaining higher level boons. In order to facilitate distinction, we call the obtained boon the politician pathway. Hobert asked, you have already obtained 5 levels of boons, right? Yes. What are the names of these 5 levels of boons? Zert replied, politician, bureaucrat, dignitary, orator, diplomat. Hobert nodded and smiled, your condition is very good, next. Instigation. Greatness. After once again twisting the influence of these 2 abilities, Hobert asked, why did you only use 2 abilities? This sequence 5 said, about a week ago, Mr. Valentine did a similar test, but strangely, after that test, I couldn't use the charm ability. Hobert was slightly stunned. Valentine a week ago should have been Amon's angel-level avatar. Could it be that he did something to this blessed person? So he said, you come over. The blessed person came in front of Hobert. Hobert lowered his head as if he was devoutly whispering something. In fact, he entered that nation of disorder and carefully looked at the other person with true sight, but he didn't see anything wrong with him. Hobert frowned slightly. Under true sight, even if the other party's fate was tampered with, he could still see some clues, but apart from a thin circle of white mist surrounding his body, there was nothing unusual. Because he was in the nation of disorder, Hobert's memories of both the outer deities and Amon were complete in his mind. This gave him a bold guess. Could it be that the charm ability of this Tony family member was stolen by Amon's avatar? The power of the outer god's boon is different from Beyonder power. Beyonder power is based on Beyonder characteristics, so the ability of the Marauder pathway can only steal an ability for a period of time, and then it has to be returned. This is because the Beyonder characteristics are still on the Beyonder who had their ability stolen, which destined his ability to only be stolen temporarily. The power of the boon, however, is not based on Beyonder characteristics. Once these powers are stolen, they are gone. If this is really the case, Hobert estimates, this stealing process should be very complicated, and may require deceiving the outer deity's position to a certain extent. After all, these powers are boons from the outer deities, and it is impossible for anyone to steal them. Therefore, Amon's avatar only stole 1 ability. The more Hobert thought about it, the more he felt that this should be the case. Amon's avatar himself said that one of his important purposes in coming to Tony Manor was to use the Tudor family members to observe the state of the uncertain mist. Such observation must involve some research, and perhaps one of his research purposes is to try whether he can steal the power of the boon. After figuring this out, Hobert took another look with true sight. Suddenly, he realized with his spirituality, after becoming an angel, I can take these boons back to the nation of disorder. After thinking about it carefully, Hobert felt that this was normal. After all, this was the boon of the uncertain mist, and part of the composition of the uncertain mist was the source material, nation of disorder, in the cosmos. It was normal for him to be able to take back these boons for the uncertain mist, but this recovery was limited. He could only recover the boons from the politician to the diplomat level, and it would not work any higher. There was no time to think about it in detail at this time, so Hobert quickly returned to the real world and said to sequence 5 in front of him, your condition is also normal, but you can no longer use the charm ability. The other party was slightly stunned, why is that? Then he asked, are you also a believer of the great, uncertain mist? I just felt a gaze similar to the uncertain mist. Hobert thought to himself, of course it's similar. But he smiled and said, I am the favorite of the great creator, but the relationship between the 2 of them cannot be told to you for the time being. As a favored, when you need to be unfathomable, of course you have to show it. Hobert's appearance of being in control of everything really frightened everyone in the living room. Osmond also believed that this favored had received instructions from the creator through the prayer just now, and now he knew everything about the uncertain mist. As for why you can no longer use the charm ability, it was caused by the attackers tonight. Hobert found the most trustworthy reason to prevaricate. You should have noticed that the enemy had already sneaked into the manor a long time ago. The Blessed Ones had basically experienced the battle caused by Amon's avatar, and they deeply believed Hobert's lies. Next, Hobert patiently asked them to show their abilities one by one. After this process was over, Hobert asked again, have you heard any whispers in your ears? Everyone answered almost at the same time, no. Hobert asked again, has anyone felt any changes in their emotions? For example, being easily angry, or being easily sad? No. This is strange. Hobert smiled helplessly. Why didn't obtaining the outer god's boon show any signs of loss of control? When did the outer god become so kind and amiable? He pondered for a while and asked again, what are your opinions on the colonial strategy of loan? This was to examine their worldviews. Lone people are all fools. Zert suddenly became indignant, they didn't organize the power of the Worsted Archipelago at all. Another blessed person also said, organizing the natives of the entire Worsted Archipelago completely has the ability to launch a world war. The emotions of the other blessed people seemed to have suddenly found an outlet, and they began to express their opinions. We should seize the power of the governor's office and form a large-scale navy and army. That's right, we should take this powerful army and conquer the entire southern continent. Then the northern continent, let the 4 countries of the northern continent crawl at our feet. Hobert felt a lot more relieved when he saw their impassioned speeches. While obtaining this power, they are very enthusiastic about conquering and ruling more territories. Note, the boon system was not announced when the settings for this book were being made, so there were no settings in this regard at the beginning. At that time, the author June was also preparing for secondary creation. The reason why the outer deities of the stars did not lose their position may be because each pathway actually has 4 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. The outer deities retained multiple sequence 1 of the corresponding pathway to maintain their position. The boon system has solved this problem. Since there was no such setting at the beginning, let the protagonist not know the boon system before this, otherwise it would be quite abrupt to suddenly mention the boon system now. Fan pathway plus the actual names for comparison. 9. Politician, broker. 8. Bureaucrat, shadow merchant. 7. Dignitary, prosecutor. 6. Orator, ambitionist. 5. Diplomat, under the table. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 549, about the boon system setting of Uncertain Mist. About the boon system setting of Uncertain Mist. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The author has been waiting for a long time, but the Uncertain Mists boon system has not yet been announced, so I had to create a second version. The following is the setting for the entire boon system. T/N, added additional abilities that may fit from canon to distinguish it from BLOL, in italics is mine. 9. Schemer/politician, becomes smarter, but also uncontrollably more insidious. They possess an eloquence that can charm or instigate others through their speech. 8. Bureaucrat, skilled at planning various conspiracies, disrupting the existing order, and enjoying it. Their pacifying aura can steer the target's thoughts towards less important matters. 7. Dignitary/noble, evokes the enemy's desire for power, causing them to fall into temporary confusion, or be bewitched into becoming their pawn. They possess the power to discern crimes an individual has committed. 6. Orator, makes people want to worship and kneel involuntarily. Their words will be treated as imperial edicts, making people unwilling to disobey. Changes some people's values, causing their values to become chaotic and making them do some abnormal things. Their ambition makes them outstanding, akin to a great leader to be obeyed by others. As an orator, their words will affect others, but will not be mentally influenced by others. 5. Diplomat, makes all of people's emotions become chaotic. At this time, a few words can make close comrades in arms turn against each other. Their words are akin to contracts. The shadows of betrayal can be easily stirred with a few words. 4. Overseer, governor/statesman within a certain range, evokes people's desire for power and makes them go crazy, absolutely obeying the caster's orders. However, after the caster has used these people, they must kill them all within 3 days, otherwise their desire for power will unite them to overthrow the caster. Can make an area temporarily become chaotic. Different from disorder, in a chaotic area, beyonder abilities may become ineffective. Within their range, they gain protection to attacks from those without godhood. 3. Probability minister, can apply chaos conceptually, such as making the target's beyonder characteristics chaotic, which can cause the target to lose some beyonder abilities, and there is a small probability that the other party will temporarily become an ordinary person. The probability minister cannot control the beyonder abilities and probabilities lost by the target. They can weave a vortex of chaos that disrupts the normal flow of order, laws, and fate. Even beyonder characteristics get caught up in their vortex. 2. Chaos Chancellor, further improves the ability of chaos. All constants in the universe can temporarily become ineffective, and can create attacks similar to black holes. Chaos is destruction, destruction is deconstruction. Their chaos can deconstruct all things. 1. Truth, sovereign of disorder is direct translation. Truth is the canon name in the kingdom under his rule. East is west, and sometimes east is also east. Up is down, and sometimes up is also up. Good is evil, and sometimes good is also good. He can make all conceptual things in the country enter a state of chaos, and people will lose all common sense standards. They can redefine the logic from the chaos. The truth is gray, belonging to neither extreme. 0. Lawless, can destroy natural laws and mystical laws to a certain extent. Laws symbolize truth and certainty, the constant of natural order. Destroying the laws can twist all certainties into a state of uncertainty. The author is very aware of his naming skills. These are temporary names. If I see some good names in the comments, I may change them. The reason for telling everyone about the setting is to say that this book will temporarily use the second creation gift system as the standard. After the original work announces all the gift sequences of the Uncertain Mist, the author will modify it. However, in this author's setting, the boon system does not appear often. After all, there was no such thing in the initial setting, and it will only appear in some unavoidable places. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 550, Chapter 549 The Mission of Protecting the Queen and the Princess. Chapter 549 The Mission of Protecting the Queen and the Princess. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After the recipients of the uncertain mist left, Hobert pondered for a dozen seconds before saying, "My suggestion is to just observe and not pay attention for the time being." Firstly, he discovered that these recipients were not like those people on the west bank of Full Moon Lake who had been corrupted by demons or the true creator. They seemed very normal and full of energy. Their spirit bodies and astral bodies had no problems, except when facing specific issues. Of course, this was also the biggest problem. Hobert realized that the uncertain mist seemed to be influencing their will to some extent, and problems would definitely arise in the long run. Secondly, and most importantly, the creator couldn't solve this problem yet, so Hobert felt it was better to maintain the status quo. But these inner thoughts, of course, could not be revealed to Osmond. Hobert continued, "The influence they receive is not significant, but they can use powers outside of the pathways. From the current perspective, it is still relatively worthwhile. However, if they continue to receive higher-level boons, this matter may get out of control, so they cannot be allowed to continue receiving boons." Hobert wasn't completely lying about this point either. If something happened to the recipients now, he could use the creator's authority to distort or tamper with it, and the problem could basically be temporarily resolved. That is, for the boon recipients of the uncertain mist, Hobert had such confidence. As for the recipients of other outer gods, Hobert felt that even using the creator's authority might not work. Osmond agreed, "We will no longer support their sacrifices and bestowals, and we will also observe and monitor them carefully. It's best to find a suitable reason," Hobert said. "After all, they are all good lads willing to take risks for the family." "Yes." Osmond simply used the tone of a subordinate. Hobert then asked for the honorific name of the uncertain mist. He got up, instructed Rafter to write to him if there were any problems, said goodbye again, and used travel to leave. Back in the bedroom of his Earl's mansion in Backlund, Hobert finally took off his mask and breathed a sigh of relief. After checking that the door was still locked, he first sacrificed 8 worms of time to the Evernight goddess. After the gate flickering with starlight opened and took away the worms of time, Hobert waited for a while before sacrificing all the remaining worms of time to the creator. He entered the Nation of Disorder and captured the worms of time. Looking at these worms covered in rings and faintly revealing mystical symbols, Hobert wondered, "I wonder if the Fool can respond to the ritual of making talismans now." Then he thought, it seems that the Error pathway and the Black Emperor pathway are very similar to some extent at the high sequence. For example, deception is somewhat similar to the effects of disorder or tampering. Hobert had a bold idea, could I try praying to myself and use the worms of time to create advanced talismans? Thinking of this, he shook his head again. Now, when he prays to himself, he only needs to use the corresponding spiritual materials to obtain talismans at the demigod level of the Black Emperor pathway. There is no need to go around in such a circle to obtain some talismans that are similar to the Black Emperor pathway. Hobert summoned a piece of order crystal, made it into a small square box, then put all the worms of time into the box, and finally closed the lid. When there is a chance, he will pray to the Fool and see if he can make advanced talismans. After putting away the worms of time, Hobert began to review the battle tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, soon, or rather now, Amon's other avatars will definitely notice that the avatars on the Rorsted archipelago are gone. At that time, the avatars will definitely take action. But with Tony Manor as a buffer, Hobert wasn't too afraid of Amon's avatar's revenge. After tonight's battle, Hobert felt that Amon's avatar was indeed powerful. For example, Hobert was completely unable to form a complete thought during the battle. Without the help of the Order Crystal, tonight's battle would have had a different outcome. But the Creator is not to be trifled with either. Hobert realized that the biggest difference between the Creator and the Fool is that the Creator can use the loopholes of death and life to create 2 angel-level thugs. Even without these thugs, they could temporarily restore Beverly and Raymond to their original states and hunt down Amon's angel-level avatar. He felt that the key to fighting Amon's avatar was, the main body must never participate. What if next time Amon's avatar realizes that the Order Crystal in his hand is the key and simply rushes over to take the Order Crystal away? Then the Creator will disappear from this world. No, or maybe that Creator sitting on the Iron Throne in the future might start wearing a monocle. Even if the Nation of Disorder is not the Sefirah that Amon needs, he might steal it to play with for 2 days. Of course, the premise is that he has a way to avoid being corrupted by the Nation of Disorder. After having a basic strategy to deal with possible risks in the future, Hobert began to think about the state of the uncertain mist and the blessings of the outer deities. A long time ago, Hobert had thought about a question: how do the outer deities in the cosmos maintain their own state? Theoretically speaking, one must have certain Beyonder characteristics plus part of a Sefirah in order to maintain the position of a Great Old One without falling. But the Beyonder characteristics of the 22 pathways are basically on Earth, and the Sefirot may have been torn apart. They themselves retained a part, but how was the problem of Beyonder characteristics solved? After learning about the Boon system, Hobert suddenly thought that after the original creator awakened, he caused the Beyonder characteristics and Sefirot of these outer deities to tear apart. But there is no evidence to show that the original attracted all the Beyonder characteristics and Sefirot in the entire universe. Perhaps the outer deities still had some Beyonder characteristics and Sefirot left to maintain their own state. The majority of the Beyonder characteristics and Sefirot in the universe that were attracted by the original then formed the 22 extraordinary pathways and the 9 Sefirot. Such a conjecture is at least valid on the uncertain mist. Hobert clearly knows that it possesses a certain nation of disorder, and the bestowal system can prove from another aspect that it also possesses certain Beyonder characteristics, and these characteristics seem to be very similar to the abilities of lawyer and arbiter. Thinking of this, Hobert looked again at the honorific name of the uncertain mist he obtained from Osmond. Bridge of light and darkness. Interstice between black and white. Ever uncertain mist. The truth that oversees all things. This made Hobert a little strange, because the honorific name of the uncertain mist that he obtained from the Tamara family was clearly the mist in the depths of the universe. The ruler of gray and truth. The symbol of chaos and distortion. T/N, altered slightly to better fit. Why are the two honorific names different? After a little thought, Hobert guessed, could it be that the two honorific names have different effects? The honorific name obtained from the Tony family is used to bestow Beyonder powers, while the honorific name from the Tamara family can break through the barrier and establish a certain connection with the uncertain mist. Hobert followed this line of thought, or, to describe it from another perspective, the Tamara family obtained the honorific name of the uncertain mist in the 4th epoch. At that time, the influence of the outer gods on Earth was very limited. Could it be that there was no bestowal system yet? When the barrier further weakened at the end of the 4th epoch, did the outer gods use the method of bestowal to influence the Earth more deeply? Hobert sighed. Clearly the apocalypse is still more than 10 years away, but some games seem to have already begun. Becoming a god. Hobert exclaimed in his heart, in this extraordinary world, only becoming a god can protect oneself. Finally, he thought of the words those two Amon avatars said to him, my fate must have been affected by Trunsoist. The direct evidence is the family's curse. But who is the other person influencing my fate? Amon's avatar can't even see it clearly. Hobert seemed to vaguely think of something. His spirituality also told him that his idea was crucial, but for some reason, it was difficult to form a complete thought. After thinking for a while, Hobert simply stopped thinking. He would first find a way to resolve Trunsoist's influence on himself. After resealing the related memories, Hobert returned to the real world. He had some insomnia again that night. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw Amon wearing a monocle, as if he could find him at any moment. This was a subconscious shadow left on Hobert by Amon's clone. It was indeed quite terrifying at the time. For more than half a minute, Hobert felt like he was in a state of confusion. However, his spirituality was acutely aware of extreme danger. The feeling was like Hobert experiencing sleep paralysis. Although his brain was nearly awake, his body wouldn't obey his commands. The key was that he could also feel like there was a very dangerous person standing beside him, ready to hurt him at any time. He only slept for a little over half an hour, and most of the time he was having nightmares. However, after waking up, Hobert found that his spirit was surprisingly good. While eating breakfast, Hobert heard Dofus say that Miss Norma and her mother had already arrived. After Hobert finished breakfast, he met them and asked them to wait in the reception room. As usual, Hobert took the MI9 carriage to work. When he arrived at the office and was about to ask his secretary to notify Byron to come over, the secretary, Charlene, stepped forward and said, Director, the Director General has asked you to come over. Hobert was stunned. Countess Georgina. What does she want me for? Understood, Hobert said. I'll change into my uniform and go immediately. Georgina's underground office was also on the 3rd basement level, but it was not in the same area as Hobert and the other Action Department offices. The MI9 office building had the same structure as a normal building above ground, but each floor of the underground section was several times larger than the above-ground section. Moreover, it was designed like a maze, with no straight lines and no road signs. It was said that this was to delay intruders from finding the file room or the prison. But Hobert felt that this protection was only useful for Beyonders below the demigod level. If he wanted to invade here and was confused by the maze-like structure, he would just smash a straight path through. In addition to this architectural structure, Hobert also sensed a warning mechanism built with sealed artifacts in the lobby on the 1st floor. Although he didn't know the specific effect, he guessed that the sealed artifacts should be able to detect if MI9 members were hypnotized or possessed. Under Sharon's guidance, Hobert arrived at Georgina's office. "You wait for me outside." He was mainly afraid of not being able to find his way back. He pushed the door open. Georgina's office was even larger than Hobert's. When the secretary opened the door, Georgina, who was also wearing a double-breasted uniform, was reading a document. She pointed to the opposite side of her desk. "Sit down for a moment." MI9 had specially designed uniforms for women, like the skirt style Sharon wore, but Georgina wore a men's uniform. This reminded Hobert of Princess Ethel of the Feyenopotter kingdom. In terms of androgynous temperament and oppressiveness, Countess Georgina was still far behind without using her beyonder abilities. "I called you here today to give you a mission," Georgina said after reading those lines. "Next Monday, go protect the Queen for a day." Hobert was slightly stunned. "I just came to MI9 and have no experience in protecting important people." "Don't try to push it off," the Director General said with a smile as she looked at Hobert. "You're the only one who has time that day. You have to go." Hobert smiled. "All right, I'm just not proficient in the business and I'm afraid of embarrassing MI9. Then he asked, "Is there a large event that day? Do you need to send more people to protect the Queen?" "No, one of the demigods guarding the palace has something to do that day and needs to rest for a day," Georgina said as she began to explain the details after Hobert accepted the mission. "And on Monday, the Queen needs to have someone to protect her." Hobert was slightly stunned. "There's only one demigod protecting the Queen." Georgina smiled and asked, "How many did you think there were?" Then she said, "Read more documents that are helpful to your work." Georgina explained, "There are only 4 demigods protecting important members of the royal family. If necessary, they will be borrowed from the army. MI9 is the royal family's first choice every time they are borrowed." Hobert thought it was right. After all, demigods weren't cabbages. The Sand Isles facing the Faesac Empire, the vast colonies, strategic locations, and so on, all needed demigods. Moreover, with the addition of sealed artifacts, 4 demigods could basically defend the palace and take turns to rest. If the enemy's attack couldn't be handled by 4 demigods, then 4 more would probably be useless. The royal family's greatest reliance should be the Grade 0 sealed artifact and the mechanism to quickly call angels for support. Georgina finally said, "Your protection time is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I suggest you go to the palace earlier. There will be members of the royal guard to tell you some precautions." Hobert nodded. "Okay. It's a pity that I won't be able to slack off happily next Monday, and I won't be able to attend the tarot gathering." Under Charlene's guidance, Hobert returned to his office. Byron was already waiting in the secretary's reception area. Hobert told Sharon a few words, and then took the carriage back to the Earl's mansion with Byron. The 4-wheeled carriage they were riding in was also designed with a low chassis. Sitting inside, they were not as tall as the people standing outside. This design also ensured the speed of the carriage to the greatest extent. When Norma and her mother saw Byron's cold face in the reception room of the Earl's mansion, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. The MI9 people might have left some psychological shadows on them when they went to arrest people. Under Hobert's chairmanship, the following conversation seemed very harmonious. The 2 parties quickly reached an agreement that Lord Bradley would donate £30,000 to MI9 in exchange for bail. MI9 was different from other departments. The interrogation work was completed internally, and they could not follow the police's interrogation regulations. That is to say, torture was legal here. Generally speaking, the subsequent trial by the court was just a formality. Before handing the prisoners over to the court, lawyers were not allowed to intervene, especially the nobles and wealthy people who were accustomed to playing with the law, who hated this department to the core. But after entering MI9, most of them immediately cowered, because they were still reluctant to part with their luxurious lives and hoped that such a life could continue. Under the operation of Hobert and Byron, Lord Bradley and his son were released that afternoon. Before leaving work, MI9 received a check for £30,000. After Byron went to the bank to exchange the money, according to internal regulations, £3,000 were given to Hobert, and the rest of the money was deposited into MI9's public account. Hobert gave £1,000 of the £3,000 to Byron, and took out another £1,000 to distribute to the case handlers. Even the secretary Sharon, who only ran 2 errands, received £30. Hobert also promised to treat all his colleagues in the action department to dinner next Tuesday at noon. Everyone didn't expect this new deputy director to be so generous. For a time, the entire action department praised Hobert. At the ball in the evening, Hobert met the Bradley family again. The 40-year-old lord thanked Hobert with tears in his eyes. This was the first time he had been arrested, and he was arrested by MI9. Byron and the others kept interrogating them with beyonder abilities, which made their spirits very fragile and prone to fluctuations. It would take them a while to recover and become normal again. While comforting the father and son, Hobert also felt how powerful MI9 was. Or rather, in the Lone Kingdom, this might be the only department that could restrain most nobles and wealthy people. Some people sarcastically called them the King's Hounds. This scolding was very appropriate. The reason why the royal family had always maintained sufficient influence and control over MI9 was to use this department to maintain the cornerstone of its rule. However, MI9 couldn't arrest people randomly. If the prisoner had nothing to do with spies and there was no relevant evidence, they would have no way to legally arrest people. The parliament and the government could intervene in MI9's internal investigations under certain conditions. So, rather than saying that MI9 was the cornerstone of the royal family's rule, it was better to say that it was the royal family's last deterrent. On Sunday morning, led by Konas, Hobert joined the East Balham Veterans Club, completed the formalities, paid the membership fee, and received a badge with a forest, ocean, and blade tip emblem. After a brief tour of the club, Hobert even ran into a few acquaintances, or rather, some of Christian's former colleagues, whom he had met a few times at social gatherings like dances. Konas joked, "Coming here, do you feel a sense of coming home?" Hobert smiled and replied, "I do recognize quite a few people here." At noon, as previously agreed, the two had lunch at the Lone Kingdom Hotel, casually chatting about the current situation. MI9 had relevant regulations that prohibited discussing work in public places, so everyone dining nearby knew that these two were from MI9, but even in their casual conversation, Hobert and Konas wouldn't mention even the most trivial matters related to MI9. On Sunday afternoon, finally able to rest, Hobert said hello to Dofus and used the traveler's door to arrive at the Green Grass Manor in South Coulson. Furs had nothing to do this afternoon either, so they went to sunbathe on the lawn together. The afternoon sun was very warm, and the fragrance of the surrounding grass made one feel drowsy. Hobert and Furs chatted, and he actually fell asleep. Ever since encountering Amon, his nerves had been tense for the past few days. Now he finally relaxed, holding Furs's hand as he entered dreamland. Furs looked at the sleeping Hobert, suddenly smiled slightly, and felt a sense of accomplishment. He was just saying that he had been suffering from insomnia these days, but he fell asleep beside me in no time. Hobert slept very soundly, until it was really too late and Dofus came to call him to attend the dance. Furs had no choice but to wake Hobert up. On the way to the dance, Hobert asked the fool for leave, as he wouldn't be able to attend tomorrow's tarot gathering. He quickly received a reply from the fool, understood. Early Monday morning, Hobert traveled by carriage to Soderak Palace. At this time, on Empress Borough, there were only carriages delivering goods to the mansions of nobles. In the mist, they lit their carriage lamps, like ghost ships on the sea. Arriving at the side gate of the palace, an officer of the royal guard was already waiting there. "Earl Hobert, it's a pleasure to meet you." The officer smiled and introduced himself, "You can call me Chad. I will be working with you today, responsible for the security work for the entire day." Hobert shook hands with the other party without any airs. "I'll have to listen to your arrangements for today's specific work." Among the officers in charge of palace security, who knew who was whose relative or confidant? Hobert was just temporarily seconded to work for a day, so of course, while being neither arrogant nor humble, he would be as polite as possible. Chad led Hobert into the palace, to a small office. Chad then began to talk about today's security mission. "While the Queen is in the palace, you only need to rest in the lounge. We will take care of the daily security work. But today the Queen will also be going out, and then you will have to sit in the Queen's carriage for close protection." Georgina had briefly described Hobert's mission before, but she hadn't made the specific tasks clear. According to regulations, Hobert's specific tasks would only be revealed after he entered the palace. Hobert nodded, not particularly concerned. Then he realized that even the royal family wouldn't treat a demigod like a servant or guard. As long as the royal family members didn't go out, he would just rest or guard the palace's sealed artifacts. A temp worker like Hobert would certainly not be allowed to guard the sealed artifacts. Moreover, the royal family's request to MI9 for a temporary transfer was very clear. It was mainly to protect the Queen. Chad continued, "According to convention, when you hand over with Mr. Claremont later, you will be granted temporary use of a Grade 1 sealed artifact and a charm. The ability of that Grade 1 sealed artifact is, it can detect targets in various hidden states, it can turn a small area into a secret realm, effectively hiding traces, it can summon a door in front of itself, placing itself and the target in two separate spaces, able to evade most beyond power attacks. The negative effect is, it will always inadvertently enter the spirit world, and long-term wear will turn you into a hopeless directionally challenged person. As for that charm, it can summon Duke Southville, to be used in times of extreme crisis." Chad smiled slightly. "You participated in the Battle of Fainapotter City, so I believe I don't need to explain what summoning Duke Southville means." Hobert nodded, "I understand." Chad then mentioned several of the Queen's preferences, lest Hobert offend the Queen in some minor matters. At 7:40, the two men, leading a guard of several dozen people, went to relieve another guard. Chad first took Hobert to the lounge specially prepared for demigods in the Queen's bedroom, and handed over to an old man who looked more than 60 years old, very kind, and in good spirits. After receiving the seal artifact in the shape of a button and the dark golden charm, the handover was officially completed. The two demigods shook hands, and the kind Claremont left, leaving only Hobert alone in the lounge. If you walked from the door of this lounge, it seemed to be far from where the Queen rested and worked, but it was only a wall away from the Queen's bedroom and her office. As a demigod, such a wall certainly couldn't stop Hobert's spirituality. If the Queen was in any danger, Hobert might discover it sooner than Chad, who was guarding the Queen's side. There were fine cigars and cigarettes in the cabinet next to him, and the coffee and black tea were special supplies that only the King and Queen could drink. But there were no entertainment tools at all. The walls were bare, not even an oil painting was hanging. After staying for more than an hour, Hobert felt bored and sighed in his heart, this job is suitable for old men like Lemund. Around 10 o'clock, the Queen was finally about to go out. Hobert stretched hard, silently yawned, and quickly came out to keep up with the pace of the guard. He noticed that at the very front of the team was not only the Queen, but also the noble Princess Alice. It seemed that the two were preparing to go out together. Hobert didn't care too much. Anyway, in his opinion, guarding one sheep was the same as guarding two. Arriving at the carriage of the King's Standard, the Queen and the Princess got into the car first, and Hobert quickly stepped forward and got into the car third. The carriage of the King's Standard was several circles larger than that of the Earl's Standard. When Hobert's current carriage was standing in the carriage, he had to lower his head, while the carriage of the King's Standard didn't need to lower his head at all. If you jumped lightly inside, your head wouldn't touch the roof. It was simply like pulling a small living room around the world. It is said that the Queen likes canaries very much, so there is also a special place for hanging birdcages in the carriage. This time, the Queen brought a birdcage and a canary. The Queen, who was in her 40s and dressed and styled very solemnly, glanced at Hobert, who came up last, and just nodded slightly to him as a greeting. Alice was slightly stunned. Why is it you? Today, the captain of the royal guard is taking a break. Hobert simply explained, and then greeted the Queen and the Princess before sitting on one side of the carriage, paying attention to everything outside the car window. Alice didn't say anything more and continued chatting with the Queen. The carriage slowly accelerated and drove out of the palace, leaving the city from King's Avenue. Hobert learned from the conversation between the Queen and Alice that they were going to visit Duke Bowen today, who was the Queen's brother and Alice's uncle. Bowen had fallen ill last year and had been recuperating in a manor in the suburbs with fresh air. The weather today was not very good. It was already past 10 o'clock, but the fog had not completely dissipated, which made 10 o'clock at noon look almost like early morning. Hobert was sighing about Backlund's weather when suddenly, his spirituality sensed the advent of danger. He immediately made a gesture to the Queen and Alice, signaling them not to speak. Hobert injected his spirituality into the button on his cuff, the seal artifact provided by the royal family, to find out if there were any hidden enemies nearby. At this moment, Alice suddenly covered her chest with a look of horror, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Hobert immediately felt an evil force descending on Alice. He immediately stepped forward to check. Alice was already foaming at the mouth and had somewhat lost her will. The Queen covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my God. She rose to help, but Hobert stopped her with a hand. At this moment, Hobert had already made a judgment. Alice was cursed. Chaos. Distortion. Hobert threw the surrounding area into chaos and tried to distort the surrounding evil forces in order to isolate Alice from the caster, or to distort the curse onto the canary in the carriage. But it didn't work. Hobert immediately helped the dying Alice to lie down. Excuse me. There are generally two types of mediums for curses. One is that the caster obtains a part of the cursed person's body, such as hair or flesh, so they can curse the target from a great distance. This is equivalent to a phone call in the field of mysticism. The caster's power needs to maintain contact with the cursed person in a mystical sense for a few seconds in order to curse someone to death. Some casters with lower sequences also need ritual magic to assist them, performing curses continuously for several days before they can curse someone to death. The other type of medium is an item on the cursed person that the caster can use, or simply an item made by the caster, to perform the curse. This is equivalent to a telegram. As long as a brief command is issued in a mystical sense, the curse can be triggered using the item as a medium. So, since chaos and distortion don't work, this curse must be using the second type of medium. Hobert maximized his spirituality and stared at Alice's headdress, earrings, etc. with connection, not these things. He had no choice but to search her body. When he reached the skirt area, Hobert felt a hard object on the side of Alice's right leg. He quickly lifted the princess's skirt. Fortunately, noble clothes are more complicated. Alice also wore a pair of safety pants, otherwise Hobert would have felt a little embarrassed if there were only panties under the skirt. I have to say, Princess Alice's legs are very beautiful, neither fat nor thin, and the stockings fit perfectly, making them round and sexy. Because saving people was the priority, Hobert didn't have time to look closely. In the leather sheath on Alice's right thigh, he found a stiletto. This is a magical item, but still not what Hobert was looking for. Hobert looked at the princess's other leg. There was also a delicate garter on her thigh, which was also wearing stockings. In earlier times, stockings were a more rare luxury than they are now, and garters were a structure used by nobles to hold up stockings. Later, as stockings became more elastic, the function of garters disappeared, but garters were still retained as accessories. Among the nobles, garters are relatively private accessories, and only very close people give each other garters. The reason is simple. In the more conservative loan, men, women, or ladies' legs are rarely exposed in public. Even if the garter is sexy, few people can appreciate it. These thoughts flashed through Hobert's mind. He reached out and tore off the cloth garter, and immediately felt that his hand contained a very evil power. Hobert immediately threw the garter on the carpet, checked it, and after seeing that he had not been eroded in any way, he went to close Princess Alice's skirt. At this time, Princess Alice had not yet recovered her sanity, but her breathing had stabilized. Hobert took out his handkerchief and wiped the white foam from the corner of Alice's mouth. Distortion. He distorted the concept of Alice and the canary, so that most of the influence Alice received went to the canary. The canary kicked its legs and died, while Alice's condition recovered a lot at once. The queen glanced at the dead canary, seeming a little reluctant, but her daughter was more important. How is she? All of this just now took only 3 or 4 seconds. The queen didn't even have time to order the coachman to stop. Hobert didn't take back his handkerchief. After using connection to cut off the mystical connection between himself and the handkerchief, he put the handkerchief on the seat. It wasn't that he was picky, but to avoid suspicion. After all, there was Alice's saliva on the handkerchief. If she was cursed again, Hobert would also be somewhat suspected, so it would be better to simply throw the handkerchief away. Then he sat aside, giving way to the queen. Under the queen's care, Alice took more than 10 seconds to recover. At this time, Hobert said, "I suggest we return to the palace immediately, and let the members of the guard who are good at divination divine the location or approximate information of the assassin. However, the hope should not be great. Judging from the ferocity of the curse just now, the caster's sequence should not be low, unless Klein or Archibald is found to divine, otherwise nothing may be divined." The always dignified queen asked with some lingering fear, what happened to Alice just now? Fortunately, Hobert reacted quickly. If it were an ordinary beyonder, they would not be able to find the key to solving the problem in such a short time. And judging from that curse, it would kill Alice in 5 seconds, 6 seconds at most. If Hobert had been a little slower, Alice would have been a corpse by now. How could the queen not be afraid? The princess was cursed just now, Hobert replied. No need to go back. At this time, Alice pointed to the garter on the carpet calmly and asked, "Did the other party use this garter to curse me?" Hobert nodded. "According to my observation, yes." The queen immediately asked, "Who gave you this garter?" "Edisac." Alice said coldly. The deceased prince who was said to be obsessed with the witch. The queen seemed to have thought of something. She asked somewhat sternly, "Are you still investigating Edisac's affairs?" Alice glanced at her mother. "Yes." This assassination using the curse was clearly aimed at Alice's investigation. Even if it didn't kill her, the warning was very obvious. "How many times have I told you, don't continue the investigation?" The queen said seriously, "I don't want to lose a daughter after losing a son." Alice nodded. "Okay, mother, I won't investigate any further." The queen sighed. She knew her daughter too well. Alice agreed so readily, which only meant that she hadn't listened to her advice at all. Hobert was already shouting in his heart, "Hey, hey, hey, don't talk about this kind of thing in front of me, okay? I'm just a temporary worker. I don't want to know these secrets of yours, and those broken things in the royal family." Fortunately, the mother and daughter did not continue to talk about this matter, but they did not turn the car back to the palace. They seemed to know who the assassin was and were sure that they would not assassinate again. Hobert guessed that it should be someone from the witch cult, and there must be an inside responder in the palace. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the assassin to take advantage of the time when the experienced demigod was resting and Hobert was temporarily transferred to carry out the assassination. Because theoretically, although Hobert is also a demigod, he is too young after all, and he has not undergone corresponding training. Maybe when he finds out that it is a curse, Alice will be hopeless. Moreover, the other party's assassination time was quite precise. The curse was carried out only after Alice left the palace. Hobert didn't believe it was a coincidence. The atmosphere in the carriage became a lot duller. When they were about to reach their destination, Alice took out a delicate leather bag and put away the torn garter. After the carriage stopped, Hobert got out of the carriage first to be on guard. The queen got out of the car second. When she got out of the car, she saw Alice also put Hobert's abandoned handkerchief into the leather bag. She was slightly stunned, but pretended not to see it. Hobert, who got out of the carriage first, saw Duke Bowen coming out to greet him. The Duke with grey hair looked thin. Hobert almost immediately made a judgment. It seems that there is an evil force entwining Duke Bowen's spirit body. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 551, Chapter 550 The Real George III. Chapter 550 The Real George III. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert glanced at Duke Bowen, judging that the cause of his illness also seemed to be related to a curse. However, he didn't make a sound. This wasn't the only demigod in Backlund, and it was impossible that no one had noticed this before. Hobert dutifully followed behind the Queen and Princess, diligently carrying out his task of protection and vigilance. The Bowen couple couldn't help but glance at this handsome young man. Of course, they had seen Hobert, but they had only attended the ball hosted by the king on April 1st, and had not attended any balls since. They also didn't know that Hobert worked for MI9, so they were a little puzzled by his presence here. More than half an hour later, the Queen's visit ended, and the group embarked on their return journey. It was evident that the Queen and Duke Bowen had a good relationship. Duke Bowen was reluctant to part, and the Queen, sitting in the carriage, also looked worriedly in the direction of the villa after the carriage began to accelerate. After the carriage left the manor, the Queen suddenly asked Hobert, "Have you discerned the cause of Duke Bowen's illness?" Hobert was slightly stunned, thinking, "Why ask me?" He bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, my experience is shallow, and I have not studied medicine, so I have not discerned the cause of his illness." The Queen looked at Hobert and nodded slightly, saying, "It is good that a young man knows to be cautious." Then, she changed the subject, "It was I who specifically requested Georgina to transfer you here." Hobert was slightly stunned again. He thought it was really because he was the only MI9 demigod available today. After observing for the past few days, he had discovered that the others were indeed quite busy. At the same time, he had a question in his mind: why did the Queen do this? After a moment's thought, Hobert said, "Thank you for your Majesty's consideration. I didn't think too much when I received the transfer order from MI9. This was to express his position: I am a member of MI9, loyal to the royal family, and there is no need to win me over in private. There is also no need to privately assign me any tasks. Just have Georgina issue orders for any tasks. Of course, this was also to indicate, I will not accept private solicitation, and I refuse tasks outside of my official responsibilities." For other nobles, this would definitely be an opportunity, but Hobert did not intend to stay in Backlund forever, so he did not intend to tie himself to the royal family. The Queen smiled and said, "The more cautious you appear, the more you fit my ideal candidate. Hobert, I give up." After all, these were the top ruling class, each one of them shrewd, and a single sentence had blocked all of Hobert's paths. "I won't make things too difficult for you." At this time, the Queen changed the subject, "You only need to secretly help me investigate who wants to harm Duke Bowen." She sighed and said, "I have sent many people to treat Bowen, and even spent a lot of money to invite the Bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother to diagnose him. Their diagnoses are consistent: Bowen is under a slow-acting curse. But they have exhausted all kinds of methods and have not been able to resolve this curse. Perhaps it's time to change our approach and find out who the caster is." Hobert glanced at the Queen and then at Alice. Sure enough, he saw a hint of disapproval on Alice's face. "You still have the nerve to talk about your daughter? Aren't you also conducting some dangerous investigations?" But immediately after, Hobert felt that this seemed to be human nature. Even politicians with their minds full of political goals would have one or two people they cared about, and that would often be their bottom line. He sighed and continued to decline, "Also speaking the truth, but I am not good at solving curse problems." The Queen didn't say anything, she just looked at Alice. It was as if she was saying, "Lying to my face." Hobert smiled wryly, "That kind of urgent curse is different from a slow-acting curse. Based on my limited understanding, slow-acting curses are more difficult to resolve, and it is also more difficult to find the medium of the curse and the caster behind it. The Queen should know that my abilities are not suitable for breaking this kind of difficult curse. Your ability is secondary to this matter." The Queen stared at Hobert. "In fact, even now, I don't fully believe the diagnoses of those people before. Can you investigate whether Duke Bowen is really under a curse?" Hobert thought for a moment and understood the Queen's meaning, "Because I currently have no power background and have not yet been tied to any interests." The Queen nodded slightly. As Georgina said, "You are indeed very smart." Then she promised, "As long as your investigation has a breakthrough progress, I will also promote you to Rear Admiral in advance." For a demigod, promotion to Rear Admiral is only a matter of time. However, Hobert was not cultivated by the royal family, so he must go through the procedures and work in MI9 for a year or so before being promoted to Rear Admiral. The hurdle of being promoted to general was once a concern for Christian, but Hobert was not very enthusiastic about this military rank. The Queen also saw this, and she reacted quickly. "At the same time, I will make you the most prominent member of the Kingdom of Loan." Alice, who had been listening, suddenly bowed slightly. She understood the Queen's meaning. This meant that the Queen was already considering marrying a princess to Hobert. The most prominent member of the kingdom is of course a member of the royal family. If he marries a princess, Hobert will also become a member of the royal family. Hobert did not understand the queen. He thought the queen meant to support him in entering the upper house. He knew that if he didn't agree now, he would be too disrespectful to the queen. Sometimes, dealing with superiors is so helpless. Their gifts may not be what you want, but if you don't take them or show any disgust, you will definitely offend them. Of course, I will take the task assigned by the queen to heart, Hobert said, incidentally stating his needs. If there are any bad rumors about my fief, Longtail Island, in the future, please don't believe them. In the future, he will still focus his main energy on the territory, and many of the manor owners on Longtail Island are operating for nobles, and some have business dealings with the wealthy in Backlund. When Hobert cleans them up, it may cause condemnation in Backlund. If the queen can back him up, those nobles and wealthy people will definitely not dare to say a word. The queen readily agreed, no problem. For her, that was just an island on the chaotic sea that didn't even have a gold mine. Rumors from that kind of place would not have much impact in Backlund. Although Hobert had accepted the queen's mission, he did not intend to investigate it too seriously. Especially when encountering danger, he would definitely quit. However, the necessary attitude was still there. Hobert immediately inquired about the specific situation of Duke Bowen and the investigation results of the previous people. The queen promised to send Hobert the relevant detailed information tomorrow. Soon, they returned to King's Avenue and entered Backlund. Hobert breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as he sent the mother and daughter back to the palace, his mission today would be basically completed. Just as he was thinking this, Hobert suddenly sensed danger again. He suddenly stood up and pulled Alice from her seat. Clang. Almost at the same time, the car window shattered, and two crystal-like short arrows broke through the glass and shot in, hitting the position where Alice had just been sitting, smashing a large hole in the carriage. A horse's wail came from the front. The remaining force of the two short arrows actually killed a horse. Chad in the convoy immediately said, "Protect the queen and princess." The guards surrounded the queen's carriage in a well-trained manner, and several Beyonders immediately jumped onto the surrounding rooftops to find the assassin who broke the glass. Hobert once again injected his spirituality into the button provided by the royal family, but he immediately realized that his spirituality seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, and he did not receive any feedback of power at all. Hobert glanced at the button out of the corner of his eye. He didn't know when, but the surface of the button was already covered with a layer of frost. Obviously, the other party knew about the sealed artifact in Hobert's hand and had made corresponding preparations in advance. Hobert released the seal on his gloves. Invisibility is prohibited here. Suddenly, Hobert felt that there seemed to be someone coming from the bottom of the carriage. He immediately grabbed Alice's collar, lifted her up, and placed her behind him. Almost at the moment Alice's feet left the ground, an ice spear-like weapon pierced through the carpet and went straight for Alice. Hobert kicked it away and stomped down hard, but he didn't hit any target. Cough cough. Alice and the queen coughed one after another, and they had a slight fever. Hobert also felt a little uncomfortable in his throat. At the level of a demigod, one would almost never get sick. The fact that he felt uncomfortable must have been caused by a Beyonder virus. Since the other party couldn't hide silently, they had to start using other methods to attack. The two car windows suddenly became deep and dark, and you couldn't see the outside scenery, as if they had turned into a bottomless black hole. From the left car window glass, thin and tough hairs stretched out, tightly entangling Hobert and Alice, making them unable to move temporarily, but the hair perfectly avoided the queen. From the right car window glass, clusters of black flames shot out, flying towards the two people as fast as bullets. Hobert stared at the flames. Disorder. The black flames perfectly avoided Hobert and Alice, burning off many of the hairs. Hobert, who had regained some freedom, kicked the right car door away and faced the left car door, which was a little further away. Banish. Under the push of a huge force, the left car door flew away and gradually became illusory, eventually disappearing. Before everyone could catch their breath, two very illusory hands suddenly stretched out from the wine bottles in the carriage's wine cabinet, grabbed Alice's neck, and tried to drag her into the mirror in the glass bottle. Hobert grabbed the other party's arm and yanked it outwards. Although the Beyonders of the Demoness pathway have agile skills, they are not known for their strength. She was obviously staggered by Hobert's pull, and seemed to be almost pulled out of the mirror world. But at the same time, because of this pull, the force that almost broke Alice's neck finally eased. Exploit. Hobert used the rules of Beyonder abilities to prematurely end the opponent's ability to travel through the world in the mirror. Her arms visibly became much more solid, and a head of beautiful hair emerged from the bottle. Before she could see the opponent's face, the bottle shattered with a crash. Hobert, who was clutching the opponent's arm, was left with only a handful of broken glass. At this moment, a phantom image was reflected on the window on one side of the street. Before she could see the appearance of the phantom image clearly, it disappeared again, jumping to the glass further away. It wasn't that the opponent was driven away by Hobert, but that her purpose was assassination. After the surprise attack failed, she chose to retreat immediately. Hobert, still on guard, realized that the opponent should be a sequence 4, Demoness of Despair. Hobert thought to herself, who are you looking down on? I am an Earl of the Fallen. You sent a Demoness of Despair to assassinate me. It's not that the other party was careless, it's just that there was a certain deviation in their information. Currently, only Georgina and a few others in the royal family clearly know that Hobert is a sequence 4, and others are not yet aware of this. Being able to sit in the Queen's carriage and protect her at close range immediately exposed the information that Hobert had already advanced to a demigod. But the problem is that they don't have any information about Hobert's battle with other demigods, and they know nothing about Hobert's fighting style. In addition, they were certain that Hobert had not performed any protection missions before, and believed that Hobert lacked relevant experience, so in the end, they still only dispatched a sequence 4. The reason why Hobert has such speculation is because the other party has already carried out 2 assassinations in a row. This is no longer a warning, but a real assassination. Regarding this point, even Alice didn't seem to have thought of it. She was a little scared after she was safe. Did he really want to kill me? The Queen also snorted coldly, that's too much. Assassinating a princess in front of the Queen is indeed too much. The Queen said to Chad outside, change the car. Return to the palace as quickly as possible. The 3 of them got into a carriage used by the guards, bypassed the already somewhat dilapidated carriage, and quickly returned to the palace. When getting out of the carriage, the Queen specifically instructed Hobert behind her, come with us. If there hadn't been this instruction, Hobert would have really planned to find a lounge to hide in. Anyway, they were back in the palace, so even if he didn't closely follow the Queen and Alice, it wouldn't be considered a dereliction of duty on his part. But since the Queen had said so, he had no choice but to follow behind the mother and daughter. Leaving the royal stables, crossing the square with the protector sculptures, they arrived at the main hall of the entire Sodila palace, the Thales Hall. Only then did Hobert realize that the Queen was going to find the king. He sighed in his heart, this is the right person to find. Rather than looking for the elusive Demoness Church, it's better to find the king. This hall doesn't look very grand, but on the 4 walls of the building are majestic statues. The stone eyes of those statues seem to be looking at everyone approaching the hall with majestic eyes. This makes the hall full of mystery, and anyone who comes here, including Hobert, who has already been promoted to a demigod, feels that they must submit to the master of this hall. For the sake of caution, Hobert covered the order wood and the crystal of order with a wall of spirituality. Although after reaching sequence 4, Hobert can completely control the aura of the nation of disorder, and even angels cannot detect anything unusual. He doesn't know why today, but he always feels a little uneasy. Hobert was stopped outside the hall. The Queen and Alice simply tidied up their clothes. Alice pulled her collar down, deliberately exposing the ferocious red strangulation marks on her neck, and then they entered the hall together. More than 10 minutes later, the eunuch Bernie came out and said, His Majesty invites Hobert Jeffrey in for questioning. Hobert was stunned and handed his cane to Chad on the side. This move was perfectly normal. After all, it would be a little impolite to meet the king with a cane. Seeing that he handled it very naturally, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and followed Bernie in. First, he passed through a corridor full of exquisite works of art and oil paintings, then passed through a banquet hall, and finally came to a spacious room full of birds and flowers, where the mist in Backlund still hadn't dissipated, but it was full of sunshine. As soon as he entered the door, Hobert glanced at George III. He was obviously stunned, because he felt that the George III in front of him was different from the previous few times they had met. He couldn't explain exactly where it was different, but he just felt it was different. According to the court etiquette he had learned before, Hobert knelt on one knee, Your Majesty, praise your kindness and majesty. Get up. George III was also looking at Hobert, and then asked with a curious tone, Are you the Hobert who performed well in the Battle of Fanepotter? Hobert realized that George III was actually asking, Are you a believer of the Creator? There was a protector present at the time, and my contribution was really insignificant. Hobert got up and glanced at the Queen sitting on the king's side and Alice standing by the Queen's side out of the corner of his eye. George III didn't pay much attention to Hobert's answer, but asked, Did you solve the 2 assassinations that Alice suffered? Yes. Was the assassin a demoness? Hobert cautiously replied, The first assassination used curses, I'm not sure, but the assassin on the way back was indeed a demoness. George III was a little angry. These lunatics dare to assassinate the princess. Not driving them all to extinction is my biggest mistake. He looked at Alice, his eyes full of doting. Don't worry, I will definitely find the murderer for you. Alice, who was originally very noble, was now crying like a pear blossom, nodding pitifully. At this time, the Queen said meaningfully, Your Majesty, I know you are busy with affairs, but no matter how busy you are, you should be cautious when choosing cooperation partners. Hobert understood that the king had never admitted that he had cooperated with the Demoness sect. And the queen should know some inside information, but not much, otherwise she wouldn't be so advising. The queen didn't completely expose it, but just expressed her dissatisfaction in the direction of the king. Today they dare to assassinate the princess, maybe tomorrow they will assassinate me, and the day after tomorrow they will assassinate the king. Such a force must be severely strike. The queen's direction was correct, she just reminded the king, I know you have a certain degree of cooperation. Then she pointed the contradiction to the demoness challenging the king's authority. Hobert interjected, your subordinate takes his leave. George III nodded lightly, and Bernie winked at a guard, who led Hobert away. After leaving the hall and taking the cane from Chad, Hobert thought of George III he had just seen again. Could it be that the George III he had seen before were all fake? He thought about it carefully, and it wasn't impossible. Hobert remembered that before the godhood ceremony, George III seemed to have exploited certain loopholes to advance from sequence 5 to sequence 1 all at once, which made his state very unstable. He should be like those sanguine dukes in poor condition, and can only be active in certain areas. Then, those who occasionally appear in public may be his substitutes. Because Hobert blocked his memories of Adam, he didn't realize that those who appeared in public may also be phantoms conjured up and manipulated by George III. About 20 minutes later, the Queen and Alice came out, and Hobert followed them back to the main hall of the Queen's palace. Just as he was about to take his leave again, the Queen suddenly said to him, thanks to you being by Alice's side today. I don't know what your preferences are, so I'll reward you with a few trinkets. For the Queen, Hobert, who seems to have no desires, is the most difficult person to deal with. Hobert did not refuse, thank you, Queen. Alice on the side said, Mother, let Hobert go back with me and protect me throughout the day, okay? The Queen smiled and said, do you think I, the Queen, am just a decoration? She had sternly warned the king today that if the demonist church continued to assassinate Alice, then the king would be equal to despising the political power of Duke Bowen. Hobert, standing below, thought to himself, that's not necessarily true. You only thought of political games, but not the games of beyonder powers. Besides, it's a well-known fact that George III is a waste of children. 2 princes have died last year alone, directly turning the prince into a high-risk occupation. Of course I believe in Mother. Alice sat on the Queen's side and said, I actually want to ask Hobert for detailed information about the demonesses. The Queen glanced at her daughter and then at the sunny and handsome Hobert. I know, then let him protect you next. Hobert was a little helpless. He originally thought that today's mission was not difficult, but it turned out that he seemed to be approaching a dangerous vortex all the time. So Hobert had no choice but to follow Alice back to her palace. It was a very exquisite courtyard in Sodila Palace. As soon as Alice entered the door, she said to the chief servant who greeted her, prepare an extra lunch. The chief servant, a capable woman in her 30s, glanced at the stranger Hobert behind her and said, yes. What I mean is, prepare a lunch of the same standard as mine. Alice added, put Earl Geoffrey's tableware in the dining room. The chief servant couldn't help but glance at Hobert again, yes. It's no wonder that the chief servant was so surprised. Alice had only entertained the late Prince Edisac in her dining room. Today, she made an exception to entertain this Earl, which shows how special this Earl is, or rather, how important he is in Princess Alice's mind. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 552, Chapter 551, Hobert is a good staff member. Chapter 551, Hobert is a good staff member. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Actually, lunchtime had already passed, and Hobert had only been sitting in the lounge for a few minutes when a servant invited him to Alice's dining room. The princess's dining room was about the same size as the one used in Earl Hobert's mansion, but much more exquisite. The oil paintings hanging on the walls were much higher quality than those Hobert had hanging in the Earl's mansion hall. One of them looked familiar to Hobert, and he only remembered it after taking a closer look. It was a piece from the art exhibition he had seen with Audrey before. At the time, neither he nor Audrey had purchased any works from that art exhibition. Audrey didn't because she already had a considerable collection and had excellent painting skills, and there wasn't any piece in the entire exhibition that she particularly liked, so she didn't buy anything. Hobert simply didn't want to waste his money. After he sat down, the servant immediately served the dishes and poured Hobert a glass of aperitif. Please change it to coffee or juice, Hobert smiled. I'm still working. The servant was slightly stunned, but nodded and changed it to juice for Hobert. I heard you're usually quite frugal. Alice, sitting in the main seat, suddenly asked, even the dining process is very simple. Hobert suspected that his eating habits were probably already known throughout the noble circle, but Alice was being polite, not saying he was stingy, only that the process was simple. He said, yes, Your Highness. Then he joked, maybe I'm not used to the extravagant life that an earl should have yet. If you were the same as other earls, it wouldn't be interesting. Alice suddenly asked with an aloof expression, do you think my leg ring looks good? The word good-looking was about to come out of Hobert's mouth, but he barely hit the brakes. The situation was urgent at the time, I didn't notice. Truthfully, it wasn't just good-looking, it was also very sexy. And if he were a leg person, he would probably have already fallen. Alice's legs were indeed impeccable. Hobert thought to himself, no wonder leg rings later had some other meanings. It's really because they have a special meaning among ornaments. Then he realized that it was very strange for the princess to ask such a question, and he had to deal with it carefully. Alice suddenly smiled, liar. Hobert pretended not to hear. No matter what he answered at this time, it would bring endless trouble in the future. He was also a little helpless. I'm just being a bodyguard for a day. I don't want to be labeled as a princess's male favorite in the noble circle in the future. Alice was, after all, a princess, and did not continue the topic, but talked about her assassination. Tonight, I'm going to attend a ball. I think you should have received an invitation too. Do you think there will be another assassination attempt against me then? It's hard to say. Hobert didn't say anything like he would definitely protect the princess, but smiled and said, the key is that I know nothing about the assassin. In any case, thank you very much for your rescue today, Alice smiled. I have prepared some gifts for you, and they will be sent to your Earl's mansion later. Hobert did not refuse. Thank you, princess. Next, Alice began to inquire about the witch's abilities. Hobert did not hide this, after all, he also regarded the demonist sect as an enemy. In this regard, he was willing to provide some help to Alice. After dinner, Alice went back to take a nap for a while, and then invited Hobert to the garden for tea, and then took a walk with Hobert in the garden, not allowing any servants to follow. You dance very well, Alice suddenly said, we can dance another dance tonight. Hobert smiled and said, that's my honor. You probably can't imagine how pathetic it is to be a princess of Lone. Alice changed the subject again, watching my dearest brother die, but I can't do anything about it. Hobert didn't say anything, and he didn't want to comment on it. And he had roughly guessed that Alice was talking to him alone because she wanted him to investigate Edisac's case. This was something he would never agree to. Who knew that Alice would change the subject again? You and Audrey seem to be friends. Yes. Hobert was a little strange. What exactly did Alice want to say? We met when I left Backlund. Aren't you very curious why I'm talking so incoherently? Then Alice answered herself, because my conversations are always being eavesdropped on, and even written words can be eavesdropped on. But according to reliable information I have obtained, the sealed artifact that is eavesdropping on our conversation from a distance has a drawback. As long as you constantly change the topic, you can effectively avoid this eavesdropping ability. The person holding this sealed artifact is too far away from us and cannot discover this, and will only think that we are not talking at this time. Hobert was slightly stunned. Are you sure that the other party doesn't know about you getting this information? If the other party deliberately let you get this information, or already has a new response, then our changing the topic is just acting for ourselves to see. If that's really the case, the other party is similar to screen peeking and should be laughing at this time, right? But thinking about Alice's usual performance, she should have repeatedly confirmed this life-threatening matter. Then Hobert smiled helplessly. Then let's talk about some coherent topics. He felt a big danger character was floating above his head, and the next conversation must be very dangerous. It's not that being eavesdropped on is dangerous, but that he will be very dangerous as long as he knows those things. You are a very special noble. Alice changed the subject again. Before you, no noble dared to look me in the eye when dancing with me. They didn't even dare to keep their eyes on my face. Several times Alice also felt that her thoughts were very strange, but she was sure that since then, Hobert had gradually become special in her eyes. Hobert sighed, it's okay. After all, it's not like you're that ugly, why wouldn't people look at your face? Actually, I know why I was targeted, Alice said, my investigation has made breakthrough progress. In the past few years, the demonist sect has been secretly transporting a large number of slaves to Backlund. Most of these slaves come from the Rorstad archipelago, and many come from your fief, Longtail Island. But after arriving in Backlund, these slaves don't know where they went. Hobert didn't say anything. I don't know if you believe it. Actually, I know more. I heard that you were married once in Fainapotter. Alice asked, why haven't you brought your wife to the ball? My wife doesn't like such occasions, Hobert replied. Another thing I can be sure of is that Edisac's death is greatly related to the demonist sect. Alice continued to tell her investigation results. As far as I know, Edisac's beloved Trissy seems to be still alive, and she should know a lot of inside information. Also, I heard that she is very special to the demonist sect, and so special that she seems to be related to the primordial demoness. Hobert was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Alice had indeed investigated a lot of key information. Perhaps it was because she knew about Trissy's relevant information that the demonist sect was determined to assassinate her. Alice then changed to another topic. In this case, your wife is very happy. She cannot attend such occasions if she doesn't like them. Hobert smiled and said, I can still give her this kind of freedom. Alice, who was walking in front, stopped, looked back at Hobert, her eyes were a little complicated, took a deep breath and said, "The next investigation may be difficult to continue. I found that the royal family is deeply cooperating with the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. Although I don't know the purpose of the cooperation project has received the support of the entire royal family." Hobert was a little helpless and still didn't comment on this topic. "In this world, no matter how high your status is, you always have to do things against your will," Alice said. "Sometimes I even hate myself for being a princess, or hate the conservative atmosphere of the entire loan, which makes some of my ideas impossible to express, and can't even be expressed in my expression or eyes." Hobert scratched his chin, always feeling that Alice's words were meaningful. Alice sighed, "I'm not interested in the royal family's conspiracy. I just want to know who killed Edisac. I just want to kill that person and take his head to Edisac's grave to pay tribute." Hobert saw a trace of exhaustion in the princess's eyes, but he still didn't say anything. "So I said, your wife is happy." Alice returned to the topic of his wife. "She cannot attend the ball if she doesn't want to. In my opinion, this is a kind of happiness." Hobert smiled and said, "Sometimes, this world is not that complicated. Don't do things you don't want to do. Who can't be willful." Then he waited for Alice to entrust him to investigate Edisac's case. He was ready to refuse outright and would not leave Alice with any illusions. But this time Hobert miscalculated. Alice did not entrust him to conduct the investigation, but smiled and said, "Many people have died in the investigation of Edisac's cause of death. Don't worry, I won't entrust it to you. I'm telling you this today just because I simply hope that someone knows my investigation results." She touched her neck, which still had red marks. "Being on the verge of death twice today made me suddenly feel a strong sense of fear of death. The first thing I thought of after escaping danger was to let others know about my investigation. If I really die, someone will know my true cause of death. It's not that I hope you will avenge me, but I don't want to be used like Edisac after I die, even if someone knows why I died." This made Hobert slightly stunned. Alice's impression on him was similar to Ethel's, both of whom were political monsters, but Ethel was more aggressive, even to the point of preparing to compete for the throne. Alice, in addition to the nobility she showed, was much more peaceful, but the two people's unscrupulous behavior to achieve their goals was quite similar. It wasn't until Ethel showed anger when she left Geoffrey Town after attending Hobert's wedding that Hobert felt that she was a person of flesh and blood. And just now, when Alice said she was afraid, he also felt that this was a living person, not a high-level puppet cultivated by the royal family. Although he was filled with emotion, Hobert would certainly not be impulsive and participate in this matter. He just said, "Your Highness, your purpose is too clear, at least your opponent completely knows your purpose. It's better to do nothing for a while. One is to paralyze the other party, and the other is to look for better opportunities. Then your positions will change. You know their purpose, but your purpose is temporarily hidden. Maybe you can take some initiative." Alice was slightly stunned, thought for a while and said, "If you weren't an earl now, I would have recruited you as my staff." She suddenly smiled. "As you said before, some things are so simple. I finally understand Emperor Roselle's saying, people in the game are always easily confused by their opponents, and the bystanders around the chessboard clearly understand the thoughts of the two chess players." Hobert was slightly stunned. "The authorities are confused, the bystanders are clear." Alice then asked, "What do you think of the tea you just drank?" Hobert nodded. "It tastes good. I'll send you some later." The two chatted casually for a while. Alice had some affairs to deal with, and Hobert was finally able to go to the lounge to rest. Looking at Hobert's departing figure, Alice suddenly thought of some novels she had read when she was relaxing. At that time, she also thought that some descriptions in the novel were ridiculous, but since dancing that dance in the Palace Banquet Hall on April 1st, she knew that some people were really special. Alice had never had this feeling before. It was a completely new experience for her, but she soon sadly discovered that she couldn't do anything, and could only watch Hobert joke with Audrey and the others. In the evening, Hobert and Alice took a carriage to Earl Vincent's mansion to attend the ball. When he got out of the princess's carriage first, Vincent, who was standing at the door to greet guests, was stunned and didn't know whether he should go up to greet them for a while. Hobert knew something was wrong when he saw Vincent's expression. "We're just going the same way, don't think too much, and don't spread rumors." Then he smiled and shook his head. He wondered what other nobles would think when they heard that he and Princess Alice shared a carriage to attend the ball. Would everyone follow his example and eat very simply every meal? Hobert smiled as he helped Alice out of the car in a gentlemanly manner. He wasn't afraid of any misunderstandings, because they would know after a little inquiry that he had the task of protecting the royal family today. After Alice got out of the car, Vincent reacted, "Your Highness, your arrival has made this banquet more solemn." Alice maintained her usual noble demeanor. "No, it's just that you have prepared it carefully." Vincent smiled slightly. "Please come in, I have specially prepared strawberry cream pudding for you. It's really something to look forward to." Alice walked inside, saying to Hobert beside her, "Earl Vincent is a gourmet, especially his estate-grown strawberries, which are red and sweet. Vincent watched the two enter, feeling that something was off, until he greeted two more guests and suddenly realized, Princess Alice's tone was very amiable tonight. There wasn't that feeling of rejecting people from 1,000 miles away. Or rather, her tone was very amiable when speaking to Hobert. On the other side, Hobert didn't take it seriously. Strawberries. What's so great about them? He remembered strawberry picking festivals in some places where you could eat your fill for very little money, and they even gave you a pound or two to take home. After chatting with Alice about this topic for a while, Hobert realized that people in this era had not yet fully domesticated strawberries, the reason being simple, because there was no plastic film, strawberries were difficult to grow on a large scale. If you wanted to grow strawberries, you had to build a glass greenhouse. So the price of strawberries was very high at this time, and only nobles could afford them. This gave Hobert another reason to develop the plastics industry as soon as possible. Seeing the dazzling array of food in the banquet hall, Hobert finally understood why Alice said Vincent was a gourmet. In his memory, only during the court ball on April 1st was there such an abundance of food, and the key was that every dish was delicious. For example, Hobert didn't used to like lamb chops very much, but he didn't expect them to be made so delicious. In addition, Hobert had pigeon meat for the first time in Backlund, as well as crispy on the outside and tender on the inside roast suckling pig, delicious venison, and swan meat, which was relatively precious to nobles. Dishes like foie gras and steak were second-class foods at this banquet. Moreover, Earl Vincent knew how to match the food very well. Shrimp, crab, fish and other seafood were interspersed among the dishes, as well as fresh vegetable salads, especially the fruits at the banquet, which even Alice praised repeatedly. For example, pineapples, which were not very valuable in Hobert's memory, were shipped from the Rorsted archipelago and stored in cold storage until early summer, still fresh and juicy. Pineapples at this time of year were not something ordinary people could afford. What Hobert found peculiar was that red and juicy watermelons were also regarded as very good fruits by the nobles. Hobert clearly remembered that he used to eat half a watermelon in a morning. After chatting for a while, he learned that most of the watermelons at this time were not very sweet, and most of them had very little flesh. Hobert then realized the importance of agricultural research. Fruits that were commonplace in his time were scarce here. At the same time, Hobert realized that his understanding of this world was not detailed enough, and he only learned these common-sense things today. Or rather, he simply didn't have access to so many fruits in his previous life, so he didn't notice. After the dance began, Hobert, who was already full, asked Alice to dance, which made many people look sideways, because they realized that before this social season, they hadn't seen the princess dance for a long time. And this seemed to be Alice's second dance this social season, and the key was that both times were with the same person. At this time, some noble ladies began to talk about how they saw Hobert and the princess come to the ball together today, and it was said that they were having a good time at the table. Some squires felt that this might be a signal, and they had completely given up hope of marrying Hobert. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Hobert handed over the button and charm to Clement in a corner where no one was paying attention. His task for today was finally completed. Hobert stepped forward and said to Alice, "Your Highness, Mr. Clement is here." Alice nodded slightly. She knew that she was surrounded by noble ladies. After Hobert's task was completed, he would not stay by her side. "Let's talk again when we have time." Hobert smiled and nodded, then nodded to the other ladies as he left the ladies' gathering. In the distance, he saw Georgina, who had also come to the ball, so he walked straight over. "Chief." Generally, Georgina stayed alone at the ball. She seemed to know what Hobert wanted to say. According to the regulations, official business is not discussed in public. "Countess." As Hobert spoke, he waved to the wine waiter. The moment he took a glass from the tray, it seemed that his hand slipped slightly, and the glass fell, spilling bright red wine. Just as the wine was falling, Hobert suddenly distorted the direction of the wine's fall. The spilled wine actually drew an L shape, and some of it splashed on Georgina's evening dress. Hobert's performance was very natural, and Georgina didn't even guard against it. When she realized Hobert's intention, she couldn't completely avoid it. At this time, Georgina sighed, how could a demigod knock over a glass because of a slip of the hand? But Hobert's performance was so seamless that I didn't react for a moment. Hobert couldn't help but grin, and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Chief, my hand slipped." He said to the waiter, "Please prepare a private room." This kind of situation was very common at balls. The waiter nodded slightly and invited them to a small reception room around the ballroom. Georgina shook her head with a smile. "It's really not a good idea to mention regulations to beyonders of the lawyer pathway." Arriving at the small reception room, Hobert took the towel handed by the waiter, then closed the door and said, "I only knew halfway through the mission that the Queen took the initiative to borrow me. Why didn't the chief tell me about this?" Georgina opened Hobert's hand, snatched the towel, and bent over to wipe the wine stains on her skirt. "Did you think you were working at a newspaper? Wanting to publish all the news you know?" The nature of our work is confidential, and I will not allow anyone to violate this. Of course, Hobert knew the nature of MI9's work. In fact, the reason why he questioned Georgina was more to express his attitude. Sometimes, it may be just because the other party said one less sentence that he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. In order to avoid such a thing from happening, of course, he had to warn the other party. So Hobert spread his hands. Of course I will keep it secret, but you should tell me some information in advance, otherwise I will think it is a betrayal. If I said it, would you have taken on that task so readily? Georgina threw the towel on the chair beside her. If one day I tell you all the information that should and shouldn't be said, then, if nothing else, my condition should be very bad. We are colleagues, if you have a chance, save me. This was to indicate that unless she lost control, she would definitely act according to the regulations, but after all, we are colleagues, I will give you some hints. But because Georgina was his superior, and Hobert had a threatening tone just now, her tone was very bad, and after she finished speaking, Georgina left the reception room without looking back. Hobert also followed out. He didn't care too much about Georgina's anger towards him. On the contrary, their conversation was very effective. Hobert expressed his attitude, and Georgina also explained her attitude. After arriving at Audrey and Glaint, Audrey asked curiously, "Hobert, some people say that you and Princess Alice came in the same carriage?" "Yes." "Why?" Hobert suddenly discovered a very troublesome thing. According to the regulations of MI9, the content of his work today must be kept secret. So, why did you come to the ball with Princess Alice in the same carriage? And stay by her side all the time? Hobert could only answer, keep it secret, or guess. Such an answer is a bit like, 5,000 words are omitted here. Now he is a little worried about whether the things tonight will ferment. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 553, Chapter 552, Mr. Azek arrives in Jeffrey City. Chapter 552, Mr. Azek arrives in Jeffrey City. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Midway through the ball, Earl Vincent, holding a wine glass, came over to chat with Hobert. Given Vincent's seniority, he would normally be with Christian and Earl Hall, but he came to talk to Hobert because his youngest son, Carl, was currently working in Hobert's territory. Hobert's personal valet, or rather, his student, Dennis, now frequently traveled between Backlund and Jeffrey City, sometimes helping the noble children send letters home. Hobert had announced the relevant confidentiality clauses from the beginning, so those noble children probably knew that they were currently within the territory of Fainapotter, but their parents thought they were on Longtail Island. Carl had already written 2 letters home, and from some details, Vincent learned about some of Hobert's management methods for the territory, which made him look at Hobert with new eyes. Most importantly, in Hobert's territory, there was a training mechanism for officials, and Carl had to go to the town government every 3 days to study, and the content of the study was knowledge and precautions for solving practical problems. What surprised Vincent was that his youngest son, Carl, whom he had never been optimistic about, was making rapid progress, especially in his thinking about solving problems, which had undergone tremendous changes. This made Vincent want to actively get closer to Hobert, and he realized that Hobert would definitely achieve greater success in the future. And with Carl following Hobert, the Vincent family would also be able to reap many benefits. After the ball ended today, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion somewhat tiredly, first thinking about the Queen's request, and then recalling Alice's unusual behavior today. Thinking and thinking, he actually fell asleep for once. Early the next morning, Hobert came to Military Intelligence Section 9, changed into his uniform, and just sat down when Charlene handed him a bill and a folder. "Chief, this was just sent by the Chief Director's secretary." Hobert glanced at it. It was a receipt for a black women's evening dress, worth £180. He smiled, cheapskate. Hobert then thought of the evening dress Georgina wore yesterday. The style was obviously so old-fashioned, and it still cost £180. The last time I bought Audrey such a youthful and beautiful dress, it was only £160. Then Hobert seemed to think of something, and pushed the bill back to Secretary Charlene. "Go to the finance department and help me reimburse this bill." Charlene was slightly stunned. "What reason should I use to reimburse it?" "Losses during the mission." Hobert said, "Give the reimbursed money to the Chief Director's secretary." Charlene was a little unsure. This reason. A male chief, reimbursing a women's evening dress, this was indeed a bit unbelievable. Hobert smiled. "When you treat everyone at noon, please invite the colleagues from the finance department as well." It had been decided last week to treat the entire section to a big meal today. After Charlene left, Hobert glanced at the folder that was sent together. He knew that it was the information the Queen gave him. However, he didn't even look at it and put it in the drawer. "I just want to slack off today. I'll talk about this task in a couple of days." Tingen City, North Sector, 66 Fania Street. Serena jumped out of the rental carriage and stretched hard. After paying the fare with her luggage bag, she stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" After more than 10 seconds, Mrs. Wood's voice came from inside. "It's me, Mom." Mrs. Wood suddenly opened the door. "Heavens, am I dreaming? Is it really you, Serena?" It had only been 3 or 4 months since they last met, but Serena gave people a completely different feeling. Her wine-red hair was tied into a very neat bun, making her look much more mature all of a sudden. Her face was full of confident smiles, and she was wearing a suit instead of a girl's dress. It was as if when she left, she was just a teenager, but when she came back, she was already in her 20s. "Of course it's me." Serena warmly gave her mother a hug and greeted the maid. "I have 2 days off, so I came back to see you." Mrs. Wood was overjoyed. I'll go tell your father." "No, Mom." Serena smiled. "When he sees me when he gets off work, it will definitely be a huge surprise for him, right? Is there anything to eat at home?" "I haven't had lunch yet." While eating, Serena chatted with Mrs. Wood, and she learned that her brother Chris was preparing to marry his fiancée Vina in the near future, but the wedding date had not yet been finalized. This was because their savings were not enough. Even if they added the savings of Mr. and Mrs. Wood, they would not be able to hold a decent wedding. If it really didn't work, they could only get married first and hold the wedding later, because Vina was pregnant. Serena, eating bread, was already preparing to leave the £30 in cash she had saved up during this time. She had saved more than £30 during this time, but she had always been living in the Earl's mansion, and there were not many places to spend money. For the middle class, £30 could hold a very decent wedding. If there was still a need for money, she planned to borrow from Dennis and Freya after returning. After eating dinner, Serena returned to her room, saw her unchanged bed and wardrobe, saw the mystical materials she had bought with her pocket money, and saw the occult books and her notes that could be bought on the market. She immediately felt a very strong sense of separation, as if she saw her ignorant self still wandering in this room. Serena sat alone in the chair for a long time before finally recovering. The current Serena is no longer the Serena of the past. Recalling the changes in the past few months, Serena herself could hardly believe it. It turns out that going from relying on parents to being independent and autonomous is not as difficult as I thought. Well, that's because I met a good mentor. In the afternoon, Mr. Wood came home from work, and when he saw his daughter setting the table with his wife, his somewhat numb face was full of disbelief, and finally there was some smile. When Chris also came home from work, the restaurant was full of laughter. During this time, in order to save expenses, dinner was not very rich. There was no wine on the table, only mutton stewed with potatoes with a few pieces of meat, but it still couldn't stop their good mood. Chris asked Serena, "Your letter said that you have returned to Backlund." "Yes." Serena would write home regularly, but she would only tell them where she was now, what kind of work she was doing, and other information. Chris stuck out his tongue and sighed. "Your life is really magical. Some time ago, you were a grassroots official abroad, and now you are a housekeeper assistant in Backlund." His sticking out his tongue was a sequelae left in the Backlund Mountains at the beginning of the year, and his fiancée Vina also had this habit. Serena smiled. "Chris, this is the life I like." Mr. Wood smiled happily and didn't say anything. Before, his plan was that after Serena finished technical school, he would find her a stable technical or design job in the factory, and after accumulating a certain amount of experience, she would get married and have children in an orderly manner. Since his daughter suddenly left home, saying that she wanted to pursue her dream, Old Wood's mentality has undergone no small changes. As long as his daughter is healthy and safe, sends a letter home once a week, and comes back to see him often, he will be content. After eating dinner, the family played cards for a while, and Old Wood and his wife went back to rest first. Serena and Chris, like before, came to the small living room on the second floor where only a small table and 2 chairs could be placed, and chatted while drinking tea. Serena took this opportunity to give Chris her £30 of savings. This surprised Chris a little. "Where did you get so much money? I didn't write clearly in the letter." Serena smiled. "I am actually a housekeeper assistant in an earl's mansion now, and the salary is very high." In fact, most of her savings came from the pocket money Hobert gave to the students. Chris declined twice, but seeing that Serena insisted on giving it, he accepted it, because he really needed the money now. Then he sighed. "Backlund really has more opportunities. You haven't seen the other side of Backlund." Serena's expression suddenly became serious. "I have a colleague from the slums of the East Borough, and everything that happens there is chilling just to hear about." Time goes back 3 hours. Backlund, south of the Bridge District, inside Vasco Public Elementary School. Daisy, who was cleaning the school kitchen, heard the school worker shout, "Daisy, someone is looking for you." Daisy was slightly stunned. Since her mother passed away and Freya left Backlund, no one had come to see her. Sometimes she would sadly think that she would have to face a lonely life alone from now on. Daisy wiped her hands and walked unhurriedly towards the school gate. Is that Freya waving to her? At first, she couldn't believe it, and then tears welled up uncontrollably. "Freya. Freya, is it really you?" Freya smiled through her tears. Although she had returned to Backlund for more than a month, she had been very busy. Now that Hobert had given her a vacation, she finally had time to see Daisy. She hugged Daisy, who was throwing herself into her arms, tightly. "It's me, Daisy, yes, it's me." Daisy, who was usually very strong, was crying very hard at this moment, as if venting the loneliness and fear suppressed in her heart. After crying for a full 3 minutes, Daisy released Freya. "I'm sorry, Freya, I got your dress dirty. It looks very expensive, right?" She felt a little unfamiliar with the Freya in front of her. The originally introverted and shy sister was now confident and sunny, with shiny hair and a good complexion. Especially Freya's dress, which looked new and beautiful. Completely different from the girl who used to make a living by washing clothes. Freya took out a handkerchief and wiped away her sister's tears. "It's okay, Daisy. I brought you 2 dresses too, look." She took out 2 new dresses from her backpack. Daisy was overjoyed, fondling them and looking at them over and over again. Several classmates in her class laughed at her for her clothes being too small, and she was very envious of the new clothes of several classmates in the class. The last time she got new clothes was a long, long time ago, and she had already forgotten the feeling of getting new clothes. Freya took out another cloth bag. There are also 2 pairs of new shoes, several pairs of socks, and several pieces of cotton underwear inside. Daisy suddenly froze. "Freya, I only need 1 dress. You don't have to work so hard." She didn't know where these clothes came from, but she knew that Freya must have put in a lot of effort to get them. At this moment, she felt inexplicably distressed. Freya, who hadn't cried much just now, couldn't stop the tears from flowing out at this moment. "Daisy, your sister has a formal job now. We don't have to worry about clothes and shoes being too small anymore." In the sisters' memories, it seemed that they had never had a pair of shoes that fit. Daisy was a little incredulous. "Really? Really?" Freya smiled and said, "I am now a police officer. My salary is enough to support us. Moreover, there was also the 10 pounds of pocket money that Hobert gave to the students every week. She didn't spend a penny of this money, and saved a full 40 pounds. Daisy was even more incredulous. "How could you become a police officer?" "No, I'm not like Abel. I brought basic justice to that neighborhood, and everyone loves me." Freya smiled and said, "I also brought you this." Abel was the police officer in the neighborhood where they used to live. Everyone gritted their teeth when they mentioned him, but there was nothing they could do about him. As Freya spoke, she took out 2 apples from her backpack. Daisy intoxicatedly smelled the fragrance of the fruit. "I have forgotten the taste of apples, but Freya, these 2 apples are so strange. Why haven't they been cut open?" The apples they had eaten before had to be cut off apart. Freya said, "Because these 2 apples have no rotten spots. And this." She took out a piece of stewed meat wrapped in oiled paper. "From now on, every week, you have to eat a piece of stewed meat or a fish, and 2 apples. Daisy glanced at her sister, knowing that it was safe to eat, so she put the cloves and apples aside and devoured them. The aroma of the meat made the school worker next to her swallow her saliva. Freya stepped forward and handed the school worker a pack of cigarettes wrapped in newspaper that she had prepared long ago, about a dozen in total, and thanked the school worker very politely. In fact, the school worker had been standing aside watching to avoid Freya being a thief, and now he was a little embarrassed to receive Freya's cigarettes. After Daisy finished eating the meat, Freya asked, "Isn't school over? Why are you still helping in the kitchen?" Daisy briefly described her current situation. It turned out that the foundation established by Capham's inheritance was only responsible for Daisy's tuition and meal expenses. Accommodation fees were not included. In order to solve Daisy's accommodation problem, the school asked Daisy to work as a helper in the kitchen, which was equivalent to deducting her accommodation fees. Freya nodded slowly. "You don't have to help any more in the future," she said. "I will come over again tomorrow to pay your accommodation fee." Hobert had talked to Freya about Daisy's problem. Hobert's suggestion was to maintain the status quo, because in the future he might send Freya to Longtail Island, or have other assignments. At that time, Freya would no longer be in Backlund. Could it be that Daisy would have to live outside by herself at that time? In addition, the public school Daisy is currently in is actually very good. If she were to go to a better private aristocratic school, the living and learning conditions would be better, but in that kind of environment, it would be easy for Daisy to become inferior. Freya felt that the teacher made a lot of sense, so she didn't give Daisy too many promises. Daisy said again, "Freya, you don't have to work so hard." Hobert gave the 2 students a vacation because they had basically digested the potion. He wanted them to relax, adjust their state, and then prepare them for advancement. Only Dennis had been busy with immigration matters recently and didn't have much time to go to the law firm, so he hadn't fully digested the potion yet. On Wednesday morning, Hobert used the Nation of Disorder to complete 2 transactions. One was the arms transaction agreed with Ulysses before, and the other was the steam engine transaction with the Balk family in the southern continent. On Ulysses' side, Hobert directly traveled to the armory and sacrificed the weapons to the nation of disorder. Archibald completed the ceremony of granting in the military camp. Suddenly, there was a mountain of weapons, and the key was that there were more than a dozen cannons. Seal and the others didn't react for a long time. The steam engine transaction was about the same, except that Elliot completed the granting ceremony. Not long after the ceremony ended, Hobert took a trip to the southern continent using travel and talked to Lawrence, the patriarch of the Balk family, alone, hoping to recruit a squad of Beyonders from the Balk family. Of course, the Balk family would not be allowed to work for nothing. Hobert would arm the squad with one Beyonder characteristic of Mentor of Disorder and two Beyonder characteristics of Baron of Corruption, and would also provide them with 2 Grade 2 sealed artifacts. The condition was that the squad must absolutely obey the orders of the favored. If members of the squad were sacrificed, the Balk family would need to replenish them. In the composition of Hobert's extraordinary power, he certainly would not allow the Tudor family's power to dominate. Lawrence immediately agreed. Before, when he heard Elliot talk about the power of the Creator in the northern continent, he once thought that that was the main extraordinary power loyal to the Creator. At least their battles were directly under the command of the favored and would be helped by the Creator. That might be the battle that happened under the instruction of the Creator. The Balk family, located in the southern continent, seemed to have never entered the core level of the extraordinary power loyal to the Creator. Now that the favored personally came to recruit and gave such generous conditions, they would of course immediately agree. I believe that the selected team members will definitely feel very honored. After the agreement was reached quickly, Hobert asked Lawrence to choose people first, and he would come to pick them up in a week, and suggested that Lawrence send several more batches of family members to the northern continent to learn advanced technology and management methods. Hobert also planned to spend some money to fund the young people of the Balk family to travel to various countries in the northern continent to see what the world looks like now. In the afternoon, Hobert had already appeared in Jeffrey City and went to the villa arranged for Winston. The old man didn't go fishing today, you came just in time. Winston, who had shaved his beard clean, said, I was just about to have someone look for you. The mystical items that Hobert entrusted him to make were all completed. Winston took out one of the rapiers. This is a weapon made with the materials you provided. Hobert took the weapon and was slightly stunned. Such a large piece of material was only used to make a rapier. Fortunately, he didn't let his doubts show, because Winston followed up with an explanation. Its first ability is to change its own shape. It is now a rapier, but it can be turned into a normal-sized sword, or even a two-handed greatsword. This is the thinnest and smallest state. As long as it is within the scope of the material volume, you can arbitrarily change its shape, length, and thickness. Hobert sighed, this is a masterpiece of a grandmaster. He injected spirituality into the rapier and sure enough felt that he could control the size and thickness of the rapier. After the change, it could also ensure that it was very sharp. Hobert couldn't help but think of the golden cudgel, staff of the Monkey King. Winston smiled and accepted Hobert's compliment, continuing to explain, its other abilities are all related to the death pathway. When used, it can emit attacks similar to Words of the Dead, causing enemies to feel involuntary fear and retreat. It will also make the target feel cold all over, slowing their movements. These Words of the Dead are very special, and have a miraculous effect against Beyonders of the death pathway. Beyonders of the death pathway below the level of demigod will completely lose their ability to resist, and Beyonders at the demigod level will also be significantly affected. Another ability is that as long as it pierces any part of the target's body, the target's spiritual body will suffer permanent damage. Even angel-level spiritual bodies are no exception, but they have many ways to circumvent this, making it difficult to truly harm them. Hobert sighed, this is completely a different level of weapon compared to my previous black knife. Winston smiled without saying a word, watching Hobert play with the rapier for a while. The old man then said, my commission is complete, and I should be leaving. Hobert smiled, how should I thank you? Your hospitality is the best thanks. Hobert's hospitality here was indeed quite good. He could fish in the entire full moon lake as he pleased, and there were chefs from Phaenopotter City to help cook the fish. When he was in the mood, he could take the little train to tour the mountains or go to the entertainment center. Then stay here for a while, Hobert said, I plan to place the second traveler's door between Jeffrey territory and an island. You can go to that island to try fishing for sea fish. Winston was slightly stunned, obviously tempted. I'll also invite a few chefs from Backlund who are good at cooking fish, and I've also heard that there are many chefs in Byam who are good at cooking sea fish, so you can eat fish of all flavors. Winston swallowed his saliva. That's right, the fish made in Byam is spicy, but it has a unique flavor, especially the local grilled fish, which is very distinctive. Hobert promised, within 3 days, I will invite the best chef from Byam for you. This matter could be entrusted to Rafter. Winston finally stayed, and Hobert was relieved, taking the remaining mystical items to leave. Before leaving, Winston instructed, although the Traveler's Door is a combination of magical item and magic circle, in theory, there will not be too many negative effects, but you should also pay attention. Do not let too many people enter the Traveler's Door at once. Low sequence, Beyonders should use the Traveler's Door as little as possible to avoid some corruption from the spirit world. After all, this is not a true travel, without the protection of corresponding Beyonder abilities. Mid-sequence, Beyonders should pay attention, do not look around in the spirit world. After using the Traveler's Door, there is a small probability of spiritual instability, and the negative effect of suddenly becoming a road idiot will occur, but these effects can be recovered on their own after a certain period of time. Hobert glanced at the Traveler's Door in his hand. Okay. He didn't expect that the Traveler's Door would have so many probabilistic negative effects, and he would have to design a regulation for using the Traveler's Door when he had time. Back at the Lord's mansion, Hobert took out the rapier again and looked at it again. Just now, he felt that this weapon had some connection with the wedding gift that Azek had given him before. He remembered that Mr. Azek said that the wedding gift he gave him was a mark, which was equivalent to giving him the authority to mobilize a part of the underworld's power. Even without the honor in the southern continent during the Fourth Epoch, this gift was quite powerful. It was a pity that Hobert was not a Beyonder of the death pathway, otherwise he would definitely be able to develop more uses for this gift. Hobert strengthened the connection between the rapier and the mark, and with a casual wave, it was as if he had cut through a transparent piece of paper, and a huge gap appeared in front of him. The surrounding temperature was immediately sucked away, and the entire room was filled with an unspeakable sense of fear. Illusory figures lay around the gap, peeking into the real world. Hobert discovered that he had actually opened a gap between the underworld and the real world in this way. However, without the obstruction of the underworld gate, the terrifying creatures inside could easily drill out. The reason why they didn't come out now was just because they were afraid of the rapier in Hobert's hand and Azek's mark on Hobert. Hobert waved the rapier again, and the gap in front of him disappeared. This ability should be more aggressive than the underworld gate, because I can command those monsters lying around the gap to come out and attack the target. At the same time, Hobert himself could also use this gap to enter the underworld, but with travel, entering the underworld was not very useful. Since it is a rapier, the order wood can be turned into a thinner, or more normal, cane. After wrapping the rapier with the order wood, Hobert sacrificed the other extraordinary items to the Nation of Disorder, and briefly looked at their abilities and negative effects. Hobert found that he now had 3 mystical items with shepherd abilities. Because he had 1 to 109, these 3 extraordinary items were useless to Hobert. Hobert decided that he could give these 3 sealed items to his confidants in the form of rewards. For Beyonders below the demigod level, sealed items with the ability to graze were very practical. And for them, this was definitely a first-class magical item. Even if they could only use it temporarily, they would definitely be grateful to Hobert. Hobert could also use their use to graze some souls, otherwise they would be empty in the Nation of Disorder. Coming out of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert was about to build the Traveler's Door between Jeffrey City and Shipyard Island, but his spirituality sensed something, and he glanced in the direction of the yard, as if an acquaintance had come. He put the Traveler's Door aside first and opened the door to take a look outside. In the yard, there was a middle-aged man with gentle features and brown skin, admiring the surrounding Phaenopotter-style architecture with his hands behind his back. The servants and guards in the yard were all ignoring him. Hobert was a little surprised. Mr. Azek. That middle-aged man was Azek. He smiled slightly. I heard that you have been doing a lot of big things recently. Hobert thought to himself, are you referring to Hobert or the creator? He smiled and said, just some things that go with the flow. Please come in and sit down. Take me around your territory, Azek said. I heard in Phaenopotter City that the South Colson area has a new look. No problem, Hobert smiled. Let's go to the pier and take the train. Azek followed behind and asked curiously, I heard that there were some miracles when that railway was being built. What miracles? Hobert smiled, just using ritual magic to transport some building materials. But at that time, my rule was not as stable as it is now, so I declared it a miracle. Azek smiled, in the previous few meetings, I didn't think you could do so well when ruling a territory. Hobert lied, maybe there is indeed a component of talent. I didn't expect myself to do so well before. Azek's questions either involved the creator or the matter of transmigration. There was no way, Hobert had to muddle through. It was Azek. If Klein asked himself like this, Hobert would suspect whether this kid was testing him. At this time, they came to the street. Everyone greeted Hobert warmly as usual, and at the same time cast curious glances at Azek, wondering what was so special about this guest. The Earl was going to personally entertain him. The tourists also watched the scene with great curiosity. They had heard in Phaenopotter City that there was no need to salute the lord and nobles in South Colson, and officials and policemen would chat and laugh with the common people. This was an incredible thing in both the North and South continents. Fortunately, Azek did not ask those questions that made Hobert stand ready, but looked at the shops on the street with Hobert's gaze, there are many nobles and wealthy people among the tourists here. Hobert explained with a smile, I built an extraordinary auction house on the other side of the mountain, and many nobles and wealthy people come here because of its reputation. My wife has been taking care of the affairs of the auction house. I heard that some wild beyonders have begun to participate in the auction and the beyonder gatherings that follow. I believe that the extraordinary transactions in Jeffrey City will definitely become more and more prosperous in the future. Then he sighed, however, there are still too few ordinary tourists. We've opened 3 shipping lanes, and each lane has 3 passenger ships docking every day, but sometimes a medium-sized passenger ship only has 7 or 8 passengers. He laughed, half of them are government officials from the Lord's Manor. As they walked along the stone-paved road, Isaac smiled and said, don't worry, tourist cities attract popularity little by little. Hobert nodded, currently, I'm planning to launch some special delicacies, special products, and so on to gather popularity as soon as possible. Well, I'm planning to hold a tourism festival in May and a picking festival on the opposite bank in June. I believe that next year, the situation will be much better than it is now. Isaac couldn't help but glance at Hobert, your ideas are very, very creative. The words tourism and festival were commonplace, but it was the first time Isaac had heard them linked together as a phrase. Moreover, he didn't quite understand what a tourism festival meant. But he was too embarrassed to ask, and in the end, he could only sigh, young people's ideas are really novel. Walking and stopping, the two arrived at the pier, just in time for the afternoon train. When the passengers saw Hobert boarding the train, they all stood up to chat with him. Hobert naturally chatted with them about current prices and wages, as well as the progress of the territory's projects, poultry farming topics, and so on. This surprised the tourists from other places and Isaac, because they had never seen a nobleman who knew so much about the prices of vegetables and daily necessities, or even how to raise poultry. It took them more than half an hour to get away from the chatting and reach the first carriage, which was rarely open to the public. At this time, the train was just starting to move slowly. Before he could sit down, Isaac couldn't help but ask, you seem very approachable, but why haven't you opened this luxurious carriage to the public? Being approachable is a way to make the social atmosphere more relaxed. The previous secret organizations put too much psychological pressure on the people. Hobert invited Isaac to sit down, then took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. I remember very clearly that when I first came here, I was standing at the gate of the Lord's Manor, overlooking the town of Jeffrey at the foot of the mountain. As a result, the town with more than 1,000 people didn't have a single sound of talking. He poured a glass of wine for Isaac. Now, if you come and take a look, you can hear the noise from the town even in the Lord's Manor. Hobert handed the wine to Isaac. As for this carriage, it's to show the Lord's authority. A lord must indeed have an approachable side, but also an authoritative side, so that he can have a stronger control over the people in the territory. Isaac took the wine and smiled. I didn't expect that there would be so much knowledge in ruling a territory. Hobert was stunned. Didn't you used to be the death consul? No. The rule at that time was not called rule at all. It was just a rough order established by beyonder power in operation. Seeing the order of Jeffrey City, Mr. Isaac did not recall his memory as the death consul, which shows that the social status of the southern continent at that time was not comparable to that of the southern Colson area at all. He also poured himself a glass of wine, and then began to talk about the new district of Jeffrey City. That's the new district. Hospitals, schools, and other supporting facilities have been built and have already begun to operate. Most of the construction sites in the new district have been basically completed, and the few construction sites that are still under construction are basically building residences. That piece of land is also included in the new district, and that piece too. Those are all left for building residential areas. Currently, there are only 2,000 or 3,000 permanent residents living in Jeffrey City. My initial plan was for a small city that could accommodate 30,000 people, and the supporting facilities were built according to 30,000 people. In the next step, the more residential areas are built, the more people can live in. However, it is estimated that it will take a few more years before the population can reach the level of a small city. Now the new district is still very deserted. If it weren't for the hospitals and schools being there, there shouldn't be any popularity at all. Tourists only go to the newly built square at most for a walk, and the newly built commercial street has not yet been occupied by any shops. But so many brand new buildings, just standing quietly on this land, still make Hobert feel very proud. As the train began to climb the slope, the whole picture of the new district gradually emerged. Isaac took a sip of wine and said, there are very few such urban plans. He smiled and said, according to some of my memories, I have witnessed the development of some cities. Those cities were all built in disorder at the beginning. It was not until the operation of the city was affected that some urban transformations had to be carried out, but this city was planned before it was built. Isaac was right. Most of the cities in the northern continent came from this way. At the beginning, there was a period of barbaric development. Hobert heard that Backlund was also like this. Some streets used to be very narrow, and even carriages could not pass through. For a long time, Backlund was only a medium-sized city that could only accommodate hundreds of thousands of people from the current point of view. However, the Empress Borough has not undergone major reconstruction because the location of the Sodila Palace, hundreds of years ago, there were no buildings around except the palace. It is said that at that time, the palace was only one-third of its current size, and the surrounding area was forests and farmland. It is hard to imagine how much wealth people have created in these hundreds of years without large-scale wars. At this time, the train completed the process of climbing the slope, and the scene changed accordingly. As far as the eye can see, it is pastoral scenery. The fields are full of wheat, and the neat ears of wheat form a wheat wave in the breeze. On the train, everyone who saw this scene seemed to see infinite hope in the field. Hobert sighed, time flies so fast. In about a month, the wheat will be harvested. Isaac suddenly thought of the scene a long time ago when he led the knights to chase and kill the enemy in the wheat field and let the enemy's blood spill on the wheat. He couldn't help but pinch his forehead. It seemed that there was no memory of harvest in his entire mind. Seeing that Isaac's face was not very good, Hobert did not introduce his agricultural policy, but after the train started to turn, he pointed to the mountain on the opposite bank and said, "Look, that is the plantation area of the southern Colson area. The first batch of vegetables will mature in early May. The varieties of vegetables have been improved by the bishops and missionaries of the Earth Mother Church. They are larger and can be stored for a longer time than vegetables in other places. The first batch of mature vegetables is mainly cabbage. In addition to selling it in the southern Colson area, I will also have people transport it to other places to sell in bulk. The agricultural and animal husbandry knights in the territory have calculated that even if the freight is added, it is far lower than the wholesale price of vegetables in Fanapotter City." Speaking of this, Hobert suddenly smiled. "I have planted vegetables in the extraordinary world." At the same time, he also found that the vegetable production in the North and South continents was actually very low at this time, and most of the production was in the noble's manor. Even fresh vegetables represent the noble's special supply. The vegetables that ordinary families eat are mostly peas, potatoes, and onions, which can be stored for a long time. At this time, the cabbage price is not a low price. Later, Hobert studied it and realized that if there is no unified organization and advocacy, ordinary farmers would not dare to grow vegetables at all. If you can't sell the grain, you can eat it yourself, but if you can't sell the vegetables, you can only rot them in the ground, and you will not be able to harvest anything because you missed the planting of the grain. If you want the cabbage price to really become a cabbage price, you need a very stable grain price and grain supply, as well as providing enough vegetable sales channels so that everyone realizes that growing vegetables is more profitable than growing grain, then they will spontaneously grow vegetables. However, the people on the West Coast do not have such awareness yet. Currently, the land for growing vegetables is basically the land of Viscount Teuton and the unowned land. In this regard, Hobert has to thank the Fanapotter royal family, because the first batch of investment in the characteristic agriculture of the West Coast came from the royal family, but that investment was quickly controlled and used by Hobert, and eventually intercepted the investment results. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 554, Chapter 553, So You Are Mr. Emperor, Bonus 1. Chapter 553, So You Are Mr. Emperor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. 100 Power Stones bonus. That over there is South Colson's industrial zone. Hobert pointed to the wilderness formed by the Angel-level battle. Currently, all industrial products in the South Colson area need to be imported, and even daily necessities are very expensive. So in my plan, the industrial zone will focus on producing daily necessities, and the first factory will start construction in May. I heard it's a tableware factory, because most people in the entire South Colson area are still using wooden bowls and wooden spoons, and many people have never seen metal tableware in their lives. To be honest, metal tableware is more durable, but considering local customs, ceramic tableware will definitely be produced. In the future, when everyone's quality of life improves, there will also be porcelain tableware. Isaac took a deep breath. I have also met some officials, but to be honest, they all give me the feeling that they are just muddling through their days in their positions. You are different. You know your territory like the back of your hand, which is actually a remarkable thing. Hobert thought to himself that it was only because the requirements for officials were too low now. In the territory under his rule, there would be absolutely no officials who held positions without doing any work. Isaac took a sip of wine. Why does this wine have the flavor of the Backlund region? That's right, this is exactly what I brought from Backlund. Hobert said with some embarrassment. He couldn't taste the so-called flavor and characteristics of the wine at all. In his mouth, he always felt that the taste of wine was similar. He was too embarrassed to ask others what the difference was in the taste of wine. He just nodded to whatever others said. At this time, the train came to the best viewing position again. Unlike the scenery Hobert saw when he entertained other guests before, the West Bank also became part of this beautiful scenery, because many places there already had vigorous vitality. It's just that the vitality still has a forced element at this time. The local situation is special, and a thorough agricultural reform has not yet been carried out. Hobert had previously discussed this matter with Conrad and others. A thorough land reform would not be carried out until the second half of this year, and it would be carried out in 2 batches. The area previously ruled by the Blood Sanctify sect would be redistributed after the wheat harvest, and the area ruled by the Aurora Order would be redistributed after the autumn harvest. All of this would be carried out after the current government demonstrated its new agricultural policy, which would be more conducive to carrying out the land redistribution work. Next, Hobert introduced the construction of the hotel to Azek, as well as the construction of entertainment facilities on the hillside. Most of those entertainment facilities are also open to ordinary tourists, including a live shooting experience range, a haunted house, a wonderland, and so on. These projects, which are common in future amusement parks, are still very novel in this era. In addition, Hobert plans to build a Ferris wheel, a carousel, and a pirate ship in the next step. At the same time, he also invented many board games. It is said that many nobles have gone crazy playing them, and many ordinary tourists have also gone to the entertainment center to experience them. There are also indoor sports such as bowling and billiards. Especially billiards, which is basically exclusive to nobles and wealthy people at this time, but Hobert opened all these venues to ordinary tourists, allowing many people to experience it. Outdoors, there are tennis, baseball, and golf courses, which have also been basically built. At this time, the entertainment for the middle class is actually very scarce, because there are almost no public sports venues in this era. After coming to South Colson, many middle-class people will come to experience it, and this has attracted many repeat customers. When the train started to go downhill, Hobert introduced the road hardening plan and the bridge and railway construction plan in the South Colson area. Hobert plans to first build a bridge across the Taz River, and then build a railway and road connecting the east and west banks. There must be hardened roads between towns. The second step is to build another bridge, and the railway and wide road will form a loop around Full Moon Lake. As for hardened roads, they must be built to every village. Azek realized a problem: these investments should be difficult to get a return on in the short term, right? Hobert drank the wine in his glass. That's right. If it were a businessman, no one would ever come to the South Colson area to build bridges, railways, or roads. Azek smiled. The way you put it, I would almost think you are doing a charitable cause. Hobert poured himself half a glass of wine again. Mr. Azek, let me tell you a story. A place was hit by a drought, and the price of food doubled, but the officials in that place not only didn't try to lower the price of food, but also raised the price of food 3 times. Azek frowned. This official wants to take the opportunity to make a fortune, right? Hobert smiled, and then poured another glass of wine for Azek. Before long, many grain merchants who heard the news transported grain to the disaster area. As a result, there was too much grain, and the price quickly returned to par, or even below par. Azek was slightly stunned, first feeling a little unbelievable, and then feeling that it was natural. This is a competent official, and his actions are unheard of. Hobert continued, this is not over yet. He also started asking the rich to donate money to build some public facilities. And he carried out many entertainment activities, such as competitions with local customs, and lavish spending during festivals, etc. Azek pondered for a while, and probably understood, this is the same reason why you keep building roads and building things. That's right. Hobert smiled. Only in that official's jurisdiction in the entire disaster area did no one starve to death, and there were no cases of farmers selling their fields or daughters. When I took over the entire South Colson area, it was almost like a disaster area, cut off from the entire world for half a century, almost no industry or commerce, farmers had no enthusiasm for production. Although the situation is a little better now, most people are still very poor, so I have to use some special means to stimulate people's enthusiasm for life. Azek looked at Full Moon Lake, which occupied half of his vision, and then smiled at Hobert after a long while. What you are doing now is great. I have become accustomed to looking at this world from the perspective of a beyonder or a history professor. This perspective is making me more and more distant from this world, and even the real world has become a little unreal. Azek said seriously, this is wrong. If you have no emotion for the real world, then you will not have any emotional color when destroying this real world or harming the lives of ordinary people. Hobert recalled those thoughts in the night market before. Perhaps, the higher the sequence beyonder, the more they should integrate into the lives of ordinary people. Sometimes I even think that the so-called acting method is reminding beyonders that no matter how powerful we are all part of this world. We must integrate into this world so that our state can become more stable. Azek pinched his chin and thought for a while. Your idea is very unique, and it seems to make a lot of sense. Hobert smiled. In fact, this idea has a bit of the concept of harmony between man and nature. In his view, many underlying principles should be interconnected. At the same time, he also knew that the concept of harmony between man and nature could not solve the madness problem of beyonder characteristics, and could only be used as an acting direction for the acting method. Back at the train station, Isaac expressed that he had not had enough of this trip and conversation, but Hobert had only thought of this stage, so he could only discuss it with Isaac here. Hobert's ideas are not very useful to himself at the moment. After all, he does not have to constantly fight against divinity now. But he felt that these ideas should be very useful to Mr. Isaac. Isaac had said on the pirate admiral's ship that he seemed to have no emotion or warmth when he was acting as a death consul. In fact, this is very telling. At that time, Isaac's divinity had the upper hand. Later, Isaac revived like an undying and lost all his memories every once in a while. After he experienced different lives, his state may have been better. So as long as he is willing to integrate more deeply into this society, will his state become better? Hobert's carriage was already parked outside the station. After the two got into the carriage, they talked about Backlund again. Isaac smiled. It's hard to imagine how brilliant Backlund will become in the future if it is handed over to you to manage. Not necessarily. Hobert smiled. The power there is too complicated. Maybe I will be sent to prison by nobles and rich people a few days after I become the mayor of Backlund. Not maybe. Hobert felt that it would definitely be like this. He smiled again. Making a wealthy place wealthier is nothing great. Making a poor place wealthy can show my skills. While talking, the two arrived at the Lord's mansion. Hobert asked the chef to make a Fenepotter-style meal, and then they chatted about Klein while drinking tea in the restaurant. The last time I saw him, he seemed more autistic. Hobert then remembered that he had originally wanted to take the time to catch up with Klein, but since the conversation on the banks of the Tussock River, he had not seen him again except for meeting him in the Tarot Club. He has too many things hidden in his heart. Isaac smoked the cigar that Hobert had brought from the Sodila Palace a few days ago, and nodded in satisfaction with the taste of the cigar. I really should invite him here to relax. Hobert was too embarrassed to tell anyone that he had taken the cigar from the palace. As an earl, he still had to save face. At this time, Dofus, as usual, came to urge Hobert to attend the ball. Hobert finally found a reason this time. Tell Earl Hudson that I have urgent matters today and can't go, or just tell him that I have an urgent task. Dofus glanced at Isaac sitting there, and a sense of oppression from a higher level came over him. He immediately understood that it might be the death pathway saint that Hobert had met in Backlund. Entertaining such a guest is indeed more important than attending a noble's ball. I understand. I will convey your apologies to Earl Hudson. Sitting back at the dining table, Isaac, if you have something to do. Hobert smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Mr. Isaac, let me tell you this, now I feel a little nauseous when I hear waltz music. I have attended more than a dozen balls in a row, and I have danced more in these 10 days than I have in my entire life before. Isaac smiled. I forgot, it's the social season now. Furs also came to dinner. She felt that she hadn't had dinner with Hobert for a long time. Isaac expressed his apologies to Furs for not attending the wedding, while Hobert asked Furs to act as a junior when introducing them to each other. The atmosphere at dinner was very harmonious. When Isaac said goodbye, he said with emotion, I just thought that I haven't had dinner with friends for a long time. Hobert smiled. You are welcome to come here more often to relax. I dare not say anything else, but there is still a hearty dinner. Well, by the way, when the date of the tourism festival is set, I will send you an invitation. Come and visit if you have time. Isaac agreed, said goodbye to Furs again, and then entered the spirit world and left. When only Hobert and Furs were left in the restaurant, Hobert smiled. Haven't we danced at night for a long time? Furs smiled. You're not tired of dancing after attending so many balls in a row. Hobert pinched Furs's butt. It seems that the beautiful countess has forgotten what is different about our dance. Furs opened his hand. There are still serious matters that need to be dealt with. The level 2 sealed artifact and the Beyonder characteristic of the interrogator that I mentioned last time have been traded. You can take a look later. Hobert has a rule in the auction house that the sealed artifacts and Beyonder characteristics that are received must be handed over to him for processing. The reason he gave was to prevent the traded goods from having curses or mental residues that could cause mutation or loss of control. In fact, he just wanted to see if he could seal the sealed artifacts again and shatter those Beyonder characteristics. This can make the sealed artifacts more valuable and turn a Beyonder characteristic into several Beyonder characteristics. But at this time, Hobert suddenly realized that he could no longer play dumb. These two items were traded at the tarot meeting. Hobert also heard about the ability and negative effects of the sealed artifact at that time, and also knew that this sealed artifact was bought by Miss Magician. Now that this sealed artifact has come into Furs's hands, he can pretend not to know it now, but in the future, as Furs's spirituality becomes higher and higher, and with the characteristics of astrologer, she will be able to associate Emperor with Hobert sooner or later. When Furs recalls Hobert's deception on the sealed artifact in the future, the two will definitely encounter a crisis of trust. On the way back to Green Lawn Manor in the carriage, Hobert sighed in his heart. That was a situation he was very unwilling to see. Therefore, this secret could not be kept tonight. So next, it was time to test his acting skills. When Furs introduced the ability of the life toxin bottle, this sealed artifact can randomly create different toxins, which will diffuse around as soon as it is opened. Hobert was visibly stunned and looked at Furs with some seriousness. At the same time, he controlled his gaze, appropriately displaying some confusion, as if he had heard such a description somewhere. Furs didn't pay it much mind at this point and continued, "It takes effect in less than a minute, and then the symptoms get progressively worse." Furs clearly saw Hobert's expression gradually turn to surprise, which made her slightly stunned. "What's wrong? Does its random toxin include itching, headache, vomiting, and an aphrodisiac?" Hobert's expression changed just right, especially just now. His surprise was gradual. But now he was less surprised, looking like he had everything under control. This time it was Furs's turn to be surprised. How did you know?" She immediately had two guesses: one, that Hobert had seen the sealed artifact before, and two, that Hobert was a member of the Tarot Club. Before she could think about it further, Hobert had already taken her hand and smiled. "There's something I've never told you, or rather, I never planned to tell anyone. Christian is actually my adoptive father. My biological father is called Rex Trunsoist." "Trunsoist?" Furs exclaimed, immediately making related associations: a descendant of the Night Emperor, a favored one of the Creator, knowledgeable. In the end, all the clues pointed to the fact that her husband was Mr. Emperor. She re-examined Hobert, still feeling that his temperament was not quite the same as Mr. Emperor's, but then she thought that changing his temperament might be Hobert's way of protecting himself when attending secret gatherings. Hobert knew from Furs's expression that his acting was very successful. She didn't suspect him of hiding anything at all. However, just in case, Hobert changed the subject. "Wouldn't it be even more exciting when we go dancing again? I'll charge bravely like the Emperor." Furs's cheeks flushed slightly. Generals are the ones who charge bravely, right? Then she realized that Hobert was taking a risk by revealing his identity. After all, according to the rules of the Tarot Club, no one is allowed to actively reveal the secrets of the Tarot Club without the Fool's permission. Ms. Hermit was a lesson. Generals are also under the command of the Emperor. Hobert picked Furs up in his arms. "Charge." Furs looked at Hobert with a smile, letting him carry her to the bed. After a bout of passion, the two chatted in each other's arms as usual. First, they discussed the recent construction problems of the territory, and then they talked about the recent income of the auction house. After discussing these things, Hobert suddenly said, if I look very cold in the future, or if I don't seem to have any emotions, be sure to spend more time with me and take me around the territory more." Furs was stunned. Do you feel any discomfort?" She thought that Hobert was showing signs of losing control. "No, after becoming Sequence 4, I can clearly feel that my empathy has decreased." Hobert only told Furs his worries completely. "At first, I didn't pay much attention to it, until I realized some time ago that I had become very indifferent to some issues, and my understanding of life seemed to be changing subtly. Like a few days ago, when I was carrying out a mission, even though it wasn't necessary to kill people to silence them, I unconsciously wanted to kill them to avoid future troubles." Hobert finally sighed. "Losing reverence for life is a very terrible thing. I don't want to become like a stone statue in the future, without any emotion." In the afternoon, I also talked to Mr. Azik about this matter. We both agreed that feeling the warmth of the real world more often should be helpful in combating this indifference. What makes me more fortunate than Mr. Azik is that I can still feel warmth from my wife. Furs hugged Hobert tightly. "Shall we not advance in sequence anymore?" Hobert patted Furs's back. "If we lived in another era, I might at most be a Sequence 6. He sighed. "But according to some information I've obtained, there may be a great change in the world in the near future. I must have the ability to protect the people and things I cherish." Furs buried her face in Hobert's arms. "Hobert, I want to become stronger too. I want to protect you too." Hobert touched Furs's hair and smiled. "I knew it. You will definitely be my last reliance in my inner world." Originally, he didn't intend to talk to Furs about these things, but just today, he suddenly realized that some things don't cease to exist just because he doesn't talk about them. Since the matter is right in front of him, it's better to let Furs be mentally prepared in advance. In the following days, Hobert slacked off at work during the day and attended dances in Backlund at night. On Saturday, Hobert came to the suburban manor again during working hours to inquire about the research progress of the laboratory. It is now certain that the first tungsten light bulb will be launched before next Wednesday. The production of wires has already had a mature process. After the parts ordered from the mechanical factory are delivered, a batch of machines for producing wires can be assembled. As for the research on plastics, there is still no progress at all. The research team formed by Jurna has also discovered that some additives are needed to change the shape of plastics. However, they only have a general direction for what kind of additives to use, and they need to experiment many times to find the key. Hobert suddenly realized that perhaps this research needed some luck. Should I put up a statue of the fool in the research institute? After all, he is the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Then Hobert thought that there is a fate serpent in Backlund now. I don't know if it has been born yet. It is possible to entrust the world at the tarot gathering, and at worst, make some ice cream and send it to that little brat. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday night. After attending the dance, Hobert returned to the bedroom, and suddenly his spirituality sensed something, and he looked at the moon in the sky. Its color is getting darker and darker, changing from crimson to blood red. Today is the blood moon. At this time, Hobert suddenly remembered that he and Furs had agreed to do an experiment. So he quickly locked the door and entered the Nation of Disorder. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 555, Chapter 554 Bernadette asks the fool a third question. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. South Colson, Green Meadow Manor. Furs, in her sleep, suddenly woke up, watching the scarlet moon outside becoming increasingly red, the whispers in her ears feeling like they would manifest at any moment. Furs took 2 seconds to fully wake up, immediately tidied her pajamas, and prepared to pray to the fool, the one who does not belong. She also suddenly remembered that she had promised Hobert to do an experiment. Furs cleared her throat, Creator in the shadow of order. You are the beginning and end of all order. You are the master of laws who holds the bell of order. While praying, Furs could already faintly hear whispers like murmurs, and she knew that this blood moon was about to form. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert sat upright on the iron throne, seeing a strange star appear in the pool in front of him, extending his spirituality towards it, and it was indeed Furs. After establishing a connection with Furs, according to the rehearsal, Hobert first distorted Furs' hearing, preventing her from hearing the whispers. However, it seemed that simply blocking the receiver's hearing was not very effective, so Hobert immediately used disorder to create chaos in the space around Furs, in order to isolate the blood moon from the real world. This method seemed to work, but Furs still frowned slightly, indicating that it was only somewhat effective, and she could still hear some whispers. Hobert took a deep breath, somewhat regretting doing this experiment with Furs. If he were doing this experiment with someone else, he could take his time to think of another solution. But then again, he only felt comfortable doing this experiment with Furs's cooperation. Otherwise, if others knew that the creator also had things he wasn't sure about, it would affect the creator's image. At the time, Hobert had hesitated for a long time before finally deciding that he still had to do this experiment with Furs. After calming himself down, Hobert thought of a solution. He tampered with the intensity of the spirituality around Furs's bedroom. He calmed down the spirituality that grew after the blood moon occurred, making it less active. Then he changed disorder to distortion, twisting the connection between Furs and the blood moon, which was equivalent to cutting off the channel through which the whispers were transmitted to Furs's ears. Furs seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her brow relaxed, and she praised the creator. Hobert also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this experiment was successful. Then Hobert sighed, the fool is still good, able to directly pull people to the top of the grey fog, completely isolating the whispers. Only after the blood moon ended did Hobert say to Furs in the tone of the creator, very good. Green Meadow Manor. After praying to the creator many times, Furs successively felt the power of distortion and disorder. Because Hobert had demonstrated similar abilities in front of her many times, Furs was very familiar with the feeling of distortion and disorder. Finally, she felt that the spirituality around her seemed to change, and the whispers in her ears completely disappeared. Furs breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the creator's attempt was successful. So after praising the creator, she quietly waited for the blood moon to end. As she waited, Furs actually sat on the bed and fell asleep again for a while. Very good. The solemn voice of the creator appeared in Furs's ears, startling her awake instantly, and the figure of the creator flashed before her eyes. Furs felt that the image of the creator was more imposing than that of the fool, and the black light emanating from him also made the creator look more sacred. Unfortunately, before she could see clearly, the figure of the creator disappeared. Furs stared blankly at the scarlet moon outside the window, the whispers that had been bothering her all along. She didn't expect that it would be so easy for the gods to solve. The fool can solve it easily, and the creator can solve it so easily too. Just as she was in a daze, a space in the room became illusory, and Hobert emerged from the illusion. How is it? I only heard 1 or 2 whispers at the beginning. Furs smiled. After that, I couldn't hear anything. I even fell asleep. Wouldn't this be disrespectful to the creator? No. Hobert immediately said. The creator said the experiment was very successful and gave you a mystical item as a reward for it. Furs was slightly stunned. Actually, it's nothing. In fact, she preferred the creator's way of handling things. Every time she was alone with Mr. Fool, above the grey fog, Mr. Fool would give Furs a huge pressure. She wanted to chat about something, but she didn't know what to chat about, and if she didn't chat, she felt a little embarrassed. The creator's method is better, still in her own room, no need to face this godlike existence. Hobert smiled. You should also guess why the creator did this experiment. It is very important to us, so there must be a reward. Saying this, he took out the teleportation statue. I don't want it, I'm helping you, Furs said, but her hands honestly reached out. The first time she saw the ability of the teleportation statue was during the battle against the Tamara family that Hobert had planned. At that time, Hobert used the teleportation statue to cooperate with Zio, easily killing 2 sequence 8s, which impressed Furs deeply. The abilities shown by the teleportation statue afterwards made Furs always feel that with this mystical item in hand, enemies below sequence 5 were not so difficult to deal with. Now that the creator rewarded her with the sealed artifact, it made her very happy. In the future, she would have Lamenos Travels for attack and the teleportation statue for defense. She instantly felt that she also had the confidence to challenge sequence 6 beyond her level. Hobert handed the box sealing the teleportation statue to Furs. Next Tuesday, I will establish the Traveler's Gate from the Lord's Mansion to Longtail Island. Prepare yourself, accompany me to take over Longtail Island, and meet with those manor owners. In the future, when I am not on Longtail Island, you will be stationed there. Furs smiled. I will be too busy. Although she said so, she was still very happy that Hobert invited her to take over Longtail Island together. Just like here in South Colson, let Condra take care of the specific affairs, you just need to show your face occasionally, Hobert said. I will let you personally manage some important industries. Furs put away the teleportation statue. Okay. Hobert lay on the bed. I'm really looking forward to it. After rectifying Longtail Island, we can have a barbecue on the beach. Furs put down the teleportation statue and also lay down beside Hobert. I never thought that one day I would become the mistress of an island. Hobert, thank you, you made my life more magical than my novels. Hobert stroked Furs's fair thigh exposed outside her pajamas. Actually, I should thank you more, you made me realize that I really live in this world, and all the experiences are not dreams, nor a game. Above the grey fog. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, yawned. Why hasn't Furs prayed to the fool yet? Could it be that I was wrong, and tonight's changes in the Scarlet Moon are not a prelude to becoming a blood moon? A new week began, and Hobert went to the MI9 as usual. Just after changing into his uniform, Charlene knocked on the door and came in. Chief, the chief secretary just came to inform you that the chief is looking for you. Looking for me again? Hobert was now very reluctant to hear the phrase, the chief. This time, Hobert found Georgina's office himself. Countess Georgina was reading the newspapers sent in the morning. Come and sit down. Hobert sat opposite her. You have a mission at the beginning of next month, Georgina said, looking at Hobert without a smile. It won't be to protect some important person again, will it? Hobert was also very reluctant to hear the phrase Sodila Palace now. The specific mission will only be announced to you when you depart. Georgina tapped the newspaper with her finger. It's still a protection mission, but this time you will be on a business trip for a while, so be prepared. Hobert nodded. Okay, but please tell me the level of danger of the mission before it starts. This time I will be more detailed than last time, Georgina promised. Coming back from Georgina, Hobert said to Charlene, get me a copy of today's Backlund Morning Post. He noticed that the newspaper next to Georgina was the Backlund Morning Post. Hobert turned to the second page and found the place where Georgina had tapped with her finger. There was a small report. Members of the Lone royal family will hold an informal meeting with members of the Mason and Fainapotter royal families in early May. Hobert nodded slightly. Early May, the time is right, 80 or 90% I will have to go with them to protect the royal family members. Then he shook his head and smiled. He had only worked in the MI9 for a short time, but he already had the awareness of an intelligence officer. As for Georgina's reminder, it was what Hobert had fought for at the ball before. Although according to the regulations, Georgina could not tell her subordinates the details of the mission, the regulations did not say that she could not hint at the general content of the mission so that her subordinates would have sufficient preparation time. So for the second mission, Georgina gave a hint. As for whether Hobert received it, she didn't care. It wasn't that Georgina was so indulgent towards Hobert, but as a demigod, she was qualified to be capricious, and sometimes Georgina had to make certain compromises. At a little after 2 in the afternoon, Hobert simply used travel to come to Green Meadow Manor. At this time, Furs was already preparing to participate in the tarot gathering. Seeing Hobert coming, she smiled slightly. Since they already knew each other's identities at the tarot gathering, they could completely participate in the tarot gathering together. The two of them lay face up on the bed together, staring blankly at the warm sunlight shining in through the cracks in the curtains. After a long while, Furs said, "Why do I feel like I've been lying down for a long time? Let me take a look." Hobert took out his pocket watch. "Why hasn't it reached 3 o'clock yet? Is it because we're just lying down and not doing anything?" Furs smiled. "This reminds me of the first time I participated in the tarot gathering. I was a little nervous and a little expectant. Suddenly, the two people's vision was simultaneously submerged by the grey fog, and when they came back to their senses, they were already in the giant hall, sitting on either side of the bronze long table. The two smiled at each other, suddenly feeling that this feeling was quite magical. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon." Audrey, Justice, greeted as usual. But when she greeted Alger, the hanged man, she suddenly noticed Hobert smiling at Furs. Audrey immediately realized that this smile was not right, it was too sweet. The Emperor should not give such a smile to the magician. She seemed to realize something and looked at Furs again, and Furs's smile was even sweeter. Audrey immediately concluded, Furs knew that Hobert was the Emperor. This made her good mood disappear all at once. All along, she had felt that she knew that Hobert was the Emperor, and this was a secret that belonged only to herself and Hobert. Now, this secret had been learned by others. Everyone noticed that Justice was not right, and Derek, the son, simply reminded her, Miss Justice. Audrey came back to her senses and concealed her mood very well. She smiled and said, "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Then she continued to greet, "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman." This was just a small episode. Seeing Audrey return to normal, everyone did not continue to pay attention to this matter. Only Hobert clearly noticed it and seemed to understand Audrey's thoughts. But he didn't think much about it. In fact, he had already noticed some changes in Audrey's attitude towards him before. But after marrying Furs, he simply stopped thinking about these things. The tarot gathering continued as usual. First, Katlia, the hermit, offered a diary to the Fool, and then it was the Fool, Klein's reading time. This time the reading time was a little longer. About 10 minutes later, Klein asked the hermit, "What is your request?" Katlia directly asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I want to know if Emperor Roselle has seen the blasphemy slate." Everyone was stunned. The Emperor has seen the blasphemy slate. They always felt that the blasphemy slate was very mysterious, as if it was very far away from them. It appeared a long time ago and had been missing ever since. Unexpectedly, the well-known Emperor Roselle had seen it. That was only a little over 100 years ago. It was as if there was a well-known big shot, and everyone had heard about his legends, but unexpectedly, the neighbor had met that big shot. All the members looked at the head of the bronze table. Klein brewed for a while before saying, "Yes." He sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Roselle mentioned this in the previous diary. Really seen it? Katlia realized, perhaps it was because the Emperor had seen the blasphemy slate, and learned the apotheosis ritual of the Black Emperor pathway that he had the idea of jumping to a non-adjacent pathway. Alger sighed inwardly, "I really want to see what the blasphemy slate looks like." Everyone else had similar thoughts to Alger, except for Audrey, who was a beat behind and only now showed surprise. After Klein finished speaking, he didn't add anything, but instead smiled and said, "It's your turn." He didn't directly say that he saw the blasphemy slate from the Twilight Hermit Order, thinking that he might be able to answer this question again next time. Katlia then bowed to the Fool to express her gratitude, and then looked at the magician and said, "I want to know the clues to the direct descendants of the Abraham family, £1,000. Why are you talking to me directly?" The magician, Furs, was first startled, but then felt it wasn't unexpected, because in last week's transaction, although it wasn't explicitly stated, her performance was very much like a member of the Abraham family. But Furs didn't want to sell out her teacher's information. She deliberated for a moment before asking, "What are you looking for them for?" Katlia sighed inwardly. As expected, she is a seemingly ordinary lady who actually hides many secrets and is very cautious and meticulous in her work. She said, "I am looking for the direct descendants of the Abraham family, hoping to get the contact information of Mr. Dorr. Perhaps we have opportunities for cooperation in this regard. Well, just for conveying the message, I will pay you £350 in cash. If they are willing to contact, I will pay the remaining £650. As far as I know, they cannot effectively contact Mr. Dorr," Furs said. "But I can help you convey the message." As for the £350 or something, she really doesn't care about it now, so she simply didn't mention the pounds. If they had a way to communicate with Mr. Dorr, the Abrahams would have known long ago that the curse they were talking about was actually Mr. Dorr's warning to family members. Katlia could see that Miss Magician was almost certain that the Abraham family did not have a way to contact Mr. Dorr, which made her a little disappointed. Then, as if holding on to the last hope, she asked the Emperor, "Mr. Emperor, do you know how to contact Mr. Dorr? Wasn't I clear enough before?" Hobert smiled helplessly. "Mr. Dorr is very dangerous. Any creature that has communicated with him may be corrupted. Even if I know, I can't tell you the contact information." He only remembered to prepare various gems, and the specific ritual steps were already unclear. Katlia said, "Perhaps." "No perhaps." Hobert said sternly, "For once, don't have any illusions about this world. Do I still have to teach you this?" Katlia smiled bitterly. The Queen Mystic certainly knew this, but when she encountered such an important clue, the Queen certainly wanted to ask Mr. Dor about the Great Emperor's situation. She could roughly understand the Queen Mystic's mood. As far as she knew, the Queen's investigation and search had lasted for hundreds of years. Finally, she found important clues at the Tarot Club, so she would definitely take some action. Hobert turned to Furs and said, even if the Abraham family has relevant information, don't trade with the Hermit, so as to avoid the tragedy that none of us want to see. Miss Magician nodded obediently, okay. Klein behind the grey fog also felt that the Emperor's handling was the most appropriate. Speaking of which, Roselle's diary provided him with so much help, and he was very grateful to Roselle in his heart. At the same time, he and Roselle also had a hometown friendship, and he couldn't watch his daughter make irrational decisions, but he didn't stop her. If the Emperor didn't stop her, he would have let the world jump out to stop her. Then Klein realized that if Bernadette was really so eager to know the answer, she might have directly prayed to the fool, but she didn't do so. It can be seen that she has not completely lost her mind, but just can't help but want to know more information. Alger was somewhat gloating, the Hermit also has irrational times. Women are indeed emotional animals. The Moon Emlyn raised his chin, the Hermit usually looks quite smart, but I didn't expect her to be so foolish. Audrey sighed in her heart, Mr. Hanged Man's expressions have already betrayed their thoughts. I suddenly have a deep feeling that they are not involved, and they can't understand the Hermit, or rather the Queen Mystic's feelings. I think the Queen Mystic may just want to know the contact information, and may not really contact him. As long as she knows that way, she may feel better in her heart. The hall was quiet for a few seconds before Katlia nodded slightly towards the Emperor, thank you. She had also reminded the Queen Mystic, but soon she found that her reminder was useless. The Queen rarely had such irrational times. At this time, cutting off all avenues for obtaining information may not be a bad thing for the Queen. After a while, when the Queen regains her sanity, she will no longer pursue this matter. Audrey had completely returned to her previous state and asked other members, does anyone have any clues about the psychedelic wind chime tree fruit? I have clues, Alger said after thinking for a moment. But it will be at least 2 weeks before it is possible to obtain it. No problem. Audrey was overjoyed, and didn't even ask the price. It's been more than a month, and there are finally clues. Of course, there is no problem waiting another 2 or 3 weeks. Hobert suddenly recalled that he had seized a Dreamwalker Beyonder characteristic from Black Knight, and had been throwing it in the Nation of Disorder without having time to crush it. After reaggregation, it also contains a Hypnotist Beyonder characteristic, but considering that Audrey had previously bought a main material for Hypnotist, and he remembered that the psychedelic wind chime tree was not difficult to get, he would not grab Alger's business. Then Hobert said, does anyone know the clues of the life school of thought? Or does anyone have a way to make people have good luck for a certain period of time? Everyone looked at the Emperor, this guy is already lucky, what more good luck does he want? Klein behind the grey fog found that he seemed to know the clues of the life school of thought, and also knew how to make people have good luck in a short time. So he manipulated the world and said, I know where there is a way to temporarily gain good luck, but with the other party's level and ability, they are not interested in pounds. Before contacting him, you must first think about how to pay the reward. Hobert pondered for a moment, how about 3 worms of time? Everyone was stunned, 3 worms of time. Derek was stunned for a moment, then immediately coughed, as if something was about to cough out of his throat. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.